Others. Does anyone know where Amanda is staying? Lindsay raised her hand. I do. I'll take people to find her. She brought along 2 female bodyguards, while Rachel McAdams and 2 other crew members also followed. At the hotel, they showed their work IDs to the receptionist, who led them to Amanda's room. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Amanda. The staff knocked and called out. No response. They knocked again, called out louder. Still no response. Open the door. My friend might be in danger, Lindsay demanded. But I don't have the authority to do that. The hotel staff hesitated. Should we call the police? Rachel McAdams felt sure Amanda was just passed out drunk inside, but she also had the urge to stir up some drama. Lindsay had considered calling the police, but in Hollywood, unless someone had been missing for 48 hours, the police wouldn't even file a report. That won't help, she whispered to herself, then turned to the hotel staff. Open the door now. If anything happens to my friend, you'll be responsible. The staff member was young, likely a high schooler working part-time. Scared by Lindsay's threat, he shakily pulled out a key and unlocked the door. The scene inside left everyone stunned. The room was spotless, like it had been freshly cleaned. The bed was neatly made, with no sign of anyone having slept in it. They searched the room. Her luggage was gone, her toiletries missing. Where is she? Lindsay voiced everyone's confusion. Even Rachel McAdams was stunned. Could something really have happened? She was just a young girl herself. She might have her little schemes, but she wasn't malicious. Now, she was actually worried. All her personal belongings are gone, one of the bodyguards reported after searching the room. There are signs of forced entry on the balcony lock, another bodyguard added, shocking everyone. Lindsay gasped. Damn it. Amanda told me 2 days ago that she kept feeling like someone was watching her in her sleep. So it was real. She was kidnapped. Rachel McAdams shivered. Could Amanda be dead? For all its glitz and glamour, Hollywood was rife with crime. Especially with so many young, beautiful people around, impulsive crimes weren't uncommon. Lindsay clutched her head in frustration. It's my fault. I should have made Amanda move in with me that night. One of the crew members immediately called the assistant director, and before long, word of Amanda's disappearance spread throughout the entire production. Hey, have you seen Charles? Wentworth Miller had just arrived on set. His scenes were scheduled for the afternoon, so he didn't need to come in early. The first thing he did upon arrival was look for Charles. That guy's second-hand car had broken down, so he borrowed Wentworth's car last night, saying he had to pick up a friend. After that, he vanished without a trace. No calls, no messages, no sign of him anywhere. Wentworth had to take a cab to the set since Charles hadn't returned the car. After asking around and still not finding Charles, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Did that bastard sell my car and run off? But why? His car was just a second-hand Cadillac, not worth much. Would he really abandon his job on set for such a small sum of money? Wentworth couldn't make sense of it. Then, he overheard that Amanda had gone missing. Suddenly, he connected the dots. Both Charles and Amanda had disappeared at the same time. At first, he didn't think much of it, reasoning. Maybe that lucky bastard hooked up with Amanda. She's a total knockout. They probably spent the night together somewhere, partied too hard, and lost track of time. Borrowing my car was just an excuse to pick her up. For a brief moment, Wentworth felt envious. That was until he heard more details. Amanda's luggage was missing from her hotel room. There were signs of forced entry on the balcony door, and Lindsay Lohan had called the police. A chill ran down his spine. Could Amanda have been kidnapped? There was no way she'd just abandon her job for Charles. That alone made her missing luggage suspicious, not to mention the forced entry. And if Charles was also missing? If they hadn't gone off to have fun together, then what did that mean for Charles? For the first time, Wentworth realized he knew almost nothing about Charles, where he lived, his past, what he had done before joining the crew. Damn it, I never should have recommended him. If Charles really was responsible, and he was the one who vouched for him, the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Sweat poured down his back, and his face turned pale. He had worked so hard for this opportunity. He couldn't afford to have it ruined because of Charles. Finally, he mustered the courage to call Martin. Hello, this is Martin. Wentworth, right? What's up? Wentworth was startled. Martin actually remembers my number? Did he save it? That realization only made him feel even more foolish. Mr. Martin, something happened on set. I think I messed up big time. Martin's voice immediately turned sharp. Who? Lindsay? Did something happen to her? No, not Miss Lindsay. It's an actress named Amanda. She's missing, and it might have something to do with a guy I recommended for a crew job. He's missing too. I'm really sorry. Hearing it wasn't Lindsay, Martin relaxed slightly. He listened as Wentworth recounted the situation and how he had brought Charles onto the set. Martin could tell the guy was worried about his own involvement. After a moment of thought, Martin said, "If Charles really did this, then yeah, you bear some responsibility. But the priority right now is finding them. Do you have any leads?" "I actually do." Wentworth had been about to say he knew nothing about Charles when he suddenly remembered something. Charles had once mentioned working as a bouncer at Queen's Bar on Sunset Boulevard. That could be a clue. "Mr. Martin, I think I know something." After hearing Wentworth out, Martin thought for a moment and said, "Stay on set. I'm coming over." Half an hour later, Martin arrived at the set but didn't get out of the car. Instead, his bodyguard brought Wentworth to him. "Let's go. We're heading to Queen's Bar." On the way, Martin called Lindsay. Over the phone, Lindsay sounded on the verge of tears. Clearly, she had truly come to see Amanda as a friend. "Martin, you have to find Amanda. The police are here, but they haven't found anything." To the little troublemaker, Daddy Martin was capable of anything. Two black Mercedes pulled up outside Queen's Bar. From the first car, four bodyguards stepped out, scanning the area. After ensuring it was safe, one of them opened the door to the second vehicle. Martin and Wentworth stepped out, followed by Gordon from the driver's seat. The group headed straight inside. At this hour, the bar was nearly empty. Only two old men sat at a corner table, drinking in silence. Behind the bar, a bored bartender was wiping glasses. Martin motioned for Wentworth to handle the questioning. Wentworth walked up to the bartender and started asking about Charles. Within moments, the two were arguing. Martin frowned and, along with Gordon, approached the bar. As they got closer, the bartender's voice carried over. "Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you anything? Charles is suspected in a kidnapping. Hey, girl might be in danger. How do I know you're not making this up? Trust me, we're trying to save someone. You wouldn't want your bar dragged into a criminal case, would you? Oh, now you're threatening me? Do you even know who owns this place? The cops will be here soon anyway. You'll have to talk eventually. Then I'll wait until they get here." "You?" Wentworth was about to lose his temper when a firm hand landed on his shoulder. "Easy, man. Let me handle this." Martin's calm voice came from behind him. "Sorry." Wentworth turned back, feeling useless. "This isn't on you." Martin patted his shoulder reassuringly. The bartender sneered. "It doesn't matter who asks me." Martin wasn't angry. He simply smiled. "Look, I respect your loyalty to your colleagues. But we're trying to save someone. Every second counts. You wouldn't want a girl's life to be lost because you stalled, would you?" As he spoke, Martin removed his mask and sunglasses. The bartender scoffed. "I don't care what you ask. Holy shit. Why, you're Martin? Martin Myers." His expression instantly shifted from disdain to pure shock. "So, you do recognize me. Good. Then I hope you'll trust me too. The kidnapped girl is my friend." "Oh, of course I trust you. You once risked your life to take down a bank robber, and you even jumped into a raging ocean to save a friend. You're a hero. I trust you." With a complete change in attitude, the bartender now looked at Martin with respect. "Mr. Martin, what do you need to know?" "Everything about Charles Galero, where he lives, who he hangs out with, his habits." "All right, I'll tell you everything I know." The bartender thought for a moment, then frowned. "Shit, I just realized I don't actually know much about him. I don't even know where he lives. He's worked security here, but he never really got close to anyone. He drinks, but never to the point of getting drunk. He's a hell of a fighter, super strong. Last time, he tossed out a rowdy customer who must have weighed over 180 pounds. Let me think. Oh, Chelsea. Chelsea slept with him plenty of times. She might know where he lives." "Who's Chelsea?" Martin asked. "A dancer. I have her number and address." "Can we have it?" Martin took a $50 bill from his wallet and slid it across the bar. The bartender grinned. "Of course. Hell, if Chelsea knows you're the one looking for her, she'll probably thank me for it." More than an hour after Martin left the Queen's Bar, the Hollywood police finally showed up. By that time, Martin and his group had already arrived outside Chelsea's apartment building. This area was part of Los Angeles' slums, where crime ran rampant. Right downstairs, Wentworth saw a white man buying drugs from a black dealer, who had a black handgun brazenly tucked into his waistband. As Martin's group stepped out of the car, the black dealer instantly became wary. He quickly handed a small packet to the white man and waved him away. Then, resting his hand on the grip of his gun, he locked eyes on Martin's group. When he noticed Martin, who was wearing a mask and sunglasses, his expression changed. Not because he recognized Martin, but because he spotted the Patek Philippe watch on Martin's wrist. A rich guy? Greed flared in the black dealer's eyes. However, he didn't act impulsively. Every member of this group was tall and well-built, including Martin and Wentworth, who both had an imposing presence. They didn't look like easy targets. As they headed upstairs, Gordon remarked, "We've been marked." Martin chuckled, shaking his wrist to show off his watch. All because of this. 1. Wentworth felt a bit nervous, but he was even more surprised by how nonchalant Martin was. Then, recalling Martin's past exploits, it suddenly didn't seem so strange. Clearly, his backer was a man with nerves of steel. They reached the 4th floor, room 405. This was where Chelsea, the dancer, lived. Before they even entered, they heard yelling and cries for help from inside. "You Fing BTCH. You've owed me 6 months' rent. What's wrong with letting me have a little fun? Don't think I don't know what kind of whore you are. If you let other men you, why not me? If you don't want to end up on the street, then stop fighting back. Help! Help! Somebody help me." The door was ajar. One of the bodyguards pushed it open, revealing a large black man pinning a curvy white woman down on the couch, trying to assault her. "Who the F*** are you? This is my place. Get out." Martin ignored him and walked straight inside. The woman on the couch saw Hope and screamed, "Help me. This bastard is trying to our me." The black man grew furious. He got up from the woman and stormed toward Martin. "Who the hell are you people? This is my place. Get the F*** out." Before he could finish, Gordon grabbed his outstretched hand and twisted. It's broken. Stop. Martin didn't even glance at him. He calmly picked up a chair, placed it in front of the couch, and sat down. "You're Chelsea? Why, yeah. Who are you guys?" Realizing that Martin's group was even more intimidating than her landlord, Chelsea grew nervous. Her mind raced, trying to figure out if these men were debt collectors or clients she had stolen from. "You know Charles Gagailo? The bouncer from Queen's Bar." "Charles? Look, whatever he did has nothing to do with me. I just slept with him a few times. If you have a problem, go find him, not me." Hearing that these people were here for Charles, Chelsea immediately tried to distance herself. The black landlord, who was still restrained by Gordon, cursed, I knew you were a whore. Charles can you, but I can't." The idiot clearly had no sense of self-preservation. He was still fixated on that nonsense even in this situation. Ignoring him, Chelsea insisted, "Seriously, I don't have any other connection with Charles. We barely know each other. Relax. We're not here to cause you trouble, just to ask a few questions. Do you know where Charles lives?" "I don't." Chelsea's eyes flickered slightly before she quickly answered. Martin smiled faintly, stood up, adjusted his clothes, and turned as if to leave. "Looks like we'll have to leave you with your landlord then." "No. Wait." Chelsea panicked. All right. I know where Charles lives. I've been there before. But I have a condition." Martin's tone remained indifferent. "What is it? Can you help me get out of here? Find me a new place to live." "That's not a problem. You can pack your things and leave with us right now." "No way. This B***TCH still owes me 6 months' rent," the landlord shouted. "How much?" 10 grand. The landlord's eyes darted around as he quoted a ridiculously inflated price. But then he saw the man questioning Chelsea turn to her and say, "Go pack your stuff." Then that same man started walking toward him. His legs went weak. What are you doing?" "The lease." "What lease?" "The rental contract. I'm not giving it to you." "Gordon." Okay. It's in my room. Bedroom, nightstand, second drawer. Let go. The landlord was already on his knees. "Room number?" "Key. 401. The door's unlocked." A moment later, a bodyguard returned with a contract. "Boss, found it." Martin took a glance and sneered. "Rent's listed as $4,900. You asked for 10 grand. Fine. $4,900. My bad." The landlord quickly admitted defeat. Soon, Chelsea finished packing and left with Martin's group, leaving the landlord sobbing in the room. On the way out, Chelsea gave Martin a curious look. Did you actually pay him? Of course. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Remember, you owe me $4,900. Law-abiding citizen? Chelsea glanced back at the landlord and scoffed. When they reached the ground floor, they saw a group of over a dozen black men confronting the two bodyguards Martin had left watching the car. 4 of them were openly waving guns. Martin's bodyguards had drawn their guns as well. Wentworth and Chelsea both stopped in their tracks. In their understanding of the world, the correct response to this situation was to hide somewhere safe and call the police. But then, to their shock, Martin and his 3 bodyguards kept walking straight toward the armed gang. Is your friend insane? Chelsea whispered to Wentworth, stunned. That's my boss. Wentworth looked conflicted, unsure if he should follow or stay put and observe. But in the end, he made his decision. One more gamble. He gritted his teeth and hurried after them. F***K, are they out of their minds? Chelsea hesitated before following as well, though at a slower pace, ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. The gang members brandished their guns, shouting, F***KU. We've got 4 guns. Get the hell out of the way. We just want the car. Martin's bodyguards remained silent, their grips steady on their weapons. By now, Martin had walked right up to the gang, drawing their attention. One of the gunmen suddenly pointed excitedly. That's him. He's the rich white kid. As the shout rang out, a group of black men turned their gazes in unison, their eyes filled with greed. Wentworth Miller finally realized where his sense of unease was coming from. It was Martin's bodyguards. In this situation, shouldn't the bodyguard's job be to prevent their employer from getting into danger? Yet, instead of stopping Martin from approaching those gang members, his bodyguards followed him right in. They didn't act like bodyguards at all. Instead, they seemed more like soldiers following the orders of their commanding officer. Of course, these bodyguards had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Martin and were utterly obedient to him. They followed closely behind as he strode toward the black gang members. There were only 4 of them in total, including Martin, but they exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hey, stop right there, kid. Hand over anything valuable on you. The black man who had been selling drugs pointed a gun in Martin's direction, shouting menacingly. His tone was firm, yet his hands trembled slightly for some reason. F***CK, what the hell is going on? Why do these guys feel so terrifying? Didn't you hear me? Stop right there. We've got 4 guns. We have more firepower and more people than you. The black man barked, as if trying to convince himself rather than intimidate Martin. By now, Martin had already closed the distance. With a swift motion, he snatched the gun from the man's hand and, in just a few quick moves, disassembled it into a pile of useless parts, scattering them onto the ground. WTF. Meanwhile, Gordon and the 2 bodyguards made their move, effortlessly disarming the other 3 black men. Martin removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep blue eyes. He glanced at the gang members with a playful smirk and said casually, Now we have 2 guns. And you have none. So, who was it that said they had more firepower? We still have more people. Oh, then let's see how many of you actually have the guts to charge forward under gunfire. Martin scanned them one by one, his gaze carrying an almost magical force. As his eyes swept over them, the gang members suddenly felt an overwhelming fear rising from deep within, instinctively retreating. In the end, they couldn't resist the terror gripping their hearts. Someone let out a panicked shout, turned, and bolted. The rest followed in a chaotic scramble, fleeing in all directions, except for the black man who had been standing right in front of Martin. It wasn't that he didn't want to run. He just couldn't. His legs had gone weak. Being closest to Martin, he had been subjected to the strongest psychological pressure. He was on the verge of wetting himself. His sphincter was failing, yet his body was frozen stiff, too scared to move a muscle. Scram. Only when Martin uttered that one word did the man react as if receiving a royal decree, rolling and crawling away in sheer panic. Wentworth Miller was dumbfounded. He had just witnessed another side of Martin, both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Martin's smooth, decisive movements when snatching the gun had left him utterly stunned. He had seen the video of Martin taking down the bank robbers before, but watching it on TV and experiencing it in real life were 2 completely different things. Hiding behind Wentworth Miller, Chelsea was also mesmerized. She gazed at Martin with infatuation in her eyes. This guy is so strong, even stronger than Charles. If only I could sleep with him. A dangerous thought crept into her mind. Get in the car. Martin's voice snapped both Wentworth Miller and Chelsea back to reality, making them realize that everyone else was already inside the vehicle. Chelsea hurried ahead of Wentworth Miller, slipping into Martin's car and claiming a seat in the back. Wentworth had no choice but to take the front passenger seat. Speak. About what? Chelsea, still staring at Martin in a daze, was momentarily confused. Martin frowned. Charles's address. Oh, he lives at Street. I've been there once. Soon, the two Mercedes pulled up in front of the apartment where Charles was renting a unit. The neighborhood was significantly better than where Chelsea lived. At the very least, drug dealers and gang members weren't openly roaming the streets. The building's security door was broken and left wide open. Martin and his group walked straight in and made their way up to the third floor. Outside apartment 306, Martin and his men took cover to the side while Chelsea stepped forward to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Chelsea knocked harder. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. The door swung open under the force of her knocking. It hadn't even been locked. Gordon immediately pushed Chelsea aside and rushed inside. The place was empty. The furniture was still there, but any personal belongings that should have been present were completely gone. That bastard ran. Gordon said. Search the place, Martin ordered. The bodyguards scattered to investigate, and even Wentworth Miller took the initiative to check one of the rooms. Meanwhile, Martin turned to Chelsea. Besides this place, does Charles have anywhere else he might go? Chelsea shook her head. I don't know. You better know. Otherwise, the deal is off, and you can sleep on the street. You, who the hell are you? Martin chuckled. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that I can help you, if you're useful. Damn it. You lying bastard. Heh, we never signed a contract. And I've already helped you once. Chelsea fell silent, lowering her head in deep thought. A short while later, Gordon and the others finished searching the apartment. Gordon shook his head at Martin. Clearly, they had found nothing. Just then, Chelsea suddenly brightened up and raised her head. I remember now. Charles rented a warehouse in the suburbs. Let me think. I caught a glimpse of the contract. I can recall the address. Of course, Charles never intended to show Chelsea his private documents. But Chelsea had a nasty habit of stealing money or valuables from her clients. Unfortunately, Charles, despite his flashy appearance, was actually poorer than she was. She hadn't found any cash or valuables, but she had caught sight of a warehouse lease agreement. Curious, she had taken a closer look and memorized the location. I got it, Chelsea exclaimed, driven by the urgency of her situation. It's in El Monte, on the east side of Los Angeles, near Monterey Park. But I don't remember the exact warehouse number. She then looked at Martin with pleading eyes. That's all I can recall. What about the housing deal? Let's check the warehouse first. On the way, Martin made a call to the LAPD chief. The LAPD chief then called the Hollywood Division chief. The Hollywood Division chief, in turn, called the officers handling the case. And just like that, the slow-moving officers suddenly kicked into high gear. By the time Martin and his crew arrived at the warehouse, the police were already there. Along with them were Lindsay, red-eyed with rage, and a visibly exhausted Rachel McAdams. But the moment Rachel saw Martin step out of the car, her exhaustion vanished, instantly replaced by excitement. Seeing Martin in person? Oh, hell yes. Why are you here? As soon as Martin got out of the car, he walked toward Lindsay. Lindsay pouted, looking worried. I was a little concerned, so I came along with Officer Paul, the team leader. You're not mad, are you? The girl looked at Martin cautiously. Of course not. Why would I be mad at you for doing the right thing? Martin lovingly hugged her and ruffled her hair. Rachel McAdams watched their interaction enviously, wishing she could take Lindsay's place. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Wentworth getting out of Martin's car. And right after him, a curvy young Caucasian woman. Wentworth, why are you in Martin's car? Rachel McAdams was so shocked that Wentworth couldn't help but feel a little smug. Trying to sound nonchalant, he said, Martin and I have known each other for a long time. But that momentary smugness was quickly replaced by worry. Charles was my recommendation, and Amanda's disappearance is partly my responsibility, so I had to come along. If anything happened to Amanda, he feared Martin would cut him off for good. Damn it. He swore to himself, from now on, unless he knew someone inside and out, he would never blindly vouch for them again, if he even got another chance. Rachel hadn't expected Wentworth to have ties with Martin, but seeing his anxious expression, she knew that if this case wasn't handled properly, it could seriously damage Wentworth's career. So, being smart, she didn't press further. Instead, she nodded toward Chelsea and asked in a low voice, "Who's she?" "Chelsea, a dancer. She's Charles's lover. Martin paid a price to get this location out of her." Oh, hearing that she was just a dancer with no real connection to Martin, Rachel immediately lost interest in engaging with her. Meanwhile, Chelsea was staring in shock at Lindsay, who had just thrown herself into Martin's arms. Wait, isn't that Lindsay Lohan, the actress? Then Chelsea turned to look at Martin, her shock deepening. What did Lindsay just call him? Martin? Martin Myers. What the? It was actually Martin Myers. All right, let's head in. After finally calming Lindsay down, Martin shook hands with Officer Paul and naturally took over command. And Paul didn't show the slightest resistance. Martin was a major financial backer of both the LAPD and the Hollywood police force. With that status, he had only needed a little magic to win over Officer Paul. With their leader showing no objections, the lower-ranking officers naturally followed suit. Everyone instinctively clustered around Martin as they entered the warehouse manager's office. Paul then used his authority to locate the warehouse Charles had rented, except it wasn't just one warehouse. It was three. A short while later, the group drove to the warehouse entrance. This is it, 1011, 1012, and 1013. The three units are connected, the warehouse manager said. Open it, Paul ordered. The manager rolled up the shutter of warehouse 1011, releasing a gust of dust along with a faint, strange odor. What the hell was that smell? As soon as a few officers pulled out 5 cardboard boxes from inside, the strange odor intensified. The officers opened the first box, and their expressions immediately changed. It was filled with women's underwear of all kinds, and all of them appeared to have been worn. Holy shit, Chelsea gasped. No wonder I could never find my panties after spending the night with him. This guy is definitely a pervert, Paul said, his expression darkening. If there had been any doubts before, they were gone now. Charles was almost certainly connected to Amanda's disappearance. The officers opened another box, more underwear. Then the third box. This time, it wasn't underwear but photographs of women, some clothed, some not. Many were clearly taken secretly, filling nearly half the box. The fourth box contained newspapers. Each newspaper had sections circled in red or blue ink. One officer quickly flipped through them and suddenly exclaimed, "Holy shit! The circled sections are all news reports on murder cases from recent years. Could he have done all of them?" Wait. The officer stared at a specific article, growing even more shocked. This is the Ashley Ellen murder case. Damn it, could Charles actually be Michael Gargiulo? Paul, now just as excited, snatched the newspaper. Sure enough, the Ashley Ellen murder case had been marked in red ink, with a smiley face drawn next to it. Charles Gargiulo. Michael Gargiulo. I should have realized it sooner. Haha, there's no way he's getting away now. Paul shouted in exhilaration. Then, the officers opened the last box. A powerful stench immediately burst out. It was filled with used tissues, still stained with filth. Holy shit, this fucking freak. The officer who opened the box recoiled instantly, gagging and covering his nose. Martin, Lindsay, Rachel, and the others all hurriedly backed away. Paul pinched his nose and pointed at 2 officers. You two, seal this up. It's all evidence. The unlucky officers held their breath as they reluctantly moved in. Martin, meanwhile, turned to the stunned warehouse manager. Open another one. The manager opened warehouse 1012, revealing a second-hand Cadillac. Fuck, that's my car, Wentworth shouted. The officers searched the area, but aside from the car, there were no other clues. Finally, the manager opened warehouse 1013. Inside were numerous plastic mannequins, all in different poses. The one thing they had in common? Each had stab marks all over them. This bastard was practicing his knife skills on mannequins. Paul exclaimed, Martin, we still haven't found Amanda. What do we do? Lindsay asked worriedly. Martin, rubbing his chin, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the carpeted floor of the warehouse. All right, take everything. We're wrapping up. Wait. Just as Paul gave the order, Martin stopped him. Mr. Martin, is there anything else? Paul's obedience surprised even his own officers. What a suck-up. Some of them secretly rolled their eyes. Mr. Martin, do you have any other instructions? Paul asked respectfully. Martin glanced around before pointing at the carpet on the floor of warehouse 1103. Don't you think it's strange for this carpet to be placed here? Seeing the confused expressions on everyone's faces, Martin continued. From the plastic mannequins in the previous two warehouses and this one, we can tell that Michael Gagilo, used these warehouses to store items he considered collectible. But a carpet? That doesn't seem to fit the category, does it? Maybe the guy did something perverted on it. A police officer speculated. All right, take the carpet too, Paul ordered. Martin shook his head. I don't mean the carpet itself. I mean, it seems to be covering something. Wentworth Miller suddenly caught on. Something's hidden under the carpet? Officer Paul instinctively responded. What could be under the carpet? It can't be hiding a person, right? Wait. Realizing something, he immediately ordered two officers nearest to the warehouse. You two, lift the carpet. Then, he addressed the rest of the team. Be ready for an arrest. He also turned to Martin and Lindsay, saying, Mr. Martin, Miss Lindsay, please step back for your safety. Wentworth Miller scoffed at Paul's attempt to flatter Martin. If you'd seen Martin in action, you wouldn't say that. Even if all of you cops ganged up on him, you'd still be no match. Martin, uninterested in proving his combat skills, simply led Lindsay and the others to a safe distance. The two officers each grabbed a corner of the carpet and swiftly pulled it away, revealing a damp floor and a long metal plate. Lift it. Everyone, move in and be ready. The officers crowded around the metal plate. The same two officers carefully pried it aside, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Shit, that bastard dug a basement under our company's warehouse. The warehouse manager's eyes widened in shock. Soon, an officer holding a gun and a flashlight climbed down. Moments later, an excited voice came from below. Chief, we've found the missing girl. She's alive, just unconscious. When Amanda opened her eyes, she was met with several pairs of eyes staring at her, startling her into a scream. Then, she spotted a familiar face. Lindsay? Why are you here? Where am I? Wasn't I sleeping in my hotel room? No, wait. There was someone by my bed. Mid-sentence, Amanda's face filled with terror. She vividly remembered waking up in bed and seeing a shadowy figure standing over her. But before she could scream, the figure covered her nose with a damp cloth. After that, everything went black. Miss Amanda, do you remember who kidnapped you or how you got here? Officer Paul asked. Amanda shook her head blankly. I don't know. I woke up and saw someone by my bed, and then I don't remember anything. Are you sure you can't recall anything? Paul pressed. Amanda thought for a moment, then shook her head again. Paul's face darkened with frustration. Damn it, that guy got away again. At that moment, Martin suddenly said, Not necessarily. Then, turning to the warehouse manager, he asked, Can you check if, in recent years, anyone else with the names Charles, Michael, or Gagilo has rented a warehouse here? The storage records are on my laptop in my truck. I'll get it now. As the warehouse manager ran to his pickup, Chief Paul frowned. Mr. Martin, are you suspecting something? I believe someone like Michael Gagilo values his collection very much. Since he hit Amanda here, he wouldn't be too far away. Also, he seems lazy with names. Even when using aliases, he couldn't be bothered to change his surname. So, we might find a clue in the records. Paul's face flushed. Martin's remark was clearly a jab at the LAPD's incompetence. What a jerk. This guy is bold. Maybe he's hiding in one of the warehouses next to this one or nearby. A mysterious smile appeared on Martin's face. The warehouse manager, returning with his laptop, overheard this and looked surprised. I found an entry for a Michael Charles. He rented a warehouse earlier this year, and it's located. The manager pointed ahead. Right next to this one, warehouse. 1104. What? Paul exclaimed, immediately shouting, Open it. Now, he also ordered his officers to prepare for another arrest. Meanwhile, Amanda, now fully awake, stared at Martin and asked Lindsay, Is that Martin? What is he doing here? At this point, Martin had removed his mask. Lindsay explained. Wentworth told him. Since Charles was recommended by Wentworth, Martin got concerned. She added, Wentworth has been helping Martin look for you the whole time. He feels really guilty. Lindsay had meant to assure Amanda that Wentworth cared about her. But to her surprise, Amanda didn't seem interested in Wentworth at all. Instead, she eagerly asked, Lindsay, can you do me a favor? Lindsay was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, Of course. What do you need? Blushing, Amanda whispered, Can you ask Martin for his autograph? Lindsay's eyes widened in disbelief. Girl, you just got kidnapped. Shouldn't you be scared, traumatized, or crying right now? Amanda realized her reaction was unusual. After thinking for a moment, she said, Maybe because everything happened so fast and ended just as quickly. It feels like I just blinked and you all appeared. She then lowered her voice. Besides, I checked myself. I wasn't assaulted. Lindsay let out a sigh of relief. She had wanted to ask, but was afraid of upsetting Amanda. That's good. An autograph? No problem. I even have a photo of him. I'll get it signed for you. With that, Lindsay excitedly ran toward Martin. At that moment, Rachel McAdams walked over and eyed Amanda skeptically. Are you sure you weren't assaulted? It's been over 10 hours since last night. Amanda glanced at her and firmly nodded. I'm sure. I'm still a virgin. If it had been my first time, I'd definitely feel something. Rachel's eyes widened. Then she snickered. Well, maybe that guy's equipment is as thin as a needle. She quickly turned serious again and apologized. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I guess. I was jealous. Jealous? Of what? Amanda asked in surprise. I'm jealous that Lindsay cares so much about you. Do you know how worried she was when she found out you were missing? Rachel admitted honestly. Amanda nodded, then shook her head. Lindsay is a good person, a true friend. I think no matter who was in trouble, she would be just as worried. Maybe we should be more sincere in our friendship with her. Her words carried a deeper meaning. Rachel nodded in agreement. You're right. I approached her with too many ulterior motives before. But from now on, I'll change that. Lindsay really is a friend worth having. Rachel McAdams was reflecting on herself. Ever since Amanda went missing, Lindsay had been deeply concerned about her. Rachel could tell that Lindsay genuinely cared for her friend. This made Rachel feel ashamed, but at the same time, she developed a newfound respect for Lindsay. Having spent so much time in Hollywood, she had seen too many fake friendships, so it was hard to believe that in such a polluted place, someone as pure as Lindsay still existed. Initially, she had approached Lindsay with the goal of getting close to Martin, but now that Martin was right in front of her, she surprisingly no longer cared. At this moment, what she truly wanted was to reintroduce herself to Lindsay. My name is Rachel McAdams, just a small-time actress, and I want to be your real friend, Lindsay. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted. The moment the rolling shutter of room 1104 was pulled up, a dark figure shot out, instantly knocking down the two nearest officers. In the ensuing chaos, the other officers hesitated to open fire, afraid of hitting the wrong target. Taking advantage of this, the tall and muscular Michael Gargiulo managed to break free, wildly dashing toward Martin and Lindsay. Officer Paul turned pale with shock. Damn it! After him! He roared and was the first to charge forward. If that bastard Michael Gargiulo harmed Martin, Paul could forget about keeping his job. But Michael was too fast. Before the officers could catch up, he had already reached Martin and Lindsay, a vicious grin on his face as he lunged toward Lindsay. Lindsay, watch out. Run, Lindsay! Rachel and Amanda screamed simultaneously. Even Wentworth instinctively shouted, Careful, before rushing toward Charles. Yet, strangely, he wasn't actually worried. He just felt that Charles was asking for death. Lindsay was startled at first, but when she saw her Daddy Martin standing there calmly, her panic vanished. As long as Daddy Martin was here, what was there to fear? By now, Charles was less than a meter away, reaching out to grab Lindsay. But before he could touch her, the pretty boy he assumed was paralyzed with fear suddenly moved. A long, slender leg swung out like a battle axe. Before Charles could even react, a powerful kick landed directly on his neck. Martin had never measured his current kicking strength, but it was easily 20 times that of a normal, healthy person. He didn't even use his full power, afraid that he might explode the guy's head like a watermelon. That would be too shocking. Even so, it was enough to send Charles straight to the afterlife. Everyone heard a crisp crack. Then, They watched as Charles's head twisted at an unnatural angle, slumping to the side and back. His body staggered forward a few more steps before crashing to the ground, completely motionless. During all of this, Martin had even thoughtfully covered Lindsay's eyes. Everyone stared at the lifeless corpse, except for the three women, who were all staring at Martin instead. Rachel McAdams, so thoughtful. Amanda Seyfried, Martin is actually this gentle. Chelsea, so domineering, so powerful, so amazing. Women and men really focused on different things. Officer Paul rushed over and checked Charles's body. Then, in shock, he announced, he's dead. His cervical spine is completely shattered. Standing up, he quickly turned to Martin and Lindsay. Mr. Martin, Miss Lindsay, I sincerely apologize for the fright. Are you both all right? Wentworth Miller, who had just arrived, internally rolled his eyes. This officer is the most bootlicking guy I've ever seen. Martin doesn't look even remotely shaken. The only one in trouble here is Charles. His neck is now as soft as a noodle. Just moments ago, Wentworth had seen Officer Paul touch Charles's head, and his completely limp neck had caused blood to ooze from all his orifices. All right, pack it up. Suspect neutralized. Paul then turned to Martin with great deference. Mr. Martin, the suspect resisted arrest and attacked an officer. Your actions were entirely justified. You won't face any trouble. I'll personally handle the report so you don't have to waste your valuable time. You and Miss Lindsay are free to leave. What about Amanda? She just went through a terrible shock. Does she still have to go to the police station for a statement? Paul immediately replied, it would be best for Miss Amanda to get checked at a hospital first. I'll arrange for someone to take her statement there. Oh, for F***'s sake. ***. Wentworth Miller was now fully convinced. This officer was the most bootlicking guy he had ever met. The next morning, Lindsay woke up in Martin's arms. Good morning, Daddy Martin. Good morning, Lindsay sweetheart. What time is it? Let me see, not quite. 9:30. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Don't worry. Did you forget? I already called in yesterday. The whole crew has the day off today. Oh right, I forgot. She added, I should get up. I need to check on Amanda. Oh, and Rachel too. Last night, Amanda had gone to the hospital for a checkup. Apart from some bruises, she had no major injuries. Thankfully, Martin had acted in time. Michael hadn't even had a chance to do anything to Amanda before meeting his end. After giving her statement to the police, Amanda was allowed to leave the hospital. Knowing that everyone was exhausted after such a long and eventful day, Martin had taken them all, Wentworth included, back to his Beverly Hills mansion. Except for Chelsea. Martin had Gordon arrange a nice apartment for her and even covered a year's rent, officially settling things with her once and for all. All right, let's get up. Ah. Lindsay let out a startled cry as Martin flipped the blanket off and scooped her up in his arms. My clothes. Where are my clothes? No rush. Let's take a shower first. Martin smirked as he carried her into the bathroom. In the dining room, Rachel McAdams urged Amanda, hurry up and finish breakfast. Let's go for a swim. Amanda, mouth full of fried ham and eggs, mumbled, swim? But we didn't bring swimsuits. You idiot. Rachel lowered her voice. Who said we need swimsuits? You want to seduce Martin? Amanda gasped, only to have Rachel quickly cover her mouth. Ph. Her eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the same woman who was just talking about wanting to be real friends with Lindsay yesterday? What surprised her even more was that Rachel seemed to understand the look in her eyes and said, Yes, I still want to be real friends with Lindsay. But that doesn't mean I can't seduce Martin too, does it? Amanda's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What kind of logic was this? Rachel smirked. I woke up early today and took a walk around this estate. Guess what I saw? Amanda blinked. What? Rachel McAdams exclaimed in amazement. I just saw an absolutely massive dressing room. Amanda playfully bit Rachel's hand. Not too hard, but not too lightly either. Rachel let out a sharp yelp and quickly pulled her hand back. Amanda then said, It's just a giant dressing room. Is that really worth all this mystery? Martin's house is this huge, so isn't it normal to have a massive dressing room? Oh, and by the way, I just got oil all over your hand. It's just a little grease. Rachel nonchalantly grabbed a napkin and wiped her hand, then continued. A dressing room alone wouldn't be anything special, but her expression grew even more mysterious, laced with a hint of shock. Even now, thinking back on it, she still found it hard to believe. Rows upon rows of wardrobes inside that enormous dressing room, each one labeled with a name. It had left her wondering if she was hallucinating. The dressing room is filled with wardrobes, and every single one of them has a name. Lindsay Lohan, Jessica Alba, Miranda Kerr, Charlize Theron, and even. Rachel paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and then continued. Even Nicole Kidman. I have a feeling they're all Martin's women, and they must all know about each other. Otherwise, why would their names be so blatantly displayed on the wardrobes? What the fuck? Amanda's large eyes widened in shock, to the point where she almost looked like a chihuahua. So, if Lindsay doesn't mind sharing Martin with so many women, then she probably wouldn't mind me joining in either, right? What the fuck? I still want to be friends with Lindsay, real friends. But after seeing this mansion, I can't stop myself from wanting to seduce Martin. Amanda, do you think I'm terrible? What the fuck? Amanda, can you stop saying the same thing over and over again? Amanda swallowed hard and blurted out. Who's the crazy one here? Me or you? At that moment, a calm voice greeted them from the dining room entrance. Good morning, ladies. Amanda and Rachel turned to see Wentworth standing there. Good morning, Wentworth. Amanda greeted him as well, then suddenly smirked and whispered to Rachel. Heh, your little plan is doomed now. I don't believe for a second that you dare to skinny dip in front of Wentworth. Rachel shrugged. You're right, I wouldn't dare. Oh well, it's not like I had fully made up my mind anyway. The reason I told you about it was so you'd stop me. Amanda chuckled. Well, at least you sound normal again. Rachel subtly gestured toward Bayou and Heather, who were busy in the kitchen. I wonder what's really going on between those two beauties and Martin. No way they're just maids. They're way too gorgeous. Shut up, they're coming over, Amanda warned. Rachel immediately clammed up. Bayou brought Wentworth his breakfast. Thank you, Wentworth said politely, making sure not to linger his gaze on the beautiful maid. He quickly lowered his head and started eating. Clearly, he also suspected that these two stunning maids had a deeper connection to Martin. Back in the kitchen, Heather whispered to Bayou, who is that handsome guy? Martin rarely brings men to this estate, aside from Gordon and the bodyguards. I asked Gordon last night. Apparently, he's a small-time actor that Martin values. Maybe another guy about to be pulled into the Myers family. Whatever, not my concern, Heather said, clearly uninterested in Wentworth. She was far more intrigued by Rachel and Amanda. Bayou, those two women definitely have their sights set on Martin. Especially Rachel. I knew something was off last night when I saw how she looked at him. It was the same way I look at him. Bayou laughed and whispered back. Heather, at least you're self-aware. Well, of course, I have a mirror. Heather teased. A little while later, Martin and Lindsay finally came downstairs, fully dressed. It had been more than an hour since they woke up, an unusually long time just to freshen up. Seeing Martin and Lindsay appear, Rachel suddenly became more composed and greeted them properly alongside Amanda. Wentworth Miller, on the other hand, was practically bowing like a subordinate meeting his boss. After breakfast, Wentworth tactfully excused himself. He had seen right through Rachel's little schemes, and, though he wasn't sure what Amanda was thinking, he figured it wasn't his place to stay and interfere with Martin's affairs. Martin was pleased with Wentworth's tact. As the actor was about to leave, Martin patted him on the shoulder and said, Get in touch with Say as soon as possible. Oh, and about your car. It's still being held as evidence, so you won't get it back for a few days. I'll have the production crew arrange a ride for you. Thanks a lot. That really helps, Wentworth said sincerely. Martin signaled for a bodyguard to take Wentworth back to his place, then returned to the dining room. Seeing that Amanda had finished her meal, Martin wrapped an arm around Lindsay's shoulders and smiled. Ladies, what's the plan for today? Rachel was just about to speak when Amanda discreetly stepped on her foot, making her shut up immediately. Lindsay perked up with excitement. Martin, how about we go out on the water? Oh, and let's bring Bayou and Heather too. Heather beamed, leaning toward Bayou and whispering. This is why Lindsay is my favorite out of all of Martin's women. She's so generous. Bayou, however, had a different thought. It seems like Martin also favors Lindsay the most. None of Martin's women openly fight, but they all subtly compete with each other, except Lindsay. No one ever targets her. That realization sent a chill down Bayou's spine. She glanced at Lindsay again, her gaze shifting ever so slightly. Could it be that this girl was actually the most calculating and intelligent of them all? Bayou was clearly overthinking things. Lindsay might not be dumb, but she wasn't exactly scheming either. She simply lived to please Martin, to the point where making him happy had become the most important thing in her life. As long as Martin was happy, she was happy, and that was precisely why Martin doted on her so much. Since Lindsay had made the suggestion, Martin readily agreed, and no one else had any objections. Martin glanced at Rachel and Amanda, then turned to Lindsay and said, "They don't have swimsuits. Lend them a couple of your bikinis." "Sure. Rachel, Amanda, come with me." Soon enough, everyone was packed and ready to go, each carrying a small bag as they stepped out of the mansion. Rachel whispered excitedly to Amanda, "Are we going on a yacht? I've never been out to sea before. This is so exciting." "I haven't either," Amanda replied, much calmer by comparison. Bayou and Heather, meanwhile, were deep in a discussion about their bikinis. "Oh no. Heather, are you serious about those bottoms? That's literally just 2 strings. So what? Aside from Martin, it's all girls." "But, no buts. We need to make a move. I can't wait any longer. I want to be Martin's woman." And his confidant, just like Drew Barrymore. "Wow, there's actually a way to get down to the beach here. How did I not notice this before?" Rachel McAdams exclaimed in surprise. She had assumed they'd have to take a car to the marina to reach the yacht. What she hadn't expected was that beneath the luxurious mansion's garden lay a hidden gem, a private beach and an exclusive dock. Once they descended to the beach, a sleek and elegant light blue yacht with a streamlined design came into view, docked at the private pier. Rachel, growing more excited, shouted, "Oh my God, this yacht is gorgeous." Amanda felt a small wave of excitement too, though she maintained her composed demeanor. "Yes, it's quite beautiful." "Damn it, Amanda, can't you at least pretend to share my enthusiasm? Show some excitement." "Oh yay, this yacht is absolutely stunning," Amanda said in an exaggerated, upbeat tone. "That's more like it." Rachel burst into laughter. When they boarded the yacht, Martin had specially changed into a white captain's uniform, complete with a wide-brimmed hat, before heading to the control deck above. "All right, ladies, get ready to set sail." "Yay, let's go. We're heading out to sea." The women erupted in cheers of excitement. Even Amanda couldn't maintain her usual calm demeanor anymore. Rachel couldn't take her eyes off Martin, standing tall in his uniform. Her gaze grew intense as she thought to herself, "This is too much. Uniforms are my weakness." Heather, not far off, was wearing the same expression. "Oh, I can't take it anymore. I need to have him tonight," Heather declared, turning to Bayou. "You have to back me up." "Why do I have to get involved?" Bayou asked, clearly content with her current situation and reluctant to make any bold moves. "Of course you do. That way, if Martin turns me down, I won't be the only one left embarrassed." "Oh, for crying out loud. You're such a—" The yacht glided smoothly over the waves, cutting through the deep blue sea. The women headed to their rooms to change into bikinis. When Heather emerged wearing the bikini she had meticulously picked out, every pair of eyes was drawn to her. At first, Heather blushed under the attention, but she quickly lifted her chin and stood tall. "I've got it, so why not flaunt it? Be jealous, all of you." "Oh my God, Heather, your outfit barely qualifies as clothing," Lindsay exclaimed, pushing her sunglasses up onto her forehead to reveal wide, astonished eyes. Heather's bikini consisted of no more than 4 strings and 3 pieces of fabric barely larger than an infant's palm, leaving very little to the imagination. "This little," Rachel muttered under her breath, cursing Heather before whispering to Amanda, "I knew it. Those 2 maids are definitely not just maids to Martin." Amanda's face reddened. After her initial shock, she couldn't bring herself to look at Heather anymore, and instead turned her gaze toward the control deck. She was particularly curious about Martin's reaction, but she was left disappointed. Standing behind the wheel, Martin wore oversized sunglasses that obscured his eyes, his expression perfectly calm and collected. If Amanda could have seen behind the sunglasses, she would have realized that while Martin appeared to be gazing out at the open sea, his focus had actually shifted downward as he silently admired Heather's stunning figure in great detail. Meanwhile, Heather reclined on a sunbed and called out, "Bayou, help me apply some sunscreen." Bayou, blushing furiously, took the bottle Heather handed her, and carefully began applying sunscreen to her back. She was terrified that if her movements were too large, the tiny scraps of fabric might shift out of place. This girl's ridiculous, Rachel muttered internally before lying down herself. Amanda, help me with sunscreen. I'll do yours after. Oh, all right. Rachel McAdams didn't have the curvy figure of some others, but her body proportions were exquisite. Her legs were long and slender, and her fair skin, a hallmark of her pale complexion, needed extra protection from the sun. Her bikini, a blue two-piece gifted by Lindsay, wasn't particularly revealing. However, perhaps in a deliberate bid to compete with Heather, she had untied the straps, leaving the fabric precariously draped over her chest. One wrong move, and it might slip. This made Amanda just as nervous as Bayou. The two women busied themselves applying sunscreen to their companions, occasionally exchanging glances and breaking into quiet laughter over the absurdity of their situation. Gradually, Amanda began to feel a strange sense of camaraderie with Bayou, as though they shared an unspoken understanding. By now, the yacht had sailed beyond the bay and into the open sea, where the vast ocean stretched endlessly before them. Amanda, momentarily distracted by the breathtaking scenery, accidentally let her hand slip. Two small pieces of fabric went flying. Rachel let out a high-pitched scream, quickly covering her chest as her face turned crimson. Clearly, this girl hasn't mastered the art of keeping her composure. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Amanda apologized, her face flushing bright red. Rachel, meanwhile, was kicking herself for reacting the way she did. I shouldn't have covered up. Everyone on this yacht except Martin is a woman. What's there to be embarrassed about? Even as she berated herself, she snuck a glance at Martin. Standing at the wheel, Martin remained as calm and composed as ever, his gaze fixed ahead as he steered the yacht. In reality, he had seen everything and committed the scene to memory, replaying it over and over in his mind to savor every detail. Truly magnificent. Heather, watching. Rachel, clutching her chest, silently cursed, "This little witch." She then declared, "Do my back next," and flipped over on the sunbed. "Whoa!" Lindsay exclaimed in amazement. Bayou's face was beet red. This string-style bikini might have been passable from the front, but from the back? Well, let's just say you can imagine the rest. At this point, Martin had dropped anchor and stabilized the yacht. He descended the stairs to the deck. "Lindsay, let me help you with the sunscreen," he said with a mischievous smile, taking off his sunglasses. As Martin approached, Rachel felt a mix of excitement, nervousness, and shyness. Her hands, still covering her chest, wavered. She didn't know whether to let go or hold on tighter. In the end, she mimicked Heather, flipping over to have Amanda apply sunscreen to her back instead. The women were all flustered, their thoughts in disarray, except for Lindsay, who was starting to doze off under the soothing coolness of the sunscreen. Heather, Bayou, and Rachel kept stealing glances at Martin, while even Amanda found herself blushing more and more. The atmosphere was electric with tension. Here they all were, barely clothed, standing before Martin. Under the sunlight, Martin's white captain's uniform gleamed brilliantly. His handsome face resembled a masterpiece sculpted by a master artist, and his deep gaze seemed to capture the vastness of the sea itself. Amanda felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerate. She was beginning to understand Rachel. Conquering a man like Martin would undoubtedly bring a woman unparalleled satisfaction and pride. However, Rachel, who was sitting beside her, had become unexpectedly calm. Her gaze alternated between Lindsay and Martin. At this point, Rachel was completely certain Lindsay had no intention of guarding against her, or against any of them. This girl genuinely didn't care if they tried to seduce Martin. Having confirmed Lindsay's attitude, Rachel felt somewhat at a loss. Damn it, what's wrong with me? I was just thinking this morning that this was a golden opportunity. Why am I wavering now? Ugh, why am I like this? Rachel was suddenly restless and frustrated. On the other side of the deck, Heather had no such qualms. She already knew Lindsay's attitude and understood how Martin's other women behaved. This was a happy, big family, and she desperately wanted to be a part of it. And she had to bring Bo along with her. Bo clearly felt the same way, but just wasn't taking the initiative. Someone had to give her a push. Out of the blue, Heather exclaimed, "Martin, could you help Bo apply some sunscreen later?" Bio hadn't even had time to feel embarrassed. Rachel, driven by her competitive streak, immediately interjected, "Martin, could you help Amanda as well?" Huh. Amanda's jaw dropped. She wanted to say, "I don't need it," but the words lingered on the tip of her tongue and refused to come out. Martin chuckled. "Sure, no problem. I've got 2 hands. I can take care of both of you." Amanda swallowed her refusal. Against her will, a small sense of anticipation began to rise within her. Damn it, what's happening to me? But Lindsay didn't seem to mind, did she? If Lindsay didn't mind, why should I? After all, she's my friend. Friends are supposed to share, right? Amanda's mind was a battlefield, with 2 opposing mini-Amandas locked in an intense debate. Bio, on the other hand, blushed furiously but remained silent. She had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. She wanted to get closer to Martin, but just wasn't one to show it. Heather smirked, feeling smug. "See, a little push is all it takes. Hee hee. Tonight, I'll drag you to Martin's room if I have to." Meanwhile, Rachel was cursing inwardly. What have I done? I just handed the opportunity to Amanda. Damn this stupid competitive streak of mine. A moment later, Martin finished applying sunscreen for Lindsay, then beckoned to Amanda and Bio. "Come on, over here." Amanda hesitated, embarrassed, but when she saw Bio walking over, she followed suit. They lay down on either side of Martin, on the deck chairs. Heather propped herself up, watching with keen interest. Rachel, doing the same, glared at Heather. Their eyes met briefly, exchanging less than friendly glances. Martin dutifully applied sunscreen to both Bio and Amanda. Throughout the process, Amanda felt her freckles turning redder than ever. Her heart pounded like a drum, and she couldn't stop her mouth from producing an excess of saliva. Bio handled it better. She was more familiar with Martin and quickly relaxed. After finishing with the sunscreen, Martin stood up, took off his captain's uniform, and, dressed in swim trunks, leapt into the sea. Rachel and Heather immediately rushed to the railings to watch. Splash! Martin emerged from the water like a dolphin, the ocean dripping off his streamlined muscles, making his perfectly proportioned body appear even more alluring. Rachel had just started clapping when applause rang out nearby. It was her. Rachel turned to see Heather smirking smugly at her. Childish," Rachel muttered before deciding to focus on enjoying Martin's swimming skills. It was far more satisfying. Martin's swimming was graceful and fluid, and coupled with his impeccable physique, it left the girls utterly captivated. Amanda, meanwhile, recalled the sensation of Martin applying sunscreen earlier. Her face flushed once more. Suddenly, Rachel's voice startled her. "Amanda, how did it feel earlier?" Amanda nearly jumped out of her skin. "Damn it! You scared me," she exclaimed before attempting to play it cool. "It didn't feel like anything." "Yeah, right," Rachel scoffed, rolling her eyes. Before long, Lindsay woke from her nap and, after spotting Martin, excitedly jumped into the water. "Come swim, ladies," she called. The 4 girls exchanged glances, all visibly tempted. Under Heather's lead and spurred on by Rachel's competitiveness, they all joined Martin and Lindsay in the blue sea, frolicking together. Amanda and Bio weren't strong swimmers, so they clung to float rings. Martin grinned mischievously and dove underwater. Moments later, the girls' shrieks filled the air. After the playful chaos, everyone's bond seemed to deepen, even Heather and Rachel managing to exchange a few words. That evening, Martin anchored the yacht in a sheltered bay, and everyone prepared to spend the night aboard. Later that night, Heather decided it was time. She calculated when Martin and Lindsay's activities had likely concluded and, sure enough, dragged Bio toward Martin's room. Halfway there, they bumped into Rachel, who was dragging Amanda along. Both sides froze. Heather smirked. "Where are you 2 headed? Wandering around this late?" Rachel lifted her chin. "Wherever you're going, we're going too." "Problem? What's all this noise about?" "Just coming already," said Lindsay, opening the door in her pajamas. She yawned and scolded them with the air of a proper matriarch. For a moment, neither Heather nor Rachel dared retort. "What are you waiting for? Get in," Lindsay urged again. Rachel glanced back nervously, her face flushed. All 4 of us." Lindsay chuckled. "Scared? I'm not scared." Rachel puffed out her chest and marched in, dragging Amanda behind her. Heather, not to be outdone, pulled Bio along and entered as well. Inside, They all gathered around Martin's table for an intense game of poker. Martin emerged victorious, sweeping up every last chip. The next morning, Martin woke up looking refreshed. He glanced back at the bed, smiled faintly, and left the room. By noon, Lindsay drove Rachel and Amanda back to the film set. In the mansion's dressing room, 2 new wardrobes had been opened, bearing the names Rachel McAdams and Amanda Seyfried. Time marched into September. Both The Bourne Identity and Spider-Man had concluded their theatrical runs, achieving stellar results. The Bourne Identity, domestic box office of $342 million, global box office of $491 million. Its overseas performance lagged behind its domestic success. Spider-Man, domestic box office of $412 million, global box office of $935 million, with both domestic and overseas sales being explosive. Spider-Man temporarily claimed the title of the highest-grossing film of 2002. The Lord of the Rings was considered a 2001 film as it was released in December 2001. However, the temporary tag was significant because Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, still in theaters, was expected to surpass it. Additionally, December's The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers was predicted to make a strong showing. In fact, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone had already grossed over $400 million domestically and still had a month of theatrical release left. Meanwhile, another big event loomed in. September. Martin turned 16. In the U.S., 16 is an important milestone, old enough to apply for a driver's license and, in many respects, be considered an adult by law. On September 2nd, Grant and Linda Myers hosted a grand Sweet 16 party for their son at the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Welcome to ABC News Hourly program. We bring you an exclusive story from Hollywood. This evening, Grant and Linda Myers will host a coming-of-age party for their son, the American genius, Martin Myers. Hollywood executives, producers, directors, stars, as well as numerous bankers and financiers, have all gathered at the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills to witness this genius stepping into adulthood. Notable political figures such as senior Washington advisor Robert Putnam, White House media liaison Chervinton, and the leaders of both the Democratic and Republican parties have reportedly attended the event as well. Additionally, the president of the Motion Picture Association of America, Mike Valeni, has been spotted and will deliver the opening speech at Martin's Sweet 16. The official celebration will begin in 1 hour, and ABC News has secured the exclusive rights to live broadcast this event. ABC reportedly spent $2 million to secure the exclusive broadcast rights, outbidding competitors. At the hotel's red carpet entrance, the atmosphere rivaled that of the Oscars. Male stars like Bruce Willis, Tom Hanks, Robert De Niro, and Leonardo DiCaprio mingled and laughed. Female stars, including Nicole Kidman, Charlize Theron, Jessica Alba, Scarlett Johansson, and Drew Barrymore, dazzled the crowd. Visionary directors George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, James Cameron, and Peter Jackson were also in attendance. Even the Harry Potter trio, fresh off their U.S. press tour, were invited. "Wow, so many celebrities!" exclaimed Rupert Grint, wide-eyed and amazed as they entered the grand garden at the back of the hotel. Emma Watson gave him a disdainful slap. "Don't embarrass us. We're celebrities too. Why else would Martin invite us?" Daniel Radcliffe straightened his small suit with a proud grin, trying to embody the demeanor of a celebrity. Just then, Martin's warm voice came from behind them. "I didn't invite you because you're celebrities. I invited you because you're my friends." "Martin." At the sound of Martin's voice, Emma Watson immediately forgot her companions and lunged toward him. Startled, Martin instinctively caught her. Whoa, take it easy." Rupert Grint muttered under his breath. "Sheesh, and she called me embarrassing. This is way worse." Burying her face in Martin's chest, Emma Watson smiled mischievously. "Harry's advice worked like a charm. Now I have a story to boast about. I got hugged by Martin, hee. During the filming of Harry Potter, Prince Harry frequently dropped by the set, claiming he wanted to ensure the film based on his namesake wasn't botched. Though his visits were often disruptive to the production, Harry had bonded with the trio, frequently giving them wild advice, like the one Emma had clearly taken to heart. "Martin smells amazing," Emma thought dreamily, clinging to him longer than necessary. her emotions swirling with newfound affection. At 12 years old, Emma was just beginning to experience the stirrings of a first crush. Meeting someone like Martin at such a pivotal time in her life could be both a blessing and a curse. A blessing, because she had formed a close friendship with him, a dream for any young Hollywood actor. A curse, because Martin's excellence had set her romantic expectations impossibly high for the future. Meanwhile, Martin was caught off guard by Emma's strong emotions. He hadn't used any magic to influence her feelings, yet her affection was so intense. But now, he decided not to let it go to waste. A faint trace of magic seeped from Martin into Emma, subtly deepening her feelings. It wasn't enough to plant a love seed, but it was the beginning of a gradual transformation. Emma, from now on, I'll make sure you never turn into the insufferable person you became in the original timeline, Martin thought to himself. Emma felt her heart swell with even stronger attachment to Martin. She didn't understand why, but she wanted to stay close to him and trust him completely. Martin, she whispered, almost unconsciously. How long do you think she'll hold on? Rupert grumbled with a pout. I don't think she's letting go anytime soon. Daniel Radcliffe replied with a shrug, equally displeased. Martin's not just hers. I want a hug too. Well, too late now. Should have been quicker. Ugh, this sucks. I should have reacted faster. It turns out, the saying was true. At 12, girls are dreaming of romance, while boys are still just playing in the dirt. Emma Watson finally let go of Martin. While she felt she could hold on to Martin forever, her body didn't agree. Look at those skinny arms of hers. Did she really want to render them useless? Oh, thank God it's over, grumbled Rupert Grint in annoyance. Emma's face flushed red. She had momentarily forgotten she wasn't alone. Rupert and Daniel were right next to her. But there was no way Emma would admit any fault on her part. Lifting her chin with pride, she said smugly, "Humph. I was just tired and leaning on Martin to rest for a bit. Why didn't you call me sooner?" Rupert pointed at himself, then at Emma, utterly incredulous. Was it even possible for someone to be this shameless? He turned to Daniel for backup, only to discover that Daniel had seized the opportunity to sneak over to Martin, leaving Rupert behind. Traitor, Rupert thought bitterly as he watched Daniel chatting with Martin, even getting his hair ruffled affectionately. Rupert fumed. I was the first of the three of us to meet Martin. I'm his best friend. Without a second thought, Rupert shoved past Emma to rush toward Martin. Emma, now ignoring Rupert's boorish actions, was still savoring the memory of hugging Martin. But then her eyes widened in shock. A blonde girl about Emma's age was running toward Martin, calling his name excitedly. Her radiant smile lit up her face as she dashed into his arms, mimicking Emma's earlier actions. Martin lifted her into a playful spin. In Emma's mind, there was only one word, no? Elizabeth, where are your two sisters? Martin asked. Oh, they're mingling with the adults. I have no interest in listening to all that boring flattery. Elizabeth Olsen replied cheerfully. Fair enough. It is dull. Let me introduce you to some friends. Emma, Daniel, Rupert, come over here. Why is my name always last? Rupert muttered. Shut up. Emma snapped at him before plastering on a sweet smile as she walked toward Elizabeth. As soon as Elizabeth noticed Emma, she, too, put on a similarly sweet smile, extending her hand. The two girls shook hands gently, their voices polite and soft. Hi, I'm Emma Watson. You can call me Emma. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Olsen. You can call me Elizabeth. Nice to meet you too. Martin couldn't help but smile. Little girls these days were surprisingly precocious. Rupert, dumbfounded, turned to Daniel. Is that Emma? Daniel was rubbing his eyes. If we're not seeing things, then yes, that's Emma. I can't believe Emma has this side to her. Why have we never seen it before? Probably because we don't count as her rivals, Daniel said knowingly, though his understanding was half-baked. In this moment, he recalled something his mother had once said. A woman's rivalry is all smiles on the surface, but deep down, they're ready to tear each other apart. Rupert, still oblivious, asked, Rivals? But they seem so friendly. That's only because you can't sense the tension between them. Daniel sighed. Elizabeth, how long have you known Martin? I met him when I was 10 during the auditions for Harry Potter. Emma began. Oh, really? I've known him since I was 7 or 8. I attended the premiere of The Parent Trap and even got his autograph. Oh, and I acted in the sequel as the lead. Is that so? I haven't seen it. What's your favorite book of Martin's? Mine is Harry Potter. Just Harry Potter? Elizabeth covered her mouth with a ladle-like chuckle. I love all of Martin's works, including Twilight. Damn it. Emma realized she was losing ground. Dropping the pretense, she retorted angrily. You're lying. My mom says Twilight isn't suitable for kids. Elizabeth chuckled again, tilting her swan-like neck as though she had won a battle. My mom and sisters don't stop me from reading Martin's books, even Twilight. And, Elizabeth added, giving Emma a sly, fox-like glance before delivering the final blow. Martin once promised to make me his girlfriend when I grow up. What? Emma was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She immediately turned to find Martin and demand an explanation, only to realize he had disappeared. The art of charm rule number 1. Never stick around when women start arguing. You'll end up caught in the crossfire. Rupert and Daniel, however, weren't so lucky. Rupert, Daniel, how can you just stand there and watch? Aren't you going to help me? Emma demanded. Help with what? Rupert asked, clueless. Daniel, on the other hand, looked as though he regretted every life choice leading up to this moment. I should have left when Martin did. She probably wants us to help her argue, Daniel muttered. Elizabeth curtsied gracefully to the boys, flashing a sweet smile that instantly won their favor. Rupert grinned foolishly at her. Argue? With who? Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth politely. With me, of course. Huh. Rupert blinked in confusion. What a disgrace. Emma stomped her foot in frustration before storming off, leaving the boys behind. Elizabeth waved cheerfully at them. Keep in touch. Remember, my name is Elizabeth. Come visit me when you're in America. Halfway through their walk, Rupert slapped his forehead in frustration. Oh no, I forgot to get her contact information. Emma stomped on his foot. You idiot. She was just being polite. How do you know? Rupert asked, baffled. Daniel glanced at Emma, then recalled Elizabeth's warm, composed demeanor. He shook his head. The difference in their approach was clear. For once, the little lioness Emma had met her match. Thinking about how Emma used to boss them around, Daniel suddenly felt an odd sense of relief. It was as if all his pent-up frustration had vanished. On the second-floor terrace of the hotel, Nicole, dressed in a fitted red evening gown, glanced at Charlize, who was wearing a loose-flowing dress. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. My God, how much weight have you gained? 30 pounds. Charlize sighed, lamenting the loss of her once svelte figure. At the same time, she felt a certain pride. How many Hollywood actresses would be willing to make such a sacrifice? Good heavens, you're so hard on yourself. Nicole admitted to herself that she could never go to such extremes. It might have been Charlize's harrowing childhood that shaped her. Charlize Theron stood out among Hollywood actresses as someone who wasn't afraid to push her limits. For most actresses, beauty was their ultimate lifeline. It was different for male actors. In Hollywood, the road for men was wider. Take Jake Gyllenhaal, for instance. He was slender and pale in Brokeback Mountain, but in Southpaw, he built a body rippling with muscles for his role as a boxer. Chris Hemsworth, famous for portraying Thor, gained 20 pounds of muscle, only to shed 60 pounds to play a starving sailor in the heart of the sea. Christian Bale needed no introduction, a Hollywood icon known for his incredible transformations. Then there were Jared Leto, Matthew McConaughey, Tom Hanks, Chris Pratt, Edward Norton, and Michael Fassbender, all of whom had gained or lost dramatic amounts of weight for their roles. But for actresses, it was different. A decline in beauty often meant losing lucrative endorsements for cosmetics, jewelry, and fashion, as well as their influential supporters in the industry. Charlize's determination to take on Monster was a testament to her grit, especially considering she hadn't even met Martin back then. There are so many people here. Nicole leaned against the railing, looking down at the crowd. Charlize smiled. Martin is now a top-tier player in Hollywood. Anyone invited would find it hard to decline. I heard that a single invitation went for $100,000 on the black market. Many actresses have reportedly paid with their bodies just to be the date of someone who got an invite. Shaking her head, she added, Thank God for Martin. Otherwise, who knows, I might have been one of them. Nicole reassured her with a smile. Don't overthink it. Focus on Monster. Once you win the Oscar, you'll join the ranks of top-tier actresses and have more power in the industry. Charlize shook her head. No matter how hard an actress works, It's almost impossible to achieve the same level of influence as male actors in Hollywood. Connections and allies are essential. Even Sherry Lansing, who rose to become the CEO of Paramount, had powerful backers. That senator who supported her is Hollywood's open secret, though everyone pretends not to know. That senator is retiring in 2005. Do you think Sherry Lansing can hold on to her position then? Nicole speculated. I'm not sure. What I do know is that I won't be retiring before Martin. That's the benefit of having a younger ally. The two women laughed at this. Suddenly, commotion erupted near the hotel entrance. A white-haired elderly man tried to force his way inside, but was restrained by security. As they dragged him away, the man struggled and shouted at the top of his lungs. Murderer! Martin Myers is a murderer. He killed my son, Michael Gargiulo. Boom. The reporters gathered outside the hotel instantly perked up. Cameras flashed, and voices clamored for answers. Who did Martin kill? My son, Michael Gargiulo. The man cried out, his voice filled with anguish. The reporters jotted the name down eagerly. Why did he kill your son? He's a murderer. A butcher. A hypocritical scumbag, the old man shouted, but he failed to provide any clear evidence. Before the reporters could press further, security covered his mouth and hurriedly escorted him away. Meanwhile, word of the disturbance reached the banquet hall. Guests exchanged hushed whispers as the news spread. Martin frowned and scanned the room for his PR manager, Ivanka. Martin, do you need assistance? A deep voice came from behind him. Martin turned to see Shivantan, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit with perfectly groomed hair. He was the White House liaison. Martin's mind raced. His relationship with the White House had always been strained. He had openly opposed their war in Afghanistan, a stance that time had proven correct. But that made him a target. When the powers that be can't silence the wrong decision, they often choose to target the right person instead. If no one's right, then everyone's wrong. If everyone's wrong, then no one's wrong. That's politics. It's not about right or wrong. It's about who holds more power. After a moment's thought, Martin spotted Ivanka rushing toward him. He smiled at Shivantan. No need. I can handle this myself. He excused himself and walked toward Ivanka. As Martin departed, Shivantan's expression darkened. He retreated to a corner, pulled out his phone, and made a call. Martin refused our goodwill. Proceed with the plan. Make this a bigger scandal. And ensure that both the LAPD and Hollywood PD stay silent for now. We can't afford them speaking out in his favor. On the other end of the line, a voice responded, Understood. The LAPD chief is nearing retirement and doesn't want to get involved. He's conveniently gone fishing. Shivantan sneered. What a foolish decision. The Hollywood PD chief is on board. He's agreed to delay the press conference for 2 weeks. That's the best he can do. 2 weeks is plenty, Shivantan said coldly. Have the FBI apply pressure on Martin. It's time to teach that young man a lesson. The voice on the phone hesitated before adding, Shivantan, don't you think the president is taking this too far? Isn't this just creating unnecessary enemies? No, Shivantan replied firmly. The president is simply using Martin as an example to warn those who might step out of line. And Martin will only suffer a scare. The Myers family won't make a big deal out of this. While Shivantan was making his phone call, Martin was pulling Ivanka into a corner to discuss the PR strategy for the situation. What's going on? Ivanka asked urgently. Why is someone accusing you of killing his son? Because I actually did, Martin replied calmly. What? Ivanka gasped, lowering her voice in shock. Martin quickly explained the backstory, walking her through the details. Only then did Ivanka relax. So, it was a murderer, and you acted in self-defense, she concluded. In Ivanka's view, the act of killing wasn't the issue. It was about the why and who. For instance, Martin had killed 2 robbers during the Manhattan Bank heist. Instead of facing criticism, he became a celebrated American hero. This sounds like a grieving father acting out emotionally. If the police clarify the situation, that should resolve everything, Ivanka said confidently. But Martin shook his head. I think. Martin's mind flashed to Shivantan's cold, calculating expression. This isn't so simple. What do you mean? Ivanka, phone in hand, hesitated. Shivantan, the White House liaison, just approached me, offering to help resolve this, Martin explained, recounting their earlier conversation. Ivanka's expression turned serious. her brows furrowing as she processed the implications. Born into a politically connected family, Ivanka was no stranger to the nuances of power and influence. In a country like the United States, where politics and business were deeply intertwined, her upbringing had given her a keen sense for detecting hidden agendas. President Bush has been under heavy pressure lately, Ivanka noted. The Afghanistan war isn't wrapping up as quickly as expected, and Congress has been grilling him about it. I know him fairly well. He has a stubborn personality. When people oppose him, he doubles down. He sees it as a matter of proving them wrong. In other words, he's hard-headed, Martin quipped internally. He's backed by oil magnates and arms manufacturers, so it's inevitable that his presidency will feature more wars. But with mounting opposition in Congress, he'll need a scapegoat to deflect some of the pressure. Ivanka trailed off, her eyes meeting Martin's. So I'm the convenient scapegoat? Martin chuckled dryly. Ivanka nodded. It seems that way. Martin delved into his memories. This timeline's President Bush had become one of the most controversial U.S. leaders. His initial popularity after the 9/11 attacks had skyrocketed, with approval ratings exceeding 85%. However, this peak was short-lived. As his administration dragged the country into prolonged wars and mishandled domestic policies, public opinion plummeted. By 2006, his approval ratings had dipped to around 40%, hitting a record low for a U.S. president. Despite this, Bush managed to secure re-election in 2004, largely because no one else wanted to inherit the quagmire of the Afghanistan conflict. Over his 2 terms, he became widely disliked, not only domestically but globally. A poll of 21 major countries revealed that most viewed Bush's foreign policies as a threat to global security. One survey even named him the second greatest threat to world peace, just behind Osama bin Laden and ahead of North Korea's Kim Jong-il. Martin concluded that Bush's re-election was likely inevitable in this timeline too. No one wanted to step into his mess. This meant Martin couldn't afford to alienate the president completely. But at the same time, he couldn't retract his anti-war stance without damaging his credibility. If compromise wasn't an option, there was only one path left: strategy. Martin smiled faintly. Ivanka, contact the LAPD and Hollywood police first. Then, ask your father if he can help arrange a meeting with President Bush. You want to compromise with him? Ivanka asked, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. That could harm your reputation. As your PR manager, I can't support this decision. Martin caught the subtle shift in her emotions and shook his head. No, I'm not compromising. I'm persuading him. Ivanka let out a small breath of relief. That's going to be difficult, she admitted. But it's worth trying, isn't it? Besides, Martin's gaze sharpened. He can't take me down. I just want to avoid having a president constantly targeting me. Ivanka smiled. This was the Martin she admired. Confident and unshakable, as if nothing in the world could defeat him. 10 minutes later, Ivanka hung up the phone. You were right. We're definitely being targeted. The LAPD chief is conveniently on a fishing trip, and the Hollywood police chief rejected the request to expedite their investigation. He claims it needs to follow the usual process. Ivanka laughed at the absurdity. The Hollywood police are basically glorified security guards for celebrities. You've donated so much money to them over the years. Idiots, Martin muttered, shaking his head. Don't bother with the LAPD chief. He's about to retire and isn't worth the effort. Focus on contacting your father. I'll make a call of my own. Hello, Officer Paul. Is now a good time to talk? Paul immediately caught on and spoke softly. Mr. Martin, please hold on a moment. After a brief pause, his voice returned through the receiver. Now we can talk. Paul, the body cam footage and warehouse surveillance video, I asked you to back up last time. Did you do it? Of course. How could I ignore a task entrusted to me by you, Mr. Martin? Good. Send the backup to my email. By the way, your current rank is squad leader, right? No, my position is squad leader, but my rank is already captain. Got it. Are you ready for a promotion? What? I'm ready. Thank you, sir. Martin chuckled. I'm not your boss. To me, you are. Note, police ranks vary across the U.S. For example, New York has 10 ranks. Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, Assistant Deputy Commissioner, Deputy Chief, Inspector, Assistant Inspector, Captain, Lieutenant, Sergeant, Officer. Los Angeles has 9. Chief, deputy chief, commander, captain, lieutenant, detective, sergeant, corporal, officer. After ending his call with Paul, Martin noticed Ivanka smiling at him. "What's up?" He glanced at himself, wondering if something was amiss. "Nothing. I just like seeing you exude this aura of control over everything. I didn't expect you to have a backup plan ready," Ivanka said, smiling. "Just a little habit of mine," Martin said, shrugging nonchalantly. "It's a great habit," Ivanka praised. "What did your father say?" Martin asked. "Don't worry. He agreed to help arrange a meeting between you and President Bush." That night, after the coming-of-age party ended and the guests had left, 3 generations of the Myers family gathered in a hotel conference room. Martin's grandfather, Chuck Myers, was a distinguished-looking man. At 65 years old, he was full of energy, maintained a great physique, and carried himself with commanding presence in his suit. "So you're saying that the troublemaker is the father of the murderer you killed, and he's backed by Bush's people?" "That's likely the case," Martin replied. Chuck scoffed. "Don't worry, child. The Myers family may not be among America's elite, but we're no pushovers either. If Bush thinks we're an easy target, he's mistaken." Chuck shook his head dismissively. "I'll have a word with some friends." Indeed, it's time to apply some pressure on the man in the White House. Using Martin to intimidate his opposition? "Laughable," said Grant Myers, Martin's father, indignantly. But Chuck shot him a glare. "And whose fault is it that we're in this situation?" Chuck had always been dissatisfied with his son's mediocrity. At over 40 years old, Grant was just a manager in J.P. Morgan Chase's investment office. But his opinion of Martin was the complete opposite. To Chuck, Martin was leagues ahead of his father, capable and decisive. Grant sulked silently. This was precisely why he had been reluctant to take over the family business. His father was insufferable. Martin, however, understood why President Bush was using him as the chicken to scare the monkeys. Martin's fame and the Myers family's moderate influence made them a perfect target, not too insignificant to make an impact, but not powerful enough to be untouchable. Even now, as Chuck plotted his response, Bush's advisors must have anticipated it. Clearly, Bush was prepared to withstand the Myers family's counterattack, likely viewing it as a mere nuisance compared to the weight of the oil and weapons industries backing him. "Grandpa, there's no need to mobilize your network. I've decided to meet with President Bush," Martin said. "What's there to talk about with him?" Grant asked, baffled. "That guy's personality is impossible to reason with. Are you planning to compromise your stance?" Martin smirked, his tone calm but confident. "Don't worry, I wouldn't gamble with my reputation. I have my methods, and I'll convince him." Even Chuck was intrigued. He scrutinized his grandson, noting his sharp features, commanding posture, and unshakable confidence. Finally, he smiled. "The eagle of the Myers family has grown. Go ahead, test your wings," Chuck said with pride. He guessed that Martin might have uncovered some dirt on Bush, but offered a word of caution. "Just remember, politics should be handled politically. Don't resort to anything else. I know you have a mercenary group." "Relax, Grandpa," Martin assured him. "What? Mercenary group?" Grant exclaimed in surprise. "Is there something I don't know?" Chuck gave him a disdainful look. "You're unaware of many things. My grandson is far more decisive than you are. A true Myers." Grant, now irritated, shot back. "Well, my son is better than your son. Why don't you acknowledge that?" For once, Chuck was at a loss for words. Martin suppressed a laugh and quickly changed the subject. "Grandpa, does our family support the Democrats or the Republicans? We're businessmen. We bet on both sides. Never put all your eggs in one basket. Remember, Martin, committing to a side too early is a foolish move. The Myers family stands with the winners." Martin pondered for a moment before saying, "In the next election, I want to support the Democrats." Chuck frowned. "Don't let your anger cloud your judgment, Martin. Bush is likely to win re-election." "I know. That's why I want to place an early bet," Martin explained. "Oh, you already have a candidate in mind?" "Who?" Chuck's eyes lit up with interest. "Barack Hussein Obama," Martin said. Chuck's brow furrowed. "That up-and-coming senator from Illinois? A black man. You're betting he'll win in 2008. "Exactly. Since Bush is practically guaranteed to win in 2004, why get involved? Instead, let's use that opportunity to express dissatisfaction with Bush and extend goodwill to the Democrats. It's a win-win." What makes you so certain Obama will win in 2008? Chuck asked, puzzled. Because he's black, Martin replied calmly, but with conviction. Chuck was stunned. He thought of recent political trends and the growing unrest within the black community. Political compromise was inevitable, and what better way to appease that unrest than by electing a black president? Given his background and political profile, Obama was the perfect candidate. Chuck was struck by Martin's strategic foresight and nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Grant was rambling on about racial politics. The importance of black voters is growing. They just keep having kids. At this rate, the world will be overrun by those. N-word hard R. Shut up, Chuck, barked. Grant fell silent. Chuck turned back to Martin with a smile. Your idea is excellent. I'll back you, Grant. The next day, news about Martin killing someone spread like wildfire. It wasn't just tabloids reporting the story. Even major authoritative media outlets picked it up, making it clear there was a deliberate push behind the coverage. Shortly after, the FBI showed up at Martin's door. Mr. Martin, we need your assistance in an investigation. Please come with us. Don't worry, the Los Angeles FBI won't falsely accuse an innocent person. We just have a few questions, and you'll be back soon. The head of the FBI's Los Angeles division personally arrived at Martin's home, extending a surprising level of courtesy. Though higher authorities had issued the order, he was careful not to antagonize Martin or the influential Myers family behind him. For President Little B, offending the Myers family might have limited repercussions. He could leave office and retreat to the protection of his family's oil and defense industry empire. But for someone like the local FBI chief, it was a different story. The Myers family wielded significant influence on the West Coast, and the division's budget had benefited more than once from their donations. The last thing the chief wanted was to jeopardize his own career. So, not only did he personally visit, but he also chose his words carefully, even using please to convey that no undue pressure would be applied. Grant, Martin's father, who was at home to lend his son support, sneered and said, Martin isn't going anywhere today. If you have questions, ask them here. Grant, who was used to being criticized like a child by his own father, suddenly exuded a commanding presence, scolding the FBI chief as if the latter were the subordinate. 1. Under Grant's intimidating stance, the FBI chief was sweating bullets. Bound by his orders, but wary of the Myers family's wrath, he reluctantly conceded. All right, Mr. Martin, we'll conduct the questioning here instead. But Martin smiled calmly and interjected, no rush. Why don't you sit down and watch some TV first? Martin's tone was calm, yet carried an unyielding authority, making even the FBI chief feel that Martin's presence was more commanding than his father's. Unconsciously, the chief sat down on the sofa as directed. Grant chuckled and signaled the housekeeper, Mrs. Alanda, to serve the guest a cup of coffee. Moments later, a breaking news broadcast began on the TV. Last night, during Martin Myers' coming-of-age celebration, a man named Wilson Gagilo caused a major disturbance, accusing Martin of being a murderer who killed his son, Michael Gagilo. In response, the Hollywood Police Department has issued an official statement. Let's hear what group leader Paul Michael has to say about the incident. The camera cut to Paul Michael, dressed in his police uniform. With a stern expression, he addressed the reporters. Yes, it's true, Martin killed someone. The first sentence sent shockwaves across America, leaving everyone stunned. Even President Little B was caught off guard. He thought, wait a minute, I only asked you to apply pressure, not to outright convict the guy? But Paul Michael's next words turned the situation on its head. After receiving a report from Ms. Lindsay, we rushed to the scene. Martin, being friends with Ms. Lindsay, was also there to assist. Following a trail of clues, we discovered the suspect at a warehouse. While attempting to apprehend him, the suspect, Michael Gagilo, suddenly charged out and attacked our officers. In his attempt to escape, he also tried to harm Ms. Lindsay. At that moment, Martin, who was standing beside her, acted to protect her. He kicked the suspect, which resulted in his death. According to my official report and the police department's findings, Martin is completely innocent. His actions were in defense of others. In fact, he's a hero. Paul Michael's statement flipped the narrative 180 degrees. Martin, initially painted as a killer, was now hailed as a protector, saving a woman's life. Fans of Martin erupted in celebration, flooding the internet with cheers of support. However, skeptics were quick to voice doubts. Everyone knows Martin is a billionaire. Who's to say this cop wasn't paid off? I don't buy it. Rich people always find a way to do whatever they want. Was the situation really that critical? Maybe Martin just enjoys playing hero under the guise of self-defense. Meanwhile, in Washington, Little B scowled as he called his aide, Chervington. With his signature Texan cowboy drawl, he demanded, "Buddy, what the hell's going on? Didn't you say the local cops were under control?" Chervington, caught off guard, deflected. "That's what Claude told me. He assured me everything was handled." Who knew Hollywood PD had people loyal to Martin? Clearly, this wasn't over yet. The FBI supervisor stayed with Martin and Grant throughout the news broadcast. After watching, he immediately expressed his stance. "Mr. Martin, I fully believe in your innocence. Rest assured, my colleagues are just following protocol with a routine inquiry." Martin waved his hand and said, "No rush. I have 2 more videos here. Perhaps you might want to take a look first." He gestured to Gordon, who had been quietly standing in the living room without making his presence known. Gordon immediately walked over, carrying a laptop, and placed it in front of the FBI supervisor. Martin personally operated the computer and opened 2 video files on the desktop. One video was from a police body cam, showing in detail everything Martin and the police did at the warehouse. It also included Michael Gargiulo's attack on the police during his escape and a close-up of his body. The other was warehouse surveillance footage, offering a bird's-eye view of the entire scene. It captured Michael Gargiulo attacking the police and charging at Lindsay Lohan, only to be kicked to death by Martin. While this footage lacked clarity and sound, it complemented the first video. The FBI supervisor glanced at Martin in surprise, then nodded. "I understand. There's no need for my team to come over. Martin, you're innocent. The evidence is irrefutable." Martin smiled, patting the man's shoulder. The middle-aged FBI supervisor showed an expression of excitement and gratitude, as though receiving encouragement from a superior. Grant, observing this, was baffled. Is my son's personal charm really this strong? Of course, this was the effect of Martin's demonic aura. Martin nodded and said, "Good. Take these 2 videos with you. It's better for the FBI to release them to the media, more credible for the public." "Understood. I'll notify the media as soon as I return. These videos will air tonight. I'll take my leave now, Mr. Martin." "Go ahead. And remember, get a good price for them," Martin quipped. The FBI supervisor gave a knowing smile. News this sensational? Major media outlets would pay handsomely for it. From noon until evening, the internet was in chaos. Initially, Martin's fans dominated online discussions. Then, the media, ever eager to stir the pot, interviewed Michael Gargiulo's father, Wilson Gargiulo. The sight of an elderly father weeping on camera over his son's tragic death undoubtedly stirred public emotions. It was clear that President Little Bush had intervened again. Online debates turned evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. That was until 8 p.m., when the 2 videos provided by the FBI aired on ABC's primetime news. The truth came to light. Martin's heroic actions were proven beyond doubt. Criticism of Martin vanished from the internet. How many of those dissenting voices had been Little Bush's hired trolls remained unknown. A post titled, "He's not a killer, he's a hero," climbed to the top of Yahoo's forums. The post declared, "From Martin shooting a cheetah to save Peter Jackson and his friends, to saving Michael Jackson at the German charity concert, to risking his life during a bank robbery to rescue 3 girls, and now to killing a murderer to protect Lindsay. Martin has never been a killer. Every time he acted, it was out of necessity. He's like a superhero in the comics, risking his life to protect those around him. And yet, such a person is being slandered? Utterly laughable. Batman has faced slander. Spider-Man has faced slander. Even Iron Man has faced slander. In both comics and reality, why do we always hurt our superheroes? Is it due to the schemes of malicious individuals, or the blind obedience of ignorant masses? To those who question, mock, and insult, listen carefully. No matter what, we will not let our superheroes be harmed again. Let's stand together to protect Martin, our superhero. In reality, I may just be a small, insignificant person, but online, my keyboard is my weapon. I stand for Martin. Below the post were countless replies, building to over 10,000 comments. No matter what, I stand for Martin. No matter what, I stand for Martin. No matter what, I stand for Martin. Martin saw the post and immediately called Ivanka. Was this post made by our team? Well done. Ivanka, sounding slightly embarrassed, replied, It wasn't. It's a spontaneous post by a fan. We just pushed the post to higher visibility. Honestly, even without us, it would have gone viral. She then spoke with growing excitement. Martin, this incident led us to reassess your online support rate. It's a terrifying number. When it comes to building a digital presence, you're ahead of everyone. Your foresight is incredible. She hesitated briefly before adding, By the way, can we meet tonight? I have some minor updates to report. Upon hearing Martin agree on the phone, Ivanka pumped her fist in excitement. That night's work meeting was successful, progressive, and deeply meaningful. For the next 7 days, Martin was swamped. Following his coming-of-age ceremony, all his collected treasures had arrived, and he had to personally ensure their safekeeping. 1-on-1, 3-on-1, 4-player bouts, full tables. Whatever the situation, he was thoroughly exhausted. Thankfully, as a succubus, he could endure. Were he an ordinary person, he'd already be buried, rather than heading to Washington to meet Little Bush. When Little Bush met Martin, he acted as though nothing had happened, as if the prior incident had nothing to do with him. No matter what people said about Little Bush's IQ, his thick skin certainly qualified him to lead the United States. Welcome, welcome. It's a pity you didn't personally come to receive your medal last time. Haha, I've been wanting to meet you, Mr. Bush. Unfortunately, timing never worked out. Today, I finally have the chance. You're as dashing as ever, truly a former soldier. Martin greeted him with the poise of a seasoned politician. Internally, both men were disdainful of each other. Little Bush, this little brat. Martin, this old bastard. With smiles all around, Little Bush invited Martin to sit. Mr. Martin, I only have 20 minutes. What brings you here? Mr. Bush, I heard the Texas Oil Group is bidding for offshore oil fields in the UAE. As they spoke, Martin subtly released his demonic aura. Little Bush's expression shifted, from cordial to shocked and angry, then back to cordial. By the end, they hugged like lifelong friends. Martin left with a smile. Getting Bush on his side was just part of the plan. Since the other party made a move against him, Martin wouldn't let it slide. Compensation was in order. Just moments ago, he had coaxed all the details about the UAE offshore oil field bidding from Little Bush. And since he had some spare cash lying around, why not join the game? The oil field bidding was still some time away. Martin tasked his think tank with analyzing the bidding process while asking his father to help scout for a suitable oil company. Energy has always been one of the most lucrative industries in the world and the most effective in securing political influence. After recent events, Martin realized that the protective talismans surrounding him were still insufficient. As a capitalist, his only option was to keep moving forward, ensuring he wouldn't be bullied or swallowed up by others. This is the very nature of capital itself. On the set of Bruce Almighty, inside a grand banquet hall, Martin climbed the stairs with a wine bottle in one hand and a glass in the other, exuding confidence and elegance in every step. Amid the cheerful greetings of the crowd, he poured himself a drink, then raised the glass and spoke in a tone of absolute control. Bless you. Bless all of you. Bless every single one of you. This year has been extraordinary. With just 2 sentences, he perfectly captured the demeanor of a successful man at the peak of his career. Beneath his composed delivery was an undertone of madness. Yes, madness. Director Todd Phillips was immensely satisfied. After all, how could a regular person suddenly gain godlike powers without a hint of madness? In the next scene, Martin had to transition his emotions to portray heartbreak and frustration after his wife left him. She's gone. Grace has left me. Lying lazily on the couch, Martin delivered this line with such melancholy in his striking blue eyes that it struck a chord of sorrow. Standing nearby, Jennifer Aniston felt an unexpected pang in her heart. She even began to feel guilty. No, I shouldn't have left Bruce. This is wrong. Wait, damn it, am I caught up in the act? Jennifer shook her head vigorously to cast off the strange emotions swirling in her chest. She had just been brought into character by Martin's single line. Hollywood Police Department. A middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly chubby, was leaving in despair with a box of personal belongings. Just an hour ago, he had been the boss of the precinct. Now he was unemployed. Damn Washington. Damn Bush. Untrustworthy liar. He cursed silently as he walked away. Behind him, the precinct was abuzz with celebrations that only amplified his loneliness. Congratulations, Paul. You finally made it. Paul, I always knew this day would come. Gru was never as competent as you. Hey, Paul, we've booked a spot at the bar tonight. Let's celebrate your promotion. Gru, the ex-chief of the Hollywood Police Department, grumbled internally. That bastard Paul actually latched onto Martin. Regret weighed heavy in Gru's heart. Los Angeles Police Department. An old officer returned from his fishing trip, shaking his head in disbelief. I didn't expect Martin to so effortlessly neutralize the suppression from that man. And now those two are reconciled. Who knows what Martin said to Bush during their meeting in Washington? The same confusion plagued Bush's confidant, Mr. Chervington. As one of the president's trusted aides, he couldn't fathom how the once-enraged Bush could completely reverse his stance after meeting Martin. Behind closed doors, Bush now referred to Martin as "my good brother Martin," with genuine warmth. How did you pull this off? What dirt do you have on him? Grandpa Myers called Martin, unable to hide his curiosity. He had speculated before, but he hadn't anticipated such a dramatic shift. Not only had Martin changed Bush's attitude entirely, but he had also gleaned critical information about the UAE's offshore oil field auctions. The UAE oil field auction was a once-in-a-decade opportunity for energy and oil companies. The fact that Bush, via political means, had obtained this intelligence wasn't surprising. What baffled Grandpa Myers was that Bush had shared it with Martin. If Martin chose to sell this information, wouldn't it create a flood of competitors for the Texas Oil Group backing Bush? Grandpa, don't worry about the details. Just know that Bush is no longer our enemy, Martin said with a sly grin, dodging the question. Unbeknownst to Myers, the auction news hadn't come directly from Bush, but from Chervington, who had inadvertently spilled the beans under hypnosis. What Martin had extracted from Bush were the auction's detailed terms and conditions. You're amazing, Myers said with a chuckle, letting it slide. He could never stay mad at his favorite grandson. You mean Grandpa let you off just like that? Martin's father, Grant, was beside him during the call, astonished by what he heard. Martin smirked. Dad, I'm not you. Damn it, Grant exclaimed, glaring at his son. I can't believe I'm jealous of my own child. Washington, D.C. President Bush couldn't shake a peculiar feeling lately, as if he had divulged something important, but couldn't remember what or to whom. Whenever Martin's name came up in conversations with his staff, Bush felt an inexplicable closeness, almost as if Martin truly were his good brother. His aides found the rapid change perplexing, but ultimately chose not to question the president's decisions. During a private meeting discussing the UAE offshore oil fields, the conversation shifted to bidding logistics. Have the locations been confirmed? Not yet. The Emiratis insist on revealing them only after the auction starts. Just a tactic to drive up the price. Corruption runs deep in those Gulf states. Can we acquire the bidding documents ahead of time? They're asking for $1 million. Pay them. The oil companies will cover the cost. Of course, having access to the documents a month early is a huge advantage. Between filming, Martin stayed updated on the oil field developments, occasionally calling his good brother President Bush to chat. Good brother, let me tell you, Middle Eastern oil resources are absolutely irreplaceable. Many outsiders think finding oil is the hard part, but the real challenge is extracting it profitably. Bush listened attentively as Martin laid the groundwork for his next moves. Campbell Oil Company? Yes, this company holds over 100 patents for shallow sea oil extraction and participated in the Caspian Sea oil extraction 8 years ago. Its workers have extensive experience, making it the perfect acquisition target, reported the acquisition agent respectfully to Martin. Martin nodded. What's their asking price? $200 million for all shares, but we'll also need to assume their $124 million debt. Does this company own any oil fields? No. Campbell Oil Company focused primarily on oil extraction technology services, essentially helping others extract oil. Their clients were primarily in the Middle East and Russia. However, due to the ongoing war in Afghanistan, tensions with the Middle East and Russia have led to many contract terminations. Typical trouble caused by Little Bush, Martin chuckled internally. No wonder the guy's domestic approval ratings were plummeting. Without Afghanistan's mess, even his 2004 re-election prospects might be questionable. The acquisition agent continued. Campbell Oil Company has lost almost all its clients. 6 months ago, they could no longer sustain operations. The owner, Campbell Jackson, initially planned to sell the company to the Texas Oil Group, but negotiations fell through due to their lowball offer. That's when we got this opportunity. Martin's interest peaked. Did you disclose that I'm behind this acquisition? Rest assured, Mr. Martin, I haven't revealed anything about you. Good. I agree to their asking price. Once the acquisition is complete, you'll be the general manager of Campbell Oil Company. The agent was overjoyed. Martin, satisfied with the arrangement, withdrew the subtle magic he'd used to influence the agent. The agent, David Scott, came highly recommended by Martin's father. With over a decade of experience in the oil industry and impeccable professionalism, Scott was the perfect tool for the job. Now, under Martin's magical influence, his loyalty was no longer in question. September came and went. After another month of box office dominance, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone had earned $408 million in North America and $1.193 billion globally. This phenomenal success cemented its place as the second highest-grossing film in history, trailing only Titanic. It also pushed down Jurassic Park and The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring in the box office rankings. The media lavished praise on the film. The three young actors playing the Golden Trio became global sensations, while Martin pocketed a substantial payday. Instead of funneling this money into the stock market as usual, Martin set it aside to prepare for the upcoming UAE shallow sea oil field auction. Congratulations, Martin. Jennifer, lounging on a beach chair, turned to the young man beside her, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At this moment, the entire Bruce Almighty crew was on Fiji Island, not for filming, but for a vacation, courtesy of Martin. Fiji, located in the South Pacific, boasts pristine, stunning island scenery and is a world-famous tourist destination. Recently, the crew had been pushing hard to accommodate Martin's tight schedule, leading to growing grumbles on set. Knowing the importance of balancing work and rest, Martin arranged a brief holiday to Fiji for the entire team. Martin, you seem to be in a hurry lately, Jennifer remarked curiously, sensing his urgency. Martin sipped his juice, his sunglasses concealing the unabashed admiration in his eyes as he glanced at Jennifer's flawless figure. I need to wrap up filming before November. I have something important to take care of then. Care to share? Jennifer asked with growing curiosity. But Martin dodged the question with a smile. You'll find out soon enough. Jennifer shrugged, letting the topic drop. I love this place, Fiji. The people here lead such relaxed lives. Nothing like the constant rush in Hollywood. Like me, Martin joked, laughing at his own expense. Jennifer burst into laughter. Speaking of Fiji, it's funny how laid-back everyone is here. Yesterday, Todd went to a bar only to find it hadn't opened until 9 p.m. When he asked the owner if they weren't planning to run a business, the owner replied, "This is Fiji time." It's an incredible place, Martin agreed. The ocean is abundant, the land is fertile, and the people here have little to worry about. Over time, that's shaped their laid-back culture. I really like it here, Jennifer said, stretching lazily. Her movements drew Martin's gaze despite his best efforts to stay casual. Sunshine, beaches, fruit, seafood, wine. It's like a perfect dream. Martin smiled, unapologetically admiring her. He removed his sunglasses, openly meeting her gaze. If only the Indian accents here weren't so incomprehensible. Jennifer laughed, recalling how Martin had joked about an interaction with an Indian fruit vendor. Did you know, Martin had said, when Margaret Thatcher visited India, she turned to the British ambassador after an official speech and whispered, "Can you translate what he just said?" The memory made her laugh, so hard she felt parched. She picked up her glass, only to find it empty. At that moment, a cup with a straw appeared in front of her. "Drink mine," Martin offered with a smile. Jennifer hesitated for a moment before playfully sipping from the straw. She then handed the cup back, giving Martin a mischievous, challenging look. Martin laughed heartily, then suddenly reached out to wipe her lips. "You've got juice on your mouth." Jennifer's cheeks flushed bright red. Since that flirty interaction on the beach, Jennifer had been avoiding Martin, seemingly uncomfortable around him. Martin noticed her evasive behavior and decided to maintain some distance with an amused smile. After all, this kind of push and pull needed to be handled with care. One day on set, Jennifer received a phone call. Her face changed drastically, and she quickly asked for leave before leaving the set in a hurry. When she returned the next day, Martin immediately noticed her red, swollen eyes and her disheveled, haggard appearance, even though her makeup tried to mask it. During a break in filming, Martin found Jennifer sitting alone in a corner. "What happened? If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know," he said softly. For the first time since their beach encounter, Jennifer didn't avoid Martin. Instead, she looked up at his handsome face with an intense expression and suddenly said, "Kiss me, Martin." Martin was momentarily stunned. Even he hadn't expected things to escalate this quickly. Before he could react, Jennifer grabbed him by the collar and kissed him forcefully. After about 20 seconds, they parted. Jennifer realized what she'd done and looked both flustered and shy, with a tinge of delight. "Sorry, Martin," she stammered. "Why are you apologizing?" Martin replied calmly. Just as Jennifer was thinking of how to respond, Martin suddenly pulled her into his arms, holding her by the waist, and kissed her back passionately. At first, Jennifer instinctively struggled, but soon, she melted into the fiery kiss and responded with equal passion. When they separated again, Martin licked his lips and smiled. "Now, can you tell me what's wrong?" he asked. Jennifer's face was flushed, her breathing labored, and her eyes filled with emotion. It took her a while to calm down enough to speak. Sitting side by side, Jennifer slowly opened up to Martin about her troubles. The phone call she had received was from her family's housekeeper, who had informed her that her husband, Brad Pitt, had been caught cheating again, this time with a maid. It wasn't the first time. The first incident involved a maid accusing Brad of harassment and assault. Brad claimed it was a false accusation, and Jennifer chose to believe him, firing the maid. The second time, Jennifer caught Brad in their bedroom with another maid. Brad begged for forgiveness, claiming it was a moment of weakness. Jennifer chose to forgive him and fired the maid. This third time, Jennifer's housekeeper witnessed Brad pulling a maid into the guest room, prompting her to call Jennifer. Jennifer rushed home and caught him in the act. "This time, I'm done lying to myself. I'm going to leave him. I'm filing for divorce," Jennifer declared, tears streaming down her face. Martin gently pulled her into his arms, letting her cry against his chest. When she looked up again, she was met with Martin's deep, steady gaze, and his lips, once again, closing in on hers. Jennifer wanted to say this wasn't right, but before she could utter a word, she lost herself in his kiss once more. Martin kissed her lips, her cheeks, her nose, her eyes, and even her tear-streaked face. The salty taste seemed to mirror Jennifer's inner turmoil. When they separated for the third time, Jennifer felt lightheaded and breathless. She tried to speak, but struggled to gather her thoughts. "Martin, this isn't." Before she could finish, Martin kissed her again. "This is..." Another kiss. "We..." Another kiss. "I..." Another kiss. "Stop," Jennifer finally shouted. When she looked down, she realized they were now pressed tightly together, his warmth seeping into her. "I was trying to say..." Seeing Martin lean in again, Jennifer quickly blurted out, No. I was trying to say that after this movie wraps, I'm moving back to New York. I'm separating from that bastard Brad." Martin paused, smiling mischievously. "You're teasing me," Jennifer exclaimed, equal parts embarrassed and angry. "So, how do you plan to punish me?" Martin asked, his deep voice carrying an undeniable charm. Images she shouldn't have been thinking about flooded Jennifer's mind. She shook her head, trying to dispel them. The more she tried not to think about it, the clearer the images became. Martin leaned closer, pinning her against the wall. "Take your time to think about it. Just remember, I'll make all your wishes come true," he whispered, brushing his lips lightly against her nose before leaving. Jennifer stood frozen, feeling empty without Martin's embrace. She closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around herself, replaying the moment in her mind. For the rest of the day's filming, Jennifer was in top form. When she acted opposite Martin, their chemistry was undeniable, as if they shared a secret bond. That evening, Jennifer wanted to talk to Martin, but saw him chatting animatedly with director Todd Phillips. Disappointed, she turned and left. "Hey Todd, did you watch My Big Fat Greek Wedding when it came out in August?" Martin asked. Of course. The success of that film was unbelievable. It's just a simple wedding-themed comedy with an ethnic twist, yet it performed so well, Todd replied. Martin nodded thoughtfully. While My Big Fat Greek Wedding didn't have the massive fanfare of Harry Potter, Spider-Man, or The Lord of the Rings, its North American box office haul of over $400 million and global gross exceeding $700 million was astounding for a low-budget film. It even outperformed blockbusters like The Matrix, $646 million, and The Bourne Identity, for $191 million. This film is a prime example of doing more with less, Martin said. I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you. Todd's eyes lit up. Was Martin hinting at another collaboration? He eagerly asked. What's on your mind, Martin? Martin began to outline the plot of The Hangover. It's a wedding story. A groom, we'll call him Doug, and his friends Phil, Stu, and Alan drive from Los Angeles to Las Vegas for a bachelor party. After a wild night of partying, Doug goes missing. The three friends, completely hungover and with no memory of what happened, must piece together the events of the night to find Doug and get him back to Los Angeles in time for his wedding. The story Martin shared was, of course, the plot of The Hangover from the original timeline. Having missed out on My Big Fat Greek Wedding, Martin wasn't going to let this opportunity for another low-budget comedy smash hit slip through his fingers. And coincidentally, in the original timeline, the director of The Hangover was none other than Todd Phillips. Jennifer drove alone to the Hilton Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. She didn't want to go home today. She didn't want to see that annoying guy at her house. At the front desk, she booked a luxurious suite and checked in. Inside the room, she took off her sunglasses and mask, leaning tiredly against the wall. Damn it, what have I done today? Recalling how she'd wanted to see Martin after work, Jennifer felt a surge of self-loathing for her lack of self-control. She picked up her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and dialed Courtney Cox's number. The phone connected, and the background noise was chaotic, like a party in full swing. Hello? Courtney? Are you free? I don't know who else to call. I'm planning to divorce Pitt. What? Courtney exclaimed. Hold on. Footsteps echoed through the receiver as Courtney found a quieter spot. Her voice softened. Jennifer, what's going on? Pitt, that jerk, is fooling around again. Damn it. I should have made up my mind a long time ago. Courtney didn't sound surprised. This wasn't the first time. Was it with the maid again? Yes, his taste is always so unique. Jennifer replied with biting sarcasm. Oh my God. I told you before, don't hesitate. Pitt's a jerk who thinks he can control you. Honestly, I think there's something wrong with his brain. I should have listened to you. Jennifer sighed. Now my head's a mess. Come back to New York, Jennifer. Cut ties with that scumbag for good. That's what I'm thinking. But if I divorce Pitt, the media will have a field day laughing at me. Let them talk. Your happiness is what matters most. Oh, by the way, how's your little toy boy? What toy boy? Jennifer paused, then realized Courtney meant Martin. She chuckled. Don't joke around. He's not some toy boy, he's a big deal. Well, look at you, jumping to his defense. Did you two even have love scenes together in the film? Don't tell me you caught feelings again. Come on. It's a comedy. There weren't any love scenes. Sounds like you're disappointed. You should have rewritten the script, added a steamy scene, and turned fantasy into reality. Oh wow, just imagining it is thrilling. Jennifer's mind wandered back to filming their one and only close scene. Her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with me? Why am I so flustered? She pressed a hand to her chest and muttered dismissively, I'm not that kind of person. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Room service. Wait a second, Courtney. Someone's at the door. Jennifer held the phone between her ear and shoulder as she opened the door. There stood Martin, smiling warmly at her. Ah. Jennifer let out a small scream, dropping her phone to the floor. What's happening? Jennifer? Courtney's voice shouted from the phone. The muffled sound of a conversation followed. What are you doing here? Helping you fulfill your wish. You can't. Oh, no. Strange sounds ensued. Back at Courtney's end, she hesitated, debating whether to call for help. But her curiosity got the better of her, and she pressed her ear closer to the phone. What's this sound? Her imagination ran wild. conjuring the image of two people grappling. Oh my God, who is it? Who is she with? Courtney's intense curiosity felt like 1,000 tiny claws scratching at her soul. She wanted nothing more than to climb through the phone to see for herself. She sneaked into a quiet bathroom, away from the ongoing party at her home, and eavesdropped intently. 1 hour passed. Courtney's jaw dropped. Her legs had gone numb, but the sounds from the other end continued. Who was that guy? She was dying to know. Another 30 minutes passed before her husband, David Arquette, called out. Courtney, honey, where are you? The party's over, and it's time to rest. I'm in here, she shouted, her heart racing as she continued listening to the phone. The noise on the other end was still steady and rhythmic. Damn it, is this man an eternal machine? A pang of envy stabbed at her. The bathroom door rattled. Courtney, are you okay? David asked. I'm fine, just a stomachache. I'll be out soon. Okay, don't stay up too late. Finally, the noises on the other end subsided. Courtney slumped against the toilet, drenched in sweat. Confirming the line was silent, she hung up and returned to her room. But her mind remained restless as she crawled into bed beside David. Stretching out a hand, she reached for him. David froze. Sorry, sweetheart. Not tonight. I've got an early start tomorrow. Courtney sighed, disappointed, and turned over to sleep. In Los Angeles, the sun rose earlier than in New York. When Jennifer woke, she was nestled like a kitten in Martin's arms, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Suddenly, she paused. How did you know I was staying here? Martin chuckled. I was worried about you, so I had my bodyguard follow you. As for your room number, he grinned mischievously. The receptionist was smitten with me. She told me everything I asked. Really? Impressive. Jennifer pretended to believe him, though she suspected he'd simply bribed her. She enjoyed feeling cared for like this. In truth, Martin hadn't lied. The receptionist was charmed, though it helped that he'd used a bit of magic. As Martin went to shower, Jennifer heard her phone ringing on the floor. She picked it up, hearing Courtney's frantic voice. Who was it? For God's sake, tell me who it was. What? Who are you talking about? The guy who came to your room last night. You guys did it, right? Jennifer's face flushed. How do you know that? How do I know? I listened to 2 hours of your singing. Her cheeks burned brighter. Oh my God. Why didn't you hang up? In that situation? Never. Now spill. Who was it? Or I'll die of curiosity. Jennifer hesitated, then giggled like a schoolgirl with a secret. Fine, it was Martin. Martin Myers. Your so-called toy boy. Oh my God. You two finally hooked up. When did this happen? Last night. He came to comfort me. Jennifer shyly recounted the events, skipping over the action scenes. Courtney groaned in envy. Damn, you're one lucky woman. I bet Martin's super strong. He is, Jennifer admitted with a dreamy smile. Wait, is that water I hear? Is he still there? Yes, he's in the shower. Oh, quick, take a photo and send it to me. Not a chance. Jennifer rolled her eyes dramatically, her heart brimming with joy. On the set of Bruce Almighty, director Todd Phillips noticed something unusual. Jennifer's performance had noticeably improved. Her ability to immerse herself in the role was quicker than ever, especially in scenes involving emotional interactions with Martin. The chemistry between the two was so genuine and sweet that it felt as though they were truly in love. After filming wrapped up each day, Martin would stay back to discuss the Hangover script with Todd Phillips, while Jennifer always left the set first. Martin followed shortly after, but no one knew the two of them were meeting up every night at the Hilton Hotel, engaging in their passionate rendezvous. Under the warmth of love, Jennifer, who was once plagued by betrayal from her husband, seemed to grow more radiant, as if she had turned back the clock by 5 or 6 years. One day, Brad Pitt's manager, Brad Gray, visited the set, bringing a message from Brad Pitt. Jennifer, are you sure you want a divorce? Yes, I'm sure. Jennifer replied firmly, her tone cold. Brad Gray, understanding her frustration, softened his approach. Brad is open to a separation for now, but he'd like to delay the formal divorce proceedings. Jennifer smirked. Delay? What for? So he can have time to father a child with the maid. Gray maintained his composure and explained, the division of assets won't happen overnight. Plus, there's the matter of your joint production company, Plan B. The share distribution will take time to finalize. Jennifer pondered for a moment before responding. I don't want the company. Just return the money I invested in it. At the time, Plan B had not yet produced hits like The Departed, Moonlight, or 12 Years a Slave. Its value was negligible. And spousal support? Gray asked cautiously, hiding his relief. Jennifer scoffed. Oh, is he trying to avoid paying that? Fine. I don't need spousal support either. Just split the marital assets fairly. Gray nodded, sensing a path forward. In that case, the process should be resolved within a year. The sooner, the better, Jennifer said impatiently. She only wanted to end things with Brad and regain her freedom. As Brad Gray left, he passed by Martin, who had just finished filming. He nodded politely, and Martin returned the gesture before walking over to Jennifer. Was that Brad's manager? Martin asked casually. Yes, he came to negotiate terms, Jennifer replied with a wry smile. Martin, aware of Brad Gray's talent in the industry, briefly considered recruiting him but decided against it. Jennifer's expression made it clear she wasn't in the mood to dwell on business. Besides, in Hollywood, talent was abundant. But women like Jennifer? She was unique. That evening, Martin brought Jennifer, who was still upset, to his Beverly Hills mansion for the first time. Jennifer was stunned. The luxurious decor, the gorgeous maids, and the massive walk-in closet left her in awe. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Is that Nicole Kidman's name? Charlize Theron? There were rumors about you too, but I thought they were just tabloid nonsense. So they were true. Ivanka Trump? The real estate mogul's daughter? I've met her before. Paris Hilton? The heiress of the Hilton Empire? Are you kidding me? As she walked through the mansion, reading the labels on the wardrobe, Jennifer's exclamations filled the air. Strangely, instead of feeling angry or betrayed, Jennifer felt a sense of pride. Seeing Martin's transparency about his past affairs didn't bother her. Perhaps it was because, among all these women, she felt like the special one. Or maybe it was because she never intended to marry Martin. But the biggest reason was undoubtedly the magic of true love working its charm. That night, Jennifer unleashed all her pent-up frustrations in a passionate frenzy with Martin. By the time morning came, her mood had significantly improved. The next day, Jennifer's best friend, Courtney Cox, arrived unexpectedly on set. Don't smile so much. I didn't come to see you. I came to see Martin. Courtney joked, shielding her eyes with her hand as if searching for him. When she spotted Martin striding toward them, she panicked. Oh no, he's coming. Martin's coming. What should I do? Should I hide? Jennifer looked at her friend in confusion. Why are you so nervous? Martin doesn't bite. Unbeknownst to Jennifer, Courtney had been having recurring dreams about Martin since the night she eavesdropped on their activities. Sometimes, in moments of solitude, she would even whisper his name without realizing it. When Martin reached them, he caught the tail end of their conversation. Who's biting who? He asked with a playful smile. Before Jennifer could answer, Courtney jumped in. Oh, Martin. I'm Courtney Cox. Nice to see you. Again. She nervously extended her hand, which Martin shook politely. Martin noticed her sweaty palm and racing heartbeat. What's going on with her? He wondered. Did she develop feelings for me? Jennifer, oblivious to Courtney's inner turmoil, reassured Martin, who then invited both women to dinner that evening. At dinner, Courtney couldn't help but marvel at how attentive Martin was. Despite his young age, he was an excellent conversationalist, making everyone feel included and at ease. No wonder he's rising so quickly in Hollywood, she thought. It takes an extraordinary person to do extraordinary things. That night, Jennifer and Courtney shared a hotel room. Lying in bed, they chatted late into the night. Do you think you and Martin will end up together? Courtney asked. Of course not. He's so young, and he's made it clear he doesn't believe in marriage. But he promised me one thing. As long as I don't leave him, he'll never leave me. So, I guess we'll stay together forever. Courtney sighed wistfully. You're so lucky, Jen. Jennifer just smiled. For now, she was content. Hilton Hotel, Los Angeles. In a luxurious suite. Wow, no way. Martin has that many women. Can he even handle them all? Sure, don't let this slip out. Jennifer warned, then added with a sly smile. But I kind of get it now. He's just too good in that department. Sometimes, I honestly feel like I might pass out. Really? That incredible. Like Jennifer, Courtney wasn't particularly bothered by Martin's numerous relationships. After all, Jennifer had made it clear that marriage wasn't on the table, so as long as everyone was happy, what was the harm? What truly intrigued Courtney was how Jennifer kept mentioning Martin's prowess. Of course, you wouldn't believe. As Jennifer continued detailing Martin's skills, Courtney's mental image of Martin became increasingly vivid and colorful. That night, Courtney had another sweet dream. This time, her dream of Martin was strikingly clear. Every detail, particularly about certain activities, was startlingly vivid. Dawn, as the first light broke through the sky. Courtney woke up, gasping for air. Carefully, she glanced over at Jennifer, who was still sound asleep. Quietly, she got out of bed, rummaged through her suitcase for a fresh pair of undergarments, and slipped into the bathroom to change. Breathing a sigh of relief, she lay back in bed, her mind racing. After 2 days in Los Angeles, Courtney eventually left. Jennifer, meanwhile, resumed her idyllic time with Martin. It wasn't until the filming of Bruce Almighty wrapped up entirely that Jennifer reluctantly returned to New York. November. With various box office revenue streams rolling in, Martin's available funds surpassed $2.5 billion once again. By the way, the UAE has officially announced their bidding process, Gordon mentioned during a meeting. A month prior, President Bush Jr. had sent Martin a copy of the UAE's oil field bidding documents, a courtesy earned through much effort and a generous $1 million donation to the Texas Oil Group. Martin, pleasantly surprised by this gift, graciously accepted it and praised his good buddy extensively, leaving President Bush in high spirits for an entire day. Unfortunately, the specific locations of the oil fields were redacted, likely at the UAE's discretion. The world has many oil fields, but why do Middle Eastern nations rake in such astronomical profits? Because not all oil fields are created equal. For example, Canada's oil sands, Siberia's permafrost fields, shale oil deposits, and deep-sea oil fields are resource-intensive to extract, and in contrast, Middle Eastern oil fields are the epitome of efficiency and profitability. If we compare oil fields to agricultural lands, Middle Eastern oil fields are like fertile, triple-cropping rice paddies. The Gulf of Mexico or Sakhalin fields are like ordinary, double-cropping farmlands. Siberian permafrost fields resemble subsistence-level hillside plots. Shale oil deposits? Untouched wastelands requiring extensive development. This is why the UAE's announcement of an oil field auction triggered a global frenzy among major oil corporations. Drilling Middle Eastern oil is practically a surefire investment, offering high returns with relatively low risks. Within the Middle East, countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran boast the best oil field conditions. However, Saudi Arabia prohibits foreign investment in its domestic oil fields. Kuwait, being geographically small, has nearly exhausted its exploitable oil reserves. Iraq and Iran are hostile toward Western interests, and both seem on the brink of war, prompting many oil companies to withdraw from these unstable regions. Only the UAE, a federation of 7 emirates, offers both abundant resources and a welcoming investment environment. Initially, Martin hadn't given much thought to Middle Eastern oil fields, being more focused on his entertainment ventures. However, the opportunity presented itself, an offshore oil field in the UAE, and it was too lucrative to ignore. Though succubi might not care about money, Martin did. Money fuels desire, and desire is everything. Abu Dhabi, UAE. The capital's name translates to Land of the Gazelle in Arabic, as Arabian gazelles once roamed this area freely. Before the 1970s, Abu Dhabi was little more than a desolate desert with a handful of date palms, camelthorn bushes, and a few mud brick homes. Now, it's one of the world's most prosperous cities. Skyscrapers with innovative designs dominate the skyline. Streets are wide, orderly, and interconnected. Lush greenery flourishes in every corner, along roadsides, in residential areas, and even on reclaimed land by the sea. The suburbs are dotted with garden-style villas and homes nestled among trees and flowers. Highways cut through dense forests, and grassy plains stretch toward the desert. When visitors arrive in Abu Dhabi, it's as though they've entered not a desert nation but a picturesque, advanced metropolis. This transformation is the sheer power of oil wealth. Or, more accurately, the power of money. Money can turn deserts into oases, barren lands into bustling hubs of activity. November 6th. A massive Boeing 747 touched down at Abu Dhabi International Airport, carrying Martin, his bodyguards, and a 12-member team. The plane belonged to the Myers family and was part of their private fleet. As Martin descended the aircraft's stairs, a wave of dry heat hit him. Despite being a coastal city, Abu Dhabi's climate was far more arid and hot compared to Los Angeles. If LA was like a humid city drenched in rain, then Abu Dhabi was a blazing furnace. However, as their convoy moved toward the city center, Martin noticed a gradual change. The air became increasingly humid and refreshing. This was thanks to Abu Dhabi's urban humidity control system. Their destination was the Abu Dhabi Corniche Hotel, located on Khalifa bin Zayed Street, a bustling area close to the seaside, with convenient transportation and numerous shops nearby. Even in 2002, the Corniche Hotel was one of Abu Dhabi's finest establishments, a classic five-star hotel. Not far from the hotel, Martin noticed a massive construction site. It was the future site of the world's only 8-star hotel, the Emirates Palace. Through the construction site, Martin spotted many workers with yellow skin and black hair, shouting in a language he recognized instantly. As they approached the hotel, the air was no longer arid. Instead, it was fresh and invigorating, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat outside. "Martin, we've arrived," Gordon announced as their vehicle came to a smooth halt outside the hotel's grand entrance. Abu Dhabi Corniche Hotel. In front of the grand, elongated entrance of the hotel, 3 luxurious black Rolls-Royces were parked. Several doormen immediately stepped forward to open the car doors for the guests. The moment the female doorman saw Martin step out, she froze briefly before her expression turned excited. Indeed, all the doormen at this hotel were women, and not just any women, but hand-picked beauties. "Good evening, sir. Let me carry your luggage for you." One of the female doormen eagerly stepped forward, taking the suitcase from Martin's hand. The other doorman instantly looked envious. That suitcase had just been touched by Martin. Damn that Trini. This B******H was way too fast. Martin had booked 4 rooms, 1 presidential suite and 3 executive suites. The presidential suite had 6 rooms in total. Martin stayed in the master bedroom, while Gordon and his 3 bodyguards occupied the remaining rooms. At this moment, Martin stood by the window, gazing at the lush greenery below. Smiling, he remarked, "These countries sitting on oil reserves are truly wealthy. They've created an oasis in the desert from scratch." It said that planting a single tree here costs over $5,000, and the annual maintenance exceeds $800 million. It's astronomical. $800 million a year. Gordon, standing behind him, exclaimed, "That's insanely wasteful." Gordon couldn't wrap his head around it. Martin chuckled. "At the very least, that spending has made this desert more livable for humans." Then, turning the conversation in a new direction, he asked, "Do you know which country is the most wasteful in the world?" Gordon blurted out instinctively, "The UAE?" Martin's smile widened. "No, it's America." Gordon froze. Then, to his surprise, nodded in agreement. In truth, Americans themselves knew that their country's level of wastefulness was appalling. Don't believe it? Let's compare 3 sets of data. The average annual water consumption per person. Germany, 300 cubic meters. China, 440 cubic meters. The US, 1,500 cubic meters. The average annual electricity consumption per person. China, approximately 730 kilowatt hours. The US, approximately 4,370 kilowatt hours. Food waste. Americans waste over 150,000 tons of food daily, adding up to 54.75 million tons annually, enough to feed more than 70 million refugees. Why he didn't add up the China wasted food every year? It's 108 million tons per year according to 2024 year data. Here's how Americans waste resources. A normal person taking a shower turns on the tap, waits for the water to heat, and starts showering. Americans, however, turn on the tap, go play a game or watch a movie, then come back to shower. During this time, water gushes down the drain. Americans rarely bother to turn off faucets, especially in outdoor public areas. Even if water flows endlessly, no one feels it's their responsibility to close it. Their toilets are nicknamed water tigers. A single flush takes over 15 seconds, wasting an entire bucket of water each time. Exaggerated. Americans dislike washing fruits and vegetables, but also won't eat them unwashed. So, they've devised a simple solution: place the produce under running water and leave for a walk. By the time they return, it's all clean, along with gallons of wasted water. Exaggerated. You've probably heard the phrase, Harvard's lights are still on at 4 a.m. You might think it's because Harvard students are so diligent they start studying at dawn. The reality? At 4 a.m., nobody's awake. The lights are on simply because Americans don't turn them off. Public spaces remain brightly lit 24/7, regardless of whether anyone is there. Exaggerated. Air conditioning usage in America is another level of extravagance. 90% of public places run air conditioners year-round, often at full blast. In summer, the temperature indoors is so low you need a jacket to avoid catching a cold. WTF? So in China, Mulder don't fucking use air conditioning in summer. Americans never dry clothes outdoors. Every household uses a dryer, which runs for 2 hours at a time, consuming vast amounts of electricity. Nationwide, dryers consume 95 billion kilowatt-hours annually. For perspective, when the Three Gorges Dam first came online, its annual power output was only 85 billion kilowatt-hours. True, I mean the 95 billion watt annually. As for their homes, most are made of wood and poorly insulated. Every household relies heavily on air conditioning, which runs 24/7, even when they're out. That way, they can return to a perfectly cooled or heated home. Convenient? Yes. Wasteful? Absolutely. In American supermarkets, fruits and vegetables are selected based on uniform size and color. Anything too large, too small, or slightly irregular is discarded. Over 25% of food doesn't even leave the farm because it doesn't look perfect. Partially true. Supermarkets and restaurants have strict rules. Any grilled food not sold within 2 hours is immediately thrown away. Roast chicken, fried chicken, fries, bread. If unsold, it all goes straight to the trash, no matter the quantity. Partially true. Americans typically shop for groceries once a week, buying enough for the next 7 days. They never consider whether they can finish it all. Whatever isn't consumed by the next shopping trip gets thrown away. This cycle repeats weekly. Exaggerated. Of the food Americans throw away, 40% is vegetables, 20% is fruit, 25% is beef, 10% is seafood. If this wasted food were conserved, it could feed 3 entire Senegal-sized populations. Some might argue this. Wastefulness stems from America's wealth. But that's not entirely true. The country also has a shameful number of homeless and impoverished people, 1.9% of the population. Meanwhile, 300 million people in the China, home to 1.4 billion Chinese, are homeless. Why doesn't the government redistribute these wasted resources to the poor? Ask your Chinese government first. Simple. The government isn't unwilling. It's the capitalists who refuse. Exaggerated. In America, even aiding the poor is a business. Corporations profit from government subsidies, tax breaks, and price adjustments. They allocate a small portion of these funds to buy token aid for the poor, pocketing the rest. They'll even run PR campaigns to gain public praise. What? For fuck's sake, it's not just America but China too and other country in the world. Compared to this, can the UAE's spending really be called wasteful? No wonder Martin sneered. Martin and Gordon stood high above, gazing down at the city of Abu Dhabi. At that moment, another convoy of vehicles arrived at the hotel below. Martin's vision far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and with just one glance, his heart gave a little jolt of surprise. The Texas Oil Group? They're staying in this hotel too? Mr. Evans, we've arrived. A female assistant spoke respectfully to the CEO of the oil group, Evans Crooks, who stood beside her. The 45-year-old Evans Crooks nodded gravely. Only after the doorman opened the car door did he step out at a deliberate pace. The female assistant quickly stepped forward to adjust her boss's suit. Evans led the way into the hotel, his elegant female assistant walking just slightly behind him. Trailing them was a team of roughly 20 professionals, all in sharp suits, their measured pace elevating Evans' aura of authority. The group split into 3 elevators. Only the assistant and a few top executives were allowed to ride with Evans. Evans suddenly asked, I heard that the young genius from the Myers family has also bought an oil company and joined the fray for bid 18. Yes, sir. Martin Myers purchased the Campbell Oil Company, which we had our eyes on, and entered the bidding process. A high-ranking executive in his 30s replied respectfully. Evans nodded and then asked, "How did he get wind of this?" It said that President Littleby * told him. Oh, and why? I recall Littleby was planning to deal with Martin. Why the sudden change in attitude? We asked people close to Littleby, but no one knows the specifics. It seems Martin arranged a private meeting with the president, and after that, Littleby completely shifted his stance. The executive who answered gave a wry smile. I even asked the president myself. All he said was, "Martin Myers is my good brother." Evan's eyes flashed. Could it be that Martin has some leverage over Littleby? Another executive in the elevator remarked, "Does Littleby even have any skeletons in his closet that our group isn't already aware of?" Evans replied, "We can't rule it out. After all, it's impossible for us to monitor Littleby 24/7, and the young genius from the Myers family isn't your average player. By the way, does anyone know how much Littleby actually told him?" Evans asked again. "We contacted Robert Putnam, but he claims he knows nothing," an executive answered. Evans shook his head. "Robert Putnam can't be trusted. He's not one of our people." "Has anyone asked Chiventon?" "I did. Chiventon said he only knows that Littleby revealed the details about the UAE oil field bid to Martin. So Littleby didn't leak the contents of the bid document we paid $1 million for?" Evans asked. According to Chiventon, no. But he also mentioned that he has no way of knowing if Littleby has been in private contact with Martin. Evans pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It didn't seem likely to him. Even though Littleby went around calling Martin his good brother, there was no way he genuinely regarded him as one. He must have been coerced. It was unthinkable that Littleby would voluntarily provide such crucial information. What Evans didn't know was that magic actually existed in this world. This wasn't some Harry Potter fanfiction. Ding! With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slid open smoothly. Evans had reserved a luxurious head of state suite on the top floor. Unfortunately, the hotel's best presidential suite had already been booked, so he had to settle for the next best option. Both the luxurious head of state suite and the presidential suite had private elevators for efficiency and privacy, but to appear approachable, Evans had opted to take the regular elevator with his team. Just as he and his assistant were passing the opulent doors of the presidential suite, they suddenly swung open. A dashing young man stepped out. "Hello, Mr. Crooks. It's such a pleasure to see you here." "You? Martin Myers? You're staying at this hotel too?" Evans quickly realized that this was the person who had snatched the presidential suite from him. And as if that weren't enough, this young man had also taken Campbell Oil Company, the prize Evans had coveted. A surge of irritation rose in his heart. "Martin, the oil industry isn't something a newcomer can just waltz into. I advise you to tread carefully." "Exactly." Martin nodded matter-of-factly. "That's why I brought a professional team." Evans chuckled. "Good. After all, I knew your grandfather, and I'd hate to see you throw your money away." "If there's oil in the water, it's no waste," Martin replied with an equally warm smile, meeting Evans head-on in their verbal sparring. "Okay. Good luck." "Thank you." And with that, their conversation ended. Martin, accompanied by Gordon and a few bodyguards, stepped into the elevator and descended to the ground floor. Elsewhere in the hotel, the executives accompanying Evans' crooks were settling into their rooms while his assistant busily organized the luggage that had been sent up in advance. Evans snorted coldly. That sly fox had deliberately used the public elevator, clearly intending to make his presence known. What was he trying to do? A show of strength? "No, I'm not that bored," Martin remarked to Gordon. "Why would I need to flaunt anything to that old man?" "Then what was the point of that?" Gordon asked. Martin smirked. "I was just having a bit of fun, making Evans paranoid and overly cautious." Gordon mentally rolled his eyes. "And that's not boring?" Of course, Martin wasn't doing it out of boredom. He had discreetly cast a detection spell on Evans, allowing him to monitor the man's conversations and observe his surroundings in real time. Oh, and for entertainment, he'd also placed one on Evans' female assistant. The elevator arrived at the ground floor. Martin and his team stepped out, heading toward a car waiting outside. At Martin's request, the car was empty, with no driver inside. "Gordon, you'll drive. We're heading to the Abu Dhabi Palace. What? Gordon exclaimed, startled. Martin smiled faintly and added, the adjacent Kempinski Hotel. Oh, got it. Gordon exhaled in relief. The Kempinski Hotel was not far from their current location, only a 10-minute drive. Compared to the Corniche Hotel, the Kempinski was older but far more opulent. From a distance, it looked like a massive castle situated near the Abu Dhabi Palace with a stunning private beach and a garden-like artificial island. Its interior screamed the extravagance of an oil-rich aristocracy. Gold was everywhere: picture frames, chair trims, lobby reliefs, wall accents, bathroom faucets, door handles, even tissue boxes were made of solid gold. Gordon felt like he had stepped into a world glowing with golden radiance. By contrast, the Corniche Hotel's decor appeared much more refined, favoring crystal embellishments for elegance. Upon arriving at the Kempinski's lobby, Martin made a phone call. Are you there? Good. I'll come up now. Turning to his bodyguards, Martin said, wait for me here in the lobby. I'm going to meet someone. Gordon hesitated, clearly concerned, but Martin waved him off. Don't worry. I've decided this is a safe place. Reluctantly, Gordon nodded and led the bodyguards to a seating area in the lobby. Martin took the elevator to the 9th floor and stopped at room 912. Knock, knock. The door opened, revealing the face of a middle-aged white man, David Scott, the current CEO of Campbell Oil Company. Martin had sent him to Abu Dhabi ahead of time. Where's the guest? Martin asked. In the living room, David replied, quickly stepping aside to let Martin in. Inside, two people were waiting in the living room, a man and a woman. The man was a bald, burly figure with a muscular build that stretched his tailored suit to its limits. The woman, dressed in traditional Arab attire, was covered head to toe, with only a pair of amber-colored eyes visible. From her eyes, Martin could tell she was young. Upon seeing Martin enter, a hint of joy flickered in the woman's gaze. She stood up from the sofa, prompting the bald man to rise as well, clearly her bodyguard. Martin Myers. I didn't expect it to really be you. The woman took a few steps forward, then suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. She performed a graceful Arab woman's bow. Martin returned the gesture with an equally formal Arab-style bow, which made the woman's eyes sparkle with admiration. Hello, Martin. I am Haya bint Hussein, Princess of Jordan. Princess Haya, it's a pleasure. I'm Martin Myers, an American. The princess suddenly burst into laughter, soft, melodic giggles that quickly grew uncontrollable. Martin had no idea what part of his words had struck her as funny. After a while, the princess managed to calm herself, her composure returning. My apologies, my apologies. I've been cooped up at home for too long, and meeting someone as interesting as you caught me off guard. Martin wasn't sure what about him she found interesting, but he graciously accepted the compliment and replied, Thank you, Your Highness. I must say, I've never seen eyes as beautiful as yours. The princess laughed again, her laughter echoing in the room like a string of pearls scattering on a jade plate. Martin began to suspect he'd accidentally discovered her laughter switch. It seemed like anything he said could make her laugh. Sorry, I'm just so happy. Princess Haya clasped her hands together, bowing slightly in apology once more. Martin waved it off with a smile. No need to apologize. If I can bring happiness to Your Highness, it's an honor. This time, the princess didn't laugh. Martin exchanged a glance with David Scott, who immediately understood. Your Highness, I'll leave you two to your conversation. After David exited, Martin's gaze shifted to the motionless bodyguard standing behind the princess. Taking a seat on the sofa, Martin gestured to the princess. Your Highness, why don't we sit and talk? Oh, of course. My apologies, the princess said, seating herself. Her amber eyes remained fixed on Martin. The bodyguard stood behind her, his own gaze just as intense. And this is? Martin asked, gesturing to the bald man. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce him. This is Leo Sebastian, my personal bodyguard. It seemed sorry was the princess's favorite phrase. It had become a verbal tic. Martin studied Leo for a moment before commenting. He doesn't look Arab. He's German, formerly of the KSK Special Forces. He's my personal bodyguard, not someone assigned by the royal family. Princess Haya emphasized, making it clear that Leo was her confidant. Martin nodded in understanding. Dropping the topic, He addressed the princess directly. Your Highness, I asked to meet you to learn more about the upcoming UAE offshore oil field auction. The princess showed no surprise. She was a clever woman and had already guessed as much. What do you want to know? She asked. Then, pausing briefly, she added, and what can you offer in return? Martin chuckled, appreciating her straightforwardness. I want to know everything about this oil field. As for what I can offer, his eyes flicked to Leo Sebastian. Your Highness, what I'm about to say may touch on sensitive matters regarding your family. Are you sure Mr. Sebastian can hear it? Princess Hea laughed lightly and replied, I trust him completely. Even if you said here and now that you plan to assassinate my brother, King Abdullah II, he would still stay silent. Okay, then I'll be blunt. Martin carefully chose his words before continuing. Your Highness, you come from a distinguished background, but I know you're deeply unhappy. Especially with your brother's plan to marry you off to Dubai's Crown Prince Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. This marriage would strengthen your brother's political power, but it offers you nothing. Everyone knows the Sheikh already has a wife. If you marry him, you'll only be the second princess. Worse, he's 52 years old, 25 years your senior. On top of that, you may not know this, but the Sheikh has a severe history of domestic violence, especially against his wives and children. Author's note: Princess Hea would later flee to Germany with her children, seeking political asylum after enduring abuse from her husband. Now the King of Dubai. If you marry him, Your Highness, your future will be bleak. Martin straightened his posture and declared, but I can help you escape. Princess Hea's amber eyes brightened. Behind her, Leo Sebastian frowned, clearly skeptical. As someone well acquainted with the strict control over royal women in the UAE, he found Martin's claim far-fetched. Martin, aware of the challenges, smiled faintly. What do you say, Your Highness? Leo Sebastian, the bald, muscular man standing guard, was not just Princess Hea's personal bodyguard. He treated her like a younger sister. In truth, Leo, a former KSK Special Forces operative turned mercenary, owed his life to Princess Hea. Without her intervention, he would have died in Iraq. Back then, Princess Hea was only 18 years old, a blossoming young woman widely regarded as the most beautiful woman in the Arab world. A decade had passed since then. Leo Sebastian was fiercely loyal, not to any nation, but to Princess Hea herself. She had even played matchmaker, helping him find his wife. When Martin spoke, Leo let out a deliberate, heavy cough, drawing both Martin's and Princess Hea's attention. Martin grinned. If you have concerns, my friend, feel free to speak up. Leo glanced at Princess Hea, who nodded in approval. He then addressed Martin in heavily accented English. Mr. Martin, no offense, but I can't see how you could help Her Highness escape this place. He walked to the room's floor-to-ceiling window and gestured downward. There's a security detail of more than 20 guards stationed outside the hotel. The moment the princess's car heads for the airport, it will be stopped. Unless you have an army, it's impossible to get her out. Martin nodded calmly. What if her brother agrees to let her leave? Princess Hea and Leo both stared at Martin in shock, blurting out in unison, That's impossible. Martin smiled, a confident expression spreading across his face. I can guarantee it. If Her Highness introduces me to her brother, I can persuade him. Princess Hea furrowed her brow as she studied the young man in front of her. He wasn't just handsome. He exuded a self-assuredness that baffled her. Was he bluffing to trick her? Or did he truly have a way? A flicker of hope sparked within her, a hope she feared would be crushed. What do you plan to offer my brother in exchange? Or are you just using me to meet him? Hea voiced her doubts. Martin didn't answer directly. Instead, he joked. You know, people say I'm a real elf. And elves have magic. Then, more seriously, he added, you can wait and see the results. You lose nothing in this. Princess Hea's amber eyes locked onto Martin's, scrutinizing his every expression. But all she saw was confidence. Pure, unwavering confidence. There was no trace of deception or hesitation. He genuinely believed he would succeed. And yet, she still couldn't fathom how. What could he possibly offer? Despite her doubts, Hea made her decision. Martin was right. She had nothing to lose. Martin, sensing her hesitation, added more weight to his offer. I can meet your brother first and handle this matter. However, if I do, my reward will be greater. You won't just provide me with information. You'll also help me secure the UAE offshore oil field bid. After all, Your Highness, you are a member of the bidding committee. I'm only an auxiliary member, Hea clarified. No, that's only because you choose to remain on the sidelines. If you wanted, you could easily enter the core of the committee. No one in the UAE would dare offend both Jordan and Dubai. Fine, I agree. Princess Hea rose slowly, surprising Martin by removing her veil. Beneath it was a face so breathtakingly beautiful that it momentarily left him speechless. Her beauty was unparalleled. No wonder she was known as the most beautiful woman in Arabia. Hea was the eldest daughter of the late King Hussein of Jordan and his third wife, Queen Alia. Tragically, Queen Alia, of Palestinian descent, died in a helicopter crash in 1977, leaving 3-year-old Hea and her younger brother, Ali, motherless. Hea also had 4 half-brothers and 5 half-sisters from her father's other marriages. Like many Arab royals, Princess Hea was sent to England at a young age for a Western education, which also allowed her to develop a wide array of talents. At 11, she attended an all-girls boarding school in Bristol, where she earned 14 GCSEs. Later, she studied at Bryanston School in Dorset, excelling in Arabic literature, English literature, political science, government, and history. Her achievements weren't limited to academics. She was a soprano and flutist in the school band, captain of the field hockey team, skilled in butterfly stroke swimming and basketball, a key member of the school's debate team. In 1992, Hea entered St. Hilda's College, Oxford, and graduated in 1995 with an honors degree in politics, philosophy, and economics. Her accomplishments extended beyond academia. She became Jordan's only woman to hold a heavy truck driver's license, motivated by her love of horses. When asked why by a French journalist, she explained, "I adore horses. These noble creatures are an inseparable part of my life. With a driving license, I can take them anywhere I wish." At just 13, she represented Jordan in international equestrian competitions, becoming the youngest member and the first woman on the national team. She was also the first Arab woman to compete in equestrian events, the first Arab female flag bearer at the Olympic opening ceremony, and the first Arab royal to participate in the Olympics. Until the age of 25, Hea led a privileged life. Her father, King Hussein, adored her and shielded her from political machinations. But everything changed in 1999 when her father passed away. Her older half-brother, Abdullah II, who was much older and shared no sibling bond with her, viewed her as nothing more than a tool to solidify his power. In 2000, he ordered her to marry Dubai's crown prince, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, a man 25 years her senior with a history of domestic violence. Hea resisted fiercely and managed to delay the marriage for 5 years. But her defiance came at a cost. She lost her freedom. From that moment on, she was effectively confined to the desert. According to Martin's original plan, Princess Hea was merely a bridge, a means to access the UAE royal family. The idea of helping the princess gain her freedom was just an excuse he had devised, inspired by the memories of his other soul, to persuade her to introduce him to her brother, Abdullah. Once he met Abdullah, Martin could use some minor tricks to extend his network further into the UAE royal family. In a feudal system where royal authority reigned supreme, securing the support of the royal family would all but guarantee success in claiming the oil field, a small matter by then. However, Martin had now changed his mind. Perhaps it might be worth expending a little magic to directly convince Hea's brother. After all, for a succubus, beauty was not something to be wasted. In the car driving Princess Hea away from the hotel, Leo Sebastian glanced at the rearview mirror. Several unremarkable Mercedes-Benz sedans were trailing them at a consistent distance. Unable to suppress his skepticism, Leo said, "Your Highness, do you truly trust that man? I think he's just a fraud. If Abdullah, that selfish tyrant, could be persuaded, you would have been free long ago." Hea remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. "I don't know. I have no other choice. He's the first person in years to give me even a glimmer of hope. Besides," she recalled Martin's eyes, calm, confident, unwavering. "There's a kind of unparalleled confidence in him that makes me want to trust him, to rely on him. It's strange. The only person who's ever made me feel this way before was my father. The thought of a 16-year-old boy giving her a sense of fatherly assurance unsettled Hea, filling her with a mix of curiosity and unease. Leo frowned deeply, muttering indignantly, "If he's a fraud, I'll make sure he pays dearly for it." Hea chuckled. "If he deceives me, his oil company will never secure a single drop of oil from this land. I promise you that." After meeting with Princess Hea, Martin returned to the Corniche Hotel with Gordon. As soon as they exited the car, they saw Evans Crooks, the CEO of Texas Oil Group, standing at the hotel entrance. It appeared he was waiting for someone. Upon spotting Martin, Evans gave a smug, condescending smirk. "Been out networking? Any luck? The Arab world is very different from the West. Your usual tactics won't work here," Evans remarked with an air of superiority. Sensing the lecturing tone, Martin burst out laughing. He walked forward, and just as Evans assumed, Martin would engage him directly. Martin passed by without even glancing at him. The best form of disdain is indifference. Martin understood this principle perfectly. Evans was visibly irritated. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, a gleaming gold Rolls-Royce pulled up to the hotel entrance. A driver dressed in a white robe quickly exited, hurrying to open the rear door. The overpowering stench of alcohol wafted out of the vehicle, causing Evans, who had stepped forward to greet the occupant, to falter. Though his face showed a brief expression of disgust, he quickly masked it with a professional smile as he continued toward the car. From the back seat emerged a heavily intoxicated man with a bushy beard, supported by the driver. His bleary eyes landed on Evans. This was none other than Hasfa, the UAE's Minister of Oil and a member of the Dubai royal family. "Mr. Hasfa, good evening. I'm Evans Crooks, CEO of Texas Oil Group." Despite his revulsion at Hasfa's overwhelming stench, Evans forced himself to extend a hand, his smile unwavering. Hasfa lazily returned the handshake, his expression vacant for a moment before he seemed to remember something. "Oh right, I'm here to meet you." With a wave of his hand, he began staggering toward the hotel, supported by the driver. "Come on, did you prepare the good stuff? Let's keep drinking." Inside the lobby, Martin and Gordon watched the spectacle unfold. The minister's drunken antics, and Evans' barely concealed frustration. Martin couldn't help but chuckle. Hasfa was nothing more than a peripheral royal member, and his position as Minister of Oil was purely ceremonial. Real decisions about national matters, like the offshore oil field bidding, were made by the core royal family. Evans has miscalculated, Martin thought with amusement. Behind him, Gordon was less amused and more confused. He leaned closer and whispered, "Martin, aren't Arabs supposed to follow Islam? Doesn't the religion forbid drinking? P.S. According to Islamic teachings, alcohol is considered impure and intoxicating, leading Muslims to abstain from its consumption." Martin shook his head. Indulgence and decadence have long eroded such restrictions. In the Arab world, except for places like Saudi Arabia and Iran, the prohibition on alcohol has been largely relaxed. Even core members of the royal families indulge openly in drinking and revelry. Even in Saudi Arabia, high-ranking officials and royals drink in private. Once they're abroad, they indulge without restraint. Martin's voice grew quieter as he added, "Easy wealth is quickly corrupting the upper echelons of these desert oil nations." As Martin and Gordon watched Hasfa and Evans enter the elevator, Martin shook his head and headed to his room via the private elevator. The game was far from over. Back in his bedroom, Martin told Gordon and the others he needed to rest and instructed them not to disturb him. Once the door was shut, he lay on the bed and connected to the detection spells he had cast on Evans Crooks and his assistant. Clear voices began to stream in. It was Hasfa, laughing boisterously. "Haha, fine wine and beautiful women. You sure know how to do business, Evans." "As long as you're satisfied," Evans replied. Martin formed a seal with his hands, then flicked his fingers. The water in the glass on his bedside table floated into the air, forming a 3-foot-wide water screen. Moments later, an image appeared on the shimmering surface. The screen showed Hasfa with one arm around a provocatively dressed white woman, while another woman alternated pouring wine into his mouth. Hasfa, thoroughly enjoying himself, drank freely while his hands roamed, his behavior utterly unrestrained. Evans Crooks watched Hasfa's increasingly glazed expression, Sensing the moment was ripe, he leaned closer and asked, "Mr. Hasfa, could you tell me the exact coordinates of the shallow sea oil field up for auction?" In his room, Martin sat up straight. This was the exact information he had been hoping to uncover. For bidders, the precise location of an oil field was crucial. Armed with this knowledge, one could analyze the basin type, geological conditions, sedimentary history, kerogen type, and maturity. From there, it would be possible to model oil formation and develop a rational bidding strategy. However, the UAE deliberately kept the location a secret to encourage frenzied, less rational bidding. Even after the U.S. President Littleby spent $1 million in bribes, all he got was information on the bidding process, not the location itself. While Haya had told Martin that only the UAE's king and crown prince knew the exact location, he still held out hope and focused intently on the scene. Hasfa, hearing Evan's question, burst into laughter. A glint of clarity flickered in his otherwise cloudy eyes, a detail Martin, observing through the water screen, caught immediately. So he's faking his drunkenness, Martin realized, momentarily stunned. Not bad. Even I was fooled. Evans, oblivious to the act, laughed along with Hasfa and repeated his question. "Could you tell me, Mr. Hasfa?" Still pretending to be drunk, Hasfa reached into the neckline of the woman beside him, his hand wandering as he replied. "Haha, Evans, I know some top-secret information, but I can't tell you." Evans frowned slightly, but quickly signaled to the two women. They moved closer to Hasfa, pouring more wine into his glass. Hasfa accepted the drinks without hesitation. He owed his position as Minister of Oil to his extraordinary alcohol tolerance. This amount of liquor was nothing to him. Internally cursing the damn drunkard, Evans maintained a friendly smile and said, "Hasfa, aren't we friends? Friends are supposed to help each other, aren't they?" All right, help each other," Hasfa slurred, his feigned drunkenness becoming more exaggerated. He released the woman he was holding, pointed to her, then to the wine on the table, and chuckled. "Beautiful women, fine wine, we've got those. But what's missing? Let me think. What's missing? Oh, money. Beautiful dollars." Watching from his water screen, Martin couldn't hold back his laughter. Wow, what a straightforward way to ask for a bribe. This guy doesn't even bother with subtlety. Evans, on the other hand, was fuming internally. Damn feudal society. Greedy bastards. Absolutely shameless. He glanced at the Patek Philippe watch on Hasfa's wrist and realized a small sum wouldn't cut it. Tentatively, he offered, "How about $500,000? Hasfa pushed the woman aside, stood up, poured a drink for Evans, and then poured one for himself. He raised his glass toward Evans with a smile. Evans, thinking his offer had been accepted, was about to celebrate when Hasfa said, "I like the number $500,000, but I love double the happiness even more. How about $1 million? Martin burst into uncontrollable laughter. Evans' hand froze mid-toast, his face twisting as he silently cursed. At the same time, he began weighing the costs and benefits in his mind. After a few moments, he clinked his glass against Hasfa's. Ding! Evans forced a smile. Deal. Hasfa grinned, pulled out a phone from his robe, and made a call. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. "Evans, my friend, that must be my assistants. Let them in." Evans signaled his female assistant to open the door. 2 men in white robes entered, one carrying a laptop and the other a briefcase. Hasfa motioned for the first man to open the laptop and said to Evans, "Now, Evans, you can transfer the money." Damn it, this guy doesn't even play coy. Evans cursed internally as he reluctantly approached the laptop. He also started brainstorming excuses to explain the overspent PR budget to the board. Martin observed the scene with interest. As he did, he couldn't help but reflect on the broader context. It was 2002, and US dollars still held significant value, far more than they would a decade later when the US government began printing money at will. The tie between oil and the dollar was a double-edged sword. As long as oil was traded in dollars, the US could keep printing money without fear of devaluation. This system allowed the US to parasitically drain wealth from other nations. Eventually, even Saudi Arabia, the US's staunchest ally in the Middle East, grew tired of this arrangement. By 2020, Saudi Arabia had explored alternatives, even seeking to establish Chinese military bases on its soil and settle oil transactions in Chinese yuan. Although U.S. intervention thwarted these efforts, Saudi Arabia's maneuvers still yielded concessions from the U.S. These events underscored China's growing influence and the U.S.'s gradual decline. Returning to the present, Martin shook his head and dismissed the water screen. Hasfa's charade was entertaining, but Evans was clearly being played for a fool. Smirking, Martin reclined on his bed, contemplating his next move. The game was just beginning. Evans' crooks manipulated the computer, and a transfer of $1 million successfully reached Hasfa's Swiss bank account. Hasfa took the laptop, checked the transfer, and laughed heartily. The internet is truly a wonderful thing. It makes everything so simple. Patting Evans on the shoulder, he said, "Very good, my friend. I accept our deal." He then gestured to one of his assistants, who brought over a briefcase and handed it to Evans. "Everything I know is in here. We're square now." Without waiting for a response, Hasfa left with his two assistants, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation with his friend. Evans opened the briefcase, and Martin shifted his magical viewpoint to observe the contents. As Evans flipped through the pages inside, his expression grew increasingly grim, while Martin's grew increasingly amused. Bang! Evans slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his face dark as he called out to Hasfa, who was already at the door. "Mr. Hasfa, wait a moment. This doesn't include the oil field's coordinates." The documents in the briefcase turned out to be detailed information about the bidding process. While valuable, the problem was that Texas Oil Group had already purchased the same information for $1 million. Hasfa had essentially sold the same goods twice. Evans was on the verge of exploding with rage. Martin, meanwhile, was trying not to laugh himself silly. Hasfa turned back with a look of feigned surprise. "My friend, I never said I knew the location of the oil field. What I said was that I had some confidential information. And this," he pointed to the briefcase, "is the confidential information." "What? Are you trying to back out of our deal?" Of course, Evans wanted to back out. But seeing Hasfa now completely sober, he realized he had been played. And yet, Hasfa was not someone who could accomplish much himself, but he was undoubtedly capable of causing significant problems. If offended, he could sabotage Texas Oil Group's bid at every turn. Suppressing his fury, Evans forced a smile and said, "Of course not. This is just a small expense for our company. Let's call it a gift for Mr. Hasfa to enjoy some more fine wine." Hasfa burst into laughter and nodded. "Excellent. Evans, you're truly a good friend." Evans' heart was bleeding. If the bid failed, he knew the board would tear him apart for the overspent budget. Before leaving, Hasfa added, "Let me give you one more piece of advice. The exact location of the oil field is known only to Sheikh Zayed and the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Evans felt a sliver of relief. There was still hope. As long as he had a direction, he had a chance. In the next room, Martin smirked and muttered, "No, you don't." With that, he dismissed the magical water screen. The current Sheikh of the UAE, also the president, was both the king of Dubai and the father of the crown prince to whom Jordan's King Abdullah wanted to marry off Princess Haya. Arabian names often distinguished father and son through middle names. The UAE and Dubai's current king, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan. His son, Dubai's crown prince, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Martin's plan was to leverage King Abdullah, Princess Haya's brother, to gain access to these two figures. Princess Haya moved swiftly. Within 3 days of their meeting, Martin received an audience with King Abdullah II of Jordan. In the palace in Amman, Martin finally met Princess Haya's brother. 13 years her senior, Abdullah II had a round face that appeared kind and friendly. He wore a suit paired with a traditional Arab headdress, creating a somewhat mismatched look. This attire was typical for leaders in many Arab countries, symbolizing their attempt to balance a desire for Western alignment with a commitment to traditional identity. Abdullah had studied at Oxford University in England and even served in the British Army. After returning to Jordan in 1985, he rose through the military ranks, holding positions such as Armored Battalion Commander. Along the way, he studied at prestigious institutions like the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst, the British Infantry School, and the U.S. Armor School. Abdullah's relationship with China was notably positive, primarily due to his consistent support for Palestine in the Israel-Palestine conflict, a stance rooted in history. Jordan was carved out of Palestine. Originally part of Palestine, it became a British mandate after World War I. In 1921, the area east of the Jordan River became the Emirate of Transjordan, while the western region remained Palestine. Jordan and Palestine shared deep cultural and historical ties, with many members of the Jordanian royal family marrying Palestinian women. Both Abdullah II and Princess Haya have Palestinian heritage. Martin Myers, welcome. I enjoy your novels and films. Please, have a seat, Abdullah greeted warmly. Your Majesty, it's an honor to meet you, Martin replied politely. The two exchanged pleasantries, with Haya sitting nearby, quietly rolling her eyes. Two hypocritical men, she thought. After some small talk, Abdullah broached the main topic. My sister Haya mentioned you had something important to discuss. What is it? Martin smiled. Could we speak privately? Abdullah was momentarily taken aback. After exchanging a glance with his chief bodyguard, he waved for the attendants and guards to leave the room. Martin, still silent, casually twirled a crystal wine glass in his hand. Abdullah, sensing the atmosphere, smiled and said to Haya, Haya, you should leave as well. Haya shot Martin a sharp glare as she left, her brother unable to see her expression. Now, only Abdullah, Martin, and the chief bodyguard remained in the hall. The bodyguard's watchful eyes never left Martin, one hand resting on the grip of his holstered pistol. Martin glanced at the bodyguard and sighed internally. Great, another one to deal with. What a waste of effort. An hour later, Martin emerged from the hall, looking relaxed. Abdullah followed closely behind, his demeanor unusually warm. To Haya's shock, her brother even performed the traditional Arab gesture of pressing his nose to Martin's forehead, a sign of utmost respect and friendship. What on earth did he say to my brother? Haya wondered. If she didn't know better, she might have suspected Martin had done something illicit. Her shock deepened when Abdullah beckoned her over and, smiling, said, Martin told me about your concerns, my dear sister. If you don't want to marry Sheikh Mohammed, why didn't you just tell me? I would never force you to do something you dislike. Haya's mind raced. Haven't I resisted enough? If I hadn't fought back, I would have been married off to that old sheik 2 years ago. While part of her wanted to retort, another part was overwhelmed by disbelief. Staring at her brother, her voice trembled as she asked, Does that mean I don't have to marry the sheik? As long as you don't want to, yes. Abdullah's answer left Haya both ecstatic and utterly bewildered. She turned to Martin, who stood smiling nearby. Her shock turned into a mix of admiration and suspicion. How did he pull this off? Haya, would you escort Mr. Martin out for me? This was the first time since their father's death that Haya's brother, King Abdullah, had spoken to her in such a gentle tone. Haya readily agreed. She had too many questions for Martin and couldn't wait for answers. How did you do it? Do what? You know what I mean. And why should I tell you? Oh, by the way, your brother has agreed to arrange a meeting between me and the King and Crown Prince of Dubai. I'll ensure that Crown Prince stops fixating on you. Then, you'll truly be free. Haya's face lit up with joy, followed by a look of awe. I can't believe you managed to get this far. I'm genuinely curious. Don't be too curious about me, Martin quipped with a mischievous grin. I'd hate for you to fall in love with me. Finally, he couldn't resist flirting. To be fair, for a succubus, maintaining propriety in front of such a stunning beauty was a near impossible challenge. Oh, really? Winning my heart will take more than that, Haya said with a playful smile, her demeanor reminiscent of her carefree days as a student in England. You're handsome, and you're impressive, but not strong enough. Martin was momentarily stunned. Not strong enough. Looking down at himself, he realized the issue. His build fell into the lean but muscular category. He looked slim in clothes, but had a sculpted physique underneath. Compared to someone like Leo, the towering bald bodyguard, he probably seemed less physically imposing. Martin chuckled. Princess Haya, how long has it been since you last used the internet? The internet? It's been a while. I haven't had the interest to explore new things in recent years. Well, I suggest you get online, search my name, and then decide whether I'm strong enough. By this time, they had reached the car. Martin, seeing Haya lost in thought over his comment, smiled and said, Goodbye, beautiful princess. I hope you'll feel even better the next time we meet. With that, he climbed into the car, and it drove away. Haya watched as the vehicle disappeared into the distance, her mind still replaying his words. Search his name online. That evening, after dinner, Hea returned to her bedroom early to rest. Martin's words echoed in her mind. Search my name online, and you'll see if I'm strong. She entered her private study adjoining the bedroom, turned on her computer, and connected to the internet. Navigating to Yahoo, she typed in Martin Myers. A flood of results appeared. Martin, the most beautiful elf. Legolas' beauty will be remembered in film history. Hea smiled to herself. She had seen The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, and had adored Martin's portrayal of Legolas. His ethereal beauty had captivated her back then, though her enthusiasm for the film had waned after the pressures of her arranged marriage. Clicking on a forum post, she indulged in several photos and clips of Legolas' breathtaking looks. 20 minutes later, still enchanted, she reluctantly closed the post and resumed browsing. Neo from The Matrix teaches us how to fight with elegance. Combat can be beautiful. Intrigued, Hea clicked on another post featuring a compilation of Neo's fight scenes set to epic music. The graceful choreography sent chills down her spine. While Neo was undeniably cool, his fights didn't exactly scream physical strength. They showcased technique and elegance instead. She continued scrolling through posts about Martin, learning more about him as her curiosity deepened. Until Martin Myers, the sea god. Curious, she opened the post and found a video. When she clicked play, the sound of roaring wind and crashing waves blasted from her computer speakers, startling her. What is this? A hurricane? A tsunami? She squinted at the screen and noticed a figure cutting through the waves, striding powerfully against the wind. Then the camera zoomed in. It was Martin. The camera panned over his dripping, muscular frame as a massive wave crashed down. Martin burst through the torrent, his movements sharp and commanding, his defined muscles gleaming with raw power. Gulp. Hea realized she had unconsciously swallowed, her mouth slightly open. It wasn't her fault. The sculpted, fluid musculature on display was too mesmerizing. Judging by the video's staggering view count, 113 million, it was clear many others felt the same way. Who knew? Who knew this guy was so strong? Hea replayed the video repeatedly, utterly captivated, before finally saving it to her computer. Resuming her search, she stumbled upon another shocking title. Murderer Martin kicks a grown man to death. Curious and slightly alarmed, Hea clicked the post. The video showed Martin in a warehouse, delivering a single, powerful kick that snapped a man's neck, identified in the article as the Hollywood Ripper. The clip had been edited from surveillance and police bodycam footage, focusing on the sheer force and precision of Martin's devastating kick. Hea was stunned. She hadn't seen the earlier footage of Martin fighting bank robbers due to the restrictions imposed during her most difficult years. This clip was her first glimpse of his raw, violent strength. She read the article accompanying the video and learned the story behind the incident. Rewatching the footage, she noticed a fiery determination in Martin's actions. Who was that girl, Lindsay? What was she to Martin that he would risk everything, even kill, to protect her? The thought brought an unexpected pang of jealousy. As the hours passed, Hea's impression of Martin transformed. Initially, he was just a handsome young man. Then, he became a physically strong and captivating figure. Now, she saw him as a man who exuded strength, security, and an unshakable resolve to protect those he cared about. Meanwhile, lying in his own bed and watching television, Martin suddenly felt a new surge of desire energy flowing toward him. He smiled knowingly. So, she really did look me up online. Looks like the next time we meet, her opinion of me will be very different. In another room, Evans Crooks was sweating profusely as he made a phone call, frantically explaining the $1 million expenditure to the Texas Oil Group's board of directors. Although Evans held considerable authority as the company's CEO, he was still merely an employee in the eyes of the board. His power was granted by them, and could just as easily be revoked. Thus, he had no choice but to muster all his energy to navigate their relentless questioning. ExxonMobil from our country, Royal Dutch Shell, France's Total, and BP from England all hold oil concessions in the UAE, explained David Scott, providing Martin with key insights. Then there's Sweden's Partex, Japan's Mitsubishi Oil, as well as companies from Germany, Italy, Spain, and China, which have yet to secure concessions. David, who had spent nearly 20 years in the oil industry, had managed to gather plenty of insider information through his extensive network. Lately, Hasfa has received numerous invitations to banquets, mostly from companies trying to secure concessions. The major corporations that already hold concessions, however, seem to have contacted Hasfa much earlier. I suspect their goal was to learn the oil field's location. David paused, a puzzled look crossing his face. What's strange is how tight-lipped these companies are about their dealings with Hasfa. No one's saying a word, good or bad. Martin smirked knowingly. Of course they're keeping quiet. They were all played by that old fox Hasfa. It's so embarrassing they'd rather others fall into the same trap to dilute their own stupidity. Hasfa's greed was apparent. He'd been selling the same information to multiple parties. Serves them right, Martin thought with amusement. Greed made them easy prey for someone like Hasfa. Those without concessions are scrambling to secure them now. Sweden's Partex and Japan's Mitsubishi Oil are close to finalizing deals. Their concessions will vary in duration, but even the shortest is 3 years, David continued. He then cast an admiring glance at Martin. I still can't believe how you managed to secure a 10-year concession from the UAE, plus another 10 years as an optional extension. That's 20 years altogether. Terms even the biggest corporations couldn't negotiate. By late November, Martin had been in Abu Dhabi for nearly a month. One evening, Leo approached him with a folder and said in his gruff voice, "This is from the princess, as promised." Reluctantly, Leo added, "The princess is waiting for you in her car downstairs." Over the past few weeks, Leo had watched the princess grow increasingly close to Martin. While he was glad that Martin had solved her problems, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was a protective father watching his daughter fall for a troublemaker. Suppressing his annoyance, Leo reminded himself of his role as her bodyguard and refrained from making inappropriate remarks. Downstairs, a white Bugatti Veyron awaited Martin. He glanced up at the hazy Abu Dhabi sky, which was perpetually tinged with dusty gray hues. It was the worst time of day, with most people taking refuge indoors or in their cars, avoiding the swirling sands. Martin slid into the passenger seat. Haya sat in the driver's seat, wearing a chic Chanel outfit. Her headscarf had been replaced by a colorful silk scarf, and she sported light makeup and sunglasses. She looked less like an Arab woman and more like a fashion icon from New York or London. "Where to?" Martin asked casually as he removed his mask and sunglasses. Haya didn't answer directly. Instead, she said, "You know, I've always loved horses, not just for their beauty, but for the thrill of galloping at full speed, completely under my control. And so, I also love sports cars. They're another way for me to experience that same rush of speed." Martin shrugged. "So, where are we going?" Haya grinned mischievously, a glint of playful mischief in her eyes that made her look like a young girl about to pull a prank. "You've fastened your seatbelt. That's good." The next moment, she floored the accelerator. The Bugatti shot forward, and Haya let out an exhilarated whoop, her pent-up energy pouring out as the car roared down the road. Within 3 seconds, the Veyron reached its top speed, rocketing forward with explosive force. The sheer acceleration pinned Martin and Haya firmly against their seats. Haya's adrenaline surged as the speedometer climbed past 200 kilometers per hour. Her joyous shouts echoed through the car as they sped down the nearly deserted Corniche Road and onto Sunset Boulevard. Sunset Boulevard was even emptier. The wide, straight road stretched deep into the desert, fading into a hazy expanse of yellow sand and dust. Haya pushed the car to 240 kilometers per hour, taking full advantage of the open, straight road. She glanced at Martin, expecting to see him pale with fear or clutching his seat in panic. Instead, Martin was yawning, looking thoroughly bored. He must be pretending, Haya thought. He has to be. "Hey," Martin finally said, his tone calm. "All this dust, if you keep driving like this, you're going to wreck the car." Haya scoffed. "So what? Are you scared? It's okay to admit it. I won't laugh at you." Over the past few weeks, Haya had noticed their dynamic shifting. She had started to feel like Martin was taking the lead in their interactions, and as someone who prided herself on being strong and independent, she didn't like it. Today's stunt was her attempt to unsettle him, to prove he wasn't as composed as he seemed. But the plan wasn't working. "Why would I be scared?" Martin asked, genuinely puzzled. "This speed is so slow." "Slow?" Hea was stunned, feeling as though he was mocking her. Martin wasn't. He truly found the speed unimpressive. In the magical world he once inhabited, he had ridden in the war chariots of the Pierce-class demon envoys. Those vehicles could cover tens of thousands of kilometers in a day. Now that was speed. Compared to that, even the Bugatti Veyron's maximum speed of 400 kilometers per hour felt sluggish. "You're not scared?" Hea asked again, incredulous. "Not at all. And honestly, you're not even pushing this car to its limits. Too timid, aren't you?" Martin said matter-of-factly. Hea was fuming. "You don't get it. For an ordinary person, this is the maximum safe speed. Even professional racers only reach speeds of 300 kilometers per hour on a track. Beyond that, the human nervous system can't react fast enough to handle any sudden changes." Martin chuckled inwardly at her frustration, while Hea gritted her teeth, determined to show him up. For Martin, it was just another amusing moment in a long game. Even professional F1 drivers can barely push their cars to speeds of 310 kilometers per hour. That's already the limit. At such speeds, any sudden change would overwhelm the human nervous system, Hea argued. Martin scoffed. "Really? Sounds like an excuse for the weak to me." Hea, visibly irritated, slammed on the brakes. The Bugatti Veyron decelerated smoothly and came to a controlled stop, demonstrating its impeccable performance. "Excuse? Do you have any idea how much pressure the human body endures at 310 kilometers per hour? That's nearly the speed of sound. Sound travels at roughly 340 meters per second. You think that kind of speed is nothing?" Martin shrugged. "So, what?" Hea was exasperated. "Planes don't have to deal with roads or terrain. And even then, supersonic pilots undergo rigorous selection and training." "So what?" Martin repeated, his tone unwavering. Hea glared at him. She suddenly felt like she was arguing with someone obstinate for the sake of being contrary. When logic failed, the only option left was action. "Fine," she snapped, unbuckling her seatbelt. "Why don't you drive and show me what you mean by so what?" Martin chuckled and shrugged. "No problem. But pushing this car's engine to its limits in this dusty weather? You're going to ruin it. It's just a car," Hea retorted, her confidence masking her unease. "A little over $1 million. It's not a big deal." Her tone carried a mix of bravado and skepticism, as if daring him to prove her wrong. Martin casually stepped out of the car and walked to the driver's side. "If you're so insistent, I'll give you a taste of real speed." Hea hesitated, watching him with wide eyes. "Are you serious?" At high speeds, the steering becomes incredibly heavy. If you lose control, it could mean instant death. "Afraid?" Martin asked, leaning against the car door with the same nonchalant expression Hea had worn earlier. "I'm not afraid," she shot back defiantly. Grumbling under her breath, she climbed into the passenger seat and buckled up, glaring at Martin. "Don't push yourself too hard just to prove a point," she warned. "Afraid?" Martin repeated, smirking. Hea was livid. Slamming her hand on the seat, she snapped, "Just do it already." Martin strapped himself in and glanced around. Spotting a discarded neck support pillow behind the seat, he handed it to Hea. "This will help protect your neck from the pressure," he said calmly. What about you?" Hea asked, her annoyance briefly replaced by concern. Martin grinned. "I'm strong enough. I don't need it." "Arrogant jerk," she muttered, crossing her arms. "Ready?" Martin asked, his foot already hovering over the accelerator. Before Hea could respond, the Bugatti surged forward. Her attempt at saying, "ready," was swallowed by the force of the acceleration, leaving the words stuck in her throat. The speedometer needle climbed rapidly. 60 kilometers per hour, 120 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, 240 kilometers per hour, 300 kilometers per hour. At first, Hea maintained an air of disdain, but her confidence faltered as the car reached 240 kilometers per hour. By the time Martin pushed past 300 kilometers per hour, the sheer force pressed her against the seat. Her neck strained against the support pillow, and her body was immobilized by the immense pressure. Oh no! A sudden urge hit her, and her face drained of color. Hea opened her mouth to say something, perhaps to surrender, but the words died in her throat. Martin continued accelerating. 310 kilometers per hour. 320 kilometers per hour. Her vision began narrowing. Her brain struggled to keep up, and adrenaline surged through her system, fueling a strange mix of exhilaration and terror. She screamed, her voice a mix of excitement and panic. Her bladder, however, had a different reaction. As pressure mounted, the signal to let go became harder to resist. No, I can't lose face here, she thought, clenching her teeth and tightening every muscle to hold on. But Martin wasn't done. 330 kilometers per hour. 340 kilometers per hour. Boom. A sonic boom roared around them as the car breached supersonic speed. Is this guy insane? He's driving a Bugatti past supersonic speed. Heya's mind raced in both awe and horror. Her vision had narrowed to a thin strip, the edges of her sight consumed by darkness. The road ahead was invisible, replaced by a faint, glowing white line in a void of blackness. Her eyes felt as though they might pop out of their sockets. Her neck creaked under the strain, and a loud ringing filled her ears. It felt as if her very soul was being pulled from her body. If not for Martin's subtle use of magic to protect her, her body would have already succumbed to the intense pressure, resulting in catastrophic injury. The car hit 350 kilometers per hour, 380 kilometers per hour, 400 kilometers per hour. As the speed passed 400 kilometers per hour, Heya's mind seemed to snap. She felt as though she had been transported to another realm, a surreal void of white light and infinite darkness. All thoughts of pride and control vanished. A hot, wet sensation spread through her expensive Chanel trousers, staining them with a visible yellow patch. Then another wave hit, and Heya let out a piercing scream. Ah! Martin eased off the accelerator and let the Bugatti gradually decelerate. As the car slowed to a more manageable speed, Heya slumped in her seat, her face pale and drenched in sweat. The car eventually came to a stop, the silence inside punctuated only by Heya's labored breathing. Well, Martin said with a sly grin, turning to her. Still think I can't handle the speed? Heya couldn't muster a response. She was too preoccupied with the mortifying realization of what had just happened and the lingering adrenaline coursing through her veins. She shot Martin a glare but found herself unable to form words, her pride shattered and her body utterly spent. Martin chuckled softly. I think that proved my point. Ah! Heya let out a string of high-pitched screams. Martin wrinkled his nose, casting a sidelong glance at the noble princess. Her face, contorted in a mix of exhilaration and sheer terror, caught his eye. When his gaze shifted downward, he spotted something that made him smirk mischievously. Unaware of her predicament, Heya felt as if her very soul had been transported to a different realm. A tidal wave of indescribable emotions surged within her, building to an almost unbearable peak. The only release was to scream as loudly as possible. She had always enjoyed the thrill of speed, but she never imagined that pushing the limits could deliver a high thousands of times more intense than anything she had ever experienced. Her body seemed to resist, yet her soul screamed for more. Faster, even faster. Martin gradually slowed the car. 430 kilometers per hour, 350 kilometers per hour, 300 kilometers per hour, 250 kilometers per hour. As the speed decreased, Heya's vision began to return to normal. The world stopped being a blur, and her brain finally started processing clear images again. The intense pressure on her neck eased, and the ringing in her ears dissipated. She could think again, speak again, and, most importantly, feel her body. Then she realized what had happened. What the F? Heya swore under her breath, her eyes darting to Martin to see if he had noticed her embarrassment. Martin, seemingly oblivious, stared calmly ahead. A subtle curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement, though it was hard to tell if he was laughing at her or simply enjoying himself. Cough, cough. Martin, I admit it. You're amazing, she said, trying to sound earnest. Meanwhile, she pressed her legs together and tugged at the hem of her dress, desperately attempting to hide the damning evidence of her ordeal. Feigning composure, she added, I'd like to go back now. Can you drive me home? Martin feigned surprise. Take you home? Sure, but how am I supposed to get back? Heya hesitated before stammering. You can drive my car back. Actually, you can keep it. This car, it's yours now. Martin burst out laughing. Well, thank you for your generosity, Princess Heya. He turned the car around and headed toward the city, where Hea owned a luxurious apartment. As they pulled into the underground parking garage, Hea suddenly remembered the seat. The evidence of her earlier incident would still be there, not to mention the lingering smell. There was no way she could let Martin see that. Martin, she blurted out. I just remembered. This car is actually really special to me. I can't just give it away. Martin raised an eyebrow. So I'll just take a cab back? Would you mind? Hea asked, her expression turning sheepish. Martin glanced at her conflicted face and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Keeping his tone neutral, he replied, Oh, sure. No problem. Well then, goodbye, beautiful Princess Hea. Goodbye, Martin. You can go. I won't see you off. Huh. No need for that. Martin stepped out of the car and started walking toward the exit. After a few steps, he turned back, bent down, and said through the open passenger window, Oh, by the way, Princess, don't forget to clean the seat. You wouldn't want the smell to linger. Without waiting for a response, he walked away, leaving a mortified Hea screaming in frustration inside the car. Ah, damn you, Martin. This is so embarrassing. I can never show my face again. When Martin returned to his hotel suite, David Scott was still poring over the documents Leo had delivered earlier. David had recently moved into the presidential suite with Martin, and the two were preparing for the upcoming oil field bid. The documents detailed the unofficial offers various companies had already made to the bidding committee. Yes, the bidding process had already begun behind closed doors, well before the official event. While this was technically against the rules, this was the Arab world. They had their own rules. The highest offer so far came from Texas Oil Group at $802 million, followed by BP at $800 million. Martin now had a clear picture of the oil field's location, a shallow offshore reserve in the Sirte region. Initial surveys estimated its reserves at 197 million tons of crude oil. With water depths of less than 35 meters, it was relatively easy to extract, even by shallow sea standards. Martin had done the math. If individual wells could produce over 10,000 barrels a day, the extraction cost would max out at $10 per barrel, possibly as low as $8. That was lower than many onshore oil fields, highlighting why Middle Eastern oil was so coveted. For comparison, China's Shengli oil field, where oil is extracted from rock fractures smaller than 1/270th the diameter of a human hair, would be considered a waste of time in the Middle East. There, oil fields were vast and easy to access. No need for squeezing oil from stone. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Princess Hea, Martin now knew the psychological price points of the other bidders. While the official bids might go slightly higher, he was confident they wouldn't exceed the current estimates by much. 6 days before the bidding deadline, the UAE Ministry of Oil publicly announced the oil field's location. However, by this point, the companies had no time to conduct proper surveys and were scrambling to buy any available information. Once again, Oil Minister Hasfa capitalized on the situation. Selling preliminary survey data to multiple companies, he made another fortune. As the bidding frenzy intensified, company representatives were busy applying for additional funds from their headquarters and revising their strategies. Meanwhile, Martin and his team remained calm and composed. Campbell Oil's team had already crafted a precise bid tailored to the oil field specifics. On the final day before the deadline, Hea provided Martin with another critical piece of intelligence. Both Texas Oil Group and BP had raised their bids. Texas now offered $945 million, while BP followed closely with $938 million. This was the bidding price, the amount to be paid up front, even before drilling began. Quite the hefty sum, Martin remarked, glancing at the updated numbers. Though his words conveyed surprise, his demeanor remained utterly indifferent. Thanks to the success of his recent films, the ongoing sales of his books, and the proceeds from selling Yahoo stock, Martin's liquid assets had swelled to a staggering $2 billion. More money. Martin smirked. Who's afraid of who? Bring it on. After seeing the bids from Texas Oil Group and BP, Martin casually tore a note from the pad on his desk. He wrote down a number, $970 million, then scratched it out and replaced it with $1 billion. For an oil field as rich as Sirte's, $1 billion was a reasonable price. But paying that kind of money up front, without having seen a single drop of oil, was a gamble even for giants like Texas Oil and BP. Still, Martin didn't hesitate to finalize his bid. He wouldn't submit it just yet, though. Most serious bidders waited until the very last day to submit their bids, avoiding competitors like Martin who might cheat the system. Martin suspected that Texas Oil and BP might raise their bids at the last minute, which was why he ultimately upped his offer to $1 billion. Time passed. Hea hadn't seen Martin since their last outing. Perhaps she was avoiding him out of embarrassment. Embarrassment? Absolutely. Ever since her humiliating prank backfired, leaving her completely flustered, just thinking about Martin made her blush and gave her an uncomfortable urge to visit the restroom. But as the bidding deadline loomed, she had no choice but to face him again. The day before the deadline, 3 hours before the window for submissions closed, Campbell Oil submitted its bid. True to form, they were the last company to do so. In an unexpected move, Martin revised his bid once again, increasing it to $1.02 billion. David Scott was stunned by the sudden change. There had been no prior indication of such a move, and Hea hadn't sent any updates either. When David asked for an explanation, Martin gave a single word: intuition. Of course, it wasn't mere intuition. Martin had been keeping a close eye on Texas Oil Group through his detection magic and had overheard their final bid. $1.01 billion. He had heard Evans Crooks say over the phone, explaining his strategy to his board. The earlier bids were just decoys to lure others into complacency. No one will expect us to raise our offer by $56 million at the last minute. The day of the bid opening. At the venue, Martin sat calmly, his gaze fixed on Hea, who was busy fielding questions from representatives of various companies. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Hea eventually couldn't take it anymore. She briskly walked over to him, adopting a professional demeanor. "Mr. Martin, is there anything else you need? If you wish to revise your bid, you still have 1 hour." Yes, bidders were allowed one final chance to amend their offers before the bids were officially opened. Martin shook his head and leaned closer, whispering. Texas Oil Group raised their bid at the last minute. "You didn't tell me," Hea whispered back. "My phone was confiscated yesterday morning. I couldn't even contact Leo, let alone you." "That's not my problem," Martin replied with a mischievous grin. "You owe me. Think of how you're going to repay that debt." His smile sent shivers down her spine. Realizing what he meant, she snapped. "How do you know Texas Oil changed their bid? You have another informant on the committee, don't you?" "How dare you?" Martin didn't deny it. He simply smirked and said, "That's not important. What matters is, you owe me." Not far away, Texas Oil's CEO, Evans Crooks, glared at Martin. Seeing him talking so casually with Hea, the famous beauty of the Arab world, filled him with jealousy. "Flirting at a time like this? Let's see how cheerful you are when your bid fails," Evans muttered to himself. He had pursued Hea in the past, but every invitation was flatly rejected. Time ticked by. On stage, Hea checked the clock repeatedly before finally announcing that the revision period was over. The room grew silent as she declared the bid opening had begun. Everyone's eyes were glued to her as she began inspecting the sealed bids, verifying the seals and documentation alongside the staff. Once everything was confirmed, Hea glanced at the UAE Minister of Oil, Hasfa, signaling for him to proceed. As Hasfa ascended the stage, Martin noticed the sharp gazes following him, likely from representatives who had paid dearly to curry his favor. He's probably made 10 millions from this auction alone, Martin thought with amusement. Nearby, a representative from Japan's Mitsubishi Oil muttered under his breath, "Greedy vulture." Hasfa, unfazed by the hostility, opened the first bid envelope with practiced ease and began announcing the amounts. Sweden's Partex, $742 million. Japan's Mitsubishi Oil, $901 million. Royal Dutch Shell, $889 million. France's total, $891 million. The Mitsubishi representative smiled briefly, their bid the highest so far, until BP, England $988 million. Baka, the Mitsubishi representative cursed as disappointment spread across his face. Then came the bombshell. Texas Oil Group, $1.01 billion. "What the F?" cursed BP's representative, now staring daggers at Evans Crooks. Evans smirked, feeling vindicated. His strategic price adjustment had paid off, just in time to outbid BP. Or so he thought. Campbell Oil Company, $1.02 billion. The room fell silent. What the F? This time, the outburst came from Evans Crooks, his head snapping toward Martin in disbelief. A single $1 million difference had cost Texas Oil the bid. Evans sank into his seat, consumed by regret. If only they'd added just $1 million more. Or if he hadn't wasted $1 million bribing Hasfa. Damn Hasfa. Damn Martin. Damn little Bush. Evans cursed internally, his fury now extending even to the U.S. president, who had foolishly informed Martin about the auction in the first place. Without that slip, Martin wouldn't have been here to steal the prize. Only $1 million. The slim difference nearly made Evans Crooks beat his chest in frustration. He stared at Hasfa's bushy beard, hoping the scoundrel would announce a higher bid that could somehow rescue him from being defeated by such a narrow margin. But no such announcement came. As the final bids were read, Evans slumped into his chair. This trip to the UAE had cost Texas Oil a fortune but delivered none of the expected results. He could already foresee the storm of criticism waiting for him back in Texas. Texas Oil had learned about the oil field auction early, thanks to their political connections. They had the most preparation time and invested the most resources, yet they were beaten by Martin's hastily assembled team. The weight of impending boardroom backlash pressed down on Evans. Meanwhile, Mitsubishi Oil's representative, Sugimori Makoto, leaned back in his chair, trying to avoid looking at the dashing young man who had just secured the oil field. His feelings of envy were hard to hide. A week earlier, Sugimori had proposed raising their bid above $1 billion. But his suggestion was rejected by the company's conservative leadership. Fools, he thought bitterly. What good is hoarding cash in banks? Are we just waiting for another wave of devaluation? It would have been better to invest globally and secure valuable resources. Ever since Japan's economy had been shaken by U.S.-engineered currency manipulation, its corporate leaders had grown overly cautious. The once bold buy strategy had given way to hesitation, frustrating veterans like Sugimori who had experienced Japan's golden age. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the loss. What's the point? If those at the top won't fight, why should I? Might as well spend my time enjoying life. From this point on, Sugimori's ambition waned. He played it safe, strictly following orders, which ironically earned him promotions. However, his personal life descended into hedonism. On stage, Hasfa scanned the crowd with a smug smile, relishing the varied expressions of frustration and defeat. When his gaze landed on the youngest participant in the room, Martin, his smile faded slightly. Martin was the only one who hadn't bribed him, yet he had won. It didn't make sense. Who's backing him? Hasfa wondered. It was obvious Martin had prior knowledge of the oil field's location, evident from the tailored provisions in his bid. Shaking off his thoughts, Hasfa began the final announcement. I hereby declare that, in this fair, just, and open auction, the successful bidder for the Sertan Shallow Sea oil field is Campbell Oil Company from the United States. At the mention of fair, just, and open, many in the audience smirked sarcastically. Hearing the result, Martin and David Scott jumped to their feet. David enthusiastically patted Martin on the back. Securing the Sertan oil field had revived Campbell Oil, ensuring its survival and stabilizing David's position as CEO. Applause followed, half-hearted but obligatory. Despite their loss, the other bidders politely congratulated Martin and his team. Mr. Martin, congratulations. Hasfa descended the stage to shake Martin's hand before inviting him up to pose for photos with the media. Martin's global fame, combined with his successful foray into the energy sector, made him a magnet for reporters. Journalists from major outlets like AP, Ching Chong, AFP, Reuters, and Kyoto crowded around the stage, cameras flashing furiously. These high-profile reporters were the only ones allowed inside the auction hall. Others, from outlets like The Times, The New York Times, and the Japan News, were left waiting outside. As the cameras clicked away, reporters bombarded Martin with questions. Reporter 1. Mr. Martin, what inspired you to make such a bold leap from entertainment into the energy sector? Martin, smiling. It started with a conversation I had with my good friend, President Bush. He told me about the Sertan oil field auction and insisted I participate. He was very supportive, and I couldn't let him down. So here I am. This casual mention of Bush left the reporters in an uproar. Had the U.S. government been backing Martin all along? Reporter 2, from AFP. Mr. Martin, Campbell Oil won by just $1 million. Did you have access to any insider information? Martin recognized the French accent and wasn't surprised. It was typical of the French to question everything. With a friendly nod, he replied, Campbell Oil participated in this auction under principles of fairness. There was absolutely no insider information involved. Mr. Reporter, you may question me, but you shouldn't doubt the integrity of the UAE's organizers. Hasfa, quickly. Exactly. This auction was conducted with the utmost fairness and transparency. Reporter 3 from Chingchong. Mr. Martin, how soon does Campbell Oil plan to start drilling? Will the oil be available to countries outside the U.S., such as Chingchong? Martin smiled at the Chingchong journalist. He was well aware of Chingchong's growing dependence on imported oil, which paralleled its industrial boom. Campbell Oil is an international energy company, Martin replied smoothly. As long as the price is right, we'd be happy to supply oil to countries outside the U.S., including Chingchong. Martin handled the press masterfully, his confidence unwavering. Meanwhile, the UAE staff ensured reporters maintained a respectful distance, preventing them from swarming Martin. Behind the scenes, David Scott was already on the phone with Campbell Oil's legal and accounting teams, instructing them to prepare for the signing process. The deal was almost sealed. Martin Myers, entertainment tycoon turned energy mogul, had just secured his place in a new arena. The victor enjoys a grand feast, while the defeated taste the bitter fruit of failure. After successfully securing the Satan shallow sea oil field in the UAE, Martin accepted an invitation from the Emirati royal family to attend a banquet at the king's palace. The signing ceremony was scheduled for the following day. Meanwhile, the defeated competitors quietly slipped away, nursing their wounds in silence. The Emirati royal palace, also known as the Presidential Palace of Abu Dhabi, is called Qasr al-Watan, meaning Palace of the Nation. The palace's exterior is entirely white, with its domes adorned with intricate golden patterns. Princess Haya introduced the palace to Martin, saying, "These golden patterns required half a ton of gold and were designed by the renowned local designer Khalid Shafar." As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a floor of gleaming, immaculate white marble tiles. Numerous fountains flowed like rivers, and over 20 crystal chandeliers added a touch of opulence. Seeing Martin's gaze linger on the chandeliers, Haya explained, "These chandeliers are crafted from natural crystals and were designed by Swarovski's finest designers. The palace houses more than 1,000 crystal chandeliers in total." Listening to her introduction, Martin followed Haya toward the banquet hall. When they reached the entrance, Haya suddenly linked her arm through Martin's. Martin was momentarily surprised but quickly understood her intentions. He gently patted her soft hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, the crown prince won't trouble you anymore." Haya leaned closer to Martin, though she felt a twinge of nervousness. Suppressing her embarrassment, she asked, "I still can't figure out how you convinced him. What did you do?" Martin chuckled. "If you can't figure it out, don't stress over it. Just remember, you owe me a favor." Haya blinked and asked curiously, "How do you want me to repay it?" Before Martin could reply, an elderly man and a middle-aged man approached them quickly. They were none other than Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, the ruler of the UAE in Dubai, and his son, Crown Prince Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Martin felt Haya's body tense as she clung to his arm. He leaned down and whispered, "Relax. Welcome, our young and handsome Martin. I'm a fan of your movies." Sheikh Zayed laughed heartily as he extended his hand. He didn't even acknowledge Haya's unorthodox behavior of clinging to Martin's arm, which went against traditional Arab etiquette. Crown Prince Mohammed glanced at the two of them but said nothing, much to Haya's surprise. Martin gently extricated his arm from Haya's, shook hands with Sheikh Zayed, and then with Crown Prince Mohammed. The three began a cordial conversation. The longer Haya listened, the more astonished she became. The king and crown prince treated Martin as if he were a close nephew, a cherished family member. Haya couldn't help but glance at Martin's face again. His features showed no trace of Arab lineage. How could he possibly be a secret child of either man? Hea wasn't the only one shocked. The entire banquet hall buzzed with curiosity and speculation. Among the guests was Oil Minister Hasfu, who watched the scene unfold with growing disbelief. Could Martin be backed by the king and crown prince? How did he forge such connections? Through Princess Hea? When Hasfu saw Hea link her arm with Martin's again, his confusion deepened. Isn't Princess Hea the crown prince's designated second wife? How can she be so intimate with Martin? And the crown prince doesn't even object? What's going on? Many others in the hall shared Hasfu's bewilderment. The murmurs and discreet glances filled the air as countless guests began reevaluating their perceptions of Martin. Some were already considering whether to establish closer ties with him. After the banquet, when Hea and Martin returned to the car, Hea suddenly lunged toward Martin, kissing him fervently on the face. Between kisses, she exclaimed, "Don't refuse me, don't refuse me. I'm so happy today." Martin, caught off guard, thought to himself, "I wasn't planning to refuse you." Hea continued kissing him while saying, "Now I'm certain the crown prince really has let me go. You were right. I owe you a favor. Tell me, how do you want me to repay you? Whatever you say, I'll agree to it." Martin patted her gently and said, "Don't rush. This isn't the best place. Let's head to a hotel. I'll drive." "No," Hea exclaimed, nearly losing her composure again. "I'll drive. We'll go to my place. It's more private." "Okay, your place it is. I haven't had the chance to see it yet." 15 minutes later, Martin arrived at Hea's apartment, an ultra-luxurious residence rivaling his Manhattan penthouse. Unlike traditional Emirati royal decor, her apartment featured a sleek, minimalist design. But Martin didn't have time to admire the decor before Hea pulled him straight into the bedroom. In the soft glow of the morning sun filtering through the curtains, Hea hummed an Arabic melody. "Ah, I lie upon the desert sands, setting my free heart adrift. Let the steed gallop over my body, trampling me into the earth. Forever nourishing the grasslands, I rest eternally among the plains, transformed into wild grass, to be fodder for the mighty steed." The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow across the bedroom. Within the golden light, long lashes fluttered slightly before revealing a pair of amber eyes. The owner blinked, wiping away the sleep from her eyes, and turned to look at the person beside her. It was a face of flawless beauty, with features so perfect that even the world's finest artists couldn't replicate them. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, her cheeks flushed crimson. He was unexpectedly strong, she thought. This had been Princess Hea's first time. As a royal princess, she had spent over 20 years keeping herself pure, intending to save her first time for her husband. She had once assumed that man would likely be a royal figure, but things had taken an unexpected turn. Hea suppressed a laugh at the absurdity of it all. Reaching out cautiously, her pale hand brushed against Martin's face, tracing his brows, nose, lips, and ears. A deep sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. Just then, the man opened his eyes, a pair of stunning, deep blue eyes that seemed to draw her in, mesmerizing and profound. "Huh." Seeing Martin wake up, Hea couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. At first, it was a soft chuckle, but her laughter grew louder and louder until it filled the room. Martin looked at the beautiful princess laughing like a madwoman and raised an eyebrow. Supporting himself with his hands, he sat up and began getting dressed. "You're leaving?" Hea's laughter ceased abruptly. She looked at Martin with a hint of reluctance in her voice. Martin replied, "I've got a contract to sign today. Can't be late." "Why? You'll miss me." "Miss you? Impossible." Hea glared at him, puffing her cheeks and trying to look fierce. "You're adorable when you glare like that. Maybe try a little fiercer," Martin teased, glancing back at her with an amused smirk. Hea, flustered, pouted. "Can't you tell I'm trying to be angry?" "Angry? Didn't look like it. With the way you were laughing earlier, like a lunatic, I'd say you're pretty happy, probably thrilled you finally slept with me," Martin replied, his tone shameless as he continued getting dressed. Hea's eyes widened, disbelief washing over her face. She wondered if she had misheard him. "Isn't that my line? This scoundrel." Cursing inwardly, Hea huffed. "Happy? Yes, I'm happy. Happy that we're finally even." Martin paused, then turned to her with a look of mock astonishment. "Even? No way. You still owe me twice." As he spoke, Martin held up 2 fingers, clearly enjoying her reaction. What the? Years of royal etiquette couldn't stop Hea from blurting out a curse. You slept with me, and now I owe you? What kind of messed up logic is this? Martin spread his hands innocently. Didn't you sleep with me instead? Hea felt her temper flare. She jumped off the bed, lunging at him with clawed hands. You shameless bastard. I'll kill you. Half an hour later, Martin sat up again, this time taking his time to dress. Once he was fully clothed, he turned to the exhausted Hea lying on the bed, completely defeated. Remember, now you owe me 3 times. Oh, and I'm taking the car. You wouldn't want me to be late. Too drained to argue, Hea could only curse him silently in her heart. Shameless bastard, shameless bastard, shameless bastard. At 11 a.m., Martin and David Scott arrived at the grand signing hall. Seated alongside the Emirati king and oil minister Hasfu, they held pens in hand, pretending to sign the thick stack of documents on the table. The actual contracts had been signed earlier. These were just for show in front of the media. After the ceremonial signing, the parties exchanged documents and posed for photos. The king draped an arm around Martin's shoulders, exuding warmth. Martin, I wish you success in extracting oil as soon as possible. Martin responded in kind, gripping the king's arm and smiling. Thank you for your encouragement, Your Majesty. That's my greatest wish too. He then shook hands with Hasfu. Hasfu, wearing a sycophantic smile, said, If your company encounters any difficulties, feel free to come to me. The UAE's oil department will be your strongest support. Martin laughed heartily. Thank you for your support, Minister Hasfu. I won't hesitate to reach out. With that, the handshake ended, and the ceremony was declared over. As news of the signing spread, Martin's successful acquisition of the UAE's Satan shallow sea oil field sent shockwaves across America. Media outlets scrambled to cover the story, while countless technical service companies began taking note. Even just securing parts supply contracts for an offshore drilling platform could sustain numerous small companies. One report read, Martin Myers, a name previously associated with entertainment and social news, will now also dominate headlines in economics and politics. His seamless transition from the entertainment industry to energy is a resounding success. If the Satan shallow sea oil field meets its production expectations, Martin will undoubtedly earn the title of oil tycoon. This wasn't Martin's first feature in the Wall Street Journal, but it was the first time he was recognized as an industrial magnate rather than for his financial investments. Across the world, there's always a higher status attached to industrialists compared to financiers. While financiers redistribute the cake, industrialists make it bigger. The political and societal impact of the two roles is worlds apart. He did it. He did it. Dad, my son has succeeded. Damn it, he's a bona fide tycoon now, exclaimed Grant Myers, dialing his father Chuck Myers the moment he heard the news. On the other end of the line, Chuck Myers responded calmly, Martin did it, not you. Why are you so excited? Grant laughed boisterously. Doesn't matter. I'm thrilled anyway. Chuck hung up the phone with a faint smile, then set it down and adjusted his glasses. But as soon as he confirmed the call had ended, the elderly man leapt out of his chair, shouting and dancing in his study. Ha ha, he did it. My grandson did it. An industrial tycoon. Incredible. The Myers family is on the rise. Hearing the commotion, his wife, the elder Mrs. Myers, opened the door. What on earth are you shouting about, old man? Chuck instantly resumed his dignified demeanor, sitting upright at his desk with a pipe in his mouth. Shouting? Who's shouting? Oh, it must have been Grant on speakerphone just now. He was the one shouting. He then waved her off impatiently. Go on. Go on. I have important calls to make. As soon as the door closed, Chuck eagerly dialed his friends, his excitement barely contained. Hello, Carrick. This is Chuck. Guess what? My grandson Martin just secured the Satan oil field in the UAE. Hey, Hart. Did you hear? My grandson Martin. Within minutes, everyone in Chuck Myers' circle of old friends knew about the grandson, who had pulled off a massive coup, transitioning from Hollywood star to industrial magnate. The White House, the president's office. Outside, the staff members were all distracted from their work, their heads tilted to one side, as though they were listening to something. What is everyone doing? Shivantan walked in and, noticing the odd behavior of his colleagues, couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Shoo," a Mediterranean-looking man whispered, lowering his voice. "The boss is throwing a fit. It seems to be because of Martin winning the bid." Shivantan was stunned. How could that be? Didn't he just tell everyone a couple of days ago that he and Martin were good buddies? The Mediterranean man shrugged. "How would I know?" Shivantan immediately felt a headache coming on. It was bad enough having a president with questionable intelligence, but to make matters worse, his mood kept shifting unpredictably. It was exhausting, really. Shivantan walked toward the office. The Mediterranean man grabbed him in surprise. "You're going in? Right now?" Shivantan waved the file folder in his hand. "I have work to do. I can't avoid going in." He didn't want to be the punching bag during the president's emotional outbursts. But, damn it, for work, for the money. As the president's most trusted liaison, Shivantan had certain privileges, such as being able to enter the president's office without knocking, though this was only applicable to the office. Opening the door, he saw a furious middle-aged man throwing things and cursing. God damn it. How the hell did Martin find out? Who the hell told him about the UAE oil field auction details? God damn it, the Texas Oil Group morons failed. I spent so much effort to get that intel. Shivantan was dumbfounded. The president's mental state seemed to be deteriorating. Did he even forget his own actions? Indeed, he had forgotten. He didn't remember that he had been so friendly with Martin, that he had shared important information with him, or that he had publicly declared Martin to be his good buddy multiple times. Martin had used a temporary hypnotic magic on the president. He wasn't interested in wasting magic on him long-term. If he ever needed to use him again, he'd simply do it again. Martin only used his powers on those close to him, long enough to be able to control them completely. Shivantan, you damn bastard, tell me, is it you? Did you leak the information? Seeing his trusted aide enter, the president directed all his anger at him. Shivantan didn't want to take the blame, so he said, "Mr. President, everyone knows it was you who mentioned the UAE oil field auction to Martin. I didn't tell him anything." In truth, Shivantan couldn't even remember. Martin first learned about the auction from him. You didn't tell Martin? Oh, really? Then who else could it have been? Wait, what did you just say? You said I told Martin about the UAE oil field auction? When did I? Say that. Mr. President, it was on the 10th of last month, at 3 p.m. You met with Martin after being persuaded by Mr. Donald. It was then that you talked about the auction with him. Shivantan answered, calm and collected. The president pointed to his nose, a confused look on his face. How come I don't remember? Shivantan thought, how the hell should I know? Outwardly, he responded helplessly. You not only told Martin about the auction, but you also kept telling people that Martin is your good buddy. A lot of people know about it. I said, Martin is my good buddy. How the hell can I be his good buddy? Ding ding ding. Just as President Bush doubted whether his trusted aide was betraying him, the phone rang. He picked it up, and on the other end, there was a loud barrage of complaints from the chairman of the oil group. 20 minutes later, after being thoroughly scolded, President Bush hung up the phone. Now he believed that it was indeed his own mistake. He slapped his forehead in frustration, muttering, Damn it, my memory is getting worse and worse. That guy, Martin, must have used something to mess with me. What did he give me in return? Not able to remember anything, Bush turned to Shivantan. Shivantan thought, what the hell? But had to respond, Mr. President, I wasn't there at the time. Maybe you should try to remember more clearly. Neither of them suspected that Martin had used any extraordinary means, because President Bush was just the type of man with the memory of a goldfish. Well, saying goldfish memory might be a bit extreme, but his memory was indeed poor, and his intelligence wasn't exactly high either. In fact, members of the Bush family didn't have high IQs. President Bush's father, Old Bush, had an IQ just over 90, leading many to suspect it was the result of close kin marriages. In the future, in an attempt to prove that his family wasn't mentally deficient, Old Bush had his younger son, Jeb Bush, take an IQ test. The result? A score of 160. Old Bush proudly announced that their family was not mentally challenged. But then, the media revealed that the test had been rigged, and Jeb had received the answers before the test. Perhaps if Jeb hadn't scored so high, the media wouldn't have dug so deep. After all, an IQ of 160 is considered genius level. From this perspective, Bush's own intelligence really wasn't that great. Of course, in America, Being president didn't require high intelligence. What mattered most was one's background and the strength of the financial forces behind them. Oh, and the ability of their think tanks to persuade voters. December 8th. After wrapping up arrangements for the subsequent exploration and drilling operations, Martin finally returned to America, weary but satisfied. The very next day, he appeared at the New York premiere of The 25th Hour, a dramatic film produced by his friend Tobey Maguire. Leonardo DiCaprio was also in attendance. Spotting Martin, Leonardo playfully punched him on the chest and exclaimed, with a mix of envy and mock resentment, "Look at you, venturing into the energy sector now? Oil tycoon. Wow, that's leagues ahead of being an entertainment mogul in terms of power and prestige." Tobey Maguire, standing nearby, chuckled and chimed in. "You know, months ago, when I mentioned to Spike Lee that Martin would attend the premiere, he said, 'You got Martin to come? Nice work, Toby.' But after Martin successfully bid on that UAE oil field, Spike came back to confirm if he'd really be at the premiere and told me, 'Fantastic job, Toby. That's Martin Myers.'" Toby sighed, shaking his head in amazement. "He even shared one of his prized cigars with me, just because I'm Martin's friend. I've known Spike Lee for years, and he's never done that before." Leonardo jokingly nudged Toby and said, "Oh, so now that we're Martin's friends, we've got a big shot backer. Toby, does that mean we can walk around Hollywood like kings now?" "I'm good, thanks. I don't want to be a crab," Toby quipped. "Come on, you know what I mean," Leonardo exclaimed, throwing up his hands. Amused by the banter, Martin interjected, "If anyone tries to mess with you too, just drop my name and tell them you're my girls." Leonardo exaggeratedly patted Toby's shoulder. "Did you hear that? If you ever get cornered, just let them know you're one of Martin's girls." Toby raised an eyebrow. He said, "We are." Leonardo smirked. "Not me. I'm Leonardo DiCaprio, Hollywood superstar. Who's bold enough to mess with me?" "Nope, this privilege belongs to you, Toby. Get lost. I don't need it either." As the trio laughed and joked, Spike Lee approached them. Contrary to the commanding presence one might expect from a veteran director, he was warm and unassuming. "Martin, welcome. I honestly didn't think Toby could get you to come," Spike said with a smile, extending his hand. Martin shook his hand graciously. "Director Lee, it's a pleasure. Toby's a good friend, so of course, I couldn't turn him down." Spike exchanged pleasantries with Leonardo and chatted briefly with the group before leaving to mingle elsewhere. Watching Spike Lee walk away, Leonardo muttered, "I don't like what he said about every movie needing black actors. That's not about equality. That's about putting one race above others. Casting should be based on talent and suitability for the role, not skin color." Martin gave him a light slap on the back. "Hollywood's political winds are shifting. Keep those thoughts to yourself unless you want unnecessary trouble." Leonardo groaned. I know. I'm just venting to you guys. Damn political correctness." "Yeah, damn political correctness," Martin agreed. 100 minutes later, after watching the film with his friends, Martin concluded it was well made. Spike Lee's films rarely achieved massive box office success, but they also never fell below a certain standard. However, the movie's central flaw, in Martin's view, was its overreach. Spike Lee tried to tackle too many themes: moral redemption, father-son relationships, racial divisions, betrayal, and forgiveness, all within the same film. It was like stepping into a supermarket overflowing with enticing products, leaving the audience unsure of what to choose. Edward Norton's nuanced performance, tinged with a touch of neurosis, stood out. It gave Martin plenty to reflect on and learn from, solidifying his respect for the actor's talent, far superior to someone standing beside him. Leonardo, hey. Martin also appreciated the film's circular narrative structure, where events or scenes from earlier were mirrored later in the story. Combined with the multi-threaded storytelling that stretched across different timelines and spaces, it created a layered and intricate experience reminiscent of Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Overall, it was a film worth watching. After the screening, Leonardo, inspired by Edward Norton's performance, began imitating the protagonist's profanity-laden mirror monologue. "Well, fuck you too. Fuck me. Fuck you. Fuck this whole city and everyone in it." The monologue was long, and Leonardo, whose dialogue skills were middling at best, struggled to get through it. Frustrated, he eventually gave up, muttering, Who can even say such a ridiculously long monologue? Damn it. I bet Edward Norton used a teleprompter to nail this. Scene. Martin sneered. Leonardo narrowed his eyes. What's so funny? Without answering, Martin launched into the monologue himself, delivering the entire passage fluently, passionately, and without missing a beat. Leonardo and Toby stared at him, dumbfounded. Toby gasped. Oh my God. You memorized the whole thing after just one viewing. Leonardo threw up his hands in mock despair. I'm officially done. I hate prodigies. Seriously, it's demoralizing. Martin smirked and said, well, admit it, boys. Who's your daddy? Leonardo glanced at Toby. What do you think? Toby clenched his fist. Let's take him down. The three friends erupted into playful chaos. Martin stayed in New York for 2 weeks. During this time, he made the most of his visit by going on dates with several women. Natalie Portman, Paris Hilton, Britney Spears, Anne Hathaway, and Scarlett Johansson, who either lived in New York or were filming there. He kept himself busy, to say the least. Besides these flings, he secretly met with Jennifer Aniston and spent an entire day with her, leaving the older woman utterly exhausted after their passionate encounter. After sowing his seeds of love, Martin flew back to Los Angeles with Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire to attend the premiere of Leo's movie Catch Me If You Can. The premiere for Catch Me If You Can was set to be held in 2 locations simultaneously, Los Angeles and Tokyo. Frankly, Martin couldn't understand why a quintessentially American film would host a premiere in Japan. He asked Leonardo about it, and the answer was simple. They paid for it. So they paid for the event, but you're not attending? Martin raised an eyebrow, questioning Leo's professionalism. Leo shot back indignantly. And who am I doing this for, huh? For whom? If not for you, my dear friends. Toby immediately exposed him. Isn't it because Giselle banned you from going to Japan? She was worried about you not being able to control yourself around the girls there. Leo looked flustered. How did you know that? Then he gasped dramatically. Shit. You're still seeing Tyra Banks, aren't you? Damn it, Toby. She has a boyfriend now, and you have a girlfriend. You're such a scumbag. Toby's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Leo's accusation hit home. Ever since their night at the model house, Toby had kept in touch with Tyra Banks. Even though both of them had moved on to new relationships, they occasionally enjoyed a friendly rendezvous when their significant others weren't around. Such arrangements were quite common in Hollywood. Take Leo, for instance. Even though Giselle kept a tight leash on him, he still found opportunities to cheat, a habit that eventually drove her away. The Los Angeles premiere of Catch Me If You Can was a smashing success. With Martin and Leo both present, the fans went wild with excitement. As for Tobey Maguire, well, who was he again? Before the movie started, Leo enthusiastically shared some news with Martin. Dude, did you know I'm a skilled fighter now? I trained in boxing for 6 months while shooting gangs of New York. I even sparred with Daniel Day-Lewis. And guess what? I broke his nose. Leo mimicked a few boxing moves and continued. My coach said I have real talent and encouraged me to keep training after filming ended. I've been boxing ever since, even during Catch Me If You Can. Martin scoffed. Given Leo's slim build, Martin felt confident he could easily take him down. Are you sure your coach wasn't just trying to milk more money out of you? You're amazing. You've got talent. Isn't that the usual spiel fitness trainers use? Toby chimed in. Exactly. It's all just a marketing tactic. Leo was incensed. His 2 friends couldn't stand to see him succeed. Fine. Toby, after the movie, let's find a place to spar. I'll show you what I'm made of. Toby immediately backed down. Okay, you're great. Compared to Leo, Toby's build was even less impressive. Martin grinned. What about me? Want to give it a shot? Leo's bravado evaporated. Nah, you're great too. The lights dimmed, and the movie began, putting an end to their banter. Leo's performance in Catch Me If You Can was impressive. He managed to shed the Jack from Titanic image and presented a fresh take on his character. Unfortunately, acting alongside a seasoned veteran like Tom Hanks was no easy feat despite Leo's best efforts. Tom's mastery overshadowed him. Leo clearly felt the disparity as he muttered "fuck" and "shit" under his breath throughout the screening. As the movie neared its conclusion, he whispered bitterly to his friends. When Spielberg invited me for this role, he told me I'd be the absolute lead. But now, it's obvious that Tom is the real star. Martin shrugged. Your performance was overshadowed. When you're acting alongside a legend with equal screen time, the director's natural bias during editing leans toward the stronger actor, giving them more impactful scenes. Leo groaned in frustration but couldn't deny the truth. When will my acting skills reach your level, Martin? You can hold your own even against the best. Martin patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all about talent. You've got a little bit of it, at least. Leo shot him a sideways glance. Are you sure you're comforting me? Martin chuckled. I'm serious. You've got a spark of talent. I especially loved your performance in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. You nailed the intellectually disabled role. It felt so natural, like a part of you. Ugh, not that movie. Don't bring it up. Leo buried his face in his hands, mortified. That role remained a sore spot in his career. Author's note. If you haven't seen it, check out What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Leo's performance as a disabled teen is hilariously over the top. Instead of evoking sympathy, it comes off unintentionally comedic. The film stars Johnny Depp as the lead, a fresh-faced, talented Depp at his best. The global box office was a dismal $10.03 million. Total flop. Martin, ever the instigator, added fuel to the fire. See? It shows you've improved. You should celebrate, not sulk. Leo fumed silently, knowing he couldn't take physical revenge on Martin. His fighting skills were no match for Martin's proven track record. After the screening, the trio went out for drinks before parting ways. Recently, with Giselle in Los Angeles, Leo had no opportunities for mischief. As they said their goodbyes, Leo couldn't help but ask, how do you do it, Martin? How do you manage so many women without any drama? Even Toby perked up, eager to hear the answer. Martin smirked. You two could never pull it off. It's a gift. Pure, unadulterated talent. December 21st, 2002. The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers premiered in Los Angeles. As the second installment of the series, The Two Towers garnered unprecedented attention. The first film's global box office of $1.042 billion, making it the fourth highest-grossing film of all time, recently surpassed by Harry Potter, prompted Warner Brothers to go all out. The film's cast was dispatched to major cities worldwide for promotions: New York, Paris, Toronto, Wellington, London. However, Martin skipped all these promotional events, citing a packed schedule and claiming he wasn't the main character of the film. The first reason was plausible enough, but the latter explanation left Peter Jackson dumbfounded. What do you mean you're not a main character? At this point, though, no one dared to demand anything of Martin. So, while others were tirelessly promoting the film, Martin leisurely attended friends' premieres, went on dates, managed the follow-up work for his oil field, and prepared for the early 2003 publication of Harry Potter and Twilight. Looking at it that way, he really was busy. Despite skipping the promotional tour, Martin did, at Peter Jackson's insistence, don his Legolas costume to film a short video that was shown as a special feature at the premieres. Much to the envy of the other Lord of the Rings cast members, Martin's brief video appearances consistently drew the loudest applause and cheers. As Elijah Wood joked, I must be the most tragic lead in history. Ever since starring in The Lord of the Rings, people see me and say, oh look, it's the weak little hobbit that Legolas protected. Peter Jackson overheard this joke and thought it was pretty good, so he had a writer create more quips for Elijah to use in his tour as part of a stand-up comedy routine. Unexpectedly, the self-deprecating humor proved very effective, drawing lots of laughs and boosting Elijah's popularity. This led to a new addition to his set. You all know me, not as Elijah Wood the Lord of the Rings actor, but as Elijah Wood the stand-up comedian. If you keep laughing at my jokes, I might have to switch careers. While Martin didn't participate in the tour, he was obligated to attend the Los Angeles premiere. The red carpet, flashing cameras, and ecstatic fans made for an electrifying atmosphere. I seem to have gotten used to this sort of scene, Martin thought. Though his succubus nature thrived on being the center of attention, years of constant public scrutiny, adoration, and fanfare had left him feeling jaded. The deafening screams from fans and the blinding flashes of cameras no longer stirred excitement in him. Instead, Martin found himself weary, both physically and mentally. It's time for a vacation, he mused. I haven't even visited that farm I bought in Australia. Over the years, Martin had built up a massive and devoted fan base: students, office workers, homemakers, and even successful professionals. These fans praised him online and in the media, swiftly defending him from any criticism with unrelenting fervor. Some jokesters dubbed them Martin's Mafia. The fans embraced this moniker, tweaking it slightly to call themselves the Myers family. This evening, the Myers family turned out in droves, ensuring the Los Angeles premiere was a grand spectacle. Within this broad family was an inner circle: Jeff Raymond, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Wentworth Miller, Orlando Bloom, and even Peter Jackson. Alongside regular cast members like Orlando and Peter, Matt Damon was the biggest name to show up. Thanks to The Bourne Identity, Damon had solidified his A-list status, much to the envy of newcomers like Ben Affleck and Wentworth Miller, who nonetheless saw hope in his success. When Martin appeared on the red carpet, hand in hand with Liv Tyler, the crowd erupted. To his left, Martin, Martin, Martin. To his right, Martin, Martin, Martin. Everyone else, whether cast or guest, was relegated to the background. Even Leonardo DiCaprio, who had recently been riding high with Catch Me If You Can. Unsurprisingly, some cast members weren't thrilled about Martin's involvement in the franchise. During an interview, Elijah Wood quipped, "Folks, I'm officially switching to stand-up comedy today. My first target? Martin. The moment he shows up, he steals all our thunder." Standing beside him, Viggo Mortensen playfully added, "Aragorn has regrets. I should have taken a shot at Legolas from behind when I had the chance. The downside of being a hero is that now I have to watch this guy walk the red carpet with the elf princess while I'm stuck with a hobbit. Hey, careful. That's discrimination," Elijah Mock complained. By now, Martin and Liv Tyler had completed the red carpet walk and joined the interview area. Hearing the banter, Martin grinned. "See? This is why I didn't join the promotional tour. I wanted people to focus more on you guys." "Really?" Elijah shot back. "Then you shouldn't have recorded that video." After the tour, all I can hear in my head is Legolas, Legolas. It's driving me nuts. The press swarmed Martin the moment he stepped into the interview area. Surprisingly, the first question wasn't about The Lord of the Rings, but, "Mr. Myers, is it true your oil fields bring in $2 billion annually?" The staggering figure silenced the room. Even Liv Tyler instinctively tightened her grip on Martin's arm. Martin maintained his smile. "Where'd you hear that? The oil field hasn't even started producing, and someone's already estimating my income? I appreciate their optimism. I hope they're right." The second question came from a reporter for the News of the World, Martin's longtime nemesis. "Martin, you skipped the promotional tour. Is it because you think your status makes the other actors unworthy of sharing the spotlight with you?" Martin's smile faded into a smirk. Pointing to Elijah and Viggo, then to Liv Tyler, he said, "I'm still the same person, no matter how much money I make. My friends and I are equals. But you, dear journalist, stirring up trouble like this isn't very gentlemanly." With that, Martin escorted Liv Tyler away, leaving only a parting remark. "I don't like your question, so this interview is over." "Martin, wait. We have more questions. Please, just a moment." But Martin ignored them, disappearing into the venue. The remaining journalists turned their ire on the News of the World reporter. "Damn it, if you don't want a proper interview, why don't you just leave? Is stirring up trouble all the News of the World can do? Next time, let's make sure they don't hog the front row." With one calculated move, Martin had effectively turned the crowd against the News of the World. The final weekend before Christmas. Without a doubt, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers was the most anticipated film of the week. With 3,945 screens, it far outpaced the second-place contender, Lisa and Her Friends. Lisa and Her Friends is one of Nickelodeon's most successful original animated series. Premiering in 1998 in the United States, it became a favorite among children aged 2 to 12. The movie adaptation, co-produced by Nickelodeon and its sister company Paramount Pictures, premiered alongside The Two Towers, securing 3,012 screens. In the theater, as the lights dimmed, the film began. If the Fellowship of the Ring focused more on the formation and adventures of the Fellowship, the second installment, The Two Towers, introduced themes of war and power. The story depicted the conflicts and struggles among the various races of Middle-earth and their battles for control of the One Ring. Of course, the Fellowship's personal growth and courage remained integral to the narrative. Legolas, in particular, captivated audiences once more with his elegant combat prowess, reigniting admiration for ultimate beauty. Oh, ah, wow. Every appearance of Legolas was accompanied by such exclamations. The visual effects of the two towers surpassed even its predecessor. The film's portrayal of Middle-earth's vast and varied landscapes, boundless forests, towering mountains, and majestic castles was breathtaking. The realistic special effects made viewers feel as though they had been transported into the wondrous and grand world of Middle-earth. Peter Jackson undoubtedly understands how to craft a blockbuster. Moreover, as a trilogy shot in succession, the films carried a seamless continuity. The Fellowship of the Ring, as the series opener, established its tone as uplifting at first, then sobering. This tonal shift was reflected in the cinematography. The idyllic life in the Shire was depicted with bright, sunny hues, filled with birdsong and flowers. The middle section, with the Nazgul's relentless pursuit, turned cold and somber, punctuated occasionally by stunning vistas, such as the ethereal Rivendell, by the end. The non-stop chase left viewers breathless, and the mood descended entirely into darkness. All the earlier joy and camaraderie were meant to underscore the tragic deaths of Boromir and Gandalf, as well as the Fellowship's eventual fragmentation, leaving a sense of desolation and uncertainty. Frankly, without Legolas as the ultimate supporting star, bringing light to the narrative, the oppressive atmosphere at the end of the Fellowship of the Ring might have significantly dampened its box office success. This holds true for both the original timeline and the present. As the middle chapter of the trilogy, the Two Towers needed to act as a bridge. It couldn't afford to mire audiences in unrelenting despair, as consecutive downbeat tones risked viewer fatigue, potentially diminishing interest in the finale. Peter Jackson made a clever choice, balancing tragedy with hope, thus building anticipation for the third film. Therefore, the primary tone of the second film was one of sorrow, transitioning into hope. The film opens with Saruman's war preparations. The vast armies evoke immediate dread and unease. Subsequent scenes emphasize the oppressive power of Saruman and Mordor. Gondor struggles to fend for itself. Rohan, once a proud nation of horse lords, is now leaderless and cursed, its king bewitched, its prince slain, its warriors exiled, and its people left vulnerable to internal and external threats. Could such a fractured kingdom possibly withstand the assault of the Two Towers? At this point, both the characters and the audience are steeped in despair. Even Martin, watching in the audience, felt his spirits sink. His friends Leonardo and Toby, who had been invited to the premiere, were similarly engrossed, their eyes fixed on the screen, silently hoping for a miracle. And miracles did come. Gandalf, presumed dead in the first film, returned as a figure of renewed strength. He freed King Théoden from Saruman's curse and expelled the treacherous Grima Wormtongue. A glimmer of hope emerged. Although Rohan was in disarray and its king disheartened, choosing to retreat to Helm's Deep, and though the Ents remained frustratingly indecisive, these were still steps in the right direction. But then the plot turned once again, toying with the audience's emotions. Helm's Deep, known for its impenetrable defenses, faced a catastrophic threat: Saruman's cunning use of explosives to breach the fortress walls. With tens of thousands of Uruk-hai bearing down on Helm's Deep, defended by only 300 men, the tension was palpable. Just as the audience collectively held its breath, a sliver of relief arrived. An army of elves came to aid the defense. But the numbers were still vastly mismatched, plunging Helm's Deep back into desperate combat. Meanwhile, the Ents, true to their nature, initially chose to stay out of the fray, further heightening the audience's anxiety. The film's tension peaked. Helm's Deep seemed on the verge of collapse, with no reinforcements in sight. Then came the turning point. Merry and Pippin, the seemingly insignificant hobbits, convinced Treebeard to witness Saruman's destruction firsthand. The Ents, enraged, launched a ferocious assault on Isengard, flooding Saruman's stronghold and extinguishing its fires. This marked a minor triumph. But the film's most exhilarating sequence followed shortly after. As Helm's Deep teetered on the brink of defeat, King Théoden lamented, "How did it come to this?" Aragorn delivered an impassioned speech, rallying his troops. "Fight for the people. Immortal is the glory of those who battle for their kin. We ride forth at the sound of the horn, into the enemy ranks until dawn returns to the earth. With this, Aragorn, Legolas, and the remaining defenders charged into the Uruk-hai horde. The scene was filmed with heartbreaking poignancy, evoking a sense of heroic sacrifice. Quiet sobs echoed through the theater. Martin even caught the faint whisper of a girl praying, "Please, Legolas, don't die." The defenders dwindled in number, a poignant depiction of darkness before the dawn. But dawn always comes. As Aragorn, Legolas, and their forces were encircled, the Uruk-hai suddenly halted, distracted by a distant tremor. Pebbles leapt, grass quivered, and ripples danced on the water. The Uruk-hai turned toward the horizon. The sun broke over the hills, painting the mountaintop in golden light. There, silhouetted against the dawn, stood Gandalf, radiant and resolute. This was Gandalf's most triumphant moment. Clad in white, astride his brilliant steed, Gandalf led the charge down the slope. Behind him surged the Rohirrim, their war cries echoing as they plunged into the Uruk-hai ranks. Strength returned to the defenders. Aragorn raised his sword and roared, "For the people! Charge!" Legolas, swift and graceful, leapt atop an Oliphant, loosing a cascade of arrows, his actions a testament to his unyielding spirit. Gandalf's arrival symbolized the triumph of light over darkness, the assurance that hope would always endure. P.S. Personally, I believe the Battle of Helm's Deep is the pinnacle of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, deeply moving and unforgettable. The battle at Helm's Deep, the Ents' assault on Isengard, the arrival of the elven reinforcements, the charge of the Rohirrim. All the threads converged. Justice was poised to prevail, and the theater erupted in exhilaration. Peter Jackson is undeniably a master of cinematic pacing. His sensitivity to film rhythm is remarkable. He knows exactly when to depress and when to lift. Take The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers as an example. The movie consistently lifts the audience's spirits with small climaxes after moments of intense pressure, and just when things seem dire again, it delivers a profoundly satisfying, cathartic climax, allowing viewers to release all their pent-up emotions. When audiences left the theater, they were excited, energized, and filled with joy. Jackson even skillfully bridged the disjointed narrative sections from the original novel with masterful multi-threaded storytelling. Side note: in Tolkien's original The Two Towers, he made a decision that many readers found almost unbearable, splitting the story in two. The first half contained no mention of Frodo or Sam, while the latter half focused solely on them. Even hardcore fans of The Lord of the Rings struggled with this. It's no wonder some critics have called the series a linguistic enthusiast's byproduct. But Peter Jackson's approach to intertwining dual narratives in the film not only addresses this issue, but even elevates the story's watchability. Quality some LOTR fans admit surpasses the original book. The film's soundtrack was another standout. The score, composed by Martin, once again added another layer of brilliance to the movie. Particularly in the sequences before and after the Battle of Helm's Deep, the ascending musical scales conveyed grandeur and gravity. The strings and brass created a majestic atmosphere, while the intense percussion accompanying the cavalry charge made hearts race with excitement. When the film ended, Leonardo left the theater in a daze, absent-mindedly saying goodbye to Martin, boarding his car, and then snapping out of it. The epic final battle scenes had left his heart pounding. An epic, a true epic. My God, those war scenes were just exhilarating. Maybe I could take on a war epic myself? Leonardo's reaction was a small sample of the audience's overall response. That night, no one walked out of the Chinese theater in Los Angeles feeling calm. Soon after, online discussions exploded. This time, the focus wasn't just on Legolas but also on Aragorn, Gandalf, and the breathtaking battle scenes that dominated the film's climax. Such grand battle scenes, unparalleled in cinematic history. The Two Towers surpassed the first movie, immersing me in the most magnificent war in fantasy history. Peter Jackson is a great director. He captured the essence of The Lord of the Rings. As a fan of Tolkien and the books, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the movie is even better than the book. Hold on, are you serious? Don't overhype it. If I'm lying, I'm a pig. The movie was incredible. When Gandalf appeared on the mountaintop bathed in morning light, I was stunned. Who knew an old man could be so cool? Agreed. That moment was awe-inspiring, especially when Gandalf led the cavalry charge into the Uruk-hai army. It gave me chills. This movie is amazing. Who's up for a second viewing? Me. Count me in. Midnight screening, let's go. The next day, media reviews rolled in. The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers delves into themes of personal growth and courage. Major characters confront their inner fears, doubts, and struggles as they face daunting challenges. Through perseverance, they grow and demonstrate resilience and determination. This theme inspires viewers to pursue personal growth and face challenges in their own lives with courage. The Washington Post. With its grand effects and battle scenes, director Peter Jackson shows unparalleled skill in handling large-scale moments. As the second installment of the trilogy, The Two Towers seamlessly continues the style of the first film while exploring deeper character backstories and the broader world of Middle-earth. The New York Times. This isn't just Legolas's spotlight anymore. Frodo, Sam, Pippin, Aragorn, Gandalf, every member of the Fellowship shines in their own way. Of course, Legolas is still the coolest, though this film's action scenes may not be as frequent or intense as the first. The climactic battle more than makes up for it. Its scale alone justifies the ticket price. The framing of the battlefield is breathtaking, leaving audiences holding their breath. The attention to detail in the CGI work makes viewers forget these scenes were even computer-generated. The film, released amid tremendous anticipation, did not disappoint. The box office reflected this as well. In its opening weekend, The Two Towers broke the $134.8 million record set by Spider-Man, grossing $136.9 million. Its subsequent box office decline was also remarkably mild, with a drop of less than 30%, showcasing its staying power. Some industry analysts even predicted that this film might become the second movie, after Titanic, to surpass $1.2 billion at the box office. Following the premiere, Martin stopped focusing on The Two Towers. He borrowed his grandfather's Boeing 747 private jet and flew with several temporarily unemployed actresses to a farm in Queensland, Australia. Jessica Alba, Doris Durst, Miranda Kerr, Scarlett Johansson, Paris Hilton, Britney Spears, and Hathaway, Ivanka Trump. They were all on board. The plane was filled with lively chatter and beauty. Some, however, didn't make the trip. Charlize Theron was busy with her role in Monster. Nicole Kidman had taken on an indie film project. Natalie Portman was performing in a play. Keira Knightley had returned to England. Meanwhile, Lindsay Lohan, Rachel McAdams, and Amanda Seyfried were still filming Mean Girls 4.2. Lindsay, in particular, was deeply invested in her first leading role. Oh, and Heather and Belle, the two housekeepers, were also brought along, much to their delight. Another surprise guest was Drew Barrymore. Why do you have the time? Weren't you supposed to be in George Clooney's Confessions of a Dangerous Mind? Martin asked, puzzled as Drew approached him with a cheeky grin. Drew laughed. I turned it down. That guy's directing skills aren't exactly trustworthy. Plus, he's backing Brad Pitt, and Brad's been bad-mouthing you in the press lately. I couldn't possibly support the enemy's cause. Martin chuckled. George Clooney doesn't even qualify as an enemy of mine. But he was pleased with Drew's loyalty nonetheless. Martin, what do you think about me selling my flower films to you? Drew Barrymore asked abruptly. Martin was momentarily stunned. Are you serious? This is your hard-earned achievement. Are you really willing to part with it? Just tell me if you want it or not, Drew said, a hint of hesitation on her face. She truly felt conflicted, but believed merging their two companies would better integrate their resources and networks, benefiting both herself and Martin. Of course I want it. Martin didn't hold back. After some thought, he added, how about this? I'll buy flower films for $100 million, and I'll also give you 5% of Myers Pictures shares, but only with dividend rights. Also, you'll become the CEO of Myers Pictures. Really? Drew lit up with a smile akin to a contented cat, not even bothering to haggle. She felt she had struck a good deal. Really? Martin chuckled as well, feeling like he had made a great bargain. In the future, under Drew's leadership, Flower Films' valuation would exceed $2.5 billion. This woman wasn't just an excellent producer, but also had an exceptional eye for selecting projects. While her management skills were somewhat lacking, that could easily be solved by pairing her with a competent deputy. Even before the contracts were signed, Drew started exercising her authority as CEO. "Martin," she said, counting on her fingers, "Myers Pictures doesn't have any major weaknesses in live-action films, so maybe it's time we ventured into animation." Let me think. Did you watch the animated film Ice Age that came out this year? No, Martin shook his head. I haven't had the time. But in truth, he had, in a way. From the memories of the Chinese Martin he had absorbed, Ice Age was deeply imprinted, clearly a favorite. He quickly retrieved the memory of the animated film, watching it while continuing the conversation with Drew. "I think the studio behind Ice Age, Blue Sky Studios, is very promising," Drew said. It was founded in 1987, headquartered in New York. One of its co-founders, Chris Wedge, previously worked for Disney. After the studio was established, it provided visual effects for films like Alien, Resurrection, and Titanic. Oh, and The Talking Penguin and Fight Club was also done by Blue Sky Studios. Interestingly, Blue Sky was founded just a year after Pixar, and their trajectories are quite similar, starting with visual effects and transitioning into commercial animated films when the timing was right. "I see great potential in Blue Sky Studios. We should acquire it." While Drew enthusiastically shared her insights, Martin fast-forwarded through Ice Age in his mind and recalled additional details about Blue Sky Studios from Chinese Martin's memory. This studio would go on to release hits like Ice Age 2 and Ice Age 3, Rio, Epic, and Robots, earning nearly $6 billion in global box office revenue. While the numbers weren't top-tier, Martin valued the merchandising revenue generated by successful animated films, an even bigger goldmine. Eventually, Disney would acquire Blue Sky Studios, with its valuation peaking at over $10 billion. However, it would later be shut down due to overlapping functions with Pixar, with its staff absorbed into the larger company. For Martin, Blue Sky Studios was the perfect piece to complete the puzzle of Myers Pictures. "Have you reached out to them yet?" "Of course," Drew said proudly. Martin was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Drew had long been planning to merge Flower Films with Myers Pictures, having already done her homework. "I've already spoken with some of the founders at Blue Sky. They're willing to sell their shares, but want to continue working at the studio. Honestly, those tech geeks are completely overwhelmed by personnel and financial issues. But their asking price is high, at least $500 million. Only $500 million. Martin nearly blurted out his astonishment. "Buy it," he decided immediately, not wanting to risk any delays. "As soon as we land, book a flight to New York and start negotiating the acquisition. This will be your first task as Myers Pictures CEO. I'll have Jeff prepare your employment contract." "What the?" Drew's eyes widened in disbelief. Her vacation had abruptly ended. "Come on, don't play dumb," Martin teased, pinching her cheek. "You're a workaholic who turned down George Clooney's movie to join this flight. Wasn't it all for these two deals? You're too sharp." Drew dropped her pretense and adopted a businesslike demeanor. "Don't forget, you owe me one now." "Why say now?" Martin asked, puzzled. Merging Flower Films with Myers Pictures was one. Acquiring Blue Sky Studios is two. So yes, now, Drew replied with a mischievous smile. At the airport, Drew disembarked from the plane and immediately boarded another bound for New York. Ivanka, curious, asked, "Where's Drew going?" As one of Martin's more career-driven partners, Ivanka found herself admiring Drew's dedication and felt a certain kinship with her. "She's off to handle an important project," Martin replied. Ivanka's eyes sparkled, her ambition igniting, only to be interrupted by Martin's playful head pat attack. "Don't rush. There'll be plenty of work later. For now, consider this vacation a special mission," Martin said with a mischievous grin. "Your objective? Figure out how to please me." Blushing, Ivanka gave Martin a light pinch before fleeing toward Paris Hilton. After disembarking, the group boarded a private bus to a farm in Queensland. Despite the efforts for discretion, Martin realized this method wasn't foolproof. It might be time to buy a private island. The group stayed at the Queensland farm for 7 days, during which Martin lived like a king. The farmhands, already loyal to Martin, were astonished to see so many celebrities but kept quiet about the farm's activities. Initially planning to stay 10 days, Martin's vacation was cut short on the 7th day when he received an unexpected call from New York. not from Drew, but from Michael, my brother, what's the matter? Unlike the superficial camaraderie of someone like Little Bush, Michael Jackson genuinely treated Martin as a brother. Martin was at his farm when he suddenly received a call from Michael Jackson. The agitation in Michael's voice through the receiver sent a chill down Martin's spine. Could it be that the inevitable had finally happened? In 2002, Michael Jackson made a bold move. On July 9, 2002, Michael appeared at the National Action Network headquarters in Harlem, New York. Alongside other musicians, producers, and music executives, he openly criticized the corruption and conspiracies within the record industry. He protested against oppressive terms proposed by Sony Music at their summit and spoke out against the industry's injustices, giving a voice to all the oppressed. This act was later dubbed by the media as Jackson's declaration of war against Mottola, the Sony Music president. Martin hadn't participated in this movement, nor had Michael invited him. Knowing Martin's family had amicable ties with Mottola, Michael didn't want to put his good friend in a tough spot. As a person, Michael Jackson was the epitome of kindness. But soon, Mottola retaliated viciously, launching a smear campaign against Michael. Allegations of child molestation, accusations of skin bleaching, and intentional public embarrassments were orchestrated to discredit him. The most infamous instance occurred on August 29, 2002, Michael's birthday. That day, Michael attended the MTV Video Music Awards. Britney Spears, a close friend, introduced him as an eternal artist and presented a birthday cake to celebrate his 44th birthday. However, in a backstage setup, someone had deliberately misled Michael into believing he had won an award. As Michael took to the stage to deliver an impromptu acceptance speech, the situation quickly turned awkward. Fortunately, Britney noticed the blunder and promptly intervened to defuse the situation. Despite the humiliation, Michael kept his composure, smiling warmly and waving to his supporters in the audience. 3 days later, Michael publicly accused Mottola of manipulating employees through wiretapping and withholding salaries. The feud between Michael and Mottola escalated dramatically. Adding insult to injury, Mottola orchestrated delays in releasing Michael's payments, leaving him unable to pay the interest on his substantial bank loans. Michael's business empire was vast, and his annual loan interest payments alone were astronomical. This wasn't Mottola's first time pulling such a stunt, and Michael was furious. "Martin, I need this money. Mottola is trying to force me to sell my share of the music catalog. Damn it, that bastard is even egging that kid to keep accusing me." In hindsight, many in America suspected Sony Columbia Music of orchestrating the 2003 child molestation allegations against Michael Jackson. Such suspicions weren't baseless. From the beginning of the trial, several witnesses had hinted at Sony Columbia Music's potential involvement in framing Michael. 2003 was a critical year for the Sony/ATV music catalog contract, with only 2 years left before its expiration. Back in 1995, Michael's ATV music catalog merged with Sony's, granting both parties shared ownership of its assets. Sony's original goal was to acquire half the rights to Michael's songs. What they didn't anticipate was Michael's keen eye for talent, which saw the catalog expand exponentially under his management. Today, the catalog boasted over 200,000 song copyrights, far exceeding the original few hundred it began with. Its value had skyrocketed to an estimated $4 to $5 billion, with Michael personally owning half, approximately $2 to $2.5 billion. This kind of wealth was intolerable to Sony Music shareholders. After all, even Sony's acquisition of Columbia Pictures had cost only $4.8 billion. Meanwhile, Mottola, who had already lost credibility with the board due to his scandalous divorce from Mariah Carey, became the perfect candidate to spearhead an attack against Michael, especially given his racist inclinations. The Sony/ATV catalog contract, valid from November 1995 to November 2005, was nearing its end. With less than 3 years to go, Sony was desperate. Martin recalled the intricate details of the 2003 trial. The case was riddled with inconsistencies, and it became increasingly evident that Sony's ultimate goal wasn't to imprison Michael, but to financially cripple him. The unprecedented $3 million bail set for Michael was proof enough of this strategy. While facing charges, Michael was barred from traveling abroad, performing, or releasing albums, effectively cutting off his primary sources of income. This created a perfect storm for financial disaster, making it nearly impossible for Michael to repay his loans. At that point, Sony could exploit his predicament, buying out his catalog rights at a fraction of their worth. Looking back, the flood of rumors about Michael's supposed bankruptcy and the calculated erosion of his financial reputation were all part of this grand conspiracy. Even during the trial, prosecutors argued that Michael's financial woes were his motive for the alleged crimes, a completely unfounded and irrelevant claim that the judge inexplicably allowed, fueling widespread speculation of behind-the-scenes manipulation. As Martin considered these events, he couldn't help but recall Michael's ominous words. "There's a massive conspiracy surrounding me." Even Michael's ex-wife, Lisa Marie Presley, had once revealed a chilling conversation. Michael had asked her detailed questions about Elvis Presley's death and, after a long silence, remarked, "I fear I'll end up the same way." Tragically, his premonition proved true. In the original timeline, Michael Jackson's death was shrouded in mystery. The official cause of death stated he suffered a heart attack caused by an overdose of medication administered by his private doctor, Dr. Conrad Murray. It was ruled a tragic medical accident. Dr. Murray testified that the night before Michael's final concert, his first in 8 years, Michael was so excited he couldn't sleep. At 1:30 a.m., he requested 10 milligrams of diazepam. When that failed, Murray injected lorazepam. Over the next few hours, Murray administered increasing doses of sedatives, attempting to help him sleep. By 7:30 a.m., despite all this, Michael was still awake. Desperate, Murray administered 25 milligrams of propofol, a powerful anesthetic known to cause respiratory suppression. Murray claimed he left Michael unattended for 2 minutes to use the restroom, and upon his return, found him not breathing. Suspiciously, Murray filmed himself performing CPR, despite basic knowledge dictating CPR should be done on a hard, flat surface, not on a soft bed with the patient partially propped up on pillows. His excuse? "I was too nervous." But could a nervous doctor take time to film his actions? Though Dr. Murray was convicted of involuntary manslaughter, his punishment was strikingly lenient. Sentenced to 4 years, he served only 2 for good behavior. After his release, he relocated to Australia, bought prime farmland, and led a comfortable life, far from the shadow of Michael's death. But that was the original timeline. In this life, Martin was determined to prevent his close friend from meeting such a tragic end, especially given the immense value of Michael's half-ownership of the Sony/ATV music library. This library, a cash cow, generated massive royalties, which Martin knew would skyrocket further with the rise of digital music and smartphones. Still, Martin couldn't help but ask, "Michael, isn't your annual $70 million revenue from the library enough to cover your loan payments?" Michael sighed deeply. "No, Martin. When we signed the merger deal, there was a clause requiring 50% of the annual revenue to go toward acquiring new copyrights. I didn't think much of it back then, but it was a trap from the start." His voice grew agitated. "But I won't yield to those vultures." "Never." Martin sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was this unyielding spirit that ultimately led to Michael's downfall in the original timeline. "Martin, how much cash do you have on hand?" Michael asked suddenly. "How much do you need?" Martin countered. "The more, the better. I'm in this fight for the long haul," Michael replied resolutely. Martin decided he would help. After all, if he didn't, Michael would turn to banks or other friends, as he did in the original timeline. Despite overwhelming odds, Michael had managed to sustain himself through sheer grit, relying on loans, selling assets, and friends' help while resisting Sony's pressure. "I can lend you $150 million, Martin said after calculating his cash flow. Movie royalties and merchandise revenue from blockbusters like The Matrix and Harry Potter ensured steady income. He could even leverage the newly acquired Seton oil field as collateral for a loan. Michael's voice grew excited. $150 million? That's incredible. This will keep me going for at least 2 more years. Not likely, Martin thought. In the original timeline, Michael managed to secure $150 million, only for Sony to retaliate by increasing investments in the library. Michael was forced to use most of his funds to prevent his share from being diluted. Against a corporate giant like Sony Columbia, Michael's fight was anything but fair. On the flight to New York, Martin leaned back with his eyes closed, carefully planning his next move. To acquire Michael's share of the music library, Martin needed Michael to use it as collateral. This was why he had to handle the matter in person. His powers didn't stretch across the Pacific. Securing Michael's half of the music rights library wasn't difficult. For years, Martin had subtly planted the idea through psychological cues. If Michael ever decided to give up his share of the library, the first person he would think of was Martin. But obtaining Sony's half? That was far trickier. Although Martin's abilities were formidable, persuading every Sony Music shareholder was beyond his capacity and time. Instead, his pawn, Tommy Mottola, would prove invaluable. In the original timeline, Mottola had failed to resolve the Michael Jackson issue and officially left Sony Music in February 2003. Should Martin save him? Shaking his head, Martin dismissed the idea. Despite their collaboration on Spider-Man, his relationship with Sony Columbia wasn't strong enough to influence the board. Moreover, Sony's rigid, conservative Japanese stakeholders were notoriously difficult to sway. Since Mottola's fate was sealed, Martin needed to act swiftly. New York. At the airport, Martin and his assistant Gordon were picked up by a car Michael had sent. Clearly, Michael was desperate. The car took them to Michael's farm in the suburbs of New York. This wasn't Neverland Ranch. After his legal battles, Michael had been deemed unwelcome by residents near Neverland Ranch and never lived there again. As Martin stepped out of the car, he saw a pale, exhausted Michael waiting in the yard. "Oh, my dear brother, I knew you'd support me." Before Martin could speak, he was enveloped in a big hug. "Michael, you look tired. I can't sleep at night. Every time I close my eyes, I feel like someone's trying to get close and harm me. I'm developing paranoia." "No, it's not paranoia. They really are out to get me." "God of Reader, bro, it's just Diddy is watching you." Inside the house, Michael wasted no time. "I've already thought about the collateral. I once tried getting a loan from a New Jersey bank, but they also demanded my music library rights. Those vultures are all after my copyrights." Though frustrated, Michael couldn't help but feel a bit smug. It was proof of his foresight. After all, most of the songs in the library were handpicked by him. "But instead of giving it to those vultures," Michael continued, "I'd rather use my share as collateral with you, my dear brother." Martin was overjoyed. His subtle conditioning had worked. Without his influence, Michael would have eventually turned to a bank. Far from feeling like he was taking advantage of Michael, Martin considered himself saving him from a tragic fate. After all, a man without sin is still vulnerable if he carries treasures coveted by others. The next day, their lawyers met to draft the agreement, while Martin and Michael took a break to watch a play starring Natalie. On Martin's third day in New York, he received a call from Mottola, who had learned of Martin's meeting with Michael. That evening, Martin visited Mottola. "I thought you were on my side, Martin," Mottola opened bluntly. Martin smiled. "Uncle Mottola, I thought you'd be on my side." Mottola was taken aback. Martin continued, "Sony Music is already in talks with Rob Stringer and Doug Morris. You know what that means. They won't give you time. You don't have time. Uncle Mottola, forgive my bluntness, but you should be thinking about your future. Why make enemies with a global superstar for a company that's about to fire you? That's unwise." Martin leaned closer. "Michael Jackson isn't alone. Behind him are millions of fans and investors who have supported him. While they might not take down Sony Music, they can ruin you." And he paused, letting Mottola digest his words, then added, "And even if you succeed in bringing Michael down, what's your reward? Staying in your position? Impossible. Sony will use you as a scapegoat, throwing you to the wolves to appease fans and investors." This wasn't just talk. In the original timeline, even after Mottola was ousted as CEO, he became a punching bag for public outrage, a scapegoat unable to recover his reputation. "What should I do?" Mottola asked, his resentment and trust in Martin now amplified. "You still have power. Use it to secure benefits for yourself." "While you can," Martin said, his voice dripping with temptation. "How?" Mottola asked again. Martin's tone turned conspiratorial. "Uncle Mottola, the most valuable asset you have right now is the Sony/ATV music library. You want the library?" Mottola quickly grasped Martin's intentions, but shook his head. "Impossible. Even if I agreed, the board wouldn't." Martin smiled. "That's where strategy comes in. Convince the board that Michael is unyielding. emphasized that when his contract ends in 2005, he'll leave Sony and take half the songs with him. Remember, the library's value lies in its extensive 200,000-song collection. If half the songs disappear, the value won't just halve, it'll plummet. Martin explained how a library's value grows exponentially with more high-quality copyrights. Conversely, losing songs results in an equally dramatic decline. Make the board believe they can sell the library now for a high price or face a collapse when Michael walks away. The choice is theirs. Martin's words sank into Motola's mind, and he found them quite actionable. The key factor was that the company's major shareholders were in Japan. Those old-timers, who spent most of their time in Japan, had no grasp of the intricate dynamics at play. Currently, all the company's aggressive moves against Michael were under Motola's control. And who could dispute Michael's stance when Motola was the one dictating it? Martin. Actually, it's me dictating it. Well, if you're all so eager to replace me, don't blame me for being ruthless, Motola muttered coldly. He was a hard man, especially toward enemies. Right now, the shareholders of Sony Columbia Records were his enemies. Martin, I have to say, your analysis makes a lot of sense. But here's the thing, what's in it for me? Relaxed now that he'd identified a way out, Motola smiled as he gazed at Martin. Jealousy flickered in his eyes as he thought about how his old friend had such an extraordinary son, while his own children, from his ex-wife, not Mariah Carey, but the one before her, were all spoiled brats, utterly useless. Martin swirled his wine glass, the purple-red liquid gleaming brilliantly. With a contented smile, he said, "How about the position of head of the music division at Myers Entertainment?" "I want shares in Myers Entertainment," Motola replied, his gaze sharp and unyielding, resembling that of a vulture. "That's not happening. Uncle Motola, greed is human nature, but don't overdo it." Martin rejected him outright. "All right then." Motola mused for a moment before raising a finger. "I'll pass on the music division position, but I want $100 million. Martin laughed heartily. Deal. He was never afraid to spend money. Money spent was money well used. Otherwise, it was just a pile of paper or numbers. Moreover, this $100 million would bring him much more in return. Motola chuckled as well. After pulling off this deal, he could retire and enjoy life. Great. We don't need a contract for this. Some things are better left unsaid. I trust you. I'll continue using Sony Columbia to pressure Michael while leveraging Michael to push the shareholders. The American minor shareholders are easy to deal with. They love money. As for those old men in Japan, I have my methods. Honestly, if we can force Michael to verbally commit to triggering his exit clause and exercising his buy-sell rights, those old-timers will panic. A fiery determination ignited in Motola's eyes, fueled by his ambition for the biggest payday of his career. In the past, he hadn't dared to push Michael too hard, preferring to torment him slowly to avoid driving him into desperation. But now, it didn't matter anymore. Martin trusted Motola to succeed. After all, in the original timeline, Warner Music nearly succeeded in 2004. If Michael Jackson hadn't backed out at the last minute, Warner would have acquired the complete Sony/ATV catalog. The Sony/ATV catalog would later provide Michael with stable annual dividends exceeding $20 million. And that was with 50% of the profits reinvested in copyright acquisitions. In other words, the $20 million represented just 25% of the total earnings. The remaining 25% belonged to Sony Columbia Records. With that in mind, the overall revenue from the catalog was staggering. By Martin's fifth day in New York, his work as the mastermind was complete. All that remained was to wait. His big brother would have to endure some time under public scrutiny and pressure, but it was all to ensure a longer, better future. Motola would lose his job and reputation, but gain $100 million in retirement funds. And Martin? He would gain an enormous cash cow. A three-way win. Perfect. As for whether Sony Columbia got the short end of the stick, who cared? If Martin wanted to buy out the catalog rights, he estimated it would cost between $1.5 billion and $1.7 billion. In the original timeline, Sony paid $740 million to acquire the half owned by Michael's estate. Now, Martin aimed to purchase the entire thing, which would likely double the cost. Of course, the catalog wasn't yet as valuable as it would be in the future, given the lack of widespread smartphone adoption. Currently, the catalog's estimated value was around $4 billion, but no one would sell at the valuation price. Martin didn't have that much cash on hand, but he wasn't in a hurry. It would take at least a year to finalize everything. By then, his certain oil field might already be generating a steady flow of cash. Feeling relaxed, Martin returned to his Manhattan apartment. Drew Barrymore and Natalie Portman were chatting. Both women were lounging on the sofa, wine glasses in hand, their laughter and smiles creating a seemingly harmonious atmosphere. But Martin could tell at a glance. They didn't like each other and were just pretending. "Martin, you're back. Let's talk in the study. It's about Blue Sky Studios." "Okay, give me a minute to change." Martin removed his coat and scarf. With January approaching, New York was freezing cold. Although Martin was immune to the elements, appearances still mattered. Drew shot Natalie a triumphant look, while Natalie rolled her eyes. Once Martin returned, the two women dropped the act entirely. "All right, let's go to the study." Round 1 of the battle for favor, Drew Barrymore wins. In the study, Drew casually walked to the coffee machine, poured coffee for herself and Martin, and sank comfortably onto the sofa. "I don't like her," she said, her tone mocking. "She always acts like some high and mighty intellectual, as if going to Harvard makes her smarter than everyone else." "Hey, watch what you say. I'm planning to go to Harvard too." "What the F***? You're going to college? What professor would dare teach you? Do you think I'm some kind of omniscient god? I'm planning to study law and build connections while I'm at it." "All right, I give up. I don't get you smart types." A fleeting look of envy crossed Drew's face. Perhaps even she didn't realize that her dislike for Natalie stemmed from jealousy. Envy of the good family and normal childhood Natalie had, things Drew had missed out on. "You're smart too, Drew. Don't sell yourself short. You just never had the chance to study properly." Martin's words brought a smile to Drew's face. Suddenly, she leaped up, wrapping her arms around Martin's neck and kissing him. "Hey, we're talking business, MMPH." Martin's words were muffled as Drew's soft lips pressed against his. In the living room, Natalie, bored, watched TV for a while before noticing something odd. Where was that meowing sound coming from? She muted the TV and listened carefully. Then, tiptoeing, she walked to the study door and pressed her ear against it. Her eyes widened abruptly. Quietly, she turned the doorknob and pushed the door open a crack. The scene inside made her cheeks flush. She couldn't help but mutter. Weren't they supposed to be discussing work? That be Drew, taking the chance to seduce Martin. Natalie debated slamming the door loudly to startle the pair inside, but hesitated. After some internal struggle, she made up her mind and pushed the door open entirely. If Drew was going to take advantage, she wouldn't let her have all the fun alone. Over an hour later, the battle was over. Martin, holding the exhausted Natalie, started discussing business with Drew, who lounged lazily on the sofa. Blue Sky Studios was founded by a group of tech enthusiasts. One of the founders, Eugene Trebetskoy, is a nuclear physicist. Another, Michael Ferraro, is a programmer and creative lead. There are 3 more co-founders: Allison Brown, with a marketing background, David Brown, with financial expertise, and Chris Wedge, a master in computer graphics from Ohio State University. He also directed Ice Age. This company is truly impressive. Initially, they didn't produce films. Instead, they made CG advertisements for movies, TV, and entertainment programs. In the field of 3D animation, Blue Sky Studios is undoubtedly a pioneer. You've probably seen the iconic Braun electric shaver commercial? Martin nodded. He actually did know it, as the commercial won a 3D animation ad award back in the day. Later, the award was revoked because the animation was so lifelike that judges thought it was live action rather than computer-generated. This stirred significant controversy in 1992 and became a classic case often cited in textbooks. They also created a 7-minute animated short, Bunny, which won the 71st Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film in 1999. This Oscar win caught the attention of 20th Century Fox, and they collaborated with Blue Sky Studios to produce Ice Age. Wait. Martin sat up slightly straighter, disturbing the slumbering Natalie, who shifted to find a more comfortable position and drifted back to sleep. Martin asked, "Does 20th Century Fox want to acquire Blue Sky Studios?" "They're interested. They've already signed a 3-film deal with Blue Sky Studios." Just a production deal? Exactly. Good. Martin valued Blue Sky Studios for its capabilities, not whether it produced films for Myers Entertainment or other companies. Of course, it would be ideal if they worked on his films to secure the copyrights and merchandise revenue. He guessed that the 3 films in the deal with 20th Century Fox were likely the Ice Age trilogy. Production deals can be bought out, Drew added, her words making Martin's eyes light up. And there's a personnel shakeup happening at 20th Century Fox. Previous decisions might be overturned. Martin's eyes lit up again. Also, Blue Sky Studios is very interested in being acquired by us. They're impressed by your creative abilities. They even want to adapt Harry Potter into an animated series. Oh, and Chris Wedge is a diehard fan of your books. Another founder, Michael Ferraro, loves the creativity you brought to The Matrix. This definitely gives us an edge. They've invited you to visit their headquarters to discuss the acquisition in person. When are you free? Anytime. Wow, you're really invested in Blue Sky Studios. Drew teased, her eyes narrowing with delight. The next day, Martin learned from the ticket in Drew's hand that Blue Sky Studios wasn't based in New York, but in Greenwich, Connecticut. At the foot of the mountain where Blue Sky Studios was located, Martin was momentarily stunned. The studio's headquarters sat quietly on a mountaintop, surrounded by trees and open fields. Snow blanketed everything, obscuring the path. They work up there? Martin pointed at the solitary building atop the mountain, his tone filled with surprise. Drew grinned mischievously. She hadn't told Martin about the unusual setup on purpose, just to see his reaction. Rare moments like this were too amusing to pass up. That's right. Everyone in the animation industry calls Blue Sky Studios an isolated island. How do they come down? Martin looked at the thick snow covering the mountain and asked again. Look, someone's coming down. Martin glanced up and saw a group of people bundled in thick down jackets. Some were dragging sleds, while others donned skis, sliding down the slope one by one. Hello, Martin. I'm Chris Wedge. I'm Michael Ferraro. Eugene Trebetskoy. Carl Ludwig. Allison Brown. David Brown. The 6 founders of Blue Sky Studios greeted Martin warmly, shaking his hand one by one with friendly smiles. So, gentlemen, I'm thrilled to meet you all. Should we go up the mountain to chat, or find another place? Martin glanced at the mountaintop and then laughed. Honestly, I'm curious about how you all get up there. Huh. The founders burst out laughing. Chris Wedge, the most outgoing of the group, said, Looks like Ms. Drew kept some secrets from you. Come, let's head to the south side of the mountain. He turned to David Brown and said, David, take Mr. Martin and Ms. Drew on your snowmobile. The snowmobile was spacious, comfortably seating 4. On the south side of the mountain, the slope was gentler, and a snow-covered road was faintly visible beneath the white blanket. That's our road for non-snowy days, Chris explained. We drive or bike up during clear weather, but when it snows, we prefer sleds. As the snowmobile ascended, Chris shouted over the roaring wind. We love snowy weather. Every time it snows, we have a little game. Rolling a snowball from the top and seeing who can roll the biggest and farthest one. That sounds fun, Martin shouted back. He had no choice. Without yelling, the wind drowned out everything. After stepping off the snowmobile, Martin and Drew followed Chris Wedge and the others to the front door of the small building. Outside the entrance, there was a pond. Chris Wedge pointed to the pond and said, Last June, for several weeks, a lone swan stayed here. We're not sure if it had lost its mate. We fed it for a few weeks, and we got along well. But one morning, it flew away. I hope it found its other half. Why did you move your office here? Didn't you start out in New York? Martin asked curiously. The 6 founders exchanged smiles. Chris Wedge explained, Yes, when we first started, our office was located on the 2nd floor of a dentist's office in Blaircliff Manor, New York. It wasn't much better than those startups working out of garages. It was noisy, constant sounds of drilling and teeth grinding. Once we had enough money, we moved to a new office in New York, on the outskirts of Manhattan. That's now our branch office. Drew's been there. Drew Barrymore nodded. It's a decent spot. Yeah, but it's too small. We needed a bigger space, but New York's rent is ridiculously expensive. We didn't want to pour all our money into renting an overpriced office, so Allison Brown suggested, why not leave New York, find a secluded spot, and rent a big house? After some discussion, We all agreed it made sense. Finally, we chose this place. Quiet, no disturbances, spacious, with great views. When we're not working, we relax here, drinking coffee, playing pool, gaming. As Chris spoke, the other founders nodded in agreement. Martin could see it clearly. These were introverted homebodies, not fans of big city hustle and bustle. It was no wonder they clicked so well. Once inside the building, Martin toured their workspace with the 6 founders. Unlike the meticulously organized offices of big companies, this place had no cubicles or partitions. Computers were lined up on a massive table, with about 7 or 8 employees working amidst a casual, somewhat chaotic atmosphere. But Martin found the chaos far more comfortable than the overly orderly corporate setups. Piles of snacks, animation drafts on the desks, comic books, instant coffee scattered around, and a paused video game on a nearby TV. The mess exuded a sense of warmth. It felt like home. To Chris and the others, this wasn't just an office. It was their haven, their home. We don't strictly regulate working hours here. You can come and go as you please, or even work from home, as long as you meet your deadlines. If you're tired, you can play pool, game, drink coffee, or snack. Oh, we even have a karaoke room. Feel free to belt out a few tunes if you need to blow off some steam. This big office is mainly for computer effects and 3D animation. That room is our brainstorming space, where all our ideas collide. This is the meditation room, for colleagues who prefer quiet. And this. Chris Wedge guided Martin and Drew around the headquarters, explaining as they went. Martin liked the laid-back atmosphere, but understood this approach was only feasible for small studios. Larger companies would find it chaotic, increasing management costs significantly. So, Mr. Myers, are you really planning to acquire our studio? What's your approach, stock exchange or cash? Chris asked. Martin remained silent as Drew answered. Cash acquisition. We've discussed this before. Post-acquisition, your management and staff structure will remain unchanged. Myers Pictures will inject additional funding for future animated projects. All animation copyrights will belong to Myers Pictures, but management will be granted incentive shares with profit-sharing rights only. Drew laid out the terms she and Martin had agreed upon earlier, and Chris Wedge and the others nodded frequently. That evening, back at the hotel, Martin immediately contacted his financial team, instructing them to fly to Greenwich, Connecticut, to review Blue Sky Studios' financial status in preparation for the acquisition. The next day, after treating the 6 founders to a lavish lunch, Martin and Drew boarded a flight back to Los Angeles. From here on, they simply had to wait for the financial audit to be completed and sign the final contract. 2 days later, Los Angeles, Disney headquarters. Michael Eisner received a call. On the other end was his trusted aide, Reed Machas. Mr. Eisner, we might be too late. By the time we arrived, Blue Sky Studios had already reached a preliminary acquisition agreement with Myers Pictures. They're currently conducting a financial review. What? Who? Myers Pictures? Martin Myers. Eisner was momentarily stunned. He's acquiring Blue Sky Studios? The aging Disney tyrant furrowed his brows. After a moment's thought, he said, Reed, you and your team stay there and continue negotiating with Blue Sky Studios. I'll call Martin myself. After hanging up, Eisner sat in contemplation. 2 years ago, he wouldn't have hesitated. He would have called Martin immediately, ordering him to abandon the acquisition. But times had changed. Eisner now found himself besieged within the Disney boardroom, with opposition growing louder and stronger. Without the voting rights tied to Martin's shares, he felt he might already be out of his position. Since last year, Robert Iger, backed by Roy Disney, had steadily chipped away at Eisner's power. As his authority diminished, Eisner's energy and spirit waned. Power, he mused, is the best nourishment for the soul. Losing that nourishment, Eisner's physical and mental decline was visible to all. He could feel the effects of aging. His thoughts were no longer as sharp, his energy no longer as boundless. Adding to that was Martin's string of recent achievements, which had transformed Eisner's once iron-fisted demeanor into one of caution and hesitation when dealing with the young mogul. After a long pause, Eisner picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Martin. How's everything going recently? Bye-bye. Martin ended the call. The blanket beside him squirmed a little, and Drew's head popped out. She licked her lips, her face flushed. Who was that? She asked. Michael Eisner. He wants me to give up Blue Sky Studios, Martin replied casually, tossing the phone aside with a smirk. You didn't agree, did you? Drew's eyes widened with a flash of worry. Michael Eisner, who had ruled Disney with an iron fist for 2 decades, was infamous throughout Hollywood for his dominance and strong-arm tactics. To those unfamiliar with Disney's internal power struggles, the old tyrant's reputation was still quite formidable. Martin shook his head. Of course not. Recalling the hint of pleading in Eisner's tone during the call, Martin chuckled. That old guy really is getting on in years. His energy seems to have waned considerably. I bet Roy Disney and Bob Iger are pushing him hard. Listening to Martin's casual evaluation of one of Hollywood's top power players, Drew Barrymore's eyes lit up, and the flicker of anxiety in her heart vanished. She had almost forgotten. Martin was one of Hollywood's elite, standing shoulder to shoulder with those at the very top. He had even started stepping beyond the confines of the entertainment world. Compared to Michael Eisner, Martin's status was in no way inferior. I really have an eye for people. Drew couldn't help but feel proud of herself, recalling how she had taken the initiative to approach Martin years ago in New Zealand. Hey, Drew, haven't you got something to finish? Martin asked. What? Oh, damn it. Martin, you and your 123 little brats. Drew's head was promptly pushed back down under the covers. Miramax headquarters. Harvey's office. The corpulent producer lay back in his oversized chair, puffing leisurely on a cigar, while the seductive voice of his beautiful secretary filled the room as she read aloud the film reviews in the newspaper. Another Christmas season is here, and the North American box office has entered its fiercest competition yet. Among the surprises, it's neither the massive box office success of The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, nor the powerhouse collaboration between Leonardo DiCaprio and Steven Spielberg in Catch Me If You Can. Instead, it's the musical film Chicago. This Miramax production has, following 20th Century Fox's Moulin Rouge, sparked a brief revival of the musical genre. With a production cost of $45 million, it has raked in nearly $100 million at the North American box office in just 3 weeks. Older audiences, in particular, are mesmerized by the film, returning to theaters again and again. It's as if the film transported them back to the golden age of Hollywood. Chicago was a critical and commercial triumph. After a year of decline, Harvey was finally regaining his footing. Blowing out a puff of smoke, he narrowed his eyes and asked lazily, "When's Bob coming back?" His secretary shot her boss a glance. Seeing that he paid no attention to her alluring attire, she purred in a coquettish tone, "Bob Weinstein will be back this afternoon." "Boss, we still have some time." Feigning confusion, Harvey replied, "Time for what?" Then he waved dismissively. "You can go now. Leave the newspaper." Once his sultry secretary had left the office, Harvey sighed in relief. For reasons he couldn't quite fathom, his performance in that department had been lackluster lately, either failing to rise to the occasion or being over far too quickly. Even the blue pill didn't seem to help. Could it be that I'm tired of this one? Looks like it's time to hire a new secretary. Harvey didn't dwell on it. He picked up the newspaper from his desk, humming a tune as he scanned the glowing reviews of Chicago. The endless praise had him grinning ear to ear. Until The Lord of the Rings. The Two Towers grosses $214 million within 2.5 weeks, breaking the record for fastest to $200 million. Shit. With a furious snarl, Harvey tore the page from the newspaper, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it into the trash can. Beverly Hills. Martin's mansion, private beach. Martin and Leonardo lounged in beach chairs, soaking up the sun. Leo took a sip of his juice, set the glass down, and reclined with his hands behind his head. "This place is amazing, especially the private beach. It's so secluded, perfect for parties," Leo remarked, glancing around with audible admiration. "Parties are better hosted at rented venues. This place is only for close friends. By the way, the media doesn't know about this spot yet, so don't let anything slip," Martin warned. "Don't worry, I've got a tight lip." Leo mimicked zipping his mouth shut, then added with a laugh, "You know, Toby's shooting Gary Ross's Seabiscuit. Word is, he's burying his ass in the film." "Huh, for the sake of art. Toby must have his sights set on the Oscars," Martin quipped. The mention of the Oscars brightened Leo's expression. This year, he had a solid chance. With Gangs of New York and Catch Me If You Can both in the race and massive campaigns underway, Leo felt confident about a Best Actor nomination. But whether he could win, a frown crossed his face. His youthful arrogance had alienated the Academy's old guard, and they still held a grudge. P.S. Back when Titanic became a global phenomenon, it earned James Cameron the Best Director Oscar and secured a Best Actress nomination for Kate Winslet. Even technical categories like costume and cinematography won accolades. Yet Leo, the film's male lead, didn't even receive a nomination. Although the movie catapulted him to superstardom and made him the heartthrob of millions, the Academy offered him no consolation, not even a nod. In a fit of youthful defiance, Leo refused to attend the 70th Academy Awards, saying to the press, "It's not arrogance. If I wasn't nominated, why should I walk the red carpet? Just to show my face? That's not my style." Instead, he spent Oscar night dining on sushi at a Greenwich restaurant in New York. From that point on, relations between Leo and the Academy soured. Despite later regrets and numerous efforts to mend fences, the damage was done. Feeling despondent, Leo suddenly remembered that the man sitting next to him was a member of the Academy's voting body. A flattering smile spread across his face. He propped himself up, leaned toward Martin, and brought his slightly chubby, stubbly face uncomfortably close. "Hey Martin, my dear brother." Martin shuddered, goosebumps prickling his skin. He barely stopped himself from reflexively kneeing Leo away. Instead, he shoved Leo's face back, wiping his hand on the chair with exaggerated disgust. "If you've got something to say, just say it. I'm not into nightly duels." "Nightly duels? What the hell?" Leo looked puzzled, then caught on and barked a laugh. "Screw you. I'm a straight man, through and through." His face quickly returned to its sycophantic expression. Summoning all his acting skills, he pleaded in the most obsequious tone imaginable. "Martin, vote for me, and maybe help me rally a few more votes. Martin, vote for me, and help me campaign for votes, would you?" Leonardo's sycophantic tone was almost unbearable for Martin. Sitting up from his beach lounger, Martin gave him a sideways glance and said, "Now you know how to butter me up. Where was this attitude when you were being so stubborn back then?" Sigh, youthful arrogance, not knowing my place. Leo sighed deeply, regret plastered all over his face. It's too late for regrets now. Those old guys are incredibly stubborn. A group of 62-year-old geezers on average. Honestly, I don't even like them. They don't like people like us either. Especially seeing us achieve so much at such a young age while they're halfway to the grave. How could they not be jealous? And considering you've offended them before, naturally, they're not going to want to vote for you. Look at Robert De Niro. A legend, right? Yet his performance in Taxi Driver didn't win him Best Actor. Once Upon a Time in America didn't even get a nomination. Al Pacino? Another titan. It took him until he was 52 to win Best Actor for Scent of a Woman. You kid? Even with my help, you'd need to wait at least 20 years to get an Oscar. Martin's relentless string of disparaging remarks left Leo looking utterly dejected. Counting on his fingers, Leo did some quick math before exclaiming, "Wait a minute. That means if you want to win Best Actor, you'd need to wait at least 30 years. Martin couldn't help but internally ridicule. How do you need to count fingers for such simple math? Out loud, he said, "I'm different. I've already infiltrated the Academy's inner circle. Plus, I haven't offended them. As long as my performance is stunning enough, I can take Best Actor anytime I want. Age isn't a factor." Oh shit. Leonardo couldn't help cursing. But Martin continued, "Don't lose hope, though. I'll put in a good word for you within the Academy. You just need to keep delivering standout performances. They might ignore you once, twice, or 3 times, but they can't keep ignoring you forever. Show them your sincerity and determination. Those old folks aren't emotionless. You might just move them. Besides, the Oscars are still a commercial show at heart. They're scared of alienating the audience. So, I've got an opportunity for you. Do you want in?" "What kind of opportunity?" Leo asked, immediately intrigued. He thought Martin's analysis made sense. As long as he kept getting nominated, the Academy couldn't keep him on the sidelines forever. Someday, their consciences might even wake up. "Brokeback Mountain," Martin replied. Leo frowned. That name rings a bell. Oh, he remembered. Isn't that the controversial novel about gay cowboys? Did you buy the rights to adapt it? Exactly, Martin confirmed. $800,000 for all rights. Gay cowboys, huh? Won't this affect my public image? Leo stroked his face. Thoughtfully, Martin snorted in disdain. What image? Look at your filmography. A naive kid with intellectual disabilities. What's eating Gilbert Grape? A poor guy stealing someone else's fiancée, Titanic. A ruthless gangster, Gangs of New York. A charming con artist, Catch Me If You Can. Leonardo. Martin wasn't done. A lovesick dreamer drowning in fantasies, Romeo and Juliet. A masked crossdresser, the man in the iron mask. A guy hopelessly crushing on someone else's girlfriend, the beach. Stop, stop, stop. Leo couldn't take it anymore, cutting Martin off mid-sentence. Fine, fine, I'll do it. Damn it, just shut up. Martin burst into laughter, but finally stopped talking. When's the shoot? Leo asked. Uh-huh, Martin replied. Who's directing? Leo pressed. Uh-huh, Martin said again. Are you going to answer me or not? You told me to shut up, didn't you? Murderous intent flared in Leo's eyes. All right. No more jokes. Shooting starts June of the year after next. Ong Lee is directing. Year after next? That gives me plenty of prep time. But is Ong Lee the right choice? You mean the guy who made Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? That's him. We've already worked it out. He's shooting Hulk for Universal in 2003, and he's saving 2004 for me. His directing style is meticulous, perfect for a visually poetic love story like this. Honestly, I don't think Hulk will suit him. His storytelling approach doesn't mesh with pure blockbusters. If he tries to tell too much story, he'll lose. Martin chuckled as he finished. Leo immediately understood. You sly bastard, you're planning to lowball him afterward, aren't you? Why not? Martin shrugged. Fine. Just send me the full script when it's ready. Or I'll have my agent pick it up. No need. The script's on my computer. I'll email it to you, and you can print it out yourself. Leo nodded and switched topics. By the way, have you seen Chicago? Oh, Mrs. Douglas is stunning. Leo said, visibly moved. Mrs. Douglas? Oh, you mean Catherine Zeta-Jones. She's a smart and hard-working woman, Martin said. Leo caught on immediately. Martin's words meant she was also calculating. Do you know some insider stuff? Martin shook his head. Could he tell Leo that Zeta-Jones had to endure Harvey Weinstein's infamous casting couch, even after marrying Michael Douglas? He'd witnessed it himself through his magical surveillance spells, and despite Zeta-Jones' beauty, the sight had been stomach-churning, mainly because Harvey was just repulsive. Still, Zeta-Jones had no beef with him, so Martin didn't feel like gossiping. Smoothly changing the subject, he said, Have you seen her in Entrapment? Leo took the bait. Of course. That scene with the laser grid was incredible. She didn't show much, but those curves, that graceful movement. Leo even paused to audibly swallow before continuing. It's the stuff of dreams. And that scene where she's lying on the bed under a silk sheet? My heart almost stopped. Martin gave him a disdainful look. What a simpleton. If you really want to admire her figure, check out Blue Juice and The Darling Buds of May. Especially the latter. It was her debut, directed by the French. You know what that means. Oh, Leo perked up. Hold on, let me note this down. He whipped out his phone. Blue Juice, and what's the other one? The Darling Buds of May. Got it. Leo saved the titles in his phone, determined to look them up as soon as he got back. What kind of box office would Brokeback Mountain achieve if it starred himself and Leonardo DiCaprio? Martin couldn't help but wonder. In the original timeline, this awards-focused film had unleashed incredible box office potential, almost single-handedly saving Ong Lee's career. With a production cost of $14 million and a global box office of $178 million, it turned a massive profit. It was even hailed by the LGBTQ+ community as a monument to same-sex love. If it were Martin and Leonardo playing the leads, the production cost would undoubtedly rise. After all, their fees were substantial. But Martin had a hunch that the box office might reach an utterly astonishing level. A year and a half ago, during the peak of Martin's Legolas fame, someone had posted a thread expressing their wish to see Martin and Leonardo, two devastatingly handsome men, fall in love on screen. Even now, the post remained active, accumulating over 50 million comments and nearly 1 billion likes. The spending potential of fangirls and LGBTQ+ audiences should never be underestimated. Miramax. In Harvey Weinstein's office. Oh, Bob, Give me an update on our PR situation? No issues. Those old fogies are completely in our pocket. With the gifts and women we send every year, as long as the film's quality is decent, they won't give us any trouble. Greedy vultures. Harvey sneered. At their age, still fooling around with women. They're not afraid of dying in bed, huh? He scoffed, then continued. Chicago has received critical acclaim. Keep up the contact. I want Best Picture and a few technical awards to go with it. What about Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress? Do we need PR for those? Bob asked. Harvey's eyes narrowed as he recalled Catherine's alluring figure. Best Actress doesn't need it. Renee Zellweger is handling her own PR. Let her do her thing. Harvey's tone soured as he spoke. Renee had rejected his invitations several times. But with Jim Carrey, George Clooney, and a certain Texas congressman faintly backing her, Harvey didn't dare force the issue. Author's note. Renee Zellweger and Jim Carrey were engaged in 1999, but ended the engagement a year later, maintaining a close relationship afterward. Catherine, on the other hand, was more cooperative. Harvey decided it was worth pouring resources into her. If he could produce another Oscar-winning actress, his reputation as a kingmaker would be firmly established. We'll focus PR on Best Supporting Actress. Catherine's acting definitely deserves an Oscar. Oh, by the way, Harvey suddenly remembered. Has Nicole Kidman's film been released? Bob hesitated but decided to tell the truth. The Hours has already premiered, and Nicole Kidman is gunning for Best Actress. I've heard Martin is helping her campaign. The film was co-produced by Myers Pictures and Paramount. Harvey's face darkened immediately. He despised both of them, yet they continued to thrive, and only seemed to get better. How infuriating. Paramount. In Sherry Lansing's office. Tom Cruise was fuming. Why the hell would you work with Martin Myers and that woman? Damn it. I only found out after the movie premiered that you were an investor. Sherry Lansing looked at the furious yet handsome man before her, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Would Tom ever grow up? Her expression turned cold as she said indifferently. Tom, you need to understand that Paramount doesn't need your approval to invest in any film. Know your place. You. Tom's face turned red. Don't forget, without my Mission Impossible series, you wouldn't be sitting where you are today. Sherry was both angered and amused by his audacity. The overly generous contract with Cruise's production company had already led to multiple boardroom challenges. Did this man really think she owed her position to him? She opened her mouth to respond, but then sighed instead, waving him off. She said, "Leave, Tom. You're kicking me out." Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you? Sherry's gaze turned icy. This is my office, Tom. Don't make me call security. Her commanding presence deflated Tom's momentum. Flustered, Tom stormed out without another word. Sherry shook her head. Her relationship with Tom Cruise had brought her gains and losses. At one point, she had felt immense satisfaction from the power and intimacy that came with having a stunningly handsome younger man like Tom in her life. Securing the Mission Impossible series for Paramount had also bolstered her reputation. But as time passed, her feelings waned. Her declining hormones freed her from the grip of infatuation, and Tom's flaws became glaringly apparent. Arrogant, impulsive, irrational. Though smart, Tom's success seemed to have inflated his ego to the point where his emotions often overruled reason, especially his vendetta against Martin Myers. They had no feud over a woman. Why was he so determined to oppose him? Reflecting on Martin's current standing in the industry, Sherry deeply regretted not fighting harder to secure him for Paramount back then. If only she had tied Martin to Paramount, her position would be unassailable now instead of precarious. Her political backer only had 2 more years in office. Sherry could already see the writing on the wall. Her days in Hollywood's top circles were numbered. What? MGM is up for sale. Martin was at home when he received a call from Drew Barrymore. This woman's Hollywood connections were incredibly extensive, even more so after Flower Films merged with Myers Pictures. As Myers Pictures CEO, backed by Martin, Drew's networking efforts became virtually unstoppable. At Martin's level, however, connections needed to be more selective. He couldn't just befriend anyone. Of course, since Drew was his person, her news was his news. What? MGM is for sale. Martin was surprised by the news. Then he laughed. No way I can scrape together that much money right now. Yes, it's a real opportunity, Martin, Drew Barrymore replied, clearly interested in MGM. She continued, last year, MGM invested in John Woo's Wind Talkers, and it was a total flop. With a budget of $115 million, it only brought in $40 million at the box office. TV syndication and DVD rights haven't found any takers yet. Add to that over $50 million in marketing expenses, and MGM is sure to take a huge loss this time. John Woo, also known as Woo Yusin, had practically single-handedly dragged down a Hollywood giant. He'd have plenty to brag about in the future. Woman, are you out of your mind? MGM is a mess. Besides its $2 billion debt to the banks, you'd have to deal with Kirk Kerkorian. That greedy old man wouldn't sell for less than $5 billion, including all of MGM's debts. Back in 1970, when Kirk Kerkorian, the so-called gambling king, bought MGM, he turned it into a financial toy, nearly running it into the ground. Note, after taking over MGM, Kerkorian sold it twice and bought it back twice, cashing in billions. But the constant ownership changes, blind acquisitions, and debt accumulation left MGM with crushing liabilities. In 2005, Kerkorian sold MGM again, this time to Sony for nearly $5 billion, with $2 billion used to pay down debt. However, this didn't save MGM, it continued to decline. After multiple restructurings, MGM was eventually bought by Amazon on May 26, 2021. Taking over MGM was like grabbing a burning hot potato. Forget it. We can't afford it, and I don't want it either, Martin said, tempted by MGM's film library but unwilling to be Kerkorian's scapegoat. Drew sighed regretfully over the phone. What a pity. This is MGM we're talking about. MGM with James Bond. If they're willing to sell just the film library, I might consider it, Martin joked. Well, I'll try asking, Drew replied half-heartedly. She knew it was impossible. If MGM ever offered its library separately, buyers would line up coast to coast. Kerkorian wasn't that foolish. The year 2002 came to an end, and 2003 began. In January, it was time for new book releases. Martin's new installments of Harry Potter and Twilight were launched worldwide, with massive sales as expected. At a signing event in Los Angeles, Martin encountered a familiar face. You're Taylor Swift. Wow, you remember me. You actually remember me. The girl jumped up in excitement. Of course. I always remember beautiful girls, Martin said with a smile. Taylor's cheeks turned red. At 13, she was at that age when feelings blossomed. Hearing such a compliment from her idol made her heart race and her ears burn. Noticing her flustered state, Martin chuckled inwardly. This was a far cry from the future version of Taylor, the poised queen of breakup anthems. Right now, she was pure and endearingly innocent. Martin, guess what? My family moved to Nashville, the country music capital in Tennessee. I met a friend there, Liz Rose. Every Tuesday after school, we spend 2 hours writing songs. Do you remember Avril Lavigne? The Canadian girl who came with me for your autograph last year? She released her debut single, Complicated, in May. It hit number 2 on the Billboard Hot 100 and won the Juno Award for Single of the Year. I heard it's even nominated for a Grammy this year. Taylor's excitement bubbled over as she shared more. And this time, I came to Los Angeles with my parents and their friend, Dan Dimtro. He's a music producer. Martin, did you know? Taylor chattered on nonstop, while Martin listened patiently. It wasn't until the people behind her started complaining that Taylor finally realized she was holding up the line. She stuck out her tongue sheepishly, then hugged her signed book and left. Outside the venue, Taylor found Dan Dimtro's car. Well, did our little Taylor get her idol's autograph? Dan teased with a melodic tone. Yes. And he even wrote a special message for me. Taylor boasted, climbing into the car. She proudly showed Dan the book. Want to see his handwriting? It's gorgeous. Dan took the book and opened it to see a line of elegant cursive. To the beautiful Miss Taylor Swift, wishing you a future as a music superstar, Martin Myers. This blessing hits the mark, doesn't it? Dan said with a smile. Of course. Martin's my friend, Taylor declared proudly. Dan was about to return the book when a slip of paper fell out. What's this? Taylor picked it up curiously. She remembered Martin writing on a separate piece of paper during their conversation. Could this be a letter? Her heart raced as she unfolded it. It was a song. Tears on My Guitar. Taylor read it closely, and her excitement grew. Drew looks at me. I fake a smile so he won't see. I bet she's beautiful, that girl he talks about. She's got everything that I have to live without. Taylor gasped. Oh my gosh. Martin wrote me a song, based on what I told him about Drew. He's so fucking talented. Watch your language, young lady. Dan scolded lightly, though he couldn't hide his curiosity. What kind of song? What song? Dan Dimtro asked curiously. Hearing no answer, he turned his head to look at Taylor Swift. He saw young Taylor's face flushed red as she carefully held the sheet of paper in her hands, as if cradling a priceless treasure. Then came a long, piercing scream. Ah! Martin wrote me. A song based on my story about Drew. Ah! Oh my God, his talent is simply awe-inspiring. Just within those few minutes, he finished composing a song. Ah! Look at this score. Look at these lyrics. It's written for me. Ah! Wait, there's a note on the back of the paper. To our future music superstar, Taylor Swift, Martin Myers. I knew it. This song really is for me. Ah! Dan Dimtro's ears buzzed from her shrieking, but his curiosity only grew stronger. Taylor, stop screaming and let me take a look, will you? All right, Uncle Dimtro. Wait, do you have sweaty hands? Don't smudge the paper. I plan to keep it as a collectible. My hands are clean. No sweat. No stains, Dan assured her. Show me your hands first, Taylor insisted. Dan Dimtro sighed and held out his hands. After carefully inspecting his hands and ensuring they were clean, Taylor cautiously handed over the sheet of paper. By now, Dan's curiosity had reached its peak. Taking the sheet, he began reading, occasionally humming along to the melody. Moments later, his expression grew serious. Oh my God, this is a great song, an absolutely fantastic song. Are you sure Martin gave this to you? No mistake. Of course not. Didn't you see the note on the back? Taylor proudly lifted her chin. Dan flipped the sheet over and saw Martin's note. Still, he couldn't help but say, I think we should wait until the signing event is over and have Martin draft a formal gift contract. You need to understand, if this song becomes a hit, it could bring significant fame and fortune. If he ever changes his mind. Hey, Uncle Dimtro, what are you saying? I'm going to get mad. Martin isn't that kind of person. Don't speak about him like that. Besides, Martin's wealth is something you know well. He's one of the top 10 richest people in North America. Why would he care about a little money from one song? Taylor's serious tone and her puffed-up cheeks made her look both indignant and adorable, though it was clear she was genuinely upset. All right, my mistake. Uncle Dimtro apologizes. Dan raised his hands in surrender. Taylor's words brought him back to reality. Martin wasn't just a typical songwriter. He was a top-tier billionaire. The earnings from a hit song might be tempting to others, but for Martin, it was peanuts. Besides, the note and signature on the back of the paper already held legal validity as proof of the gift. Taylor, satisfied with Dan's apology, said with a huff, Fine, I forgive you. Let's go home. I want to learn this song right away. All right, let's go. Dan started the car and smiled. By the way, on the way back, you can tell me how Martin came up with this song. What kind of story did you tell him? No problem, Uncle Dimtro. Do you know Drew? The tall, skinny, blonde boy with blue eyes? I used to. As Taylor recounted her story, Dan was utterly stunned. In just the few minutes Taylor had been talking, Martin had managed to write a complete song. No, excluding the time spent writing, the actual time he took to conceptualize it was even shorter. This was simply mind-blowing. No wonder Martin was hailed as a genius, overflowing with talent. For Dan, this was his first direct experience of Martin's brilliance. Of course, what Taylor didn't know was that Martin hadn't exactly composed this song on the spot. It was a song Taylor herself would write 3 years later based on her own experience. Martin had simply transcribed it. If Martin had been tasked with creating an original song from Taylor's story, he likely could have done it as well, but certainly not as quickly as this. This song eventually became Taylor Swift's first to enter the Billboard Hot 100's Top 20, peaking at number 13. In 2007, it ranked number 89 on the year-end chart, and in 2008, it climbed to number 48. On the country chart, it peaked at number 2, while on the pop chart, it reached as high as number 11. This classic country song laid the foundation for Taylor Swift's rise as a young queen in the music world. After the release of his new books, Martin flew back to Queensland once more. His women were still enjoying their vacation on the farm. January was summer in Australia, the most beautiful time on the farm. But Martin couldn't seem to escape his busy life. Within just a couple of days, he received phone calls from Natalie Portman and George Lucas. Natalie informed him that she was in Sydney filming, specifically, George Lucas' Star Wars Episode III, Revenge of the Sith. Meanwhile, George Lucas wanted Martin to make a cameo in the film as an unmasked Sith Lord, to appear as an Easter egg in the post-credits scene. The Star Wars set was located on a plot of land in the suburbs of Sydney, buzzing with hundreds of crew members coming and going daily. When Martin arrived, they were filming Natalie's scenes. Padma Amidala, the Queen of Naboo in the Star Wars series, was said to be inspired by Hawaii's last reigning monarch. Seeing Natalie in her regal golden gown, reciting her lines with a solemn expression, Martin couldn't help but find the sight amusing. He couldn't resist comparing her austere demeanor on set with her playful nature in private, and the contrast was striking. "What are you laughing at? Mocking my acting?" "Of course not. I'm just dazzled by Her Majesty the Queen's beauty." When Natalie approached him after finishing her scene, she caught Martin still smiling and couldn't help but playfully scold him. Martin immediately offered her his best compliments. George Lucas, who had walked over, noticed the exchange and couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance at them. Surely they weren't. Then again, in Hollywood, such things were common enough, and Lucas had no desire to meddle. Since turning 16, Martin had become less overly cautious when interacting with his women in public, adopting a more relaxed demeanor. "Martin, I'm glad you're here. I thought you were doing me a favor by coming. But now it seems you're really here for our Queen Amidala." Lucas even winked at Martin as he spoke. Natalie's face flushed red. Martin, on the other hand, simply laughed it off. With his thick skin, he remained unfazed. "Hayden, your emotions aren't hitting the mark. And your movements need to keep pace with Martin's rhythm. No, surpass it. You're the Skywalker here." Hayden Christensen, the actor portraying Anakin Skywalker, wiped the sweat off his brow and muttered, "Keep pace with Martin? Easier said than done. Do you even know how fast he is?" Martin chuckled, sensing he had taught the young actor enough for now. "George, how about this? Let Hayden move as he sees fit, and I'll adapt to his pace on the spot." George Lucas, working with Martin for the first time, widened his eyes in disbelief. "That's too risky." "Absolutely not." Martin smiled. "Trust me, I can handle it." After some persuasion, Lucas reluctantly agreed, though he added, "Hayden, make sure to slow your movements down a little." Hayden nodded slightly, though a trace of defiance lingered. His gaze flickered toward Martin, who was now chatting casually with Natalie Portman, and irritation bubbled up. Hayden had been trying to pursue Natalie, which was precisely why Martin had been hard on him earlier. Unfortunately, the lesson hadn't sunk in. Scene 14, take 25. Action. At the assistant director's cue, Hayden launched into his performance. His swordsmanship, polished through rigorous training, was steady and precise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade sliced through the air with audible force. George Lucas frowned. What's he doing? Why is he speeding up? Yet, he refrained from yelling, "Cut," because Martin handled the situation effortlessly. Clang, clang, clang. The blades collided repeatedly until a final, decisive clash sent Hayden's sword flying. Martin's blade came to rest against Hayden's abdomen. Although the tip of the prop lightsaber wasn't sharp, the jab to his midsection left Hayden clutching his stomach in pain, bent double as though his intestines had been knocked loose. Martin casually twirled his blade with a flourish and offered an apologetic grin. "Sorry, got a bit carried away." "Cut." George Lucas halted the scene and shook his head at the unfolding drama. "Young Hayden, picking a fight with Martin over a woman? Do you even know who you're up against?" Lucas sighed internally. Natalie had deliberately gotten close to Martin earlier to quash any lingering hopes Hayden might have. This young Canadian actor clearly lacked real-world experience. Raised in a comfortable middle-class home, Hayden's rise, from commercial model to TV lead, then to movie star, and finally the protagonist of Star Wars, had been paved with ease and privilege. Even with Martin's towering reputation, Hayden saw him as nothing more than someone using his power to pressure Natalie. In his mind, he fancied himself a savior, a gallant knight rescuing the damsel. Lucas walked over to Hayden, exasperated. What's with you today? If this happens again, I won't hesitate to replace you. Understood. George, I. Address me as Mr. Lucas. Hayden froze, startled by the sudden shift in tone. George Lucas, typically amiable toward him, now radiated unfiltered authority. This wasn't an act for Martin's benefit. It was genuine. Mr. Lucas, but it was Martin who. Lucas cut him off with a piercing glare and leaned in to speak quietly. Listen, kid. Let me give you some advice. There are people in this world you don't want to cross. Even the people backing you would tread lightly around Martin. Think about that. Then, Lucas dropped the final bombshell. Take some time to reflect. For now, I'll have a stand-in take over your scenes. Stunned, Hayden watched as Lucas walked away, leaving him to stew in silence. Meanwhile, Martin caught Lucas' eye. Hope I didn't cause too much trouble, he said with a disarming smile. Lucas chuckled. Not at all. Just giving the boy some time to think things over. With a replacement stepping in, Martin effortlessly completed his cameo scene. His agility left a lasting impression on Hayden's stunt double. As evening fell, Natalie joined Martin, and the two left the set together. Watching her leave, Hayden stood rooted to the spot, his lips pressed tightly together, lost in thought. After that day, he never pursued Natalie again. Later that evening, Martin drove Natalie to Darling Harbor. Amid the golden glow of sunset, they arrived at the intersection of King's Cross and Potts Point, where the luxurious Sydney Diamond Hotel gleamed like a jewel. The penthouse suite. Natalie stood before the expansive glass wall, gazing out at Sydney's skyline bathed in twilight. The edges of the city shimmered with golden light from the setting sun. Oh my God, it's beautiful, she murmured. As she admired the view, Martin embraced her from behind, his warmth radiating through her. Natalie leaned into him, letting herself melt into the comfort of his arms. They chatted idly, basking in the serenity of the moment, until a playful glint sparkled in Natalie's eyes. Adopting Queen Amidala's regal tone, she turned to him and declared, I can't believe it. Obi-Wan was right. You've changed. Martin, recognizing the scene from Revenge of the Sith, responded in character. His expression darkened. I don't want to hear any more about Obi-Wan. He's a traitor. Then, narrowing his eyes, he growled, he betrayed me. The Jedi betrayed me. But you, Amidala, you cannot betray me. You're not the Anakin I once knew, Natalie said, her voice trembling with sorrow. Tears welled up in her eyes, her acting flawless as always. Everything changes, Martin said, stepping closer. I am no different. You've broken my heart, Natalie whispered. I can't follow you down this path. As tears slid down her cheeks, Martin's eyes gleamed with intensity. Why? Is it because of Obi-Wan? No, it's not because of anyone, she pleaded. It's because of what you've done. The path you've chosen. Desperation filled her voice as she implored. Stop now, Anakin. It's not too late. I love you, liar, Martin bellowed, his gaze darting over her shoulder as though seeking an unseen enemy. You brought him here to kill me, didn't you? No, you've got it all wrong. Before she could finish, Martin's hand reached for her throat. But instead of gripping tightly, his hand brushed her neck tenderly. Natalie's tearful eyes softened, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. She bit her lip and cast him a sidelong glance, her expression a mixture of vulnerability and anticipation. Queen Amidala, Martin whispered in her ear. Prepare to face Skywalker's judgment. Her voice trembled as she responded. I await your judgment, Skywalker. Their lips met in a gentle yet fiery kiss, sealing their moment of intimacy. An hour and a half later, the storm had passed. Martin held Her Majesty Queen Amidala for a moment of tenderness. Afterward, the two engaged in a languid conversation. Nat, how do you feel about this role? Natalie shook her head. This opportunity is one I need, but the role itself. Actually, it's not just this role. None of the characters in Lucas's films have much presence. Not even the Skywalker role. Right, not even the Skywalker role. I don't mean to offend director Lucas, but his movies. Dialogue and plots are too weak to truly bring out the characters. After watching the films, what people remember are the dazzling effects and battle scenes, not the actors. Martin chuckled. Natalie wasn't wrong. George Lucas's ability to write dialogue had long been criticized, as the media often scorned, bland, hollow, and utterly uninspiring, nearly impossible to commend. By the way, it seems like Iraq is about to go to war again, Martin said, steering the conversation elsewhere. I heard they claim there are weapons of mass destruction. Natalie also knew about the news. Or rather, President Bush hadn't bothered to hide it. He was dead set on war. It was Bush's old playbook. When approval ratings dropped, he stirred up foreign conflict to divert public attention. And with the 2004 election approaching, he needed to give his competitors a reason to back off. Martin laughed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Weapons of mass destruction? Huh. If AK-47s count, then sure. Bush is backed by oil conglomerates and arms dealers. Starting a war in the Middle East serves their interests. Bush is just a middleman, a tool of war. Natalie, recalling Bush's recent rhetoric, voiced her concern. President Bush has been targeting your Cerdan oil field lately, accusing you of acquiring it through improper means. He seems increasingly hostile toward you. Martin burst out laughing. He's not wrong. My improper means. That would be him. I'm guessing the Texas oil groups are giving him grief over the Cerdan field, and he's taking it out on me. But with the poor performance in Afghanistan and strong anti-war sentiment at home, why would Bush still push for war? The girl's view couldn't yet grasp the deeper layers behind the war, leaving her puzzled. Martin didn't explain. Instead, he used actions to shift the topic. Martin spent 3 more days in Sydney with Natalie. During this time, he met Francis Ford Coppola, Robert De Niro, Elijah Wood, Dean Devlin, and Liam Neeson. Some had come to visit the set, others to make cameo appearances, a testament to George Lucas's extensive network. 3 days later, Martin boarded a plane to the UAE. From the helicopter, Martin looked down at the massive offshore drilling platform. The platform resembled an overweight figure with a wide upper body and thin lower legs, supported by slender columns that plunged into the ocean. The upper steel structure, with its crisscrossing beams, resembled a deflated belly, its folds piled together. A tugboat towed the platform toward a designated location in the open sea. In the helicopter, David Scott provided a briefing. This is our second exploration site. Offshore fields are different from onshore ones. Single well operations aren't cost-effective. Directional drilling at 7,500 meters can cost about $5 million per well. Offshore platforms start at $10 million, and daily operating costs are nearly $100,000. How long does it typically take for an oil field to start producing? Martin asked a layman's question. David Scott patiently explained. It's hard to say. Acquiring an oil field depends on capital and expertise. Whether it yields oil is a matter of luck. Preliminary exploration only confirms the likelihood of oil in the area, but determining the exact depth and location requires drilling tests. This field is exceptional. We've already found an oil-bearing layer. We're just one step away from production. David Scott looked relaxed. The Cerdan field was the best performing site he'd encountered in his career. In a luxurious Abu Dhabi apartment. After an intense bout, Princess Haya lay gasping in Martin's arms, basking in his warmth. Your oil field is likely to produce. Don't worry. In the UAE, there's never been a case of an exploration with such promising signs failing to yield oil. Martin smiled. I'm not worried. I'm not under any financial pressure right now. I came here just to see you. Flyer. Princess Haya pouted, playfully biting him. But her smile betrayed her. Clearly, the Arab princess was pleased by Martin's sweet words. After a week of indulgence in Abu Dhabi, Martin returned to the sea. This time, he wasn't merely hopeful, he was thrilled. From 1,000 meters away, the plane's passengers could already see a gray-black fountain shooting skyward. Beneath the geyser of oil, dozens of workers, their bodies coated in black, were shouting and running around. Haha, it's flowing. Truly. A moment to celebrate. Martin laughed heartily. The successful production at the Cerdan oil field marked the arrival of a massive new cash flow for him. Beside him, David Scott was overwhelmed with emotion. Clutching the helicopter railing, his eyes welled up with tears. The Cerdan field's success validated his efforts and meant a substantial bonus, enough to upgrade his family's home. Every bit of effort and patience had paid off. What's the production rate? Martin asked. 50,000 barrels per day, per single well. David Scott, already informed, couldn't contain his excitement as he shouted. Even in the Middle East, 10,000 barrels per day was common, 30,000 barrels rare, but 50,000 barrels? That was an extraordinary superfield. This equated to a daily output of 9,000 tons, comparable to 2,000 wells in China's Shengli oil field combined. Converted to revenue, 50,000 barrels meant $7.3 million per day, over $2.66 billion annually. It's liquid gold, no doubt about it. Even Martin, usually indifferent to money, couldn't suppress his excitement at the figures. At that moment, Martin's phone rang. It was Princess Hea. Clearly, she too was eager to know the oil field status. I heard your field is producing. What's the daily output? 50,000 barrels. How much? 50,000 barrels? Really 50,000 barrels? Even the well-informed Princess Hea was stunned. This implied reserves exceeding 2 billion barrels. Yes, 50,000 per well. News of oil production at Martin Serton oil field quickly reached the North American media. Reports indicate that the Serton oil field, wholly owned by Martin's Campbell Oil Company, confirmed oil production 3 days ago. The first well has a daily production rate of 50,000 barrels with excellent oil quality that requires no pretreatment for processing. The single well production rate is a critical economic metric, governed by a complex set of functions. From the initial daily output, we can deduce whether the oil field is profitable or not. Of course, this analysis also depends on current costs, local tax policies, and the relationship between drilling and platform construction expenses. A daily output of 50,000 barrels far exceeds this economic benchmark. Based on this figure, the oil field is projected to generate over $2.6 billion annually, with estimated reserves exceeding 2 billion barrels. This calculation suggests Martin's net worth has surpassed $50 billion, potentially ranking him among the top 5 wealthiest individuals globally. Martin's title as an oil and energy tycoon was now firmly established. Martin, with the oil field now producing, I believe this is an excellent opportunity for promotion. I'm planning to organize an oil equipment trade fair in Abu Dhabi. We can invite oil equipment companies from around the world. Based on the Serton oil field's production capacity, we could offer at least $1 billion in contracts, which would undoubtedly attract major companies. Additionally, we should consider building a petrochemical base. Selling crude oil as is would be too wasteful. We also need to find channels to sell the accompanying natural gas. David Scott passionately outlined his vision for the future of the Serton oil field. Martin nodded decisively and said, I agree with your plan. Handle it as you see fit. Trusting Scott's competence and loyalty, Martin saw no need to micromanage and was content to let him take the reins. In Washington, President Little Bush was once again furious. The exceptional performance of the Serton oil field led to more criticism from the shareholders of the Texas Oil Group. Motherf heirs. Damn it, your failure to win the bid has nothing to do with me. It's your own incompetence. Motherf heirs. How could the Serton oil field reserves be this high? Why did I even leak such crucial intelligence to Martin back then? What the hell was I thinking? Lately, the more Little Bush thought about it, the more unnerved he felt. A creeping fear of Martin began to take root in his heart. Motherf heirs. War. There must be war. If not, my approval ratings will hit rock bottom. Iraq also has oil fields, large ones. At least that will appease those old bastards. The Bush family had always been a spokesperson for the Texas Oil Group. Though he cursed them internally, Little Bush had no choice but to act in their interests. When Martin returned to Abu Dhabi, he was warmly welcomed by the Emirati royal family and officials. Around the world, not every company that secured an oil field through bidding managed to extract oil. Many spent large sums only to fail in finding oil during the exploration phase, leading to bankruptcy. Even in the oil-rich Arab world, several companies annually folded after acquiring unproductive oil fields. Martin's Serton oil field broke this trend, producing gas within 2 months of exploration and oil shortly after. This achievement set a record in Arab oil field history. In the Arab world, where oil wealth reigns supreme, the mantra is clear. Only oil-producing companies are worth associating with. Initially, Emirati officials only extended their warmth to Martin because of his close ties with the royal family. Now, they genuinely sought to build connections. Invitations to banquets and galas poured in, and Martin had to engage in social diplomacy. With the oil field set to operate for at least 2 decades, cultivating local relationships was vital. For an entire week, Martin was either at a banquet or en route to one, dealing with Emirati officials, technical service companies, and downstream chemical executives, all eager for a slice of the pie. If it weren't for the nightly company of beautiful companions, Martin would have longed to escape. One morning, Martin dragged himself out of bed. A week of relentless socializing had left him mentally drained, even with his seemingly boundless energy. As he rubbed his temples and prepared for the day, he decided to return to the oil platform later. Bang, 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 bang. At 10:30, a knock came at the door. Martin gestured for Gordon to answer it. Standing outside were an elated David Scott and 2 middle-aged men with distinctly Chinese features. Gordon asked curiously, "Who are they?" Scott explained, "Apologies for the sudden visit. These gentlemen are staff from the Chinese embassy in the UAE. We bumped into them on the way up, and they said they needed to speak with Mr. Martin." Hearing this, Martin stood from the sofa and looked toward the door. In the hallway stood 2 Chinese men, likely in their 30s or 40s, dressed in finely tailored navy blue suits. One wore gold-rimmed glasses. Their expressions were cordial. Upon seeing Martin, they immediately introduced themselves. "I'm Li Donglai, commercial counselor at the Chinese embassy in the UAE, and this is my colleague, Zhang Shu. Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Martin." "Hello." Martin greeted them in fluent Mandarin before Gordon could respond. Li Donglai's face lit up. He had heard of this American prodigy's fascination with Chinese culture and his proficiency in the language. It seemed the rumors were true. "Mr. Martin, we were hoping to speak with you privately," Li Donglai said smoothly, exuding the practiced ease of a seasoned diplomat. Martin smiled. "Come in," he said, gesturing for them to enter. After a polite exchange, Li Donglai sat down and glanced around before saying, "Mr. Martin, you must be quite busy lately. Gordon, prepare some tea," Martin instructed before turning back to his guests. He chuckled and replied, "Yes, it's been hectic, but it's almost over. I've met with everyone I needed to. I was planning to return to the drilling platform later today. If you'd come a day later, you'd have missed me." Li Donglai smiled. "It seems we've arrived just in time." After exchanging a brief look with Zhang Shu, Li Donglai got straight to the point. "Since Mr. Martin is so busy, we won't waste time. We're here to invite Campbell Oil to invest in China." "Invest?" Martin raised an eyebrow. "Yes. We've heard about your plans to establish a petrochemical base. Would it be possible to set it up in China? We can guarantee a range of preferential policies to ensure your satisfaction." Hearing this, David Scott, who had followed them inside, immediately straightened up, his interest piqued. The next morning, Martin woke up at 8 a.m. and boarded a rented Rolls-Royce to head to the Certain oil field. His original plan was to set off the previous day, but the 2 unexpected visitors had delayed his schedule by a day. Seated in the car, Martin's thoughts lingered on the conversation from the day before. Building a petrochemical base in Xiamen's Haizong and Zhangzhou. The proposal from the 2 Chinese embassy staff seemed oddly familiar. That evening, after searching through his memories of Martin's life in China, he realized that this was reminiscent of the Shanghai plan from years ago. In November 1989, Wang Yongqing, the head of Formosa Plastics, accompanied by his family, returned to the Chinese mainland via Japan for the first time. During the trip, Wang proposed an investment plan that greatly excited the Chinese government. The core of this plan was a $7 billion petrochemical project that included integrated refining and petrochemical facilities, upstream and midstream, along with a power plant, shipping fleet, and even a hospital. After negotiations, 15,000 hectares of land spanning Xiamen's Haizong and Zhangzhou were allocated for the project, with Chinese authorities pledging $300 million to jointly establish a petrochemical zone with Formosa Plastics. Because of its location, this initiative was named the Shanghai Plan. By November 6, 1992, the negotiations were almost finalized. However, due to interference from Taiwan, the plan was canceled at the last moment. Now, the Chinese side had resurrected this plan, offering the same plot of land to attract Martin's Campbell Oil. The conditions were so enticing that Martin was immediately intrigued. The offered incentives were extraordinary. Those nearly free plots of land alone would see their value skyrocket in 20 years, recouping the entire investment and more. Wang Yongqing, in Martin's view, had been short-sighted. Perhaps he never truly intended to invest in the mainland, and only used the Shanghai Plan as leverage to push Taiwan authorities to approve his sixth naphtha cracking plant project. The sixth naphtha cracking plant, similar in scope to the Shanghai Plan, was a massive petrochemical project. With limited resources, Formosa Plastics had to choose one. As was typical of Formosa's cost-cutting ethos, the sixth naphtha cracking plant was notorious for severe pollution. Taiwan authorities were hesitant to approve it, resulting in lengthy delays. Wang retaliated by proposing the Shanghai Plan to the mainland, forcing Taiwan to accelerate its review process and lower environmental standards, ultimately approving the sixth plant. In hindsight, the Chinese government had been used as a bargaining chip. Still, Martin believed Wang's decision to antagonize the Chinese mainland for short-term gain was a mistake, as it meant losing access to the vast Chinese market. This misstep paved the way for China's state oil giants to grow, eventually surpassing Formosa Plastics and becoming global Fortune 500 enterprises. Taking over the Shanghai Plan, Martin barely needed to think. Of course, he would. The Chinese government's promise to purchase all the natural gas produced from his oil field was reason enough, not to mention the land and access to an immense and untapped market. China was entering a period of explosive economic growth. No, it had already begun. Industrial expansion would drive astronomical demand for chemicals and energy. This was a surefire, lucrative investment. As for potential objections from the Bush administration, Martin wasn't concerned. Relations between China and the U.S. had already soured following the U.S.'s invasion of Afghanistan. By 2002, Bush had revived the China threat theory, pushing bilateral ties to a low point. But Martin, as capital personified, didn't care about Bush's opinions. In the U.S., governments served capital, not the other way around. The car stopped at the port, and Martin had made up his mind. He would take the Shanghai Plan. David Scott jogged over to open the car door for him. Martin could tell that David Scott was tempted, but after some consideration, he still rejected the idea of replacing the American workers on the oil rig with Chinese laborers. After all, he was an American. If he went too far, he might draw backlash from domestic labor unions and those with ulterior motives. So, as much as he wanted to, he couldn't. Not only could he not replace these workers, but he also had to show that he cared deeply about them. During the lunch break, Martin approached two union leaders and said, "I've noticed that the living conditions on the oil rig aren't great. I'll arrange for better coffee and food to be delivered. I'm also planning to install air conditioning in the workers' break rooms. Oh, and there's not much entertainment, so I'll get a few gaming consoles. We could even set up a pool table in the break area." Soon as the two union leaders relayed Martin's words to the workers, cheers erupted across the oil rig. "You're truly a kind boss." David Scott flattered him. At the end of January, Martin returned to Los Angeles and headed to Jeff's office at CAA. "Martin, take a look at this script." Martin casually took it and glanced at the cover. Music High. It was a title he didn't recognize from memory. He flipped open the first page and skimmed a few lines, but soon found himself engrossed. The story followed Tyler, a rebellious youth from the underbelly of Baltimore, and Nora, a talented ballet student from an elite art school. Nora needed an exceptional dance partner for a prestigious competition, and Tyler, who was serving community service at the art school, caught her eye. Tyler's effortless street dance moves captivated Nora, and as they collaborated on stage, the two art-driven teenagers sparked a dynamic connection. The script wasn't long, with large sections dedicated to describing street dance performances, while the plot itself was relatively simple. "Who's the screenwriter?" Martin asked. Jeff, who had worked with Martin for nearly 5 years, immediately noticed his interest. "And Fletcher. She's a newcomer. She's been active in Hollywood as a choreographer, having danced in Titanic and Bring It On, and worked as a choreographer for My Fair Lady and Cheerleader Nation. So what do you think? Does the script have potential?" Martin nodded. "The plot is pretty straightforward, just a simple love story. But the concept is fresh. Since Breakin', there haven't been many Hollywood films that bring street dance to the big screen. I think it's worth investing in." Jeff smiled. "She's not just looking for funding. And Fletcher has big ambitions. She wants to direct this film herself, and..." Jeff paused. looking at Martin. She wants you to star in it. Martin stroked his clean-shaven chin, recalling the box office performance of this film in the original timeline, around $120 million with a modest budget of $12 million. If he were to star in it, even with a discounted fee, the budget would likely exceed $30 million. But Martin was confident. He believed that the name Martin Myers alone could boost the film's box office by more than $30 million. Besides, if Myers Pictures invested in it, the extra salary would just be moving money from one pocket to another. I'm in. Wait, you're really going to do it? Jeff was surprised. He thought Martin had moved past small-budget films. I'll do it, but I get to choose the female lead. The female lead in this film would be perfect for Jessica. She had a solid dance background and was stunning, definitely more so than the original actress from the timeline. The next day, and Fletcher, dressed to impress, arrived at the agreed-upon CF, barely able to contain her excitement. As she sat down across from Martin, her enthusiasm was written all over her face. Hi, Martin. I'm a huge fan. Could I get your autograph? Yes, and Fletcher was a fan of Martin's looks, especially his portrayal of Legolas. Martin hadn't expected her first words to be a request for an autograph, but he chuckled and agreed. Once Martin signed the autograph, and Fletcher eagerly pulled out a small, exquisite photo from her bag, a still of Legolas from the films. She was already planning to have it laminated and preserved forever. Then, they got down to business. What I want to emphasize in this film are two things. First, how street hip-hop and elegant ballet can perfectly complement each other on stage. And second, the romantic chemistry between the male and female leads. I want to tell the story through extensive dance and body language, with hip-hop street dance as the central theme. At this point, and Fletcher glanced at Martin and asked, "How much do you know about street dance?" Martin smiled. "Not much, but I'm a fast learner." And soon, and Fletcher would find out just how fast Martin could learn. By early January, the crew was assembled. 3 days later, casting was complete. Aside from Martin and Jessica as the leads, and Fletcher recruited a host of professional dancers and even planned to invite a few Japanese superstars for cameo appearances. Then came the dance training for the leads, and Fletcher had initially scheduled a month for training, which she thought was already ambitious, given that both Martin and Jessica had dance experience. But 3 days later, the black dancer responsible for teaching Martin street dance stood with his mouth agape in shock. He turned to and Fletcher, who was equally stunned, and said, "What the F***? He's a freak of nature. I've got nothing left to teach him. His body is literally made for dance. His coordination, rhythm, flexibility, and strength are all top tier." And Fletcher, hands on her hips, glanced at Jessica, who was still sweating and struggling nearby, and then at Martin, who wasn't even breaking a sweat. She finally understood just how fast his fast learning really was. "Martin, your training is done. If you have time, maybe you could help Jessica out." Martin shrugged. "No problem, but I've got to fly to China first to sign a contract. I'll be back in about 2 weeks. Oh, and one more thing," Martin said as he was about to leave. He turned back to and Fletcher. "The title Music High is too generic. It won't help with promotion. How about we change it?" And Fletcher blinked. "Change it to what? How about Step Up?" Beijing International Airport. A Boeing passenger plane landed in the night. Martin stepped out of the airport wearing sunglasses and a mask, followed by Gordon. He hadn't informed anyone of his arrival, wanting to surprise a certain girl. "Gordon, go check into a hotel," Martin commanded domineeringly as they left the airport. Gordon reluctantly accepted the order. At the entrance of the courtyard house, Martin got out of the taxi. Gordon reminded him, "Be careful." Of course, this kind of careful wasn't about safety. Martin chuckled, as if he needed to be told. He wasn't planning on having a child this young. Taking out his keys, he unlocked the gate to the courtyard house. Martin didn't turn on the lights, feeling his way through the darkness to the bedroom. He vaguely saw someone under the covers on the bed, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In no time, he stripped off his extra layers and slipped under the covers from the foot of the bed. The girl's unique scent, a faint foot odor, wafted over. As he moved further up, it turned into the fresh fragrance of skincare products. Gore. The girl under the covers seemed to sense something and instinctively shifted, turning from lying on her back to lying on her stomach. unconsciously changing her position. Martin moved to the front of the bed, wrapping his arms around the girl. Then, the girl woke up, making muffled sounds as if trying to speak. But with Martin's weight on her and her mouth pressed into the soft pillow, she couldn't get a word out. "It's me, Nini." "Martin, did you miss me?" The muffled sounds grew louder. But soon, they turned into soft moans. After a 100,000-word omitted operation, Martin fell into a deep sleep. The girl couldn't sleep. She wanted to wake Martin up and say something, but she didn't know what to say, and she was also a little scared. She wanted to sneak out of bed, but her body was completely drained of strength. She couldn't even move a finger. After a while, the girl also fell asleep from exhaustion. In the darkness, a smile played on Martin's lips. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains. The girl woke up, first feeling disoriented. Then her expression changed dramatically as she tried to get out of bed. But she realized she was somehow nestled in Martin's embrace, his arm tightly wrapped around her, making it impossible to break free. After carefully struggling a few times, she gave up and cautiously lifted her head to look at Martin's face. Ah! A scream erupted. It turned out Martin had already woken up, his piercing blue eyes staring right at her. "Stop screaming, my ears are going to burst." "I didn't mean to. Nini went off to film, so she let me sleep in her room." "I know." "Huh." The girl's voice was abruptly cut off. She stared at Martin with wide, innocent eyes. "Why you knew?" "Last night. You knew it was me." "I didn't know at first," Martin said, stretching lazily before pulling her back into his arms. "But halfway through, when I kissed you, I realized something was off. Your lips feel different from Nini's." Hearing Martin mention the kiss, the girl blushed. She had been a little too eager at the time. But that wasn't her fault. It was the hormones. Martin continued. But by then, the arrow was already in flight. No, it had already hit the target. There was no turning back, so I'm the one who should apologize. Martin wore an apologetic expression. "Then, what do we do now?" "What about Nini?" the girl asked nervously. "Well, you're my woman now, and Nini will be too. I won't give up on either of you." "Huh." The girl was stunned. But then she thought about it. Asking Nini to give up? She couldn't live with that. But asking herself to give up? That felt like too big a loss. She had kept her treasure for over 20 years, only for this scoundrel to steal it. Letting it go as if nothing happened was infuriating. Then she heard Martin say, "I have many women in America. It's not a problem. I'll be honest with Nini, and I won't hide anything from you." "It's not a problem?" The girl's eyes widened even more. "Not a problem." Martin tightened his embrace, his gaze drifting downward. The girl suddenly felt a little dizzy, a seed sprouting in her heart as she murmured, "Not a problem." Then, another battle ensued. Zeng and I returned 3 days later. It was evening. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she caught the aroma of food and smiled. Did Hu Jing know I was coming back? She even prepared dinner. She hurried to the kitchen and saw a tall figure wearing an apron, busy cooking. "Martin, is that you?" Zeng Mi's voice trembled with excitement. The figure turned around, revealing a face so handsome it could make anyone swoon. He smiled at Zeng and I. Suddenly, Zeng and I remembered a line from a Gu Long novel. "In this world, no one can resist Jiang Lang's smile." She was smitten. Step by step, she walked up to Martin and gently hugged him from behind. "Why did you take so long to come?" Her tone was a mix of reproach and coquetry. Martin chuckled and patted Zeng Mi's hand. "I'm cooking. Go set the table with Hu Jing. We're having a welcome dinner for you today." Zeng and I gasped, suddenly remembering Hu Jing was also staying here. She said sheepishly, "Martin, I didn't ask for your permission before bringing a friend to stay. You're not mad, are you?" Martin laughed. "Of course not. Your friends are my friends. We're all family." Zeng and I smiled happily. Martin took the opportunity to water this seed of affection in Zeng Mi's heart, lest the dinner table turn into a battlefield. "Hey, Jingjing, I'm back. Have you met Martin? When did he get here?" Zeng and I cheerfully greeted her best friend in the dining room, completely missing the odd look on Hu Jing's face. Yeah, Martin got here 2 days ago. We've met. He's very enthusiastic." "Enthusiastic?" "He's been holding me every night." Zeng and I still hadn't noticed her friend's unease and kept chattering away. Hu Jing was distracted, already picturing the scene of Nini crying and slapping her. Should I run away, Or should I hug her and cry together? Dinner's ready. Let's eat. Martin had prepared a feast. Xing Mi's eyes widened as she looked at the table full of delicious, mouth-watering dishes. She praised sincerely, "Martin, you're amazing." Martin grinned. "I'm amazing in many ways." Xing and I blushed and said, "You're so bad." She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Hu Jing. Thankfully, Jingjing didn't seem to catch on, but why does she look so out of it? Finally, Xing and I noticed something was wrong. "Jingjing, what's wrong?" Xing and I asked. Then, the tiny sprout of the seed of affection in her heart trembled slightly. Xing and I seemed to realize something, her expression changing briefly before returning to normal. Martin spoke as casually as if he were discussing household matters. "That night, I came back late, wanting to surprise you. But who knew Jingjing was sleeping in your bed? So, we ended up doing something we shouldn't have. Now that things have come to this, I hope you two can get along well and join Martin's happy big family together." Hu Jing's eyes widened. How could he say something like that so casually? Wasn't he asking for a beating? But to her surprise, her best friend nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I had a feeling something was off earlier. It seems I was right. Since it's already happened, let's just go with it. We can all live happily together." Hu Jing's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. She pinched herself hard. Ouch, that hurt. So it wasn't a dream. It was real. Was Nini really this generous when it came to matters of the heart? Hu Jing glanced at Martin's handsome face. Well, if it were me, I might be able to accept it too. Hu Jing felt like crying and laughing at the same time. In the end, she hugged Xing and I, both crying and laughing. Xing and I had been fine at first, her emotional fluctuations minimized under the influence of the seed of affection. But with Hu Jing's outburst, a mix of sorrow and joy surged within her, and she too began crying and laughing. The two women clung to each other like lunatics, alternating between sobbing and laughing. Martin calmly ate and drank, knowing he would enjoy the company of both women that night. And indeed, that night. TL/N. I removed some useless paragraph here. The next day, "Mr. Martin, you've already seen the specific terms of our agreement. If everything looks good, can we proceed with signing the contract as soon as possible?" Martin smiled and said decisively, "Sign." The local government had done such thorough preparatory work, even bringing in construction teams ahead of time and offering such generous preferential policies. Not signing would not only offend people, but also be a waste of a great opportunity. Martin turned to David Scott and said, "David, our engineers can start coming in." Martin's decisiveness delighted the government officials on site. The provincial governor waved his hand and declared, "Notify everyone to complete the 3 connections and 1 leveling as quickly as possible. This is a major battle. Also, the foundation and pipeline work for the petrochemical base can begin." However, Martin suggested, "Governor, it might be best to wait for our engineers to arrive before starting the pipeline installation. Building a petrochemical base is a highly specialized project, and I'm sure none of us want this base to pollute the local green mountains, clear waters, and beautiful coastline." The governor wasn't offended by Martin's rebuttal. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's wonderful. Mr. Martin is truly a responsible entrepreneur." He meant every word. In this era, domestic enterprises, few prioritized environmental protection in the name of attracting investment. Many places had sacrificed their environment for development. The Shanghai Plan was a major initiative planned by central ministries and several senior leaders. Who could enter, how they could enter, and in what manner were all negotiated by state-level institutions. Even a provincial governor had limited influence over it. Martin's emphasis on protecting the local environment impressed the officials present, and their opinion of him grew even more favorable. The contract was signed. Both sides were pleased. Martin once again drank on China. After out-drinking a circle of high-ranking officials, Martin's reputation in the area soared. After signing the contract in Xiamen, Martin returned to Beijing, where he was received by a senior leader at Zongnanhai. For the next half-month, he stayed in the courtyard house, spending time with Xing and I and Hu Jing. On February 15, Martin boarded a plane back to Los Angeles. Taking over the Blue Ocean project, Martin felt like he had struck gold. Wang Yongqing's Formosa Plastics Group had navigated countless arduous negotiations, often backtracking after progress, to secure what could be described as overly generous terms. Terms that left mainland China feeling shortchanged. Martin believed that besides Wang Yongqing, few could negotiate such a deal. Wang's business philosophy emphasized maximizing every opportunity, often squeezing profits from every aspect of a venture. Wang's famed fishbone theory illustrated this approach. In any business or internal matter, costs are broken down into their smallest elements, meticulously analyzed and optimized. Every bone of the fish is slimmed down to its bare essentials. For the colossal $7 billion investment of the Blue Ocean Project, Wang's philosophy was in full swing. Even after China's top leader personally endorsed the agreement, Wang audaciously renegotiated terms to test the government's limits. Wang's confidence stemmed from his status as a global business magnate. As the founder of a Fortune 500 company, he was welcomed by heads of state worldwide, exuding an aura that matched their own. His provocations eventually forced the Chinese government, keen on the collaboration, to concede further. However, Wang redirected his investments to the sixth Naphtha Cracker project in Taiwan, effectively shelving the Blue Ocean Project after nearly 5 years of talks. This move angered the Chinese government but left them helpless. After all, it was a commercial decision. Without a signed contract, the deal was not legally binding. Retaliating would only harm future business prospects with other investors. The abrupt suspension left 15,000 hectares of designated land in limbo, a painful reminder of the dashed plans. Martin's timely intervention not only resolved this impasse, but also won him favor with the Chinese government. His willingness to sign without haggling stood in stark contrast to Wang's penny-pinching. Of course, Martin's readiness stemmed from the fact that Wang had already pushed China's concessions to their limits. In the original timeline, Wang's actions alienated the Chinese government, paving the way for the rise of Chinese energy giants. While Formosa Plastics later sought to mend relations, often donating during disasters, the missed opportunity for China's economic boom played a role in the company's decline. Having seized a fantastic deal and gained goodwill, Martin returned to Los Angeles in high spirits. Shortly after, he joined the crew in New York to begin filming Step Up. This film was a simple love story centered around stunning choreography, youthful passion, and sizzling chemistry. There were no explosive action sequences or elaborate CGI. The production largely revolved around energetic parties, intense dance battles, and scenes set in schools and theaters. Most of the budget went to paying cast and crew, with Martin's salary being the largest expense. Even with Martin's paycheck, the total investment was under $40 million, categorizing it as a low-budget production. Martin decided to fully fund it through Myers Studios, confident in its potential. Director and Fletcher had meticulously planned every detail. By the time Martin returned, locations were scouted, and Jessica had finished her rigorous dance training. Jessica had endured significant hardships to prepare for the role. Fletcher believed the film's appeal lay in the authenticity of its lead actors' performances and their dance moves. To emphasize this, Fletcher insisted that neither Martin nor Jessica use stunt doubles or special effects for their dance sequences. Even minor scenes required their personal involvement. She also aimed to minimize post-production dubbing, ensuring every moment felt raw and genuine. Martin fully supported this vision. Jessica, however, bore the brunt of the challenge. But her efforts paid off. That very evening, she showcased a sultry dance for Martin, her fluid movements and enticing curves igniting a fire in him. Martin responded in kind, matching her energy with his own impeccable dance moves. One thing led to another, and the two soon found themselves in an intimate dance of their own. Martin Myers is making a musical? Ha! Is this kid trying to ride the coattails of my Chicago? In Miramax's office, Harvey laughed uproariously, his jowls quivering with delight. Quentin Tarantino sat on the couch, distracted by the wobbling folds of Harvey's double chin. Despite Martin's higher status, Harvey harbored disdain for him. That boy is delusional. Does he really think making a musical is that easy? Mark my words. I can already see him failing spectacularly. Quentin remained expressionless. He had heard this every time Martin released a movie, and Harvey had never been right. Finally, Quentin interjected. So, Harvey, when's Kill Bill hitting theaters? That was his real reason for visiting. He had no interest in Harvey's endless ranting about Martin. Truth be told, Quentin himself was tempted to work with Martin if it weren't for Harvey's support. The young actor-director had soared far beyond their reach, even leaving Harvey in the dust. The thought still baffled him. Harvey snapped back to the topic. I've got it scheduled for early October. If it happens to go head-to-head with Martin's dance flick, even better. Quentin thought to himself, no, that's not better at all. Just then, Harvey grinned mischievously and asked, by the way, is it true you were caught licking Uma Thurman's feet on set? Inside a Miramax office, Harvey suddenly flashed a sly grin. Quentin, I heard a rumor. You licked Uma Thurman's feet in the dressing room. Is it true? Quentin Tarantino laughed unabashedly, showing no embarrassment. I love the taste. Really, the feet of a beautiful woman. It's even more intoxicating than sex. Tarantino was well known in certain Hollywood circles as a hardcore foot fetishist. It wasn't exactly a secret. In fact, he often partied with like-minded individuals who shared his peculiar interests. As expected, a director capable of crafting such unconventional and edgy films was himself quite the eccentric. Evidence of Quentin's obsession could even be found in his movies. Both Pulp Fiction and Kill Bill prominently featured close-up shots of Uma's feet. And in Death Proof, Tarantino took his fetish to new extremes. He had even paid $10,000 at the Hollywood strip club Crazy Girls just to lick a dancer's feet. Surveillance footage later leaked to the media, sparking backlash from some who found his behavior deeply unsettling. In the clip, Quentin is seen licking and sucking on the woman's toes for over 30 minutes, until her foot looked like a prune. A/N, the photos are out there. You can look them up yourself if you're curious. Strangely enough, the incident also earned him a peculiar fan base, who admired him for his authenticity. The truth is, Hollywood has always been a haven for oddballs. James Cameron, a control freak and strict vegan who forced all his cast members to go plant-based. Christopher Nolan hates anything digital. Despite the rise of digital filmmaking, he insists on using film stock and avoids smartphones and emails entirely. Wes Anderson, obsessive about symmetry. His films are renowned for their painstakingly precise compositions, where every shot looks like it was measured with a ruler. The Coen brothers, fans of fat. They adore overweight actresses and frequently cast plus-size performers in pivotal roles. David Fincher openly admits his attraction to men, though this is hardly unusual in Hollywood. Woody Allen eats the exact same breakfast every day: orange juice, skim milk with raisin bran, and 7 banana slices. He believes any deviation could bring bad luck. Takeshi Kitano enjoys scrubbing toilets. Once, during a visit to a Japanese restaurant, the famed director was found in the restroom, diligently cleaning it. Hitchcock and Buell both were also foot fetishists. With a cast of characters like this, Quentin's quirks don't seem all that bizarre. Fun fact, Quentin's wife, Daniela Pick, is rumored to have exquisite feet. But let's get back to the story. Harvey smirked at Quentin's candid confession and shook his head like a seasoned mentor. Kid, that's a waste of potential. A stunning woman is right in front of you, and you're only interested in her feet. Do you know why I got into this business? Harvey continued. Why? Quentin asked, indulging him. Obviously, to sleep with women. All kinds of beautiful women. Harvey declared with unrestrained bravado. Then he leaned in conspiratorially. Quentin, do you know about the red couch? Of course. The legendary perk of Hollywood's golden age, Quentin replied with a shrug. Back in the 1920s and 30s, the red couch was a well-known signal in Hollywood. If a casting director or producer placed a red sofa, or even draped a red blanket over a regular one, it was an unspoken agreement that any actress willing to audition on it would earn a role in exchange for favors. It was entirely voluntary. Those who complied were rewarded. Those who didn't walked away without complaint. I've got one in my casting room, Harvey bragged, and you wouldn't believe the stars who've sat on it. Before Quentin could respond, Harvey started rattling off names. Julia Roberts, Judi Dench, Meryl Streep, Kate Beckinsale, the list goes on. Oh, and don't forget Gwyneth Paltrow. Harvey looked smug as he listed both A-listers and lesser-known actresses, some who had since left the industry and others who were still active. Quentin, Harvey said, puffing up with pride. Once you hold power in Hollywood, women are easy to get. It's not just about sex, it's about the thrill of conquest. Quentin shifted uncomfortably. Harvey's blatant arrogance was unsettling. Sure, Quentin had his own quirks, but they were harmless. What Harvey was describing sounded predatory, even criminal. Unlike foot fetishes, coercion wasn't just immoral, it was illegal. Quentin debated saying something, but ultimately held his tongue. He knew Harvey wouldn't listen, and calling him out might provoke his wrath. Come on, Quentin. Don't waste time with your little kinks. I'll show you how it's done. It's not just sex, it's the power, the control. We decide who makes it in this town. We decide who the audience gets to see. We are Hollywood. Quentin watched Harvey, wondering if the man had drunk too much, or simply let power corrupt him completely. Leaving the Miramax headquarters, Quentin's head was buzzing with Harvey Weinstein's endless chatter. Shaking his head and taking a deep breath, he managed to clear his thoughts a little. Quentin couldn't help but feel that Harvey was growing increasingly reckless lately. Perhaps it was time to look for a way out? Picking up his phone, he dialed a number. Hello, Matt. Long time no see. Got time for a drink? Meanwhile, Martin was blissfully unaware that someone was attempting to cozy up to his younger brother to gain access to him. At that moment, Martin was dancing. Yes, street dancing. Moving with the rhythm of the music, Martin poured his creativity into the routine. He incorporated iconic street dance moves from later generations, blending them with the seductive, elegant movements of the succubi and elves from the mystic realm. The result was a performance bursting with energy, flair, and a breathtaking sense of beauty. When Martin finally stopped, he smiled and asked, "What do you think?" "My God, this must have been crafted by the hands of the divine," exclaimed Ivana Markizmovich, the film's dance coach, in awe. And Fletcher, the director with a background in dance, looked equally stunned. It's incredible. Power, rhythm, technique, and beauty all wrapped into one. This sequence could absolutely be used for the climactic finale of the film. Martin shrugged casually. As long as it works. And, visibly excited, couldn't help but press. "Martin, have you ever considered a career in dance?" She chuckled immediately after, realizing how absurd the suggestion was. Martin was a billionaire, a genius actor, writer, and musician. Why would he ever become just a dancer? Forget I said anything. Meanwhile, Jessica Alba gazed at Martin with wide, admiring eyes. The production of Step Up was moving swiftly. Excluding the time spent on the actors' dance rehearsals, the entire shoot wrapped up in just 27 days. On March 18, 2003, President Bush's military action against Iraq finally received congressional approval. 2 days later, on March 20, 2003, the Iraq War officially began. It was clear that Bush had been preparing for war long before this. The UN's investigation into Iraq's alleged weapons of mass destruction was still incomplete, but Bush couldn't wait. He was under immense pressure, especially after the debacle with the oil field, which had caused significant dissatisfaction among the Texas oil barons. He needed this war to divert attention and appease his backers. Iraq, rich in oil, was a prize for the Texas oil groups. The war itself would also please the military-industrial complex, a win-win for Bush. At 5:30 a.m. Baghdad time on March 20th, the U.S. and its loyal ally, Britain, launched the Shock and Awe campaign, a massive air and ground assault targeting Iraq. In a televised address, President Bush announced the war to overthrow Saddam Hussein's regime and promised a swift and decisive victory. However, the public reaction was markedly different from that during the Afghanistan war. Swift and decisive? The Afghanistan quagmire had trapped tens of thousands of American troops. Who would believe him this time? But public sentiment didn't matter. After all, America was not the democracy it claimed to be, but a nation controlled by capital. The intensity of the war was staggering. In the initial strikes, U.S. and British forces dropped over 2,000 precision-guided bombs across cities like Baghdad, Basra, Najaf, Mosul, Kirkuk, and Mqazar. Among these were 500 Tomahawk cruise missiles. Countless civilians were killed. Meanwhile, Saddam Hussein delivered a televised speech, calling on Iraqis to resist American aggression and defeat the coalition forces. This war seemed far removed from Martin's world. He made a public anti-war statement, as usual, then turned his focus to preparing for the Oscars. On the afternoon of March 23rd, Pacific Time, the 75th Academy Awards began amidst the most contentious atmosphere in its history. For 3 days leading up to the ceremony, demonstrators had gathered at the intersection of Highland Avenue and Hollywood Boulevard to protest the Iraq War. Soon, pro-war demonstrators appeared on the opposite side of the street, clashing verbally with the anti-war crowd. The LAPD deployed heavy security to separate the two groups, ensuring tensions didn't boil over. Separated by a single street, the two factions chanted slogans, hurled insults, and occasionally tossed water balloons. Despite the heated exchanges, no major incidents occurred. Overall, the anti-war camp far outnumbered the pro-war demonstrators. As time passed, the anti-war crowd continued to grow. Their signs carried messages like, "Bush betrayed America," "Bush is the real terrorist," "No more war," and "Oscars for peace." The roar of their voices drowned out the opposition. Clearly, the Afghanistan war had shaken American confidence built up during the Gulf War. Under the shadow of war, the usual glamour of Hollywood's biggest night felt unusually somber. Given the situation, the Oscars canceled the red carpet walk and pre-show interviews, though a red carpet was still laid out for tradition's sake. Some anti-war celebrities wore pins with peace slogans. Martin's pin drew considerable attention. It featured a strange bird soaring through flames, its outstretched wings bearing the words anti-war and peace. Leonardo DiCaprio noticed the unique design. "Hey, buddy, that's a cool pin. Who made it?" Grinning proudly, Martin pointed to himself with a thumbs up. "Me. You designed it? Nice. What kind of bird is it?" "You'll find out soon enough," Martin replied with a cryptic smile. "Anyone figured it out yet?" To ensure the Oscars proceeded smoothly, a National Guard unit and mobile testing equipment were stationed nearby to screen for any suspicious materials. The FBI and LAPD deployed elite tactical teams to secure the Kodak Theater. After all, this was the night when the crème de la crème of Hollywood would gather under one roof. The 75th Academy Awards ceremony was broadcast live on ABC. With the red carpet event canceled this year, the cameras focused primarily on the prominent stars inside the venue. Martin and Leonardo, chatting casually, became the most frequently captured pair. Before long, a sharp-eyed cameraman zoomed in on the peculiar anti-war badge on Martin's lapel, offering a close-up. This image, broadcast live, caught the attention of countless viewers at home. "What's this badge? It seems to have anti-war phrases on it. Looks beautiful. I want one too." Even before the Oscars began, the online chatter was in full swing. Martin, with his multifaceted identity, had garnered a massive global fan base. Every move he made was closely watched and often emulated. The badge on his lapel was poised to become a major trend if it were ever mass-produced. Due to the absence of pre-ceremony entertainment, attendees mingled in the hall, exchanging pleasantries while awaiting the ceremony. "Nicole, congratulations are in order," Martin said warmly as he approached Nicole Kidman, who was seated near the aisle. They shared a light embrace. Not far away, Tom Cruise happened to glance over, his expression darkening. Sensing the gaze, Martin glanced back and smirked faintly before turning his attention back to Nicole. "So, how does it feel to be nominated for Best Actress a second time?" Nicole smiled graciously. "It's just a nomination. Winning seems unlikely, especially since it's only been 3 years since my last win." Martin leaned closer, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Don't be so sure." Nicole's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The Hours, a co-production between Myers Pictures and Paramount, marked the beginning of collaboration between Martin and Sherry Lansing. The film intricately wove the lives of 3 women from different eras with Virginia Woolf's Mrs. Dalloway. For Martin, investing in this film wasn't about profit. It was about elevating Nicole to a pedestal, showcasing the unparalleled clout of Myers Pictures in the awards circuit. With the groundwork already laid with key Academy voters, Martin leaned in to whisper in Nicole's ear, "Be ready to make your acceptance speech." His lips lightly brushed her earlobe in the process, a calculated move. Positioned strategically, the cameras either captured his back or his profile, shielding the intimate gesture from view. Unaware of the subtlety, Nicole felt her heart race. She glanced around nervously but saw no unusual reactions. Then she noticed a pair of angry eyes. She locked gazes with Tom Cruise, her ex-husband. If, viewed from his vantage point, he might have glimpsed the subtle interaction between Martin and her. But so what? She wasn't Mrs. Cruz anymore. She was Nicole Kidman, free to do as she pleased. Lifting her chin defiantly, Nicole met Tom's glare with a look of disdain, her lips curving into a faintly mocking smile. Unbeknownst to Nicole, Tom hadn't witnessed the full interaction due to the distance of 4 rows. He only assumed Martin had leaned in to whisper something to her. Yet, even this was enough to irritate him. For some reason, the sight of Martin getting close to his ex-wife left Tom uneasy. Perhaps it was because Martin seemed fully capable of giving Nicole the happiness she deserved. Martin continued his rounds, stopping next at the Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers section. "Hi, Peter." "Hello, Martin." "Hi, Kate." "Hello, Martin." "Hello, our beautiful Arwen." "Hello, our dashing Legolas," Martin teased, earning a laugh from Liv Tyler. "Hi, Orlando." "Great to see you, Martin," Orlando Bloom replied warmly. After greeting the cast and crew, Martin turned to Peter Jackson. "Best Picture or Best Director? I have a feeling we'll win one." Peter Jackson, unlike Nicole, wasn't attuned to Martin's implications. He laughed and replied, "I hope so. If I do make it to the stage, you can be sure I'll thank you properly." Martin eventually settled with the Matrix team as the opening music for the ceremony played. Host Steve Martin took the stage to kick off the proceedings. "Folks, it's great to see you here instead of in Afghanistan or Iraq. You're alive, and that's fantastic." Laughter erupted across the room. Martin, however, was bewildered. What's so funny? He had lived in the U.S. for 16 years, but still couldn't grasp certain local humor. Suppressing his confusion, he conjured a convincing smile, nodding and clapping along. "This is probably the most bare-bones Oscars I've ever seen. Blame it on Little Bush. His poor brain is so preoccupied with war there's no room for anything else." This time, Martin genuinely chuckled. Jabs at Bush's expense? Now that was a brand of humor he could get behind. Steve Martin continued with his witty monologue while weaving in performances and nominee reels. Martin alternated between genuine and feigned laughter, blending seamlessly with the audience. Except, he felt a distinct gaze lingering on him. Harvey Weinstein. When their eyes met, Harvey offered an enigmatic smile before averting his gaze. Martin understood immediately. That smile said it all. Let's see who wins more major Oscars tonight. Harvey was confident. He had already secured nods of approval from key Academy members for Best Picture and Best Supporting Actress, among other accolades. Meanwhile, Martin's most likely win was Nicole Kidman for Best Actress. But Nicole had already won the award in 2000. Harvey doubted the Academy would bestow it upon her again so soon. As for The Matrix, The Lord of the Rings, and The Bourne Identity, their box office success worked against them. In the eyes of the Oscars, being too commercially successful was a liability. Harvey sat smugly in the center of the Chicago cast, feeling like victory was already in his grasp. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Martin again. At this very moment, Harvey was already thinking about how he would show off in front of Martin after Chicago won major awards. Perhaps he could hold the trophy in one hand and walk up to Martin, telling him, "The Oscars aren't something just anyone can handle." Heh. This fat man was lost in his own daydreams. On stage, host Steve Martin finally wrapped up his banter and began the official awards ceremony. The first award presented was for Best Animated Feature. The presenter was Drew Barrymore's close friend, the big-mouthed beauty Cameron Diaz. In recent years, we've seen one excellent animated film after another, bringing endless joy to audiences. After a brief monologue, Cameron Diaz read the nominees: Spirited Away by Hayao Miyazaki, Ice Age by Chris Wedge, Lilo and Stitch by Chris Sanders, Treasure Planet by Ron Clements and John Musker. And the winner is... Cameron opened the envelope and immediately announced, "Spirited Away, Hayao Miyazaki. Congratulations." A group of people with black hair and yellow skin near Martin immediately erupted in excitement. They were from Japan's Studio Ghibli. This studio, founded in the mid-1980s and originally a subsidiary of Tacoma Shoten, was based in the small city of Kagane, in the outskirts of Kyoto. It had around 300 employees, including directors Hayao Miyazaki, Isao Takahata, and producer Toshio Suzuki. Studio Ghibli would later produce masterpieces like Howl's Moving Castle, Tales from Earthsea, and The Tale of the Princess Kaguya. However, most of the studio's works were mainly popular in Japan and Asia, whereas animation studios like Pixar and Blue Sky Studios had a far greater global influence. Martin watched as Hayao Miyazaki, with his silver hair, stood up and embraced those around him. He then joyfully walked to the podium, delivering his acceptance speech in heavily accented English. What he said, Martin couldn't understand. Probably, most people in the audience couldn't either, but everyone still gave him a warm round of applause. The next few technical awards were mostly taken by Chicago, The Matrix, and The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. Chicago won Best Art Direction and Best Costume Design. The Matrix won Best Editing and Best Adapted Screenplay. The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers won Best Visual Effects and Best Sound Editing. Martin went on stage to accept the Best Adapted Screenplay award for The Matrix. With these technical awards, Martin now had a 4-2 lead. But Harvey was not worried at all. The main event was still to come, and these technical awards were just consolation prizes. Then came the major awards, Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress. The Best Supporting Actor award went to Chris Cooper for adaptation, and the Best Supporting Actress went to Catherine Zeta-Jones for Chicago. Mrs. Douglas, pregnant and with a big belly, walked up to accept the award. When she thanked her husband, she was moved to tears. In the audience, Harvey smiled triumphantly. The stunning beauty on stage, he had tasted it himself, and it was delightful. He glanced at Michael Douglas, feeling smug. Then he turned his attention to the person he most wanted to show off to, Martin Myers. Unexpectedly, Martin also looked over at him. Harvey gave Martin a wide grin, pointing at the stage and then at himself. The gesture clearly meant, "It's all thanks to me, to my abilities." Thinking Martin would get angry, Harvey was surprised when Martin smiled back, raised one hand to his chest, and subtly extended and wiggled his little finger. Harvey's smile froze, and his temper flared. He thought to himself, "This guy is definitely pretending to be indifferent. He doesn't want me to see his disappointment. Well, in this round, I've won." Next, the Best Documentary Award was presented to Michael Moore for Bowling for Columbine. The plump director walked up to the podium, took the Oscar, and instead of giving the usual speech, he shouted "Quiet down" into the microphone before saying seriously, "We live in a fake era. We live in a time with fake election results, a fake president elected, and a man who dragged us into war with fake reasons. Mr. Bush, we oppose this war. Shame on you. Shame on you." A mix of boos and applause echoed from the audience, reflecting the two opposing sides in Hollywood, those who supported the war and those who opposed it. Martin clapped and laughed heartily. He liked this guy's speech. Then it hit him. This fat director was the same one behind the documentary Fahrenheit 9/11 that shocked the world the following year. In Fahrenheit 9/11, Michael Moore exposed the bloody battlefield images of the Iraq War and revealed the complex connections between the Bush family and the bin Laden family. The film even touched on the oil and arms companies behind the Iraq War, suggesting that the so-called War on Terror was driven by the greed of those industries. It also raised several questions. Was Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda truly behind the 9/11 attacks? Was 9/11 an inside job orchestrated by the U.S. government? Was the war in Iraq about justice or about profit? Did Iraq really possess weapons of mass destruction? This fat director had guts. To make this documentary, he even sneaked into Iraq with his crew, interviewing many U.S. government officials, Iraqi civilians, and soldiers who fought in the Iraq War. But the film faced an uphill battle. Due to its criticism of President Bush's foreign policy and his family scandals, the film faced distribution problems. Original distributor Disney announced it would pull out of releasing the film in the U.S. and prohibited its subsidiaries from distributing it. Later, Sony Columbia also announced it would stop its release plan. In the end, Harvey, the fat man from Miramax, had to fund the film's distribution himself. Yes, that's right, Harvey Weinstein. Of course, this wasn't about doing the right thing or fighting for justice. It was just about not losing money because Harvey had invested in the film. Harvey's backers had tangled connections with the Bush family. The two had once been close partners. But in politics, there is no such thing as a lasting friendship. Today, they may be collaborators, and tomorrow, mortal enemies. That's how Harvey's backers felt about the Bush family. Harvey had helped Bush rise to power, but he believed that Bush's return on his investment had been too small, falling short of his expectations. This caused a lot of friction between them. Later, Bush proposed a tariff barrier policy that was extremely unfriendly to America's international trade and shipping companies. This policy caused American products to lose a significant market share in China, Southeast Asia, and Europe. At the same time, American shipping companies saw a dramatic decrease in orders. And Harvey's backers represented the largest maritime shipping corporation in America, Maersk Line. As is well known in America, every political figure is a spokesperson for one or more interest groups. Political struggles are often nothing more than battles between these interest groups. This is why American politics is rife with dark tactics, wiretaps, surveillance, seduction, and even assassination, all common tools in political warfare. If you oppose my political views, you're attacking my profits. And if you attack my profits, I will either throw you out of office or eliminate you. Even the president is no exception. P.S. Being president in America is a high-risk job. Kennedy was assassinated by a gunman. Nixon had the Watergate scandal. Clinton faced the zipper scandal. America spares no effort when it comes to dealing with political enemies, and that's just the president. Politicians below them are even more prone to assassination, framing, or entrapment. The most common tactic is seduction, and young women trafficked from Eastern Europe often become the weapon of choice. This was also why Harvey insisted on making the film Fahrenheit 9/11 in 2003, paying out of his own pocket to ensure it would be released. It's unclear if Harvey's future downfall, becoming a target for feminist outrage, had anything to do with these political machinations. After all, although Bush had already left office by that time, the Bush family still held significant influence in America, while Harvey's backers had already lost their power. Meanwhile, Martin watched the fat director on stage and wondered whether he should provide some ammunition for Fahrenheit 9/11. After all, during his time as good buddies with Bush, Martin had received quite a few explosive pieces of information. Martin stroked his chin, deep in thought. Wow. Looks like director Michael Moore is a firm anti-war advocate. All right, this is America, and you're free to express your views. But the condition is that you have to be rich enough, otherwise you can't afford bail. Host Steve Martin took the stage and told a joke to lighten the mood after Michael Moore's comments. But it seemed he got carried away. Oh, right, the Best Supporting Actress award just went to Chicago? The title of that film reminds me of a joke. Back when Hillary Clinton, the First Lady, was about to give a speech in Chicago, the mayor asked a famous local artist to paint a large oil painting titled Hillary Clinton in Chicago as a tribute. The artist reluctantly accepted the task. When the painting was finished, the city officials came to inspect it and were shocked. The painting depicted a man and a woman passionately entwined in a luxurious bed, with the White House in the background. What is this? Who's the man? The official angrily asked. Mr. Bill Clinton, the artist replied. And the woman? Ms. Monica Lewinsky. And where is Hillary? Hillary is in Chicago. The laughter in the auditorium reached an unprecedented volume. Martin laughed heartily as well. That was the funniest joke he had heard all night. Steve Martin's joke helped lighten the atmosphere, and soon, the ceremony moved on to the next award, Best Actor. Yes, at the 75th Academy Awards, the Best Actor and Best Actress awards were placed in the middle, with the Best Actor award presented before Best Actress, which was quite rare. The presenter for Best Actor was the African-American actress Halle Berry. She was a beauty who matched Martin's taste, a successful mixed-race product with a body and features that weren't the typical type for African-American women. Unfortunately, she had suffered domestic abuse at the hands of her then-boyfriend, actor Wesley Snipes, which had left her deaf in one ear. As a result, she often tilted her head slightly when speaking to people. Martin had been nominated for Best Actor for The Matrix, but he knew he wouldn't win. He didn't bother to do any public relations for himself, because even if he managed to sway the judges, he wouldn't have been able to win the vote. He wasn't in a rush. There would be plenty of other opportunities, like Brokeback Mountain. The nominees for Best Actor are Adrien Brody for The Pianist, Daniel Day-Lewis for Gangs of New York, Nicolas Cage for Adaptation, Martin Myers for The Matrix. When Martin's name was read, Halle Berry glanced up at him before continuing. Jack Nicholson for About Schmidt. After reading the nominations, Martin glanced over at the Gangs of New York crew. His good friend Leonardo DiCaprio was sitting right there. Although he smiled, Martin could see the disappointment in his eyes. DiCaprio was also one of the co-leads in Gangs of New York, but he hadn't even earned a nomination. Not just Gangs of New York, but even Catch Me If You Can hadn't received a nomination for Best Actor, though it had been nominated for Best Supporting Actor. Martin had joked earlier that DiCaprio was covered by a double insurance with these two films, but it turned out neither were insured. No nominations at all. It was clear how little the Academy thought of this guy. And the Best Actor tonight is. Halle Berry quickly opened the envelope and announced, Adrien Brody for The Pianist. A tall, thin, melancholic-looking man walked up to the stage to accept the award. He was known in Hollywood as one of the rubber men, as he was just as willing to torture his body for a role as Christian Bale, the mechanic. Martin had seen his performance in The Pianist, and it was certainly above Hollywood standards. Adrien Brody's acceptance speech wasn't long, and within 5 minutes, he had walked off the stage with his Oscar. The ceremony continued. Next up was the award Martin was most interested in, Best Actress. Harvey also felt a bit nervous, muttering to himself, not going to win, not going to win, not going to win. Nicole felt a slight sweat on the palms of her hands. She knew it was a sign of her nervousness. She couldn't help but glance at Martin again, and saw him giving her a reassuring smile. Immediately, her heart calmed down. She trusted Martin. On the other side, Harvey was also sweating, feeling even more nervous than when the Best Actress award was announced earlier. This damn fat man couldn't help but glance at Martin as well. Just in time to see Martin and Nicole exchanging looks, Harvey paused, feeling that something seemed off between the two. Then, he saw Martin look over at him, smile, and even deliberately stick out his little finger to dig at his ear. Harvey had to admit, even such a crude gesture, when done by Martin, seemed to have a unique elegance and charm. It gave off a charming, slightly rogue vibe. Damn it, Nicole couldn't possibly win. She had just won. Harvey encouraged himself mentally and also extended his pinky finger to dig at his ear, making sure to flash a grin at Martin. Martin chuckled. A clumsy imitation. The nominees for Best Actress at this year's Oscars are Salma Hayek for Frida, Diane Lane for Unfaithful, Julianne Moore for Far From Heaven, Renee Zellweger for Chicago, and Nicole Kidman for The Hours. Denzel Washington, who was presenting the award, first read the list of nominees. Then he opened the envelope, smiled at the audience, and continued, The winner of Best Actress is Nicole Kidman for The Hours. Nicole suddenly stood up, her emotions soaring. She had actually won her second Oscar for Best Actress. Martin had made it happen. He truly could do anything. At that moment, Nicole's strongest desire was to leap into Martin's arms and share the joy and excitement with him. But in front of so many people, she couldn't act that way. Instead, she maintained a composed appearance, hugging her fellow cast members of The Hours, accepting congratulations from everyone until she finally reached Martin's table. Martin stood up, smiling at Nicole, and opened his arms. Nicole was a little dazed. Unconsciously, the little boy she once knew had grown into someone like this. Nicole walked gracefully into Martin's embrace, and the two shared a light hug. Martin whispered in her ear, I told you, I did it. Congratulations. Nicole softly responded, Thank you, my love. The last two words were almost inaudible. When they parted, Nicole suddenly realized that Martin seemed to have grown taller than her. The little boy had grown up. Elsewhere, upon hearing the final list of winners, Harvey's eyes widened. He turned his head, disbelieving, looking at Martin in utter shock. How did this kid do it? He knew just how stubborn the Academy's old men could be. He, too, had worked tirelessly to build relationships with those old guys, becoming one of their favorite individuals. But Martin, what right did he have? Farther away, Tom Cruise was watching the embrace between Nicole and Martin with a complex expression, a bitter taste rising in his heart, mixed with an unnamed flame. He had divorced his ex-wife, and now, she was doing better. That was how he felt at this very moment. Though Nicole and Martin's hug was not particularly intense, it lasted a little longer than expected. Martin gently patted Nicole's back. Go ahead and get your award. You deserve it. Martin wasn't being modest. Nicole's performance in The Hours truly deserved an Oscar. Compared to the acting giants like Julianne Moore and Meryl Streep from the same movie, she certainly held her own. The role of Wolf, a fragmented character inclined towards self-destruction, was indeed a perfect fit for Nicole Kidman. She portrayed the sorrow of the character masterfully. Nicole walked step by step toward the stage. At this moment, Nicole didn't show the signs of aging she had in the original timeline. Thanks to Martin's nurturing, Nicole truly looked radiant. She was at an age when a woman is most sophisticated and graceful, yet she still had the beauty and vitality of a woman in her 20s. Added to that, joy and excitement made her glow even more. Nicole Kidman, on stage at this moment, radiated an unparalleled charm. Many men in the audience were dazzled. Harvey almost shed tears of greed. No, wait, it was greedy drool. Damn it, why did I miss my chance back then? If only I had her. Tom Cruise's smile stiffened because the damn cameraman kept filming him, obviously trying to catch him losing composure. He also found it strange. Why had Nicole become even more beautiful after leaving him? He had once thought he was tired of her, but now, deep down, a sense of regret arose. Perhaps I shouldn't have divorced her. Just then, a man's voice, quiet and almost muttering, reached his ears. Tom Cruise actually divorced such a beautiful woman. Oh, he really let her go. Tom couldn't contain his anger any longer. He looked over, only to find the speaker was none other than Brad Pitt, a man he despised. He sneered. You idiot. How dare you say anything about me? Aren't you about to divorce your beautiful American sweetheart, too? Although Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston had not publicly announced the end of their marriage, their separation was no secret. Moreover, rumors about Brad Pitt's infidelity had spread across Hollywood. A/N. Yes, this was of course Martin's doing. He certainly couldn't let Jennifer end up like in the original timeline, being tainted by Brad Pitt's scandal. Tom Cruise really couldn't understand what right Brad Pitt had to say anything to him. On stage, Nicole thanked a bunch of people. She wanted to mention Martin's name among them, but just as she was about to say it, something stirred in her heart. Why should she hide it? That wouldn't be fair to Martin. He had done so much for her. The emotions surged, and she made a decision. After finishing thanking everyone else, the attentive ones in the audience noticed that Nicole hadn't mentioned Martin's name. Harvey noticed too, suddenly feeling joy. Seemed like Nicole and Martin weren't that close. Perhaps Nicole had achieved this on her own, and it wasn't Martin who had pulled the strings. Then, thank you to the Academy. Thank you to all the Oscar voters. Thanks to director Stephen Daldry, and to the brilliant scripts by David Hare and Michael Cunningham. You were all outstanding. Thanks to Julianne Moore and Meryl Streep. You were the best partners, and I appreciate all your help on set. Thanks to. After Nicole Kidman finished reading the list of people she wanted to thank on stage, some sharp-eyed people in the audience noticed that Martin's name was missing. Wasn't the hours invested by Martin's Myers Entertainment? Didn't they work together on the others? In that movie, Martin helped Nicole win an Oscar for Best Actress. Isn't their relationship supposed to be really good? Did they fall out? Could it be that this Oscar win is not related to Martin, and that Nicole did it all herself? Countless doubts began to arise. Harvey felt a bit amused, but before he could even grin, he heard Nicole pause on stage, then suddenly add, Today, here, I want to specially thank one person. It's Martin. Yes, him, Martin Myers. When I first met him, he was only 12. In the blink of an eye, for years have passed. The little boy has grown up, and I've grown old. I want to say, Martin, everything I have achieved today is because of you. To be able to receive the highest honor in the film world once again as I age, my life is complete because of you. People in the audience started to exchange confused glances. Was this a confession? But it wasn't clear. Nicole's words were so vague, it almost sounded like an overly excited expression of gratitude. Tom Cruise's face turned pale. After all, as an ex-husband, he understood Nicole. These two must have gotten together. Damn it. Tonight, to be standing here again, I am so thrilled. Nicole's face was flushed, and she looked more like someone who was overwhelmed with emotion. Many people in the audience looked relieved. Meanwhile, Harvey, the second person after Tom Cruise to catch on, had jealousy in his eyes. Why? Why should Martin be able to be with her, but I, Harvey, can't? Nicole raised her Oscar trophy and continued. Yes, I'm so excited. What I'm about to say may not have come from my brain, but it definitely came from my heart, and I want to say, Martin, I love you. Boom. The audience erupted. Whispers and discussions filled the room. Martin stared, his beautiful blue eyes looking bewildered, as if shocked by Nicole's words. But in fact, inside, he was indeed shocked. He never expected Nicole to express her love for him in public. But at the same time, he felt a wave of excitement and happiness. For Nicole's courage. He knew that tomorrow, no, tonight, the internet would be full of news about Nicole confesses her love to Martin at the Oscars. He wasn't sure whether this would have a good or bad impact on Nicole, but he knew that no matter what happened, he would protect her and not let her be hurt. Nicole walked down the stage, proudly holding her head high and ignoring the various stares around her. She walked confidently toward Martin. Her heart was also a bit nervous, not because of what the world might think, but because she wasn't sure of Martin's feelings. This confession was sudden, and Nicole wasn't sure if Martin would be willing to make their relationship public. Until she saw Martin open his arms and laugh as he walked toward her. Her heart finally relaxed, and she suddenly felt like crying. Then came a warm embrace, much less reserved than before. They clung to each other tightly in front of everyone. Then Martin kissed Nicole on the forehead and the tip of her nose. Someone in the audience began clapping, and soon, applause filled the room. Whether it was from genuine blessings or other emotions, few were willing to cross Martin in such a situation. Except Tom Cruise and Harvey Weinstein. Meanwhile, Jessica Alba, Lindsay Lohan, Dorothea Duster, Miranda Kerr, Scarlett Johansson, and other women in Martin's life, watching from their homes, were all equally excited. Jessica Alba admired. Nicole is so brave. I really admire her. Lindsay Lohan blushed, saying, Me too. I also want to confess my love to Martin in front of everyone, but I don't dare. Dorothea Duster laughed, ruffling Lindsay's head. You need to build up your courage. Boxing is a good option. By the way, Martin and I are opening a gym, and I'll get you a membership card. Back at the Oscars venue, Nicole's public confession to Martin, who was 18 years younger than her, was truly shocking. Even after more than 10 minutes, the entire venue remained in an excited, almost stunned buzz. People were discussing it fervently. The Hour's cast members also exchanged complex glances as they watched Nicole settle down. Meryl Streep was the first to express her support. She was sitting next to Nicole and leaned in to hug her with one arm, whispering in her ear, Hey, Nicole, don't mind the gossip or people's eyes. Just be yourself, pursue what you want, and go for it. The rest of the crew also woke up from their stupor and started offering Nicole words of encouragement and blessings. Nicole wasn't sure how many of them were sincere and how many were because of Martin. But she didn't care. After comforting Nicole, Meryl Streep looked at the beautiful woman surrounded by stars and felt a pang of jealousy. Hollywood had gained another woman no one dared to mess with. Meryl Streep wasn't wrong. Many Hollywood big shots, either present at the event or watching on television, had already placed Nicole Kidman on their untouchable list. The Oscar ceremony continued, but almost no one was paying attention to the awards anymore, except for the winners. Everyone else seemed distracted. Soon, after the minor awards passed, the next important one of the evening would be presented, the Best Foreign Language Film Award. 2 years ago, Ang Lee won the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film with his martial arts film Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. This not only earned him immense prestige, but also a hefty sum of money and opportunities to direct Hollywood blockbusters. This inspired other directors to follow suit, trying to make a run for the Oscar. Tonight, another director had brought a grand martial arts production to this year's Oscars, hoping to win the Best Foreign Language Film Award. That's right, Zhang Yimou's Hero. The film was distributed in America by Miramax. Harvey Weinstein helped promote Hero, boosting its publicity for this nomination. Unfortunately, Harvey spent most of his time and resources on Best Picture and Best Director, given that Chicago was his real priority. Hero's team was new to Hollywood's ecosystem. They didn't understand the importance of public relations and believed that the Oscars were a fair and unbiased competition, simply waiting for the ceremony. Without proper PR or media coverage, Hero lacked the influence it needed. In fact, before the Oscars, the film hadn't even been released in America. Those who loved martial arts films in America never had the chance to experience Hero before the event. Lacking widespread societal impact and support, Hero couldn't replicate the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. At Zhang Yimou's table, the conversation had stopped about Nicole's confession, and everyone was nervously watching the stage. Zhang Yimou only learned about the importance of PR in Hollywood after arriving in America, but by then, it was too late. He felt a mix of nervousness and hope, imagining the judges might still choose him despite the lack of proper PR, but also knowing that the possibility was slim, leaving him in great inner conflict. Zhang Weiping quietly reassured him, "Don't worry. Even if we don't win, it's no big deal. At least we've been nominated. That's already a huge honor." It was Zhang Weiping and Zhang Yimou's honeymoon period. One focused on directing, the other on marketing. They were collaborating harmoniously. The presenter for Best Foreign Language Film, Salma Hayek, Mexican actress, starred in action film Desperado, stood on stage, reading the list of nominees. The nominees for Best Foreign Language Film are Amores Perros from Mexico, Hero from China, The Man Without a Past from Finland, The Barbarian Invasions from Canada, and The Paradise Hotel from the Netherlands. These are all outstanding films. They represent different cinematic styles from various parts of the world. Unfortunately, only one can win. She opened the envelope and continued, "And the winner is The Barbarian Invasions. Congratulations to director Dennis Arcand." Before the Oscars, the North American media had already given a reserved but positive evaluation of Hero. It's a beautiful film. The media had widely predicted that The Barbarian Invasions would win, given its politically correct themes. The film depicts African men helping Jews, Englishmen helping Jews, and ultimately, grateful Jews giving up well-paying jobs in Europe to return to Africa, helping to build a poorer region. Every aspect of the story catered to the Oscar voters' preferences. After all, many of the voters were Jewish. Martin glanced at the Hero team, feeling a bit regretful. Compared to Ang Lee's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Zhang Yimou's Hero still carried a strong Eastern cultural atmosphere. While Hero did have some resemblance to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in certain aspects, Zhang Yimou was a true filmmaker and couldn't achieve the same level of Western assimilation that Ang Lee did. Although Ang Lee was born in Taiwan, he had lived in America for nearly 20 years and was thoroughly Westernized. He was often referred to as a banana, yellow on the outside, but white on the inside. Even the script for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was first written in English and then translated into, which made some of the dialogue sound awkward to audiences, almost theatrical in nature. Later, another director, surnamed Foam, tried to imitate this style and made a misguided film called The Banquet, which turned a fine film into a Shakespearean drama. It failed to resonate with both and Western audiences, truly a case of painting a tiger but creating a dog. Simply put, Ang Lee made Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon for Western audiences and didn't consider viewers, with many of the film's techniques and details catering to Western tastes. In fact, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon initially performed poorly at the China box office. It wasn't until the Oscar win and the subsequent media hype that the box office began to rise. Though it's hard to admit, many Chinese people at the time had a somewhat slavish admiration for the West. TL/N. TF, you mean it's hard to admit? Retarded author. Even so, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon only earned about $15 million at the Chinese box office. By comparison, Hero should have far exceeded Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon at the Chinese box office, despite the criticism it faced in China. There's no denying that Hero ushered in a new era for Chinese cinema. Steve Martin continued cracking jokes on stage, but after telling a couple of jokes that he found unfunny, Sean Connery made his way up. At 73, Sean Connery still exuded his gentlemanly charm with every movement. However, most of the people in the audience knew that this so-called gentleman persona was a carefully crafted marketing image. Behind the scenes, this old white man was rude, foul-mouthed, abusive, and violent towards servants. He was truly a despicable elder. He was about to present the Best Director award. Harvey grew tense. Although he had spent most of his resources on Best Picture, that didn't mean he had abandoned the Best Director race. The nominees for Best Director are Martin Scorsese for Gangs of New York, Peter Jackson for The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, Stephen Daldry for The Hours, Roman Polanski for The Pianist, and Rob Marshall for Chicago. In the original timeline, Peter Jackson hadn't been nominated for Best Director. But this time, thanks to Martin's influence, he had received a nomination. In Martin's view, The Two Towers, the most iconic installment of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, deserved to win a major award. Seated in the audience, Peter Jackson was visibly tense. His hands clenched involuntarily as he stared at the envelope in Sean Connery's hands, cursing himself for not having X-ray vision. Connery took his time, opening the envelope with deliberate slowness. He glanced inside, then broke into a smile. "Congratulations, Peter Jackson, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers." Jackson, despite his hefty frame, leaped to his feet with surprising agility. Overcome with excitement, he immediately hugged Martin. "Thank you, Martin. You earned it," Martin replied with a smile. Jackson then turned to embrace the rest of his team, his voice overflowing with gratitude. As he walked toward the stage, people along the way extended their hands, offering congratulations. At that moment, Peter Jackson felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his career. Standing at the podium, he delivered a long string of thank yous before finally arriving at the most significant one. "Yes, I've saved Martin for last, and I don't think anyone, including my parents, will." Object: Martin saved my career. To be honest, when he decided to take on the Lord of the Rings investment, I was on the verge of collapse. In the audience, Harvey Weinstein's face darkened. After all, the person who had nearly crushed Jackson's career back then was him. "Thank God I met Martin," Jackson continued, grinning, "even if it was in a leopard's mouth. But I don't blame him one bit." The room erupted into laughter. People suddenly recalled the legendary way Jackson and Martin first met, when Martin saved him from an actual leopard attack. And then, not only did Martin rescue Jackson, but he also invested in his film. That investment, in turn, brought Martin immense returns. Thunderous applause followed. Jackson, initially about to say something sentimental, had a sudden flash of inspiration and changed course. "And finally, I just want to say, Martin, I love you." The crowd roared with laughter. It was obvious he was mimicking Nicole Kidman's earlier declaration. Both Martin and Nicole laughed along. Jackson's joke helped ease some of the heat on Nicole. Smart guy. Meanwhile, Harvey was growing increasingly anxious. Another one of Martin's films had won a major award. If his film didn't win Best Picture, he would suffer a total defeat. He turned to glance at Martin, only to see the younger man smirking, eyes filled with barely concealed disdain. "Damn it, you haven't won yet." Best Picture hadn't been announced, but Martin knew he had already won. From the memories he had absorbed from his past self in China, he knew that in the original timeline, Chicago had won Best Picture this year. So he had acted. For weeks, he had been subtly influencing the Academy's older members, not by convincing them to vote for his films, but by planting the idea that Chicago should not win. Sure, he could have pushed The Matrix or The Two Towers to victory, but that would have been too controversial, unnecessary. His goal was simple: as long as Harvey lost, Martin won. The result? A surprise upset. The Pianist won Best Picture. When Kirk Douglas read the name aloud, Harvey's face turned red, his eyes widening in disbelief. No, that's impossible. I knew those old men were going to vote for Chicago." For a brief moment, he completely lost control of his expression. His furious, stunned face was captured perfectly by the cameras. In the original timeline, Chicago had dominated, winning Best Picture, Best Supporting Actress, and a slew of technical awards: Best Sound, Best Art Direction, Best Cinematography, Best Costume Design. But now, thanks to Martin's intervention, Chicago was left with only 3 wins: Best Supporting Actress, Best Art Direction, and Best Costume Design. Of those, only one was a major award. Compared to Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Picture, they were mere consolation prizes. So when Martin deliberately walked past Harvey, holding his 3 golden statuettes, Harvey's face turned an alarming shade of purple. If he weren't physically outmatched, he might have swung at Martin right then and there. Seething, Harvey skipped the Oscars after-party entirely. Oh, and so did Tom Cruise. His ex-wife's public love confession to Martin had humiliated him. As Martin and Nicole exited the Kodak Theater, preparing to head to the Sunset Tower Hotel for the after-party, they were immediately swarmed by reporters. "Martin, what's your relationship with Nicole?" Are you two officially together? Have you slept together? Nicole, why did you choose tonight to confess your love? Were you already a couple? Nicole, aren't you worried that this forbidden romance is setting a bad example for children? Nicole, Martin is only 16. With such a large age gap, doesn't this feel more like a mother-child relationship? Nicole's face turned black. Martin, meanwhile, burst into laughter, only to have Nicole pinch his waist in retaliation. Quickly regaining composure, he cleared his throat and said seriously, Nicole is still in the prime of her youth, physically and mentally. Just look at her. Does she look even remotely old to you? At most, this is a sibling relationship. As for the guy who said mother and child, you've gone too far. So, Martin, are you saying you accept Nicole's confession? With a woman as beautiful as Nicole declaring her love, tell me, who could possibly reject her? Tom Cruise. Laughter erupted in the crowd. Martin, can you tell us when exactly you and Nicole started dating? Martin, have you two, you know? Martin pointed at the reporter who had asked both questions. Wasn't it you who just said Nicole would be a bad influence on children? The reporter blinked. Yes. Then aren't you setting a bad example by asking this kind of question? The reporter hesitated, then fired back. Then answer me this. Haven't you two violated the Romeo and Juliet laws? Martin feigned innocence. Nicole and I have a platonic relationship. We haven't done anything. So tell me, what law have we broken? His tone was so convincingly sincere that several reporters actually believed him. Well, that was just Martin's acting skills at work. He didn't even need magic to make them buy it. Martin skillfully handled the reporters while shielding Nicole Kidman as they made their way to the car. Gordon and a few other bodyguards formed a protective circle around them, ensuring the journalists couldn't get too close. Once inside the car, Nicole let out a sigh of relief and turned to Martin. Did I cause trouble for you? Martin smiled. Don't stress, Nicole. I've never been afraid of trouble. I loved your performance tonight, and I'll make sure to reward you properly later. I'll make all your stress disappear. His words, combined with his wandering hands, made Nicole blush. Sunset Tower Hotel. With the Oscars now over, the atmosphere at the Sunset Tower Hotel was buzzing. Some guests proudly showed off there. Golden statuettes, others mingled and networked, while a few were already planning how to make the night more exciting. Many celebrities who hadn't walked the Oscars red carpet at the Kodak Theater were now making appearances at the after-party at the Sunset Tower Hotel. Among them was Drew Barrymore. She approached Martin and Nicole with a glass of wine in hand, swirling the red liquid as she eyed the two. So tonight? Drew suddenly asked. Not tonight. Martin's all mine tonight. Nicole replied firmly, tightening her grip on Martin's arm. In her heart, this night was special, and she wasn't willing to share it with anyone else. Martin nodded in agreement. How about another time, Drew? Drew didn't press the issue and simply laughed. No problem. She raised her glass to Nicole. Nicole, I admire your courage. Really, I do. She then chatted with Martin for a while about Blue Sky Studios. We've acquired the rights to Ice Age 1 from 20th Century Fox. From now on, the franchise will be entirely under Myers Pictures. Oh, and Martin, about the Prison Break script you provided. I've already assigned someone to adapt it into a novel. No need for you to handle it personally. Have you decided on the lead actor yet? After wrapping up their work-related conversation, Drew tactfully excused herself, leaving Martin to Nicole. She made her way to the buffet table, where she found Cameron Diaz, who was enthusiastically devouring a hamburger. The famously big-mouthed actress was clearly starving. In Drew's eyes, Cameron took one huge bite, and half the burger disappeared. Another bite, and the rest was gone. Holy crap, Drew exclaimed. Cameron, you might want to tone it down a bit. There are reporters around, you know. Cameron waved her off. Image? No. Right now, all I care about is filling my stomach. Let the reporters snap away. I couldn't care less. Are you really that hungry? Come on, Drew. You know how it is. Before the Oscars, we women go through hell to fit into these dresses. I haven't had any protein or fat for 2 weeks. Just fruit salads, and more fruit salads. I'm so sick of them, I could puke. By the way, I saw you chatting with Martin earlier. What's going on between you two? Drew laughed and waved her hand dismissively. Relax. I've told you before. I don't mind if Martin has other women. So, you slept with Martin? And he slept with other women too. A voice suddenly interrupted from behind, startling Drew. She turned to see a young man in a black suit, with a clean-cut appearance, walking toward them. Who are you, and why are you eavesdropping on our conversation? Drew shot back sharply. Hey, Drew, let me introduce you. This is Justin Timberlake, my new boyfriend. He's a singer. Cameron quickly interjected, pulling Justin over to smooth things over. Justin, this is my good friend Drew Barrymore, the president of Myers Pictures. Nice to meet you, Drew. Cameron's told me a lot about you, Justin said with a smile, extending his hand. Nice to meet you too, Justin. Next time, maybe announce yourself before sneaking up on people, Drew replied, shaking his hand but still looking a bit annoyed. Curious, Drew turned to Cameron. So, you two are together? How did you meet? Justin jumped in before Cameron could answer. We met at a party. Cameron was standing on the balcony, holding a glass of wine, with the sunset behind her. The breeze was blowing through her golden hair, and I was captivated at first sight. I pursued her relentlessly, and 2 weeks later, we became a couple. Hearing this, Cameron blushed and leaned into Justin, flashing a sweet smile. Drew thought Justin sounded a bit pretentious, but seeing her friend so happy, she decided not to say anything. After chatting for a while, Justin suddenly asked, Drew, sorry if this is out of line, but from what I overheard earlier, are you also involved with Martin? And you really don't mind him being with other women? Drew's eyes twinkled mischievously. You must have misheard. What I said was, if I were with Martin, I wouldn't mind him having other women. Really? Justin looked skeptical. You're so close to Martin. Haven't you been drawn to him? So, Justin, why are you so interested in Martin's love life? Drew countered. Justin hesitated, then laughed awkwardly. Just curious, that's all. Drew giggled. In Hollywood, no one likes a nosy guy. Hey, Cameron, you might want to teach your new boyfriend a thing or two. Cameron shrugged. All right. Justin, you heard her. In Hollywood, if you want to survive, you've got to keep your eyes, ears, and mouth in check. Don't listen to what you shouldn't. Don't look at what you shouldn't, and don't ask what you shouldn't. Okay, my bad. Sorry, Justin apologized with a smile. Not far away, Martin, who was chatting with Leonardo DiCaprio, glanced over and raised an eyebrow in surprise. He remembered that in the original timeline, Justin had dated Cameron Diaz after breaking up with Britney Spears. It seemed that, even in this timeline, Justin had ended up with Cameron, despite not having pursued Britney. The inertia of time was indeed powerful. However, without the boost from his relationship with Britney, and with several of his hit songs having been preemptively written and released by Martin in his new album, Justin hadn't achieved the same level of fame as he had in the original timeline. As a result, he was in a weaker position in his relationship with Cameron. What are you looking at? Leonardo noticed Martin's distraction and followed his gaze. Oh, that guy? I think his name's Justin Timberlake. He had a thing with Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas. I didn't hear they broke up, though. How'd he end up with Cameron? Martin frowned. How do you know that? Leonardo shrugged. Giselle and Fergie are friends. At a party, she introduced Fergie and Justin to me. I saw them. Getting pretty cozy myself. Wait, I thought you and Giselle broke up? Martin asked, surprised. That's right. Last year, Giselle Bündchen had broken up with Leonardo DiCaprio because she couldn't tolerate his womanizing ways. Leonardo hadn't put up a fight and simply agreed to the split. However, the two remained friends and occasionally even shared a friends with benefits moment. As Leonardo put it, this kind of relationship keeps things easy for both of us. That said, Leonardo couldn't help but envy Martin's ability to maintain a large harem without any drama. He asked, seriously, man, you've got to teach me. How do you manage to keep so many women around without them getting jealous of each other? This wasn't the first time Leonardo had asked such a question, and Martin's answer never changed. I've told you before, it's a talent. You can't learn it. Screw talent. Leonardo cursed, then changed the subject. By the way, I finished reading the script you gave me. Which role did you have in mind for me? Instead of answering, Martin asked, which role do you want to play? Leonardo thought seriously for a moment before replying. I'll play Jack Twist. He's more lively, and I don't like playing quiet, brooding characters. Martin gave him a surprised look, thinking to himself, is he serious? If that's the case, how much of a blow would it take for him to eventually accept a role like the one in The Revenant? All right, Jack Twist is yours. Great. So, should we start building some chemistry? Are you coming to my place tonight, or should I go to yours? TL/N. There's no gay shit happening here. No, Martin's staying with me tonight, Nicole interjected, not hiding the fact that she and Martin had a deeper relationship. Martin shrugged. You heard her. Fine, fine. Looks like I'll have to find someone else to keep me company tonight, Leonardo said, already scanning the room for his next target. It didn't take long for him to spot a tall, blonde model. His tastes never changed. Once Leonardo was out of earshot, Nicole warned Martin, I've read the Brokeback Mountain script. I don't want you turning into one of those double-ended types. Don't let the role blur the lines, okay? In Hollywood, bisexuality was common, both among men and women. Many weren't inherently gay or bisexual, but simply grew bored with heterosexual relationships and sought new thrills. Martin shuddered at the thought, his mind conjuring up a bizarre image of himself entangled with Leonardo. He quickly shook his head to dispel the thought and said firmly, Don't worry. In this lifetime, the next, and the one after that, I'll only ever be interested in women, beautiful women. The party wasn't over yet, but Martin and Nicole decided to leave early. They got into Martin's car, and as soon as they hit the road, several paparazzi vehicles tailed them. One blue Citroen was particularly aggressive, driving on the wrong side of the road to keep pace. With Martin's car, a paparazzo leaned out of the window, clutching a camera with a massive lens, snapping photos furiously. Fortunately, it was past 11 p.m., and the roads were relatively empty. These paparazzi are insane, Nicole said, worriedly glancing at the Citroen and the photographer who seemed ready to fall out of the car. Don't worry. My car has tinted windows. They can't see inside, Martin reassured her before turning to Gordon, the driver. Gordon, lose them. Got it, Gordon replied, speaking into his earpiece. I'm taking the next right. Block the paparazzi. A black SUV that had been following Martin's car accelerated, cutting off the Citroen. Gordon then made a sharp turn onto a side road, leaving the paparazzi vehicles behind. Martin looked back and praised. Nice work, Gordon. Nicole glanced back as well and asked, Won't driving so aggressively just make them more suspicious? Martin laughed. Sweetheart, this is America. As long as there's no evidence, suspicion is just suspicion. It won't hurt us. Nicole smiled. True. It was 2003, not long after the infamous 1994 O.J. Simpson murder case, which was still making headlines. The case had torn apart the illusion of fairness and justice in the American legal system, exposing its bias toward the wealthy. It showed the world that America was a country where the rich could get away with almost anything. The impact of the O.J. Simpson case was immense. On October 3, 1995, at 10 a.m. Pacific Time, the entire United States came to a standstill as the verdict was announced. President Clinton paused his work. Former Secretary of State Baker delayed a speech. Wall Street trading slowed, and long-distance phone lines fell silent. Thousands of police officers were deployed across Los Angeles, fully armed and on high alert. CNN estimated that around 140 million Americans watched or listened to the verdict of the trial of the century. And the jury's decision? O.J. Simpson was found not guilty. Yes, even though everyone knew he had killed his wife, and even though all the evidence pointed to him, one piece of evidence, a sock, was deemed inadmissible because the defense argued it had been obtained illegally. This single flaw overturned all the prosecution's efforts. This is a famous rule in American law known as the one-bug rule. It's an analogy. If you find one bug in your bowl of noodles, you don't look for a second one. You throw the whole bowl away. Similarly, even if the police gathered overwhelming evidence against Simpson, one piece of inadmissible evidence, the sock, rendered the entire case invalid. This rule was designed to protect the wealthy and powerful, giving them an escape route when they committed crimes. Unless the other party was equally wealthy or powerful, of course. When discussing the Simpson case, both black and white Americans agreed that if Simpson had been a poor man who couldn't afford top-tier lawyers, he would have been locked up without question. Of course, appearances had to be maintained. While American law provided a backdoor for the elite, using it required spending exorbitant amounts of money on the best lawyers to find and exploit that loophole. If you failed, well, that was your own fault. Take Mike Tyson, for example. Despite spending a fortune on a team of high-profile lawyers, he was still convicted, likely because the victim in his case was white, and the jury was predominantly white. In contrast, The Simpson jury was mostly black. As a black celebrity who, like Michael Jackson, was seen as a light for the black community, it was no surprise that many wanted to protect that light. But enough digression. Martin and Nicole safely arrived at her small villa in Santa Monica, where they spent a romantic night together. Meanwhile, back at Martin's Beverly Hills mansion, a group of girls were chatting away. Beverly Hills, Martin's mansion. Jessica lay lazily on the bed, flanked by Dorothy and Lindsay. Why isn't Martin back yet? Lindsay yawned. He's definitely spending the night with Nicole, Jessica replied. After all, Nicole pulled off something huge tonight. Oh my God, just thinking about it feels surreal. Lindsay puffed out her cheeks like a hamster, grumbling. Humph, one day, I'll announce to the whole world that I'm Martin's woman too. And when will that one day be? Dorothy teased, pinching Lindsay's cheeks. Uffed. Lindsay's cheeks deflated. Ha ha, Lindsay's. Leaking air. Dorothy burst into laughter. You're so childish, ugh. Lindsay glared at Dorothy, clearly annoyed. Not childish, just fun. Dorothy cackled. Suddenly, Lindsay stuck a finger into Dorothy's mouth. You. Dorothy gagged. Now it was Lindsay's turn to laugh. Jessica watched the two with exasperation. These girls are so immature. She reached out and started tickling both of them under their arms. The three girls tumbled around on the bed, laughing and playfully wrestling. Malibu, Cameron Diaz's villa. After a round of card games, Cameron lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs before suddenly asking, Justin, you seem really interested in Martin's personal life? Justin was caught off guard but quickly replied, Not at all. I was just curious. I've never been around someone as wealthy and influential as him before. As he spoke, Justin couldn't help but recall the humiliation he'd suffered at the Grammys at Martin's hands. Even though he'd provoked the situation, it didn't stop him from harboring resentment toward Martin. Cameron's expression turned serious. Justin, you don't have any issues with Martin, do you? While she had a soft spot for younger men, most of Cameron's boyfriends had been younger than her. She didn't want to stir up trouble, especially since Martin was her best friend's man. Justin quickly denied it. Of course not. Why would I? He conveniently left out the part about his past conflict with Martin. Good, Cameron said, finishing her cigarette. She then flipped Justin onto his back and grinned. I declare round 2 begins. Justin silently prayed for his stamina. The little blue pill he'd taken earlier seemed to be kicking in, so he played along. But inwardly, he was crying. I need to find an excuse to leave this house tomorrow, or I might actually die in this bed. The next day, Justin fled the villa, his kidneys aching. The day after the Oscars, news of Nicole Kidman publicly declaring her love for Martin at the Oscars spread like wildfire, causing an uproar. The age gap between them, 18 years, was a whole generation. The world has gone mad. We can understand Nicole Kidman declaring her love for Martin, but Martin seemingly accepting it? Our reporters captured them leaving together after the Oscars. This is outrageous. With Martin's looks, talent, and wealth, he could have any woman he wants. Why Nicole Kidman, an older woman? Nicole slammed the newspaper on the table. I'm not an old woman, she protested, though she couldn't help but glance at the mirror hanging on the wall. Martin, who was having breakfast, chuckled at her adorable reaction. You're not old, Nicole. Look at you. Smooth skin, toned muscles, thick hair. And last night, absolutely explosive. You're still in your prime. Don't listen to the papers. Let me see which one it is. Oh, the world news. No surprise there. Nicole burst out laughing. In my prime? Are you serious? Dead serious, Martin said with a straight face, making Nicole laugh even harder. Despite Martin's reassurance, the external criticism weighed heavily on Nicole, especially online. Martin's female fans were relentless in their attacks. Nicole, you're just an old woman. Let Martin go. Nicole, you shameless b*********. You don't deserve Martin. Nicole had stopped going online altogether. To ease the pressure on Nicole, Martin decided to shift the public's attention. Hey, Benjamin, I've decided to release my new book earlier than planned. Earlier? Any particular reason? Martin couldn't outright say it was to divert attention from Nicole, so he came up with an excuse. Remember the Mockingjay pin I wore at the Oscars? It sparked a lot of discussion online. There's a Ching Chong saying, strike while the iron is hot. I think releasing the book early is a good move. TL/N what? You thought I stopped editing and replacing Chinese/China? Nah. We've noticed the buzz around the pin too. Releasing early isn't a problem. We've been ready for a while. Do you have a specific date in mind? How about April 1st? April Fool's Day. Deal. Benjamin Georgia agreed without hesitation. As Martin's social status and wealth had grown, Benjamin's attitude toward him had shifted from reluctant equality to outright deference, almost like a subordinate. Late March. News of Martin's upcoming book release sent his fans into a frenzy. Martin Myers was set to release another new book, The Hunger Games. His writing speed was jaw-dropping. Most authors considered one book a year fast, but Martin was releasing 3 books a year, totaling nearly 1 million words. Naturally, some began to question whether Martin was using ghostwriters. But soon, a video of Martin typing at his computer surfaced online, putting the rumors to rest. In the video, Martin's fingers moved like the fluttering wings of a dragonfly, creating a blur. The sound of the keyboard was a continuous stream, and the words on the screen appeared in chunks rather than one at a time. Holy crap, is this video sped up? I thought Martin was just randomly typing, but the coherent sentences on the screen prove he's actually writing at this insane speed. What kind of hand speed is this? Can his brain even keep up? Typing fast doesn't mean much. Writing a book isn't just about typing. It's about bujud, and phrasing. Despite the video, the doubts didn't completely disappear. Writing 3 new books in a year, totaling nearly 1 million words, was beyond the comprehension of many Americans. While Martin's diehard fans, the so-called Martin Mafia, staunchly defended him, the general public was rife with skepticism. If these skeptics had experienced the frenzied, hyper-competitive era of web novels, they would have realized that 1 million words in a year was nothing. 3 million words would have been a walk in the park. Just as the skepticism was reaching its peak, a news article emerged. Many are questioning Martin's ability to write 1 million words in a year, but what they may not know is that Martin once accomplished an even more astonishing feat in China. In just a month and a half, he wrote a novel exceeding 1 million words. That's right, a month and a half, over 1 million words, and in Chinese, no less, which is far more challenging than typing in English. The novel, titled Zhu Sha Shenzhu Zhu Xian, topped the sales charts in East Asia for 7 consecutive months and remains in the top 10 to this day. Martin's writing speed also sparked skepticism in China, but renowned Chinese author Shuo Wang and famous actor Wen Jiang confirmed his incredible speed. To this day, a famous quote from Martin circulates in China. "The books are already in my mind. I'm just transcribing them." TL/N. I'll take back what I said earlier. I won't change the China/Chinese unless it's necessary. Genius cannot be judged by ordinary standards, and Martin's genius has long been proven. So what exactly are the skeptics doubting? This article from the Los Angeles Times quickly spread across North America, convincing many that Martin truly could write 3 novels in a year. After all, his talent had already been validated in China, a country known for its literary rigor. Americans, upon reading that Martin had faced skepticism in China, felt a surge of indignation. Seeing him shatter those doubts with undeniable proof, backed by Chinese celebrities, gave them a sense of pride and satisfaction. It was like a classic underdog story. Our guy proved the naysayers wrong. The skepticism was swiftly replaced by a flood of praise. Online, members of the Martin Mafia began targeting critics who had questioned Martin's writing speed, forcing many to disable their comment sections. Once the hype had reached its peak, Martin posted a message online urging his fans to remain calm, earning himself another wave of goodwill. April 1st, New York Times Square. The launch event for the Hunger Games was held here, alongside the release of the Mockingjay pin Martin had worn at the Oscars. The event was, as expected, packed with fans, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. As for the book itself, The Hunger Games quickly became a favorite among feminists. It was a story about a young woman overcoming all odds to emerge victorious. At the same time, the novel resonated deeply with younger readers, pioneering a new genre, young adult dystopian fiction. Unlike traditional dystopian works, which often end with the protagonist's deaths and the triumph of a dark, oppressive world, The Hunger Games allowed readers to experience the fiery anger and fearless resistance of those living under tyranny. While Twilight had been a hit among housewives, The Hunger Games particularly captivated white-collar and professional women. Even former First Lady Hillary Diane Rodham Clinton wrote a lengthy book review for the Washington Times. Here's an excerpt. While set in the future, The Hunger Games contains clear elements of the Odyssey. As the foundation of Western contemporary culture, the archetypes in the Odyssey resonate deeply with Western audiences. These cultural elements have not mutated over time, but continue to shine brightly in new narratives, as evidenced by works like Ulysses. This is why, despite its futuristic setting, The Hunger Games possesses a classical beauty in its storytelling. The Mockingjay, with its fiery red hue, pays homage to the biblical story of God raining fire upon the wicked. In the novel, Katniss becomes the harbinger of this fiery judgment. The book also draws from ancient Roman history. Throughout history, endless wars, industrial decline, and political corruption have brought immense suffering, forcing people to become more pragmatic. To survive, they often abandon ideals and dignity. Previous authors of such stories tended to focus on human suffering and disaster. Martin, however, takes a different approach. He places 24 teenagers in a violent, deadly arena, where they face hostile opponents and ruthless game makers. A single misstep could cost them their lives. This is both a condemnation of war and violence and a critique of the cold indifference of the adult world. Yet, amidst the darkness, readers also see the light of humanity in these young characters. Whether it's the love between Katniss and Peeta or her friendship with Cinna, these relationships are deeply moving. Martin truly excels at writing female characters. Whether it's Isabella Swan in Twilight or Katniss Everdeen in The Hunger Games, he doesn't just give them perfect appearances, but also invests great effort in crafting their personalities, turning them into uniquely strong and memorable women. In traditional American novels, male characters often symbolize power and dominate the emotional landscape, while female characters are relegated to submissive roles, enduring life's hardships with patience and compromise. Fragile, delicate women or traditional, nurturing figures are more readily accepted by readers. In contrast to the melancholic heroines of traditional romantic novels, Martin's female characters are more independent and decisive. In The Hunger Games, he portrays the protagonist, Katniss, as a strong, capable woman. From her very first appearance, she is depicted as resourceful and determined, wielding a bow and moving swiftly through the forest in search of prey. In past literary works, hunters were predominantly male, while women were often relegated to gathering or farming. Katniss, as a female hunter, represents the shifting mindset and rising status of modern women in society, a refreshing and groundbreaking portrayal. As a role model for American women, Hillary's book review added another layer of hype to Martin's novel. However, her public endorsement wasn't just about her love for the book. This former First Lady is a very ambitious woman. Her sudden, high-profile statement, putting herself in the public eye, is likely preparation for a future presidential campaign, Grant Myers remarked, putting down the newspaper as he spoke to his son. Martin was about to respond when the sound of the front door opening interrupted him. Grant suddenly grinned. "Your mom's back. Are you ready, kid?" "Ready for what?" Martin asked, confused. "Ready for your mom's wrath. You've got a girlfriend 18 years older than you. You think she's going to let that slide?" "Ha ha ha." Grant chuckled, clearly amused at the thought of his son facing his mother's anger. "Martin Myers." Linda's voice rang out. Martin instinctively shrunk back. Whenever his mom used his full name, it meant she was furious. "Oh, dear Mom, it's been so long. I've missed you so much." Martin quickly jumped up from the couch and, to Grant's astonishment, rushed over to Linda, lifting her up in a playful up and down motion. Up, down, up, down. Before long, Linda was giggling uncontrollably, completely forgetting why she had been angry in the first place. "That's it." Grant sat there, stunned, watching the scene unfold. He absent-mindedly stroked his chin, thinking, "I think I just learned a new trick." But he quickly realized that, given his slightly pudgy physique, pulling off such a move might be a challenge. Not wanting to let his son off the hook so easily, Grant cleared his throat and, under Martin's threatening glare, said, "Martin, why don't you tell your mom about this Nicole situation?" Linda immediately remembered why she was there and slapped Martin's shoulder. You little rascal, put me down. Martin set her down and pretended to rub his shoulder, cautiously saying, Mom, I've got work to do tonight. Maybe I should head back to my study. What's the rush, Martin? Tell me, are you serious about this Nicole Kidman? Are you two dating? Mom, this is Hollywood. People get together, break up, get together again. It's normal. So you are together. Linda was relentless in her questioning. Martin sighed and nodded. Yes, Mom, we're together. Good grief, what were you thinking? I know you've got Miranda Kerr, Scarlett Johansson, Dorothy Duster, Jessica Alba, and even little Lindsay around you. But why? Of all people, did you pick a woman 18 years older than you? Huh. Mom, I think you might be misunderstanding something. I didn't pick anyone. All the girls you mentioned, and the ones you didn't, I'm with them too. What? Linda was completely caught off guard by this response. What the hell? Grant's eyes widened in disbelief. His son had actually achieved what he had only ever dreamed of, a harem. That's right. No need to be shocked. I'm with all of them. They're all my women. So, Mom, you don't need to worry. Linda was so stunned she covered her mouth with her hands. Meanwhile, Grant couldn't help but ask, do they know about each other? Yes, they know about each other, Martin replied, earning another wave of envy from his father. Damn it, don't they get jealous? Grant muttered, of course not. I make sure they're all satisfied, both emotionally and physically, and the money I earn ensures they all live comfortably. Besides, my girls all have their own careers. They're not the type to depend on a man. Grant was speechless. He pointed at his son, who he now deeply envied, and stammered to his wife. Hello, Linda, do you see this? Isn't he going too far? Aren't you going to scold him? Linda ignored her husband and instead asked, who are they? Martin listed them off one by one. Besides the ones you mentioned, there's Nicole Kidman, Charlize Theron, Cate Blanchett, Liv Tyler, and Hathaway, Ivanka Trump, Britney Spears, Paris Hilton, and Princess Leia of Jordan. Except for Diana, Martin named everyone, including Princess Leia. Grant's mouth hung open in a perfect O shape. His mind was flooded with images of stunning beauties. His son's luck with women was just too much. Honey, look at him. Aren't you going to yell at him? Grant desperately wanted to see his son get a scolding from his wife to ease his own jealousy. But instead, he was shocked to hear Linda exclaim in an admiring tone, oh my God, my son is amazing. For Linda, as long as her son wasn't committing to Nicole, the older woman, she didn't care how many women he had. After all, her son wasn't the one losing out. Look at my son. He's so outstanding. The women he's with include actresses, models, singers, and even a Trump and a Hilton princess. Oh, and a real princess. Martin, this Princess Leia, she's really a princess? Linda asked, still in disbelief. Yes, she's the daughter of the former king of Jordan, the sister of the current king. She's a genuine princess. Linda was over the moon, pulling her son down to sit on the couch. How did you two meet? Does Princess Leia know about your other women? She doesn't mind? Are you still in touch? We met when I went to the UAE to bid on an oil field. Yes, she knows about the others, and she doesn't mind. In Arab countries, men can have up to 4 wives, after all. We've stayed in touch. As Martin answered his mother's questions, Grant was busy on his laptop, pulling up photos of Princess Leia. Holy crap, she's gorgeous, and she's royalty. How did I end up with such an incredible son? I'm so jealous. Is this kid the reincarnation of Cupid or something? The next day, after enjoying a leisurely breakfast at home, Martin headed out. On the way, he received a call from Benjamin. Martin, The Hunger Games is selling incredibly well, even better than Twilight. In its first week, it sold 400,000 copies and has already climbed to the 10th spot on the bestseller list. Oh, and your other book, Zhu Xian, is also doing surprisingly well. While American readers might find it hard to appreciate the heavy Eastern cultural elements of this Xinxia novel, it's been a hit among Chinese and East Asian communities. Many of your fans are buying it too, though I suspect they're more interested in collecting it. That's right. Zhu Xian had also been released in the US under the title Zhu Shan, capitalizing on the hype and selling quite well. The folks at Random House, the publisher, were thrilled. After hanging up, Martin asked Gordon, his driver, to turn on the radio. A Pentagon spokesperson was speaking. Our military has achieved absolute dominance in the Iraq War. Our aerial strikes have completely crippled Iraq's ground forces, and our joint forces with the UK are advancing toward Baghdad. We expect to secure a final victory within a week. We reiterate that the US and UK coalition's war against Iraq is just. We are committed to eradicating the breeding grounds of terrorism and protecting the American people, as well as the world, from terrorist attacks. A faint smile tugged at Martin's lips. Just then, his phone rang again. As soon as he answered, an excited voice shouted through the receiver. It's dropping. Oil prices are plummeting on the international market. No one expected the war to end this quickly. Damn, boss, you're a financial god. Before the Iraq war broke out, Martin had quietly injected around $600 million into the international crude oil market. On March 17th, when the U.S-U.K coalition began the Iran strikes, oil prices skyrocketed. After selling his oil at around $40 per barrel, Martin immediately shorted the market. And just one day later, or more precisely, 12 hours later, oil prices plummeted following the Pentagon's announcement, earning him even more from his short positions. In just half a month, Martin had made nearly $1 billion. But this wasn't the end. Calmly, Martin issued his next order. $22 is our threshold. Once oil prices drop to around that level, buy immediately to cover our short positions. Understood. Understood, boss. Get to work. I'm on my way. Don't worry, today I'm God. If the traders on the other end of the line had ever doubted Martin's strategies before, they were now filled with unwavering confidence. The next day, Martin showed up at Leonardo's party in high spirits. His initial $600 million investment had more than doubled during the oil price surge, turning into nearly $600 million investment had more than doubled during the oil price surge, turning to nearly $1.3 billion. After shorting the market with 6x leverage, his account ballooned to $6.5 billion, plus $2.5 billion, plus $780 million in margin. Finally, when oil prices dropped to $22 per barrel, Martin covered his short positions, spending around $22 per barrel, spending around $3 billion. By the time the dust settled, Martin's account had grown by a staggering $4 billion. Half a month. $4 billion. Of course, where there were winners, there were losers. Over $130 billion had flowed through the oil futures market during those 2 weeks, and most of it had been lost. Countless financial firms went bankrupt, and countless gamblers jumped from buildings. But what did that have to do with Martin? His only concern now was how to spend all that money. If only there were another oil field auction, or maybe a gold mine, an iron mine. You look strange, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Martin turned and smiled. It was Leonardo's close friend, Kate Winslet. The two were acquainted, and standing next to Kate was a young girl who was eyeing Martin with curiosity. Kate, I was just thinking about how to spend my money, Martin said with a laugh. That sounds like a heavy burden, Kate replied, assuming he was joking. She then introduced the girl beside her. Martin, this is your fan, Rachel Hurdwood. She's 12 and absolutely adorable. And a movie fan, Rachel added. Martin, I love your movie The Parent Trap. It's what made me want to become an actress. Really? Thank you for your support. So, you're an actress too? Any projects? Martin asked politely. I'm currently filming Peter Pan for Universal. I play Wendy, Rachel said proudly. Martin suddenly remembered. This girl was the lead in Universal's live-action adaptation of Peter Pan, a film that would go on to be a massive flop. He recalled it had a budget of $130 million, but only grossed $100 million at the box office. A huge loss. What could he say except, well, good luck. Martin, could you sign this for me? Rachel suddenly pulled out a small notebook and a pen from her bag, looking at him expectantly. Martin, of course, couldn't refuse. It would be my honor. He knelt down, placed the notebook on his knee, and began signing. As he did, Rachel leaned in and whispered in his ear, Martin, is it true? Are you really with Nicole Kidman? Martin paused, then smiled. Yes, we are. Rachel's face immediately fell. Ugh, she's not good enough for you. Martin didn't respond. It was hard to reason with a girl her age. He simply handed the signed notebook back to her. Rachel was instantly captivated by Martin's elegant handwriting. Wow, this is the most beautiful handwriting I've ever seen. Even better than my English teacher's. She carefully blew on the ink, closed the notebook, and tucked it into her bag. Another mission accomplished in America. Awesome. Kate led Rachel away, and Leonardo sauntered over. Hey, what did Kate say to you? Martin raised an eyebrow. Why so curious? Do you have a crush on her? No. No, just answer the question. Nothing much. She just introduced me to that girl, Rachel. What? Leonardo grinned. Well, yesterday, Kate and I made a bet over dinner. We bet on whether she could get you into bed. Haha. Really? Martin's eyes widened. Really? Leonardo confirmed. Martin chuckled. Then you've lost the bet. Leonardo was indeed destined to lose the bet. After learning about the wager, Martin seized the opportunity when Rachel and Kate were apart and approached Kate. Hey, Kate, I heard you made a bet with Leonardo. Kate's face flushed. We were just joking. Damn it, he actually told you. Martin smiled. Yes, he told me. So, I'm betting you'll win. Kate's eyes lit up, and she was about to say something when Rachel suddenly ran over. Annie, Kate. Martin, what are you talking about? Kate frowned. Hey, you call me Andy but call him Martin? That makes me sound old. Rachel squinted, a hint of mischief in her eyes. But Mom said it's polite. Then why don't you call Martin Uncle? Kate retorted. Because Martin is only 3.5 years older than me. Kate was left speechless. Rachel, come back. Don't disturb your Auntie Kate. A middle-aged woman walked over, took Rachel's hand, and greeted Martin politely. Then, she subtly winked at Kate. The woman, Rachel's mother, was a theater actress and had been close friends with Kate for years. She knew her best friend had been eyeing Martin lately, especially after the Oscars. During one of their chats, Kate had grumbled, "Oh, Nicole Kidman is such a lucky woman. She actually got to sleep with Martin." Rachel's mother had asked curiously, "How do you know they slept together?" Kate had replied, "Humph, I can smell the chemistry between them." Of course, Kate hadn't planned to act on her feelings. It was just harmless banter. The bet with Leonardo was the same. But she never expected Leonardo to tell Martin about their little wager, and Martin's reaction surprised her even more. It seemed she actually had a chance. But wasn't Martin with Nicole? Perhaps their relationship wasn't what everyone thought? Maybe they were just friends with benefits? No, judging by their interactions at the Oscars, they seemed quite close. Kate was confused and even missed her friend's subtle hint until Martin spoke up. After the party, want to grab a drink? Sure, Kate agreed with a smile. Only a fool would refuse. As someone who appreciated good looks, Kate had no resistance to a handsome man like Martin. However, good things never come easy. Oh my God, Rachel, what's wrong? A cry of alarm drew Martin and Kate's attention. They turned to see Rachel collapsed in her mother Sarah Herdwood's arms, her beautiful little face turning red, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The crowd gathered around, someone exclaiming, "Oh no, her tongue is swelling." Another added, "It's an allergic reaction. My cousin's kid had this happen once. Get her to the hospital. Has anyone called 911? Make way, make way." Leonardo pushed through the crowd, followed by Martin and Kate. What do we do? Someone help us. Sarah cried, panicked. Her daughter had never experienced anything like this. Get her to the hospital. Her tongue is still swelling and could block her airway. It's probably an allergic reaction. A shot should fix it. Martin only needed one glance to assess the situation. His vast knowledge and quick thinking gave him many skills, including basic medical expertise. Without delay, he scooped Rachel into his arms and said to the tearful Sarah, "Ma'am, now's not the time to cry. We need to get her to the hospital. Let's take my car." With that, Martin dashed out of the house, carrying the girl. Sarah followed close behind, frantic. Martin had driven himself today in a sapphire blue Bugatti. After racing one in Abu Dhabi, he developed a fondness for the brand. He handed Rachel to Sarah, opened the car door, and turned to see Leonardo and Kate following. He quickly said to Leonardo, "The car's too small for everyone. You stay here. You've got guests to attend to." Leonardo glanced at the Bugatti's cramped interior and nodded. "All right, call me if anything happens." "Got it." Martin then turned to Sarah. "Ma'am, you hold Rachel in the front seat. Kate, squeeze into the back." Once everyone was in, Martin slid into the driver's seat, and the Bugatti roared to life, speeding off. 10 minutes later, the Bugatti, followed by a police car, screeched to a halt outside the hospital. Kate climbed out of the back seat, her legs wobbling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Oh God, Martin had driven so fast her heart was still racing. "Sir, You're under arrest for reckless driving. Oh my God, you're Martin? The officer was about to recite the standard spiel when he recognized Martin and immediately stopped. Martin turned to Sarah and Kate. Go inside. I'll handle this. Mr. Martin, I'm Officer Kurt. Is there anything I can do to help? The officer, who seemed to be in charge, treated Martin like his superior. He quickly explained why. After his initial statement, Kurt leaned in and whispered, I'm from the Hollywood precinct. Martin understood. This was one of Paul's men, which meant he was practically one of Martin's own. He patted Kurt's arm and smiled. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll explain the situation, and I'll accept any fines. Yes, Mr. Martin. Kurt was visibly excited. Martin's reputation was well known throughout Hollywood and the entire West Coast police force. Chief Paul had risen to his position thanks to Martin's help, while the former chief had been ousted for crossing him. This story was practically legend among West Coast officers. Martin had become a figure no one dared to offend, and a symbol of opportunity. No wonder Officer Kurt was so cautious around him. Taking Martin's statement felt less like an interrogation and more like receiving instructions from a superior. Everything's clear now, Mr. Martin. Your actions were completely justified. You don't need to come to the station, and you won't receive a ticket. Have a great evening. With that, Officer Kurt turned and returned to his car, speeding off into the night. This was privilege. Martin sighed softly. How's the situation? Martin walked into the emergency room and saw Sarah and Kate sitting there. He asked softly. Sarah, her eyes red, stood up and hugged Martin tightly. Thank you, Martin. You saved Rachel. The doctor gave her a shot and said she'll be fine once the swelling goes down. The doctor also said if we hadn't gotten here in time, she... At this point, Sarah's tears threatened to spill again. The middle-aged woman had never been so frightened in her life. Holding on to Martin was like clutching a comforting pillow. She didn't want to let go. Kate also stepped forward, patting Sarah's back to comfort her. It's over, it's all over. Rachel's fine now. Just then, the female doctor came out of the emergency room. Who's Rachel's family? Me. I'm her mother, Sarah said quickly. Is she okay? The doctor glanced at the medical chart. She's fine. We've identified the allergen. It's maple syrup. Your daughter is allergic to maple syrup, so be careful in the future. Oh, thank goodness. She's never had maple syrup before, so we didn't know she was allergic. To be precise, she's allergic to a component in maple syrup. Holy crap, Martin. Is that you? The doctor's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as she stared at Martin. Martin quickly put a finger to his lips. Shoo, don't draw attention. Got it, I understand. Can I take a photo with you? Let's go to the room. Sarah wants to see Rachel anyway. Oh, and can Rachel leave now? Of course, she can leave anytime. Wait, this girl isn't your... Hey, what are you talking about? Rachel's 12. Unless I had her when I was 3, that's impossible. She's a friend. I just brought her here. The doctor laughed. Sorry, that was silly of me. Talking to you. It's hard to believe you're only 16. Martin smiled. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. When they entered the room, Rachel was sitting on the hospital bed, bored and playing with her fingers. Seeing them come in, Rachel's eyes lit up. Mom, Auntie Kate, Martin, I'm fine, right? Oh, sweetheart, you're fine. Sarah hugged her daughter. You have to thank Martin. He got you here in time. Oh, and Auntie Kate. She stayed with us the whole time. The doctor then noticed another celebrity in the room, Kate Winslet. Oh, Kate, I'm sorry I didn't notice you earlier. I loved your performance in Titanic. Kate smiled. It's fine. Standing next to the stunning Legolas, it's normal to be overlooked. The doctor chuckled awkwardly. After taking photos with Martin and Kate, the three left the hospital with Rachel. Are we going back to the party? Martin asked. Kate checked the time and said to Sarah, you and Rachel can stay at my place. It's too late, and the party's probably over by now. Martin nodded. Where do you live? I'll take you there. Kate and Sarah thanked Martin, and Kate gave him her address. She then called Leonardo to briefly explain the situation. The three got into Martin's car and headed to Kate's place in Los Angeles. Rachel and Sarah, being slimmer, sat in the cramped back seat, while Kate took the passenger seat. On the way, Rachel suddenly tapped Martin's back and whispered, I forgot to say it earlier. Thank you, Martin. Martin, who was driving, didn't turn around but replied softly, You're welcome. Kate's house in Los Angeles was a beachfront villa in Newport Beach. As one of Southern California's and the world's most famous luxury coastal resorts and a major fashion shopping hub, properties here were incredibly expensive. Even with Kate's wealth, she could only afford a small villa here. The villa had white walls and a red roof, giving it a refined look. Kate had Martin drive straight into the garage. Sarah gently woke Rachel, who had fallen asleep in the car. "Sweetheart, we're at Auntie Kate's. Let's go inside and sleep in a proper bed." So tired, Mom," Rachel mumbled, half asleep. "Sarah, you and Rachel go upstairs first. You know where the guest room is." "Okay, thank you, Kate." "Hey, no need for that between us." After her friend led the drowsy Rachel upstairs, Kate turned to Martin. "It's so late. Why don't you stay?" Martin smiled. "Sure." Kate quietly led Martin to the master bedroom on the second floor, careful not to disturb Sarah and Rachel in the study downstairs. "You go shower first," Kate said. "No, let's go together," Martin replied, scooping Kate up in his arms. Kate let out a surprised gasp, feeling the strength in Martin's arms. This guy is really strong. Half an hour later, the two were under the covers, about to get intimate. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Kate, sorry, can I come in?" It was Sarah's voice. Instinctively, Kate pushed Martin's head under the covers and called out, "Sarah, come in." Sarah walked in, wearing only her underwear. Before Kate could react, she quickly slipped into Kate's bed. "Sweetie, keep me company. What happened today was so scary, I can't sleep." Sarah hadn't noticed the unusual situation under the covers or her friend's stiffened body. She hugged Kate's shoulders and pleaded. Kate stammered, well. Before she could figure out how to respond, Sarah giggled and lightly hit Kate. "You're still the same as before, huh?" Kate was confused. "What do you mean, the same as before?" "Yeah, don't you remember? When we were young, we used to sleep together all the time. Back then, you were just as naughty. Your hands would wander all over me." Kate's eyes widened. "I touched Sarah?" "No, it's that little pervert Martin." Look, you're still doing it." "Well, I won't hold back either." Sarah seemed to recall the wild times she and Kate had shared in their youth. Her cheeks flushed as she reached out. "Don't." Before Kate could stop her, Sarah's hand had already found its target. "Huh? Your muscles are so firm now." "Wait, what's this?" Martin's head popped out from under the covers, grinning mischievously. "Hello, Mrs. Sarah. Could you let go of me?" "Now." Martin." Sarah screamed. "Shoo, it's me." Martin pressed a finger to Sarah's lips. Sarah immediately quieted down, then, like a startled kitten, let go of whatever she had been holding on to. Her face flushed red as she stammered, Sorry. I didn't know you two were." Kate's face was also bright red. Getting caught in the act by her best friend was beyond awkward. At this moment, the best solution was obvious. Bring her into it. The atmosphere in the bedroom began to shift. The next morning, when Rachel woke up, there was no one around her. Mom, the girl called out nervously. After all, she was just a little girl. Waking up alone in an unfamiliar environment was naturally frightening. "Sweetie, you're awake. Come downstairs for breakfast." Sarah walked in, smiling. "Oh, Mom, you scared me. I thought you'd left." "Silly girl, how could I leave you? Go wash up. You have to go back to the set this afternoon." Rachel jumped out of bed, her little feet bare, and was about to head to the bathroom when she suddenly stopped, staring at Sarah in surprise. "Mom, you must have slept really well last night. You look radiant today, and your skin looks even softer than before." Sarah's face turned red again. Yes, I did sleep well last night. Go wash up. I'll head downstairs and wait for you with Auntie Kate in the dining room." "Oh, Auntie Kate's here too? Wait, I almost forgot. This is her house. By the way, Mom, I remember Martin brought us back last night. Is he still here?" Sarah's face flushed once more. Martin left after dropping us off last night." "Oh, that's too bad. I missed the chance to have breakfast with my idol." Rachel shrugged regretfully. When they went downstairs, the blush on Sarah's face still hadn't faded. Kate eyed her suspiciously. "Sarah, you didn't spill anything, did you?" Sarah touched her cheek and sighed. "No, yesterday was a mistake. I'm a married woman." "Kate, you can't tell anyone." Kate laughed. "Of course not. This is our secret." Then she suddenly asked, "Martin gave you his number last night. Did you save it?" "And no, I didn't. I'm not planning to see him again." "All right, suit yourself." Kate didn't call out her friend's obvious lie. Martin returned to his Beverly Hills mansion in high spirits, greeted enthusiastically by the three girls. Lindsay clung to Martin, laughing. "Haha, Daddy Martin, you're finally back. I caught you." Dorothy, on the other hand, walked up to Martin with a serious expression and began discussing the fitness chain business with him. This girl clearly had the potential to be a strong woman. Jessica waved a small notebook excitedly. "Martin, I got another script." Martin thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of beautiful girls chattering around him. He first lifted Lindsay with one hand, carrying her on his back. Then, he quickly gave Dorothy a few suggestions about the fitness chain. Finally, he took the script from Jessica with one hand. He glanced at the cover. Movie title, Honey. Martin remembered this movie from his past life. It was a typical sweet girl film with a budget of $18 million and a box office of $30 million, hardly making a splash. To be honest, Jessica Alba's resources in the original timeline weren't great. Despite her stunning looks, most of her movies were mediocre. It just showed how brutal the competition was in Hollywood. If you weren't aggressive enough, it was hard to stand out. Martin sat down on the couch. Lindsay still clung tightly to his back, refusing to get down. Dorothy and Jessica sat on either side of him. Surrounded by the sweet scent of the girls, Martin leaned back comfortably against Lindsay and began flipping through the script. The beautiful girl Honey has loved dancing since she was a child. She dreams of showcasing her talent to more people. To pursue her dream, Honey leaves home and moves to the city, where the streets are filled with music and courage. Many young people take to the streets to sing and dance boldly. Honey is captivated by this passionate environment and longs to lead these young people to even greater heights. It was indeed the same Honey from the original timeline. Martin lost interest halfway through and tossed the script aside, saying to Jessica, "The script is too ordinary, and the story is kitsch. Don't take it. I've already prepared a better script for you." Martin pulled out his laptop from his bag, placed it on his lap, and opened it. He clicked on a folder named Scripts, revealing a dense list of subfolders. He moved the cursor to a folder titled High School Musical and opened it. "This is a teen musical. I want you to play the female lead. The male lead will be Wentworth Miller." The three girls leaned in to look at the screen. Martin stood up, placed the laptop on the table, and gently set Lindsay down. "All right, you guys can read it here. I'm going for a swim." The three girls gathered around the table, chattering excitedly. "Wow, it's about playing a high school student. Jessica, can you pull it off?" "Maybe I should do it. I'm still in high school," Lindsay joked. "Dream on. I'm young and vibrant. What's wrong with me playing a high school student? By the way, Martin mentioned Wentworth Miller. Didn't he work with you in Mean Girls? What's he like? I mean, his acting." "He's tall and handsome, which fits the role of Troy, the basketball team captain. His acting is good, and he's a nice guy." To be honest, Zac Efron, who played Troy in the original High School Musical, was decent-looking but short and skinny, 5 feet 8 inches and 154 pounds. He didn't exactly look like a high school basketball team captain. Seeing him as the team's star player always felt a bit off. Wentworth Miller, with his tall and strong build, was a much better fit. When Martin returned from his swim, the girls were still discussing the script at the computer. Seeing him approach, Lindsay said, "Martin, this script is so fun. Can I make a cameo?" "You might not have time. Mean Girls is about to premiere, and you'll need to go on the promotional tour. Don't complain. This is your first leading role. You don't want it to flop, do you?" Seeing Lindsay pout, Martin knew exactly what she was thinking and immediately shut down her unrealistic idea. April 12, 2003. The premiere of Mean Girls was held at Lincoln Center in New York's Upper West Side. Typically, low-budget films have modest premieres, just a formality, or sometimes, they skip the event altogether to save costs. But Mean Girls was different. This was a film personally written and financed by Martin for his girl. To make sure the premiere was a grand spectacle, Martin leveraged his connections. Bruce Willis, Leonardo DiCaprio, Tobey Maguire, Nicole Kidman, Liv Tyler. The night was filled with star power. Beyond the celebrities, executives from major film studios were also in attendance, paying due respect to Martin. Kevin Johnson, the head of production at Universal, was among them. He hadn't wanted to come. After all, it was because of the conflict between Lindsay and his daughter that Martin had spontaneously written Mean Girls on the spot. Showing up now was practically inviting a slap to the face. But he had no choice. His superiors demanded he attend and personally apologize to Martin. It wasn't just a suggestion, it was an ultimatum. If he couldn't secure Martin's forgiveness, his position as head of production was as good as gone. In Hollywood, a Universal production chief was considered a big deal among ordinary actors. But to the true power players, he was just a pawn, a disposable piece sent forward to gauge Martin's attitude. In the end, Kevin Johnson swallowed his pride and apologized. Whether Martin accepted it, he had no idea, and he didn't dare ask. After his apology, Martin's only response was a cold nothing more. Kevin Johnson's face burned with humiliation, his frustration surging. He silently prayed that the film he had championed, Hulk, would dominate the box office in June. That way, he could at least regain some leverage against the insufferable studio board members. And, as he had heard, Martin's musical film was also set for a June release. If Hulk could defeat Martin's movie and shatter his undefeated streak, that would be the ultimate satisfaction. Leaving Kevin Johnson to stew in his thoughts, Lindsay was overjoyed. Her first leading role was finally premiering, and with so many celebrities and industry figures in attendance, her vanity was thoroughly indulged. The media was equally excited. For years, Lindsay had been seen as Martin's childhood sweetheart. In their eyes, if anyone had the best shot at becoming Martin's official girlfriend, it had to be Lindsay Lohan. Who could have predicted that Nicole's speech at the Oscars would suddenly catapult her, an Australian woman, 18 years Martin's senior, into the role, shattering expectations? And now, at Lindsay Lohan's first movie premiere as a lead actress, Nicole Kidman had also shown up. How could the press not be thrilled? Reporters eagerly hoped for a dramatic showdown. Lindsay and Nicole in a heated argument, or better yet, a full-blown catfight with hair-pulling and torn dresses. But to their disappointment, the plot didn't unfold as they had wished. When Nicole and Lindsay met, both were cordial, even affectionate. Nicole smiled and hugged Lindsay, wishing her film great success. Lindsay, in return, kissed Nicole on the cheek. The two women acted like friends. It has to be an act, many reporters thought. Some were even taken aback. Nicole was one thing, she was a Hollywood veteran. But for a young girl like Lindsay to play the game so well, with no scandal to exploit, they had to settle for watching the film. The lights in the theater dimmed row by row, and the big screen lit up. To be honest, Mean Girls followed a highly conventional formula. It was a classic Hollywood small-town girl in the big city story, except in this case, the small town was swapped for the distant African continent. This type of movie typically revolves around a few key moments. The girl struggles to adjust to her new environment, leading to comedic mishaps. She undergoes a transformation, changing her image and surprising everyone. She falls for her rival's boyfriend, or in this case, ex-boyfriend. She fights back against the school's queen bee and her clique, ultimately triumphing. Hollywood churns out countless films like this every year. So why did Mean Girls stand out and become a box office hit? One major factor was its emphasis on fashion. In the original timeline, protagonist Katie had over 40 outfit changes, while Regina and her friends each had more than 30. Martin took it a step further. He hired renowned New York fashion designer Tina Lee to create even more dazzling costumes and accessories for the girls. It was money well spent. When the characters' transformation scenes began, gasps of admiration echoed throughout the theater, both from girls and from boys. Of course, their focus was entirely different. Martin could already foresee the commercial impact. Once the film hit wide release, the outfits and accessories designed for the movie would sell like hotcakes, generating another lucrative revenue stream. But beyond fashion, Mean Girls carried a deeper theme: social hierarchy. Social navigation is a critical survival skill for every American student. In the U.S., most public school teachers and principals do little to curb bullying. As a result, social dominance, whether through intimidation or self-defense, becomes an essential lesson for kids. At its core, public school operates on a principle of survival of the fittest, but unlike elite private schools, where the competition is academic, here it's about physical strength and social maneuvering. P.S. Schools in Chinese American communities tend to be better, while those in Black communities face the worst conditions. In most public schools, the most popular students are athletes. Football players reign supreme, followed by basketball players. Among girls, the The ones at the top of the food chain are cheerleaders. After all, cheerleaders often date football or basketball players. In short, athletes rule American high school social structures. Surviving in an average U.S. public school isn't much different from surviving in the wild. As depicted in Mean Girls, Katie thought she had escaped the brutal African wilderness, only to find that the world of high school girls was just as full of hidden dangers and traps. This struck a chord with American teenagers. In this country, most students have experienced bullying in some form. Few dared to fight back, but nearly everyone had fantasized about it. This movie brought those fantasies to life, letting them see someone stand up against the system, giving voice to feelings they had never been able to express. And that was why it resonated so deeply with young audiences. The Mean Girls premiere was a resounding success. The film's box office performance over the following 3 days was equally impressive. As the New York Times put it, "Good Boys may have lasting appeal, but according to studio data released on Sunday, Mean Girls claimed the top spot at the North American box office this weekend." In this comedy, Lindsay Lohan plays a high school girl caught up in the web of cliques, romance, and social scheming among teenage girls, a storyline that resonated strongly with young audiences. The film grossed $XX million over the weekend. Paul Dergarabedian, president of the North American box office tracking firm Exhibitor Relations, commented, "This film has teenage girls going wild. They're eagerly spending their allowance on tickets. Our team has observed groups of young girls flocking to watch it. Mean Girls is a hit. Lindsay Lohan is a hit. And once again, Martin has delivered another success." One lengthy online review shed light on why Mean Girls became such a phenomenon. "The ending of this movie sent shivers down my spine because it portrays our real-life high school experience with chilling accuracy. In America, survival in an ordinary school is far tougher than people imagine. No one protects the weak. Not the school, not the teachers, not even our parents. The movie gave us a perfect ending. But every manipulative scheme and act of social cruelty in Mean Girls, I've seen them all, and I've even been a victim of some. Watching from the outside, some might find these pranks amusing, but for those trapped in the situation, it's a living nightmare. What resonated with me most wasn't just the bullying, but how the protagonist managed to turn the tables, defeat her oppressors, and seize power for herself. In reality, this almost never happens. And precisely because it's so rare, it thrilled me. The movie fulfilled a dream I never dared to hope for. I watched it with my friends, and they all found it hilarious. It felt like we were watching a reality show about our own high school days. Maybe not everyone's school experience was as brutal as Katie's, but the backstabbing and social maneuvering? That's a challenge we'll face for life. Renowned Los Angeles Times film critic Kevin Thomas offered a particularly interesting take. Watching this film gives you a strange illusion. On one hand, girls can be incredibly cruel, but on the other, they can turn nice just as easily. But I believe no one can instantly make everyone love them, just as no one can suddenly make everyone hate them. People only ever see a fraction of who you are, a fixed, unshakable image in their minds. And yet, the story in this film feels so real. So, I'd say Mean Girls is both true and false at the same time. As a critic on good terms with Martin, Kevin Thomas had a much easier time than Roger Ebert. Ebert, having fallen out with Martin, was now effectively blacklisted from studio screenings. If he wanted to write a review, he had to buy his own ticket. Meanwhile, Kevin Thomas had been given a boost by Martin, launching his own blog, steadily growing his influence online, and enjoying a comfortable career. As a result, when it came to films by Martin or Myers Pictures, he rarely had anything bad to say. The weekend after Mean Girls premiered, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers finally ended its theatrical run after nearly 4 months. The film grossed $492 million in North America and $1.212 billion worldwide, making it only the second film in history, after Titanic, to surpass the $1.2 billion mark globally. This placed it second in all-time box office rankings, with Titanic still holding the top spot. Below it were Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Jurassic Park, and The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. With 3 of the top 5 highest-grossing films in history connected to Martin, the media went into a frenzy. Martin Myers, the legend of the new century. James Cameron once declared himself king of the world at the Oscars. Now, 33 years his junior, Martin Myers is making his move. I'm taking the throne. Here's the breakdown. The Parent Trap, $157 million. The Sixth Sense, $724 million. The Others, $285 million. Hide and Seek, $338 million. House of Wax, $154 million. Charlie's Angels, $303 million. The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, $1.042 billion. The Matrix, $646 million. The Bourne Identity, $491 million. Spider-Man, $935 million. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, $1.193 billion. The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, $1.212 billion. Total global box office, $7.48 billion. Absolutely terrifying. Asterisk. I have no doubt Martin's films will surpass $10 billion within 5 years. He will become the undisputed box office king in film history. No, he already is the box office king. No one has ever achieved this before. And in the future? Let's not forget, Martin is only 16. He might push this number to an unfathomable level, one that no one will ever be able to surpass. The White House. President Bush paced back and forth, muttering expletives under his breath. Standing nearby, Cheney remained expressionless, unfazed by the cowboy president's coarse language. F asterisk asterisk, F asterisk asterisk asterisk, F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Damn it, how did this happen? Weren't those military analysts saying the war would be over in a month? Why the F asterisk 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 are our casualties still rising? Asterisk. The Iraq War had now claimed over 500 American and British soldiers, with more than 3,000 wounded. The assumption had been that once coalition forces occupied Baghdad, Iraq would surrender. But reality had delivered a harsh slap to Bush and his advisors. It had been more than 2 weeks since coalition forces took Baghdad, yet Saddam's government had not declared surrender. Instead, Iraqi forces had scattered into various cities, using their knowledge of the terrain to launch guerrilla attacks against U.S. and U.K. troops. Many soldiers weren't even dying on the battlefield, they were being ambushed. Urban warfare had erupted in full force, something the coalition had not anticipated. Suicide bombers, car bombs, every brutal tactic imaginable was being deployed, leaving coalition forces on edge. Even an innocent-looking child or an elderly civilian on the street could, at any moment, pull out a weapon and fire at the troops from behind. The true horrors of war had only just begun. Mr. Bush, perhaps you should look on the bright side. Cheney finally spoke, sensing that Bush had almost finished venting his anger. Bush glared at him. Look on the bright side? Could this situation possibly get any worse? How the hell am I supposed to find a silver lining here? Cheney replied, well, actually, the fact that the Iraq War has turned into a quagmire could help your re-election. Wasn't that one of the reasons we started this war in the first place? Bush fell silent, rubbing his chin as he mulled over the words. Gradually, his furious expression faded, returning to normal. Cheney had a point. Part of the motivation for launching this war was to secure re-election. After all, if his opponent didn't want to inherit this mess, then Bush's chances of staying in the White House were much higher. Technically, the American public decided elections through voting, but in reality, there were plenty of ways to manipulate the outcome, especially if both sides quietly agreed on the result. Fair, just, and transparent? Those were just words. No one actually believed them. Bush calmed down, only to frown again. Yes, the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq had turned into endless struggles, and that did increase his chances of staying in office. But the war had not delivered the expected returns, and the pressure from the financial backers behind him was mounting. Of course, the arms dealers were delighted. The longer the war dragged on, the more money they made. But Bush knew all too well how dangerous it was to become a puppet of the arms industry. He needed the Texas oil giants to counterbalance them. However, as long as the Iraq War dragged on, the oil companies couldn't safely take control of the oil fields. Recently, oil industry executives had been relentlessly pressuring him to wrap up the war as soon as possible. But is that up to me? It's those damn Iraqis who refused to surrender. Frustration returned to Bush's face. Maybe I need another force to counterbalance the oil companies. Otherwise, those old bastards will think they have me cornered. The moment that thought crossed his mind, an image flashed in his brain, his former good buddy Martin. He quickly shook his head, pushing the thought away. I must be insane, bringing Martin into this. Haven't I already suffered enough because of him? He set those concerns aside. The immediate priority was to establish a pro-Western government in Iraq and complete the regime change. Once the new government was in place, the Iraqi army would surrender, right? Of course not. But Bush still clung to that illusion. Meanwhile, Martin was in Las Vegas, where The Hangover production was underway. The director was Todd Phillips, with whom Martin had collaborated smoothly on Bruce Almighty. Phillips was currently flipping through the storyboard script that Martin had provided, his face filled with astonishment. No wonder they say that any film Martin writes could be directed by a trained dog. This level of detail is unreal. Martin was rehearsing scenes with the assistant director and the three main actors. He wasn't starring in this film himself, only making a cameo as the missing groom. At most, 5 days of filming, and his scenes would be wrapped up. The three leads remained the same as in the original timeline. Bradley Cooper entered the industry in 1998 through Sex and the City, hosted a travel show for Lonely Planet, and appeared on the Discovery Channel. He later played a gay character in Wet Hot American Summer and starred in Alias alongside Jennifer Garner. Ed Helms, a comedian and correspondent for The Daily Show, best known for his role as Andy Bernard in The Office. Zach Galifianakis had a minor role in Heartbreakers and was also a screenwriter. All three were registered with the Screen Actors Guild and weren't difficult to cast. To be honest, aside from Bradley Cooper, the other two were Hollywood nobodies. When they received audition notices for The Hangover, they were stunned, so were their agents. It felt like winning the lottery. This is a Myers Pictures film. So far, every movie backed by Myers Pictures had been a massive success. Martin's scenes went smoothly, and the three leads went out of their way to accommodate him. 3 days later, he left Las Vegas and headed to the set of another film shooting at the same time, High School Musical. Jesse, how's everything going? Fantastic. The songs are amazing, the dancing isn't a problem, and everyone's really friendly. Unlike Lindsay, who was still a Hollywood rookie, Jessica Alba was already familiar with the perks that came with being associated with Martin's name. But now that Martin was also an oil tycoon, things had changed yet again. Before, people looked after her. Now, they practically worshipped her. Before, she enjoyed convenience. Now, she had privileges. Everyone in the crew treated her with utmost respect, especially the male lead, Wentworth Miller, who was practically groveling at her feet. Watching Jessica and Martin chat closely, Miller secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was right. Just like Lindsay, Jessica has a special relationship with Martin. His efforts to get on her good side hadn't been in vain. After talking with Jessica, Martin also exchanged a few words with Wentworth Miller. Jessica mentioned that you've been looking out for her on set. I appreciate it. Oh, it's nothing, Miller said quickly. Jessica's a great person, and besides, running errands isn't something a lady should have to do. Martin nodded approvingly and patted Miller on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Miller's eyes lit up with excitement. Leaving the set, Martin drove toward Los Angeles International Airport. He was here to pick up an important guest. Gordon and the bodyguards followed in 2 separate vehicles. A familiar voice greeted him as soon as he arrived. Hey, Martin, I'm in L.A. Happy to see me. Of course, of course. A very warm welcome. That sounded so insincere. Whatever, where's your car? Show me around the city. Right this way, my dear princess. Your knight, Martin Myers, is at your service. Princess Haya giggled and playfully teased. A real knight wouldn't hide behind sunglasses and a mask. Martin smirked. I can take them off, if you don't mind making headlines tomorrow. No, let's not do that. I don't want to end up like Nicole Kidman, getting roasted online by your crazy fangirls. As they stepped out of the airport and saw Martin's blue Bugatti parked by the curb, Haya laughed again. What? After trying it once, have you fallen in love with Bugatti? Indeed. So, princess, would you like to experience the thrill of high-speed driving again? Haya rolled her eyes at Martin. The memory of last year's humiliating accident, when she wet herself out of fear, was still fresh in her mind. It was all Martin's fault. Even now, Just seeing him triggered a subconscious reaction in her bladder. And the moment she got into his car, the urge intensified. Clenching her thighs, Hea muttered, "No speeding. No racing." "Got it. Okay. No speeding, no racing," Martin agreed. On the road, Martin deliberately took a scenic coastal route with the ocean on one side and mountains on the other. The view was breathtaking. "This is wonderful. I love this place. Mountains, water, lush green trees. It's so much better than the desert, where one gust of wind fills your mouth with sand." Hea rolled down the window, letting the sea breeze blow against her face, a look of contentment spreading across it. Martin said, "The vast desert has its own unique beauty. You've just grown tired of it. Is that so? Since you love the desert so much, would you like to go back?" Thinking she was joking, Martin shrugged. "I wouldn't mind." Hea chuckled. "Do you know about Iraq's West Kurna, one oil field?" Martin froze and turned to her, his expression suddenly serious. "What do you mean?" In the past, he wouldn't have known anything about the West Kurna, one oil field. But ever since he decided to bid on the Sirte oil field in the UAE, he had started researching the industry thoroughly. West Kurna, was one of Iraq's largest oil fields. Its crude oil output currently reached 450,000 to 500,000 barrels per day, far surpassing that of the Sirte field. The proven reserves of West Kurna, were estimated between 10 billion and 15 billion barrels, with a projected peak daily output of 1 million barrels. To put it in perspective, the total proven reserves of all oil fields controlled by the Texas Oil Group, America's largest oil company, only amounted to around 10 billion barrels. West Kurna, was the Texas Oil Group's most coveted prize in this war. At this moment, the Texas Oil Group had yet to secure its stake in West Kurna, 1. With Iraq's new government still in the process of being formed, nothing had been finalized. This was a moment of political limbo in Iraq. After a brief pause, Martin asked, "Who's selling the oil field? Saddam's government? And if I buy it, will the new government refuse to recognize the deal?" Hea didn't hide anything. "There is some risk. The shares are currently being sold by Iraq's old government, but calling them the old government isn't entirely accurate. The UN hasn't officially declared Saddam's regime illegal. Otherwise, US and British forces wouldn't be the only troops in Iraq. So, any agreements they make are still recognized by the international community. Any contracts signed with them hold legal validity. In short, buying the oil field isn't a problem. The question is, can you hold on to it?" "Martin, what's your level of influence in the US government? Do you have politicians who can sway high-level decisions?" Martin grinned. "Hea, how much of the oil field is Saddam's government selling? And for how much?" 32.7%, the maximum stake legally allowed. As for the price, Hea thought for a moment. "They're asking for quite a bit, about $4 billion. Martin blinked. "What a coincidence. I was just wondering how to spend my spare $4 billion. He then asked, "How did they find me?" Hea smirked. "They didn't specifically seek you out. They reached out to the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and other Middle Eastern nations, asking them to find potential buyers. So, I have competitors." Hea shrugged. "Seems like it. But not many companies can casually shell out $4 billion for an oil field, and Texas Oil Group has already been ruled out. Saddam's government will never hand over benefits to their enemy." Martin nodded. "Set up the meeting." Hea was surprised. "You've already decided? You don't want to think it over?" Martin laughed. "What's there to think about? A feast this big. I'd be a fool not to take a bite." Martin hadn't expected that picking up his foreign girlfriend would lead to such an important piece of news. Maybe being a good person really does bring good fortune. He immediately contacted David Scott, who was still in the UAE, and instructed him to initiate contact with the Iraqis. Meanwhile, he spent the next week enjoying himself with Hea in Los Angeles. "This place is great. What do you think about me buying a house here?" Just as Martin was preparing to fly to the UAE, Hea brought it up casually. Martin had no objections. "If you like it, go for it." "All right, then I will." Hea winked playfully. Martin had no idea that when he returned from the Middle East, he would find a new neighbor living not far from his Beverly Hills estate. Martin boarded his private jet and left. Hea didn't accompany him. She was still having too much fun. Upon landing at Abu Dhabi Airport, he quickly got into David Scott's car. "David, How's the situation with Iraq? Their side has agreed to meet with us. In fact, we at Campbell Oil are probably the first company to make contact with the old government. Martin nodded. Hayes' information had arrived at just the right time. The Iraqis likely have political demands as well, but they didn't mention them over the phone. My guess is they're looking for political asylum, which is probably why they didn't sell the oil field to a Middle Eastern country. Political asylum, huh? That means they're directly opposing Bush and the U.S.U.K. alliance. In that case, we won't have too many competitors. Martin chuckled. Seeing his boss completely unfazed, David Scott finally relaxed. If political asylum was the issue, Martin decided to discuss it with the Chinese government to see if they were willing to offer sanctuary to Iraq's former regime. If that didn't work out, it would just take a bit more magic. As his career soared, the magic within him accumulated as well, allowing him to accomplish more than ever before. Martin and Gordon sat in David Scott's car, heading toward Campbell Oil's base at the Abu Dhabi port, while 3 bodyguards followed in another vehicle. Since they needed a permanent presence in the region, Campbell Oil had purchased a small building here to serve as their UAE headquarters. Entering the office that David Scott had reserved for him, Martin gave the luxurious core a passing glance before losing interest. David, contact the former Iraqi government. Let them know I'm here and that I want to meet them face to face. David Scott hesitated before replying with concern. Those people are in hiding. If we want to talk to them in person, we'll have to go to them, but, he spoke frankly, that would be extremely dangerous. Then he added, how about I go talk to them instead? Martin shook his head. There are decisions you wouldn't be able to make on the spot, especially regarding political asylum. I need to handle this personally. As for the danger, he wasn't particularly worried, but he gestured toward Gordon and his bodyguards with a smile. With them protecting me, I doubt I'll be in any real danger. David Scott wanted to protest further, but at that moment, Martin's phone rang. On the other end, a familiar voice, tired and weary, spoke. Martin, would you be interested in buying my half of the Sony/ATV music catalog? $700 million, and it's yours. It was Michael Jackson. Martin was ecstatic. Looks like Mottola succeeded. He's really cornered Michael. But he responded with feigned surprise. Michael, are you serious? This catalog is your life's work. Michael's voice turned bitter. Yes, it is my life's work. But as long as I own half of the catalog, Sony Music will never stop hounding me. Those bastards are like rabid dogs. My situation has been terrible lately. I can't perform, I can't release music, I can't do commercials. Those people accusing me just won't back off. I'm at my limit. But I'd rather sell my catalog to you than let those scumbags win. But, Martin, my brother, I have to warn you. If you buy it, Sony Music will shift their attention to you. It could bring you some trouble. I just want to be upfront about that. If you decide not to go through with it, I'll understand. Martin burst into laughter. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of them. I'll buy your share of the catalog. And he decided to plant a seed for the future. And I'll get revenge for you, Michael. I'll find a way to take Sony Music's half as well. Really? If that happens, I'd love to see it, Michael said. When can we sign the contract? Martin asked. I'm free anytime. Can you come to New York? You know how hard it is for me to travel right now. New York is no problem. I'm currently in the UAE, but I'll catch the next available flight. I'll be there no later than the day after tomorrow. In the meantime, my legal team will head over to review the documents. Okay, I'll be waiting in New York. Michael Jackson is under investigation for money laundering. His assets are about to be frozen. Reliable sources say Michael Jackson has been summoned by local authorities for questioning regarding child abuse allegations. Law enforcement wouldn't pursue him without cause. Michael Jackson is on the verge of bankruptcy. No bank is willing to lend him money. On the plane, Martin flipped through a few newspapers and found nothing but negative press about Michael. Mottola really pulled out all the stops with the media smear campaign. In the original timeline, Mottola should have been fired by Sony Music in March, yet he was still clinging to his position. Clearly, he had pulled some strings to hold on. All for a measly $100 million. He was giving it everything he had. Now, it all came down to whether he could sway Sony's board of directors. What a coincidence. Just as Martin was thinking about Mottola, his phone rang the moment he stepped off the plane. Martin, I've convinced half the shareholders, but a few stubborn old men won't budge. I need Michael Jackson to apply some pressure on them. Can you make that happen? Martin smirked. That won't be a problem. Hanging up, he headed straight for Michael Jackson's ranch. Michael was already waiting in the yard to greet him. Martin noticed several people standing around, some from his own legal team and others from Michael's camp. Among them were two familiar faces, Aaron Grubman, who handled Michael's record deals, and Branka, his longtime business partner. The moment they entered the villa, Michael led Martin straight to the study, even waving away Grubman and Branka, who had wanted to follow. Martin, it's been a while. There are some things I need to tell you privately. Michael gave him a slightly shy smile before stepping forward and giving him a hug. Have a seat. Want something to drink? Just some juice. Anything will do. All right. Juice is a good choice. I've been drinking 2 glasses a day lately. You know, I haven't had much of an appetite, but juice gives me some vitamins and helps me sleep better. Michael chatted idly as he poured 2 glasses of mixed fruit juice, one for Martin, one for himself. As he handed over the drink, Michael let out a dry chuckle and said, Martin, you know, as much as Sony Music has made my life hell, I've made things difficult for them too. Recently, some old man from Japan called me, urging me to give up my half of the catalog. He promised that if I did, they'd fix my legal troubles and even get rid of Mottola for me. A sharp glint flashed in Michael's eyes as his smile faded into a look of seething resentment. These people think I'm a sheep, just waiting to be slaughtered. But I'll show them. I'm a lion. Even if I'm dying, I'll tear a piece off them before I go. Martin replied calmly. No need to get angry over them. Soon, they won't be your problem anymore. There's no need to be angry over these people. Soon, they won't be your problem anymore. Martin's words made Michael Jackson smile. You're right. Soon, they'll be your problem. But I trust you, Martin. My good brother, they won't be a problem for you. They definitely won't, Martin said, raising his glass of juice with confidence. I can handle them. Michael looked at him with envy. If only I had your kind of power. Mottola has been pushing me to the edge lately. Martin quickly added, even though my father and Mottola have a decent relationship, I have to say, this time, he's gone too far. Michael chuckled. Honestly, I don't hate him as much as you might think. I just can't stand him. We actually had some good times working together. Back when he was managing me, he planned my career exceptionally well. But as we both became more successful, his true nature started to show. His obsession with control, his lack of respect for the artists under him, and yes, some racial bias. His expression turned complicated. The truth was, without Mottola, there wouldn't be Michael Jackson, the king of pop. But at the same time, without Mottola, he wouldn't be in such a humiliating position now. He's just a pawn, Michael said suddenly. His controlling nature hasn't just made life miserable for me and the other artists he oversees. It's also pissed off the Sony board. They've wanted to get rid of him for a while now, replacing him with a more manageable executive. Michael shook his head and sighed. Looking back at how this whole conflict between Mottola and me started, it's clear those old men from Japan played a major role in stirring the pot. We were both manipulated. But now, neither of us can back down, me or Mottola. He looked Martin in the eye and said seriously, Martin, you told me you'd take revenge for me, that you'd take the other half of the catalog from Sony. Were you serious? Martin hadn't expected Michael to bring it up first, but he maintained his calm demeanor. Of course I was serious. I'll make them pay. But first, I need you to do me 2 small favors. Oh, what are they? Just say it. First, we need to keep our deal a secret for now. Second, I need you to make a strong public statement. Sony Music, boardroom meeting. Like I said before, someone is behind this. Yes, someone is pulling the strings. My legal troubles, the smear campaigns, it's all because they want something from me. And what is it? The Sony/ATV catalog that I co-own with Sony. I won't let them get their way. These attacks and false accusations won't break me. I'll fight them to the end. If necessary, I'll invoke my exit clause and exercise my buy-sell rights. I'll sell my half of the catalog to anyone but Sony, to EMI, to Universal, whoever I want. I want them to know, even if they destroy me, they still won't get what they want. Mottola put down the newspaper he had been reading and turned to the Sony board members. You've all seen it now. This is Michael's stance. To be honest, I believe he means it. I used to manage him. I know him. Michael is incredibly stubborn. Once he makes up his mind, it's nearly impossible to force him to change. So let me say it again. Now is the best time to sell our half of the catalog. If Michael moves first, the value of our share will plummet. As he spoke, Motola studied the board members' expressions and saw that most of them looked tempted. Sensing the opportunity, he added, I've already spoken to my friend Grant Myers' son, Martin Myers. I convinced him to buy Sony's share of the catalog. Oh, how much is he offering? One of the Japanese board members asked with interest. $600 million. The board member frowned. $600 million? That's right. That's far too low. The entire catalog is worth over $4 billion. That's just an estimate. Honestly, $600 million is the best I could negotiate. Martin wasn't even interested at first. He thinks it's nothing but trouble. Can't we get a little more? Another board member asked. Motola hesitated, pretending to struggle. After a moment, he sighed. I can try to push for a little more. Then he added, but if this goes through, someone from Japan will need to convince the higher-ups to approve the sale. The Japanese board member nodded. Leave that to me. I'll make a call back home. 3 days later, Martin received the good news. Martin, it's done. Send your people over, Motola told him. Martin was ecstatic. Thanks, Uncle Motola. Your share will be transferred to your account as soon as the contract is signed. Can you wire it to my offshore account? The tax agencies are a pain to deal with. Also, after this, I might move back to Italy, Motola said. No problem, Martin agreed. May 20th. A bombshell announcement sent shockwaves through the North American music industry. The Sony/ATV catalog had changed hands. Myers Pictures had acquired 100% ownership and rebranded it as the Myers Music Catalog. Shortly after, both Motola and Michael Jackson publicly confirmed the news. The Sony board was furious. By now, they realized they had been played. Where the hell is Motola? He has to take responsibility for this. Motola has already resigned. That bastard. We've been screwed. Is there a way to reverse this? Can we sue Martin Myers? It's useless. Every one of us signed that contract. Damn it. Those damn Americans are all snakes. Hey, I'm American too. And technically, Motola is Italian. Isn't Martin Myers American? Isn't Michael Jackson American? That's just you lashing out. You're damn right I'm lashing out. What are you going to do about it? All right, enough. Arguing won't change anything. So that's it. We're just going to let this go. What else can we do? Martin still releases music through Sony, doesn't he? We can block his albums. Motola took care of that before leaving. Martin already bought out his contract. And let's be honest, at this point, he doesn't need to release albums to stay relevant or make money. The transfer of ownership of the Sony/ATV catalog sent shockwaves through the North American music industry. This was an enviable cash cow. Universal Music and EMI were green with envy. For some artists, it also meant that the royalties they had to pay for performing their own songs would now go to Martin instead of Sony and Michael, Paul McCartney of the Beatles, Bob Dylan, and many others. Even Michael Jackson's own songs were in this catalog, but he had an agreement with Martin. He could perform his own music without paying royalties. With the catalog deal secured, Martin headed back to the airport, preparing to fly to the UAE. On the way, he leaned back in his seat and said to Drew Barrymore, who was seeing him off, Drew, I've just handed you the final piece of the puzzle for Myers Pictures. The rest is up to you. Drew Barrymore squinted playfully and smiled. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Maybe Hollywood will soon have a 7th major studio rising. Martin didn't care much. That won't be easy. Don't be fooled by how friendly the big six are with me now. The moment we step into distribution, they'll turn on us in an instant. We need the right opportunity. What kind of opportunity? I don't know. We wait. At that moment, Gordon, who was driving, suddenly reported, Boss, we've got a tail. Martin and Drew turned their heads to look through the rear window. A black Mercedes C-Class was following them. It looked old and unremarkable. Paparazzi? Drew asked. Martin shook his head. Not sure. He tapped the seat in front of him. Gordon, lose them. Gordon pressed down on the gas, and their car picked up speed. The black Mercedes followed suit. Martin glanced back again. Still following. Might be paparazzi. Drew smirked. Looks like your acquisition of Sony/ATV has drawn quite a bit of attention. Martin was about to respond when he suddenly frowned. Wait, that's not paparazzi. That's the police. Just then, a hand reached out from the black Mercedes window, and placed a flashing red police light on the roof. The light began to spin, and a siren blared. "Should we stop?" Gordon asked. "Pull over," Martin said. Gordon slowly brought the car to a stop by the roadside. He was the first to step out, walking toward the black car, which had also pulled over. The car door opened, and two men in black suits stepped out, flashing their badges. "FBI, can you ask the person inside to step out?" Inside the car, Martin's brows furrowed. He could smell a setup. Gordon wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He blocked the two agents from approaching the car. "What do you want?" "We need to speak with the person inside." "Are you sure you want to obstruct a federal investigation?" one of the agents said irritably, jabbing a finger at Gordon's chest. The other agent quickly intervened, pulling his colleague back before turning to Gordon. "There's no need for hostility. Our boss just has a few questions for Mr. Martin. We'd appreciate his cooperation." Gordon sneered. "Mr. Martin has no obligation to entertain your boss' unreasonable demands." The irritable agent smirked. "Well then, we might have to use other methods." Gordon lifted his chin defiantly. "You can try." The more level-headed agent sighed. "Let's not make this difficult. We just need Mr. Martin's cooperation. Using force wouldn't be good for anyone." Then, he subtly signaled to someone nearby. Gordon followed his gaze and immediately frowned. A black SUV had just parked not far away. Several muscular men stepped out, clearly FBI field agents. Martin had traveled to New York in a hurry and, aside from Gordon, hadn't brought any other bodyguards. Gordon was confident in his own skills, but even he wasn't sure he could take on 6 agents by himself. If Martin got involved, maybe. The thought flashed through Gordon's mind, but vanished just as quickly. He wasn't about to gamble with Martin's safety. Inside the car, Martin could already tell this was a trap. He didn't yet know the exact reason or who was behind it. But considering the people he had recently pissed off, the prime suspects were Sony Music and Bush. Both had the power to mobilize the FBI in New York. "You stay in the car. I'll go see what they want." "Martin, don't." Before Drew could finish, Martin had already opened the door and stepped out. "Mr. Martin, we need you to come with us for questioning." The agent who had been playing good cop was visibly relieved when Martin complied. He hadn't been eager to use force on such a high-profile figure. "Martin, something's off," Gordon whispered as he moved to Martin's side. "I know," Martin said calmly. "I'll go with them and see who's behind this and what they want. Could be dangerous." "It won't be. Call my lawyer and take Drew back to my Manhattan apartment." Gordon hesitated. "Martin, are you sure you don't need me to go with you?" "I'll be fine." The two FBI agents patiently waited for Martin and Gordon to finish their conversation before stepping forward. One of them handed Martin his badge. Martin examined it and confirmed they were real FBI agents. "Who's your boss?" "James Hendricks, head of the FBI field office in New York." Martin froze. That name. Not just Martin, but the other Martin, the one from China in his past life, knew that name. James Hendricks was an infamous figure. After his retirement, it was revealed that he had been running a full-blown harem inside the FBI. Yes, you read that right, an FBI harem. The scandal had caused a massive uproar, not just in the US but internationally. Even in China, the case had been widely reported. Back then, the other Martin had only followed the story as a piece of celebrity gossip. James Hendricks had been the head of the FBI's Albany field office in New York State. His primary interest wasn't catching criminals. It was coercing female subordinates into sexual favors, groping them in the office, and pressuring them into affairs. The most outrageous incident? He had once had sex with a female subordinate inside an FBI conference room, separated from the main office by a single glass wall. The wall was frosted, but not entirely opaque. According to his fellow agents, everyone could see or hear what was happening. During the investigation, many colleagues described him as a predator who used various tactics, both overt and subtle, to make women submit to him. Investigators found that he was surrounded by a harem of attractive female agents, obsessed with high heels and cleavage, and was notorious for openly ogling women as they walked down the hallways. And now, this degenerate was the one who had summoned Martin. Martin let out a quiet chuckle. This is going to be interesting. After retrieving this memory from the Chinese Martin, even as a succubus, Martin found it utterly ridiculous. What was even more absurd was that even after his sexual misconduct was confirmed, James Hendricks still managed to avoid disciplinary action and retire with full benefits. In 2021, the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of the Inspector General reopened the case and investigated Hendricks again. The result? No punishment. Full retirement benefits intact. Most people probably didn't know that the FBI actually allows supervisors to have sexual relationships with their subordinates. The only requirement? They must disclose it so that management can determine if corrective action is necessary, such as reassigning duties to prevent interference with FBI operations. In other words, bosses can sleep with subordinates, but afterward, they just need to report it to their superiors. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous to the extreme. P.S. Aside from the military, the FBI has the highest rate of sexual harassment in the U.S. government. After absorbing this piece of information, Martin felt a slight sense of disgust, but his face remained calm. With a smile, he got into the agent's car, placing his hands on his lap and quietly observing them. The hot-tempered agent sitting beside Martin felt unnerved by his gaze. He wanted to lash out, but didn't dare to. The agent in the front passenger seat occasionally glanced at Martin through the rearview mirror. He also found Martin's calm demeanor unsettling, but he couldn't quite explain why. It's not like we can accuse him of being too cooperative. The driver was a burly, bearded white man, clearly from the FBI's tactical team, with a holstered firearm at his waist. As soon as Martin got in, the black Mercedes started up, smoothly pulling into traffic. The black SUV followed closely behind. Gordon watched both vehicles disappear down the road before immediately pulling out his phone to call Martin's lawyer. Then, he got into the car, ready to take Drew home. Gordon, will Martin be all right? He'll be fine. No one can do anything to the boss, not even Bush. Gordon, thoroughly brainwashed by Martin's charisma, had absolute confidence in him. Besides, the FBI had acted in broad daylight instead of carrying out a secret operation. They hadn't detained him and Drew, which meant they weren't planning anything too extreme against Martin. Meanwhile, inside the black Mercedes, Martin sat quietly, watching the three men in the car. The driver remained focused on the road, but the two agents were visibly on edge under Martin's gaze. After the 23rd time glancing at Martin through the rearview mirror, the agent in the passenger seat accidentally made eye contact with him. His mind blanked for a split second, then returned to normal. He didn't dwell on it. But when he glanced at Martin again through the mirror, he suddenly felt that this young man seemed extraordinarily powerful, someone worth obeying. For some strange reason, he didn't find this thought unusual. He simply averted his gaze. Then, the hot-tempered agent sitting beside Martin also accidentally met his eyes. His expression visibly softened. Then, Martin spoke. "You two. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves?" "Of course, Mr. Martin. My name is Donovan," said the agent in the front seat. "Mr. Martin, I'm Sandy Glenn," said the agent beside him. The driver glanced at them in confusion. These two. One's a loose cannon, the other's a schemer. When did they become so damn polite? Is it because of Martin's status? Martin asked. "Do you know why James Hendricks wants to see me?" Donovan replied. "Mr. Hendricks didn't say, but he received a call from the White House yesterday. I overheard part of it. It was from President Bush." The driver nearly lost control of the wheel. "What the hell? Donovan, are you serious right now?" Then Sandy Glenn added, "Our boss's biggest financial backer is Texas Natural Gas Company. It might have something to do with them." The driver's face twisted in disbelief. "Wait, has Martin already bought off Hendricks' two most trusted agents? And why are they saying this in front of me? Are they planning to buy me off too?" His warped expression slowly relaxed. "If Martin's going to bribe me, he'll probably be generous, right?" Martin stroked his chin. Texas Natural Gas Company. Obviously, it was a subsidiary of Texas Oil Group. That made it clear who was really behind this. Soon, the two vehicles left the city, driving down a deserted road. "This direction? We're heading toward New Jersey, aren't we?" Martin asked. Sandy Glenn nodded. "Yes, but we're stopping at a safe house along the way. Mr. Hendricks is waiting for you there." 1 hour later. Safe house. Martin stared at the luxurious mansion in front of him, filled with infinite sarcasm. Mr. Hendricks enjoys the finer things in life," Donovan explained awkwardly. "Really? Well, who doesn't?" Martin said dryly. The mansion's gates opened, and their car drove straight into the courtyard, finally stopping near a fountain. Martin stepped out and adjusted his clothes slightly, just as a slightly overweight, blonde, White man approached with an enthusiastic expression. "Oh, Mr. Martin, welcome. It's an honor to have you here." As he spoke, he extended his hand to Martin. "Mr. Martin, I'm James Hendricks. Please, call me James. I hope you don't mind me bringing you here unannounced." Martin shook his hand briefly, then locked eyes with him. "What does Mr. Hendricks need from me?" Hendricks instinctively met Martin's gaze, and his long-trained vigilance kicked in. But it was too late. For a moment, his pupils flickered. Then suddenly, his face broke into a warm smile. Not the fake, professional smile he had worn before, but a genuine, almost affectionate smile, like an old friend seeing someone after years apart. "No rush. Let's talk inside." Hendricks glanced subtly at the agents standing around before making an inviting gesture toward Martin. Inside, the mansion's interior was even more extravagant than expected. Young, attractive women in maid uniforms moved about, tending to the house. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. Martin couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. "These ladies were rescued from human traffickers," Hendricks said smoothly. "They had nowhere else to go, so I took them in." "You're such a kind man," Martin mocked without hesitation. The FBI agents following them into the house flinched at his boldness. But Hendricks wasn't fazed in the slightest. Of course not. Martin had just used a significant amount of magic to control him. Despite Hendricks' terrible morals, his mental resistance was shockingly strong. He had lasted nearly 1.56 seconds against Martin's influence. That was impressive. After all, Martin had already recovered 1% of his former power from the demon god continent. "You all, stay downstairs. I'll take Martin to the study." James Hendricks instructed his subordinates. As Martin and James went upstairs, the driver of the Mercedes suddenly tugged at Donovan and Sandy Glenn, lowering his voice. "All right, spill it. How much did Martin give you? And how much is he offering me?" Donovan and Sandy Glenn exchanged confused glances. "What are you talking about?" Sandy Glenn asked. "Don't play dumb. You two weren't exactly subtle in the car." Michael Hunter, the Mercedes driver, snorted. He assumed they were trying to keep their cut to themselves. His face darkened as he threatened. "You two just fed that Martin guy a ton of useful intel. Do you want me to tell the boss?" Donovan and Sandy Glenn shared another look, both genuinely baffled. "Damn it, what the hell are you saying? What did we leak?" Donovan said. Michael Hunter stared at them in shock. Since when did these two have such great poker faces? Meanwhile, upstairs, Martin followed James Hendricks into the study. A young Eastern European maid brought in 2 cups of coffee before quietly leaving. James Hendricks smiled. "Try it. It's authentic Blue Mountain coffee." For reference, real Blue Mountain coffee comes from Jamaica's Blue Mountain region, specifically at altitudes over 1,000 meters. Most coffee labeled as Blue Mountain elsewhere is just coffee grown in the surrounding areas. Only coffee grown at over 1,600 meters on those 6,000 hectares of land can be considered real Blue Mountain coffee, and global production is always under 900 tons. Given that only 10% is exported outside Japan, there's no way the cheap Blue Mountain coffee, in most cafes, is the real thing. Martin took a sip. A rich, fruity acidity filled his mouth, followed by layers of bitterness, sweetness, and smoothness exploding across his taste buds. "Not bad," he said casually, setting down the cup. "Now, can we talk about why I'm here?" James Hendricks took a sip as well, savoring the taste with a contented expression. After a moment, he spoke. "Bush and Texas Oil Group want me to delay you. Bush is one thing, but Texas Oil Group is the benefactor of my benefactors. I couldn't refuse them. So," James paused, looking at Martin, "you just need to stay in this villa for 15 days. After that, my job is done." 15 days? Martin sneered. There was no doubt that representatives from Texas Oil Group were already on a plane to Iraq. "That's right. Just 15 days. Martin nodded, setting down his coffee. "Can I make a phone call?" "Of course. As long as you stay, you can do whatever you want, including those beautiful maids outside," James said, winking. Martin didn't stop channeling his magic into James Hendricks. This guy was still resisting his control, and if Martin stopped, he could regain his senses in no time. Besides, Martin suddenly thought that fully controlling this guy might not be a bad idea. Now that his magic had grown stronger, he could use some of his newer spells. No rush. First, a phone call. Taking out his phone, Martin dialed David Scott. "David, I'll arrive in Abu Dhabi the day after tomorrow. Contact the Iraqi side immediately. I want to meet them as soon as I land. And don't tell anyone about this." Hanging up, Martin turned back and saw James Hendricks looking unsettled. James had heard Martin's entire conversation and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Martin, I'm afraid you won't be getting to Abu Dhabi the day after tomorrow." As he spoke, he felt an odd discomfort, like he shouldn't have contradicted Martin in the first place. "Really? I don't think so." Martin faced James Hendricks and snapped his fingers. Invisible magical energy surged from his fingertips, weaving together into a runic symbol. Martin's face visibly paled. Then, he gently blew on the rune and said, "Go." James Hendricks was still staring in confusion when the rune silently entered his body. Magic tendrils spread through his nervous system, creeping through his entire body. The middle-aged man shuddered, then dropped to one knee, bowing his head. "Honored master, your servant, James Hendricks, pays his respects." Martin grinned. "Not bad." Then he said, "Get up. No need to be overly formal. Just act natural. Don't let anyone notice our connection. From now on, call me Martin, and I'll call you James." "Understood, Martin." "Good." Martin knew this guy would stay in his position until retirement, another 15 years. Hey, useful piece on the board. He had never considered controlling the U.S. president. After all, a president's term was only 4 years, 8 at most if re-elected. But high-ranking officials in key government agencies, they could stay in power for decades. When Martin and James returned downstairs, the FBI agents were surprised to see that their boss now seemed to be on friendly terms with Martin. They called each other by their first names, joking around like old friends. Michael Hunter blinked in confusion and once again leaned toward Donovan and Sandy Glenn. "You sure there's nothing you want to tell me?" "And Martin didn't offer me anything." "Donovan, I have no idea what you're talking about." "Sandy Glenn, are you losing your mind?" Michael Hunter scowled. "Fine, don't blame me for what happens next." He marched over to James Hendricks. "Boss, I need to talk to you." James Hendricks paused, then turned to Martin. "Martin, give me a moment. We'll continue our conversation later." He led Michael Hunter to a corner. "What is it, Michael?" "Boss, Donovan and Sandy are working with Martin. I think they've been on his side for a while." "Shut up. You can't just throw accusations at your colleagues." "No, I mean it." In the car, they told Martin all kinds of things. "Humph. I know for a fact that Donovan and Sandy didn't tell Martin anything. But you? What? Trying to climb the ranks by selling out your colleagues?" "No. I swear, I'm telling the truth." "I don't want to hear any more of this. Go back to your room. You're on lockdown." "What? Do I need to repeat myself?" "No, sir." "What is it?" "That guy overheard your conversation with Donovan Sandy and came to complain to me." Martin chuckled. "It doesn't matter. I'll make sure he forgets about it. Once I leave, someone from Texas Oil Group or Little Bush's people will definitely come to confirm whether I'm still here. This Michael guy is about my size. Why don't we have him pose as me?" James Hendricks immediately responded, "No problem. I'll tell everyone I sent Michael on a mission. No one will care where he went." Martin nodded. "Tonight, I'll make some changes to his appearance. It'll hold for 10 days, no problem. I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning." "Is there a hidden exit from this villa?" "There is. It's in the basement and leads to a small cabin 100 meters away. Only I know about it." "Perfect." The next morning, Martin came downstairs to have breakfast with everyone, warmly greeting them. Donovan felt a little uneasy. Why does Martin's aura feel different? It seems weaker than yesterday. But he didn't think too much about it. After all, a living, breathing person was right in front of him. Who would suspect he'd been replaced? After breakfast, 2 middle-aged men came for a visit. They carefully observed Martin strolling in the garden from the second-floor study. One of them asked, "Is that him?" "Yes, no doubt about it." "Good. I'll call the chairman right away." After making the call, the man who had spoken looked elated. Clearly, he'd been praised. He turned to his companion and said, "Jack, the chairman wants you to stay here and keep an eye on him. Make sure Martin doesn't slip away." "Don't worry. I've got this. I'll watch him closely." Rewinding to the early morning, Gordon picked up Martin outside the small cabin and drove him away. On the road, Martin instructed, "Head straight to the airport." Gordon was taken aback. "Aren't you going to see Miss Drew? She's really worried about you." "No need. Just tell her I'm a guest of the FBI." I'm safe, no issues. Oh, and tell the lawyers to go back as well. Understood. Iraq. Inside a U.S. military command center, a brown-haired middle-aged man was fuming. What do you mean, you can't find them? Huh. A bunch of sewer rats just vanished into thin air? Are your men even competent? I don't care. You have 3 days to find them. Damn it. New York won't hold out for long either. The man was visibly agitated. Standing across from him was a sturdy, uniformed man in his 40s. Despite the verbal onslaught, his expression remained unchanged as he responded calmly. This is Iraq, not America. Our people aren't familiar with the terrain, and we can't risk their lives conducting door-to-door searches. However, the officer hesitated, as if unsure whether to continue. However, what? Brigadier General Clayton. The brown-haired man snapped impatiently. Brigadier General Clayton seemed to have made up his mind. However, since you know Campbell Oil Company has made contact with them, why not just follow their trail? Follow them? That's not realistic. Like you said, our people don't know the area well, and they stick out like a sore thumb. Honestly, all we've done is infer from Martin's sudden trip to the UAE that he might be in contact with Iraqi forces. We're not even certain. Humph. But your idea gives me an idea. The brown-haired man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Martin had arrived in Abu Dhabi, dressed in a traditional robe and headscarf, blending in perfectly with the locals. Gordon, similarly disguised, accompanied him. The two got into a Mercedes-Benz S600 parked by the roadside. Elsewhere, this car might stand out, but in Abu Dhabi, it was just another common sedan, no different from the taxis everywhere. After getting in, Gordon scanned the surroundings carefully. Seeing nothing suspicious, he started the engine. As they drove, he kept a watchful eye on the rearview mirror. Martin chuckled. Relax. Texas Oil Group and Little Bush have no idea I'm in Abu Dhabi. Gordon remained serious. Better safe than sorry. Martin laughed. Your Chinese is getting pretty good. The Mercedes soon arrived at a portside compound owned by Campbell Oil Company. As they pulled into the courtyard, David Scott came out to greet them, deliberately raising his voice. Welcome, welcome. It's an honor to receive such distinguished guests. May I ask what business the Crown Prince has entrusted you with? Martin replied in Arabic-accented English. There are a few matters to discuss. Has Mr. Myers returned yet? No, and I don't know when he will. But why don't we continue this conversation in my office? David Scott suggested. Martin nodded. Once the three of them entered the elevator, David Scott lowered his voice. The cleaning staff in this office building. I don't trust them. Martin nodded. Better to be cautious. David Scott continued. Martin, what's going on? You sounded very serious on the phone. I'll explain in your office, Martin said. When they arrived at David Scott's office, Martin was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He signaled to Gordon, then quickly pulled David Scott outside. David Scott was confused until Martin whispered in his ear, Your office is bugged. You're being listened to. David Scott's face turned grim. Damn it. Who did this? Martin asked. Have you mentioned me in this office over the past 2 days? David Scott thought for a moment, then shook his head. Boss, when you called me 2 days ago, I was on the drilling platform. I didn't return to the office yesterday, and I only got here this morning. I never mentioned you. Martin relaxed and smiled. Good. At that moment, Gordon came out of the office and reported, found 3 bugs, one in the lamp, one in the flower pot, and one under the drawer panel. Should I remove them? No. They're still useful. Let's go to my office instead. Hopefully, that one's clean. The 3 of them took the elevator to the top floor and entered Martin's office. Martin swept the room with his magic, clean. No bugs or hidden devices. Only then did he lean back into his leather chair, smirking as he said in a mocking tone. This must be the work of Texas Oil Group. Looks like they're hell-bent on getting the Sugarna #1 oil field. They've got tricks up their sleeves. Boss, what exactly happened in New York? David Scott asked. Martin gave a brief but thorough account of everything that had transpired there, holding nothing back. After all, David Scott, like Gordon, was completely on his side. After hearing the full story, David Scott frowned deeply. After hearing Martin's account of what happened in New York, Gordon frowned. Boss, the interests at stake with the Sugarna #1 oil field are enormous. Texas Oil Group might resort to even more extreme and illegal means. After all, this isn't America, where U.S. laws apply. especially since you're planning to meet with those people in Iraq. It's a war zone. Anything could happen. If Texas Oil Group convinces the military to take action. Gordon trailed off, but Martin understood. If he died in Iraq, no one would be held accountable. His death would be meaningless. No, more likely, his death would be pinned on Saddam's government. No, scratch that. His death would definitely be blamed on Saddam's government. It would conveniently give the US-UK invasion more justification. Martin said, the military and Texas Oil definitely have a partnership, so we need to be cautious. But I doubt they'd go as far as killing me. In the future, when Texas Oil Group stole oil from Sugarna No. 1, the military was the one transporting it. They used military vehicles, and the Iraqi side didn't even dare to stop them. David, I need you to put on a little show for me in your office. 2 days later, U.S. military base. A brown-haired middle-aged man, Texas Oil Group's full representative in Iraq for the Sugarna No. 1 negotiations, Goodman Hall, was reviewing a stack of notes. These notes contained transcripts from wiretaps inside David Scott's office, recorded by U.S. military intelligence personnel over the past 2 days. Useless information. Useless information. Useless information. Goodman Hall mumbled to himself as he flipped through the papers. Suddenly, his fingers stopped. His eyes locked onto one particular note. The message was brief. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m., Mosul City, Tigris River, Upper West Bank. Goodman Hall pulled this note aside and continued flipping through the rest. Nothing else useful. He picked up the first note again and turned to Brigadier General Clayton, who was leisurely sipping coffee nearby. Have you seen this? Clayton didn't even look up. No, I haven't read any of the wiretap reports. I sent them straight to you. Remember, we're just partners. I don't have time or interest in doing your legwork. Goodman Hall hesitated for a moment before flashing a smile. He figured his attitude from 2 days ago had annoyed Clayton, so he quickly softened his tone. I understand. I never meant to treat you like a subordinate. I was just thinking, this location might be exactly what we've been looking for. And, he paused, then added, Saddam might even be there. Oh, Brigadier General Clayton's eyes lit up as he took the note, carefully reading it. A moment later, he looked up and said, looks like this is where Campbell Oil Company is meeting with the Iraqi rebels. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked Goodman, why did you keep Martin in New York? If you had the chance to take him out in Iraq, wouldn't that eliminate a major competitor? Goodman Hall shook his head. The Myers family isn't one to mess with, especially since Martin is their sole heir, and such an outstanding one at that. If we killed him, you know the Myers family's retaliation would be brutal. Of course, it's not like Texas Oil Group is afraid of them, but there's no need for such drastic measures. As long as Martin stays out of Iraq, Campbell Oil's negotiations will stall. This is a $4 billion deal. We both know someone like David Scott doesn't have the authority to finalize it alone. Goodman Hall smirked, clearly enjoying his own status as the Texas Oil Group representative authorized to move such massive sums. But his smugness faded quickly. With great power came great responsibility. If he failed to secure the Sugarna No. 1 oil field, he was finished. 2 days later, noon, a golden Gulfstream jet landed at Baghdad International Airport. Baghdad, now the headquarters of the US-UK coalition, was swarming with soldiers. Inside the airport's control tower, Goodman Hall peered through a pair of binoculars, staring at the golden jet through the glass. He muttered to Brigadier General Clayton beside him, that's the Sheikh's private jet. They say Martin has a close relationship with the UAE royal family. Looks like it's true. Wait, David Scott is getting off. Those men behind him are Martin's bodyguards. A black Maybach and an armored vehicle just arrived. They're getting in. Move. Follow them. Shut up. I know what to do. Clayton was already annoyed by Goodman's bossy tone. Moments later, the black Maybach and armored vehicle drove out of Baghdad Airport. Follow them. Those 2 cars. One of them is carrying our target. A black Mercedes slowly merged onto the road, trailing the convoy. Meanwhile, other cars on different routes also discreetly followed. Further back, Goodman Hall sat inside a black armored SUV, wearing an earpiece, receiving constant updates from the pursuit teams ahead. Beside him, Brigadier General Clayton scowled. That armored vehicle is British military. Damn it. Campbell Oil must have paid them off. Goodman Hall gave him a confused look. Isn't that normal? Mosul. This city, 362 kilometers north of Baghdad, was historically a key junction on the Silk Road, linking Anatolia to the Persian Gulf. Due to its strategic location, Mosul became a primary target for US-UK airstrikes during the invasion. Much of the once thriving metropolis now lay in ruins. The black Maybach and armored vehicle exited Baghdad, heading north. The pursuing cars followed closely. To avoid suspicion, some of the tailing vehicles overtook the convoy, positioning themselves ahead, since they already knew the destination. On the roadside, bomb craters and wreckage were visible. Many cars on the road belonged to Iraqi civilians fleeing to rural villages for safety. Inside Goodman Hall's SUV, apart from the driver, there were only 2 bodyguards. Brigadier General Clayton had disembarked earlier. He couldn't personally follow the convoy to Mosul. He had an army to run. Tikrit, a city located 160 kilometers northwest of Baghdad, was Saddam's hometown. On the dusty, dilapidated main road, a brown off-road vehicle sped forward. Gordon was behind the wheel, while Martin sat in the back. It was just the 2 of them in the car. Staring idly out the window, Martin's mind was focused on the upcoming oil field negotiations. 15 kilometers from Tikrit, a side road appeared to the left. A road sign stood nearby, with Arabic text reading, Dawar Town, 2 kilometers. Dawar Town? Martin froze for a moment. That name seemed familiar. Then, it hit him. This was the very place where Saddam was captured by U.S. forces, according to his past life knowledge. The off-road vehicle entered Tikrit. This city, too, had been a primary target of US-UK coalition airstrikes. What remained were ruins and lifeless, wandering people. The pain of war had long been replaced by the sheer need to survive. In this city, where food was scarce, people shed blood over a piece of bread. Death was no longer something to fear. The moment Gordon and Martin's vehicle entered the city, it drew attention. Some approached with pleading expressions. A desperate mother held up her daughter, screaming, "Please take her. I beg you. She's obedient and smart. She can be a good servant." An elderly man held up an empty sack, shouting, "Just a piece of bread. Please. Just one piece of bread." More people had a different look in there. You said, don't use the fonts. ChatGPT said. Chapter 436, Extremist Groups and Being Targeted. Tikrit, a city located 160 kilometers northwest of Baghdad, was Saddam's hometown. On the dusty, dilapidated main road, a brown off-road vehicle sped forward. Gordon was behind the wheel, while Martin sat in the back. It was just the 2 of them in the car. Staring idly out the window, Martin's mind was focused on the upcoming oil field negotiations. 15 kilometers from Tikrit, a side road appeared to the left. A road sign stood nearby, with Arabic text reading, Dawar Town, 2 kilometers. Dawar Town? Martin froze for a moment. That name seemed familiar. Then, it hit him. This was the very place where Saddam was captured by U.S. forces, according to his past life knowledge. The off-road vehicle entered Tikrit. This city had been one of the primary targets of US-UK coalition airstrikes, leaving it in ruins. People with hollow, numb expressions wandered the streets. The pain of war had long been replaced by the struggle for survival. In this famine-stricken city, people were willing to bleed for a piece of bread. Death was no longer something to be feared. As soon as Gordon and Martin's vehicle entered the city, it attracted attention. A desperate mother held up her young daughter, pleading hoarsely, "Please, take her with you. Please. She is obedient and smart. She can be a good servant." An elderly man lifted an empty sack and begged, "Just a piece of bread. Just one piece." Others, filled with greed, gripped crude weapons, kitchen knives, wooden sticks, as they cautiously approached the car. But when the car window rolled down halfway, revealing the barrel of a black rifle, the crowd recoiled in fear. Martin shook his head. War is truly terrifying. Once order collapses, rebuilding it isn't something that can be done overnight. Gordon nodded. Destruction is always easier than creation. This war has cost American taxpayers billions, destroyed Iraq's social order, all just to fill the pockets of capitalist groups. It's pathetic. Martin smirked. Because capital is this country. In his heart, he thought, maybe one day, I will be too. The vehicle reached the city center. Martin put away the gun. Conditions here were slightly better than the outskirts. There were even people engaging in trade on the roadside. However, buyers and sellers alike were always surrounded by groups, warily watching each other. Clearly, there was no law and order here. Martin also noticed a few men dressed in traditional Islamic clothing discreetly slipping pamphlets to the locals. One particularly bold man came up to their car, shoving 2 pamphlets through a crack in the window while sneaking a glance at them. Martin picked up the pamphlet and skimmed through it. It was propaganda from the Islamic extremist group, ISIS. The group claimed to be a branch of al-Qaeda. In the future, they would battle against the U.S.-backed Iraqi puppet government until 2019, when their leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, would be killed in a U.S. Special Forces raid. The American military would then claim the organization had been eliminated. But in reality, ISIS was like a weed. No matter how many times it was cut down, it kept growing back. One leader after another died, yet the organization continued to survive. After Baghdadi's death in 2019, ISIS appointed Emir Muhammad Abdul Rahman al-Mallah, Karadash, as its new leader. On January 21, 2020, Karadash was killed, and ISIS named Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi as his successor. A year later, Abu Ibrahim was killed in an operation, and Abu al-Hassan al-Hashimi al-Qurashi took over. On November 30, 2022, ISIS announced Abu al-Hassan had died, with his successor being Abu al-Hussein al-Husseini al-Qurashi. On August 3, 2023, Abu al-Hussein was also killed, and the 5th leader of ISIS, Abu Hafs al-Hashimi al-Qurashi, took over. One after another, they kept coming. Truly, the flames of rebellion never die. ISIS was feared even among other Middle Eastern militant groups for their brutality. Using guerrilla tactics, their forces had successfully wiped out entire U.S. military units in direct combat. Ironically, ISIS's leadership and top commanders mostly came from Saudi Arabia, a staunch U.S. ally. Their foot soldiers, however, were primarily from Iraq and Syria, along with militants from Russia and Germany. But Martin felt no sympathy for them. They were extremists, infamous for their horrific acts. Their bombings frequently killed innocent civilians, including Sunni Muslims. In areas they controlled, civilians lived under the harshest restrictions. Minor infractions led to brutal punishments such as beheadings and stoning. They had even fired upon peaceful protesters. Martin casually tossed the pamphlet aside and said to Gordon, "That guy just now, he's got his eyes on us. Wonder if they're connected to Saddam's people." Gordon quickly scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, there were suspicious figures following them. Using sheer numbers and familiarity with the terrain, they were keeping up with the car on foot. "We're almost there," Gordon said. "Do you want me to shake them off?" Martin shook his head. "Impossible. This place is full of their people. Besides, they definitely know where the former Iraqi government members are hiding. Just drive straight there." Glancing at the map, Gordon steered the off-road vehicle into a narrow alley. After counting 6 houses down, he stopped the car and honked 4 times. A large courtyard gate opened. 2 men in robes and carrying rifles cautiously approached the vehicle. Martin rolled down the window and grinned, speaking fluent Arabic. "We were sent by Izzat. We're here to discuss the oil field." The 2 guards glanced inside the car, then at the area behind them. They looked surprised. "Just 2 people? These Americans really dared to come here with only 2 men?" "Drive inside," one of them said. "Gordon," Martin called. Gordon drove the vehicle into the courtyard. As the gates shut behind them, Gordon stepped out first, hand resting near his waist, eyes scanning the surroundings with tension. Martin, on the other hand, casually opened the door and stepped out, completely at ease. "Relax," he said. "We're friends, and friends don't hurt each other." A hearty laugh echoed from inside the house. "Mr. Myers is absolutely right. We don't harm our friends." A mustached Iraqi man emerged from the building. "Mr. Myers is absolutely right. We don't harm our friends." With that, a mustached man in a military uniform stepped out of the house. This man was the one who had invited Martin and was responsible for handling the oil field deal. Mr. Izzat. But this Mr. Izzat was no ordinary figure. His full name was Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, and he was born in the village of Dur near Tikrit, Iraq. Yes, the same hometown as Saddam. He had been the second most powerful figure in the Iraqi government and was ranked 6th on the U.S. military's infamous deck of cards wanted list. A die-hard loyalist of Saddam, after the dictator was captured, Izzet led guerrilla resistance against US-UK coalition forces, causing over 3,000 coalition casualties. He remained a thorn in their side until April 2015, when he was killed by a stray bullet while leading his guerrilla fighters in combat near Tikrit at the age of 73. The U.S. military even conducted DNA tests to confirm his death, as he had spent 12 years fighting them. Martin had no memory of this from his past life knowledge, so he didn't realize just how much trouble this man would eventually cause for the coalition forces. To him, Izzet was just a lean, medium-built man in his 60s, with a brown mustache, an exhausted expression, and a pair of sharp, unwavering eyes. This was a man of iron will. Martin was rarely wrong when judging people. Mr. Izzet, when we came here, we might have attracted some unwanted attention. Do you think that could be a problem? Martin then detailed his encounter with ISIS militants earlier and how they had been followed. But Izzet simply smiled. No need to worry. Those people hate the West even more than we do. Martin, however, countered. But if they find out that you're selling Iraq's largest oil field to the West, won't that put both of us in danger? Izzet shook his head. They still won't harm us, but you. He gave Martin a knowing smile. I can't promise the same for you. The entire time, Izzet had been carefully studying Martin's expression. Yet, unexpectedly, this young American showed no fear or anxiety at all. Surprised, Izzet asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Martin smiled. Mr. Izzet, this is a $4 billion deal. You wouldn't let anything happen to me or my partner, would you? You're a smart young man. My apologies, I shouldn't have tried to scare you. Izzet patted Martin's shoulder, amused by his own attempt at intimidation. Martin simply replied, No need to apologize, you didn't scare me. Let's get to business. Good. Come inside. Following Izzet into the house, Martin quickly noticed several others inside. The way they looked at him varied. Some had hope, others disdain, while a few simply didn't care. Izzet casually introduced them. They were former high-ranking officials of the Iraqi government, all trusted by Saddam himself. After the introductions, one man suddenly spoke up. Izzet, I still don't agree with selling the oil field to an American. That's aiding the enemy. But another argued, the U.S. isn't monolithic. From what I know, Mr. Myers is against the war and has a poor relationship with Bush. He's still an American, the first man stubbornly insisted. An older official finally spoke. Tell me, besides the Americans, do you think any other oil company dares to take this deal? That question silenced the first man. The older official was right. They had spread word through Middle Eastern contacts, yet only Martin's Campbell Oil had responded. Even Martin himself hadn't expected this. He had anticipated strong competition, yet so far, he was the only one negotiating with the former Iraqi government. It just proved how dominant the U.S. was. Other countries were too afraid to get involved. The older official continued. And what about BP Oil from England? They're working directly with Texas Oil Group. Do you all even understand who the real enemy is? After that, the room fell silent. Izzet placed his hands on his hips and gave a commanding glance around the room. So, does anyone else have objections? No one spoke. Izzet nodded. Good. Then let's discuss the deal. Martin smiled. Let's talk. Neither side had issues with the price. The Iraqis knew that selling for $4 billion was an undervaluation, but under the current circumstances, they couldn't hold out for a higher offer. Besides, very few companies in the world could even afford that price. Not even Texas Oil Group could do it immediately. It wasn't about having the money. It was about how long it would take to secure it. No one kept that much cash in the bank. Only Martin, having just made a massive fortune, could pay up front. But the Iraqis' main concern wasn't the oil deal, it was political asylum. They knew they couldn't win this war. They needed an escape plan. Martin asked, Which countries have you contacted? Izzet replied, We reached out to Russia and China, but they refused our asylum request. Those are the only two nations capable of standing against the U.S. He hesitated before adding, Iran agreed to take us, but Izzet shook his head and didn't finish. But Martin already knew why. If they went to Iran, they wouldn't be killed, but they would be stripped of everything. Not their lives, but their wealth, military resources, weapons, and even their political influence in the region. Martin also hadn't expected that they had already approached China and been turned down. From his past life knowledge, he understood why. At this time, China still hoped to improve relations with the U.S. They had already made compromises on multiple issues. Even after being provoked, such as the U.S. bombing of a Chinese embassy, they had chosen to remain patient. For China to secure Iraqi oil, they would need troops on the ground. That could lead to a direct military conflict with the U.S., something China absolutely did not want at this stage. After a brief hesitation, Martin said, "Would you allow me to make a phone call first?" Izzet nodded. "Go ahead." Watching Martin step out of the house with his phone, someone inside suddenly asked, "Could this guy betray us?" Izzet glanced at him and said, "If he wanted to betray us, he would have done so already. Why wait until now?" A few moments later, Martin re-entered the room. He had just contacted China, and as expected, they refused to grant asylum to the exiled Iraqi government. Looks like he would have to use some magic to get these people out. "Would you be willing to go to Africa?" Martin's question was met with silence. Africa. The men in the room exchanged uncertain glances. These were high-ranking officials who had once lived in luxury, going to Africa and struggling for survival. Many of them hesitated. Seeing their reactions, Izzet's expression darkened as he memorized the faces of those who looked reluctant. Then he asked, "Which country in Africa?" The officials suddenly looked hopeful. If it was South Africa, that might be acceptable. At this time, South Africa was still a developed country. It hadn't been ruined yet. "Guinea," Martin replied. Disappointment filled the room. Martin wasn't lying to them. Over the past few years, through his connections with Gordon and former military contacts, he had been quietly assembling a few mercenary teams. These mercenaries had been operating in Africa and had now established a base in the war-torn region of Guinea. They even controlled a small iron mine. If Martin was willing to spend a bit of his magic arranging for these Iraqi officials and their families to relocate, there wouldn't be an issue. But from the looks of it, none of them were interested in Guinea. Martin smiled and offered a second option. "If you don't want to go to Africa, then survive for 4 more years. After that, Bush will step down and the new president will grant you a pardon." One of the officials scoffed. "You don't even know who the next U.S. president will be, so how can you be sure they'll pardon us?" Martin chuckled. "I have my ways, but I can't tell you why. The next U.S. president would be Obama. By next year, Martin would be attending Harvard Law School, where Obama was an honorary professor. For years would be plenty of time to gradually influence him. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. The Iraqi officials looked skeptical. Martin raised a hand. "I swear to God." One of the officials shook his head. "Your faith in God is not as strong as our faith in Allah. Your oath means nothing to us." Martin remained unfazed. "In that case, you have no choice but to trust me." Izzet suddenly spoke up. "Martin Myers, can you truly guarantee that the U.S. president 4 years from now will grant us a pardon?" "I guarantee it," Martin said firmly. "No, he's lying. We can't let him fool us." One of the officials shouted angrily. "Shut up." Izzet snapped at him, then turned back to Martin. "Fine, Mr. Myers. I will trust you. We will endure this invasion for 4 more years and hope that a pardon truly comes. You should know, if you deceive us, there will be consequences." Martin smiled. "I hope you survive. And don't worry, I always keep my word. Also, that is not my army. That's Bush and Texas Oil Group's army. It has nothing to do with me." "Good. Then let's sign the contract," Izzet said. The contract had already been prepared, a thick stack of documents. All that was needed were signatures from both parties and official stamps. Martin skimmed through the contract. Finding no issues, he swiftly signed his name. Izzet then took the contract. An hour later, when he returned, the document had 2 new seals, one from the Iraqi Ministry of Oil and the other from the presidency. And a signature, Saddam bin Hussein bin Majid al-Takriti. So, Saddam was nearby. After signing, Izzet did not immediately hand over the contract to Martin. He waited for the payment to be processed. It took 3 hours, but eventually, $4 billion were transferred into 22 different offshore accounts. Only after confirming the funds had arrived did Izzet stand up, hand the contract to Martin, and say with a smile, "Go now. The oil field is yours. Take it before the United Nations declares our government illegitimate." "I will. Thank you." By the time Martin stepped out of the house, the sun was setting. Gordon, ever watchful, stood at the door, not moving an inch. "Let's go, buddy." "It's done," Martin said cheerfully. As they drove away, the ISIS operatives who had been lurking earlier had all disappeared. That confirmed it. ISIS and ISIT's faction were closely linked. The two sides had likely already formed an alliance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goodman Hall and his men had followed Campbell Oil's CEO, David Scott, to a small village outside Mosul. But they didn't dare get too close. They stopped about a kilometer away, gathering under a small hill. These weren't U.S. soldiers. They were Texas Oil Group's own mercenaries. That wasn't unusual. Nearly all major international mining companies had their own private armies to protect their resources, especially in conflict zones like Africa and the Middle East. 5 vehicles, a total of 10 men, all of them professionals. After exiting their cars, they methodically retrieved and strapped on their gear. Within moments, everyone was fully armed. Meanwhile, Goodman Hall peered through his binoculars, intently observing the village. The village had been abandoned, no signs of civilians. A black Maybach and an armored vehicle had entered and stopped in the center. Goodman Hall adjusted his binoculars, focusing on the man in the black suit who stepped out of the Maybach. "What the F***? Who the hell is that?" The man wasn't David Scott. It was a complete stranger. Then a group of men in camouflage uniforms exited the armored vehicle. They carried a large, heavy box out of one of the houses. "What the hell is that?" Goodman Hall was completely baffled. What should he do now? For a moment, he hesitated. Then he made up his mind. Turning to a mercenary commander, he ordered, "Move in. Capture everyone in that village." Then, after a brief pause, he added, "Try not to kill anyone." He had a feeling that those men in camouflage looked an awful lot like British soldiers. The 20 mercenaries Goodman Hall had brought were true elites. They took just 20 minutes to finish the fight. Everyone in the 2 opposing vehicles was captured, a total of 10 people. 4 soldiers had been shot in the shoulder or arm, rendering them unable to fight, while the remaining 6 surrendered, including the man in the black suit. "Who are you?" After securing all the captives with handcuffs, Goodman Hall stormed into the village, furious. One of the men in camouflage, upon hearing his American accent, immediately protested. "Damn it, you're Americans. We're with Colonel Richard, part of the 22nd Light Infantry Regiment." "Shit, you just attacked your own allies." "Fuck." Goodman Hall was under enormous pressure and shouted back, "Cut the bullshit. Why are you here? Who sent you?" The soldier in camouflage yelled back, "Fuck, it was your American oil company that sent us here. What the hell are you trying to do?" His voice was full of grievance. "Was it Campbell Oil that hired you?" Goodman Hall asked. "Yes, it was them." "You already know, so why are you asking?" The soldier sounded even more aggrieved. "Where is David Scott?" Goodman Hall pressed. "Who?" The soldier looked confused. "David Scott, the president of Campbell Oil, the guy who hired you, the one you picked up at the airport." "I don't know his name. I was just following orders to pick up someone, but that guy got out at the airport gate before we left." Shit, that was a blind spot. Goodman Hall had a sinking feeling that he'd been played. Still unwilling to give up, he pointed at the man in the black suit. "Then who the hell is he?" The man in the black suit, hands cuffed behind his back, looked up from where he was crouched. "My name is Dean Smith. I'm a lawyer, senior partner at Latham and Watkins." He raised an eyebrow and added, "Now, do you mind untying me? Or should I sue you for unlawful detention?" "A lawyer?" Goodman Hall's expression changed. Latham and Watkins was one of the top 5 law firms in the United States. But then he remembered, he wasn't in the U.S. right now. His mood relaxed for a moment, until he realized he would eventually have to go back to the U.S. His face darkened again. Forcing a smile, he helped Dean Smith to his feet, even dusting off his suit. Then he turned to his mercenaries and ordered, "Hurry up and unlock Mr. Smith's handcuffs." Once freed, Dean Smith stretched his wrists, then smirked at Goodman Hall. "Mr. Goodman, our firm merely hired these British soldiers to retrieve some items for us. I'm curious, why did you attack us?" Goodman Hall's eyes flickered as he gestured for his men to check the large crate that had been carried out earlier. He then pulled Dean Smith aside, walking him toward the edge of the village. Dean Smith knew exactly what was happening, but didn't resist. After all, the mercenaries had the guns. Besides, David Scott had told him that if things went south, they could just hand over the items. Goodman Hall kept up small talk with Dean Smith near the village entrance for half an hour. Then, his lead mercenary walked over and gave a slight shake of his head. Damn it. Goodman Hall dropped the act and turned to Dean Smith. Wait here. Then he strode back toward the village with the mercenary commander. What was in the crate? Goodman Hall demanded. Some hand-drawn comics. They look old. Maybe antiques. The mercenary leader replied uncertainly. What the fuck? Comics? Goodman Hall cursed, rage boiling inside him. I fucking knew it. We've been tricked. Did you search the village? Yeah. There's nothing here. A complete fucking waste of time. Goodman Hall's expression was awful. He no longer had any patience for the lawyer. Waving his hand, he ordered, let's go. Bring everyone with us. And take those 2 vehicles as well. The convoy set off toward Baghdad once again. By now night had fallen. There were barely any cars on the road. No streetlights. Besides the glow of their own headlights, the surroundings were pitch black. Inside his vehicle, Goodman Hall shivered slightly and pulled his coat tighter. Damn it, this place is creepy as hell, he muttered. Dean Smith shot him a mocking look. And whose fault is that? Goodman Hall ignored him and was about to tell the driver to speed up when a strange whistling sound cut through the darkness. A streak of red light shot toward them. Boom. Flames exploded into the night. The armored vehicle at the front of the convoy was flipped over violently. Jesus Christ, what was that? Goodman Hall screamed. A rocket launcher. We're under attack. The mercenary in the passenger seat roared, immediately barking into his earpiece. Stop the vehicles. Everyone out. Use the cars for cover. DeSac, check if Brown is still alive. A mercenary tumbled out of one of the cars, keeping low as he zigzagged toward the overturned armored vehicle. He yanked at the door. It was jammed. Without hesitation, he pulled a carbon steel dagger from his boot, jammed it into the door's edge, and pried it open. A second attempt. Finally, the door gave way. Boss, Brown's still alive. His head's busted, but he's breathing. I'm pulling him out. Just then, gunfire erupted. Bullets pinged off the metal, ricocheting around them. Goodman Hall was frozen in fear. Beside him, Dean Smith had turned pale, frantically making the sign of the cross. The mercenary commander yanked open the car door and barked, "Get out, you idiots." He roughly grabbed Dean Smith, shoving him out first. Then he pulled Goodman Hall out after him. The driver, who had climbed out of the passenger seat, crouched behind the front wheel, trying to use the car as cover. Carefully, he peeked out to assess the situation. Bang! A sharp crack rang out. The driver's head snapped back, his skull blown open. Blood and brain matter splattered all over Goodman Hall's face. Ah! Goodman Hall let out a high-pitched scream like a terrified woman. Shit, they've got a sniper. The mercenary commander roared. It's too bright here. Shoot out the car lights. Bang! 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 Gunfire echoed, plunging the area into darkness. The only remaining light came from the burning armored vehicle, where agonized screams still rang out. British soldiers. Dean Smith suddenly shouted. What? Goodman Hall, still in shock, blurted out. The British. There are British soldiers in that armored vehicle. They're getting roasted alive. Oh shit. Goodman Hall cursed. As the armored vehicle burned more intensely and the screams from inside grew fainter, Goodman Hall gasped for breath and turned to the mercenary leader. Buddy, can we get those British soldiers out? They could help us fight. The mercenary leader spoke into his earpiece. DeSac, how's Brown? DeSac's voice crackled through the headset. He's fine, just a scrape. On his head. Okay, good. You and Brown, get the side door of the armored vehicle open. Get those British soldiers out. We'll try. A moment later, DeSac and Brown's conversation came through the earpiece. Fuck, the door's jammed. Can't pry it open. Damn it, it's too hot. I'll try the back door. No, Brown, don't. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Brown let out a muffled grunt, followed by DeSac's panicked shout. Brown, are you okay? Shit, you idiots, get out of there. Use the door as cover, morons. Bullets rained down on the armored vehicle, mixed with the occasional sharp crack of a sniper rifle and agonized screams. The mercenary leader gritted his teeth and lifted his thermal imaging periscope toward the hillside, ignoring the chaos around him as he carefully observed the enemy's positions. Through the heat signature display, he saw at least 100 attackers crouching low, advancing slowly while firing. These weren't his priority. His periscope scanned further. Then there it was. A sniper lay camouflaged among the rocks, barely visible except for the heat signature. "Ivan, 11 o'clock high," he called into the radio. "Got it." At the rear of the armored Maybach, a spotting scope peeked out, zeroing in on the target. Its operator, Ivan, a tall, wiry man with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, locked in. He always kept something in his mouth when sniping. It helped him focus. His scope didn't have thermal imaging, but with the mercenary leader's direction, he quickly spotted the sniper hidden among the brush. "Buddy, you're already dead," Ivan muttered under his breath. He steadied his rifle. 1, 2, 3, bang. He silently counted to 3, then squeezed the trigger. The mercenary leader, still watching through his periscope, saw the enemy sniper's head jerk back before slumping sideways. "Nice shot, Ivan. Too easy. Everyone, the enemy is coming down. Get ready to engage." "Roger that." "Understood." "Got it, boss." A flurry of responses crackled through the radio. The remaining mercenaries, along with the uninjured British soldiers, quickly gained the upper hand. Though outnumbered, they had superior firepower, better accuracy, and vastly more combat experience. The mercenary leader didn't join the fight. He kept scanning for more threats. The enemy had fired a rocket earlier. Was that their only one, or did they have more? 5 minutes passed. The mercenaries had fully suppressed the attackers, and no more rockets came. The mercenary leader was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when, through his periscope, he spotted a series of red heat signatures emerging over the ridge. "Shit," he swore under his breath before barking into his radio. "More reinforcements incoming. Lay down suppressive fire and retreat in stages." Goodman Hall's face went deathly pale. "Shit, we're gonna die here, aren't we?" Dean Smith, the lawyer, was trembling too. He'd seen plenty in his life, but war? He had never experienced anything like this. The mercenaries began an orderly retreat, but the British soldiers panicked. Unlike the well-trained mercenaries, the British troops lacked battlefield experience. In their rush to flee, they exposed themselves in the open. Bullets tore through the air. 2 British soldiers were gunned down instantly. The rest scrambled to take cover. "Idiots," the mercenary leader cursed. He turned to one of his men. "Go get them moving. What if they don't listen? Then leave them. Save yourself." "Got it." Meanwhile, back in Baghdad, after securing the oil field contract, Martin and Gordon returned to their hotel. By the time they settled in, it was already past 1 in the morning. Just as they were about to rest, there was a knock at the door. Martin chuckled. That must be David. Probably here to report. Gordon opened the door. Sure enough, it was David Scott. But he looked frantic. Without even greeting Gordon, he rushed inside. Martin's smile vanished. Something was wrong. "Martin, we have a problem." "What happened?" "Just got a call from Dean Smith. He and Goodman Hall's group have been surrounded by Kurdish guerrillas." "Kurdish? Why would they?" Martin stopped mid-sentence. In the past few days, he had familiarized himself with Iraq's political landscape. The Kurds were an ethnic group in West Asia, a branch of the Mediterranean Caucasians. With a population of around 30 million, they were the 4th largest ethnic group in the Middle East, after Arabs, Turks, and Persians. They were spread across Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, with small communities in Azerbaijan and Armenia. The Kurds had their own language and script. Despite living in different countries, they never fully assimilated, leading to continuous conflict with their host nations. So in every country they lived in, they were seen as outsiders, constantly at odds with the locals. When the Iraq War broke out, the Kurds didn't side with the Iraqis, nor did they fight for the Americans. Instead, they became bandits, looting and pillaging, and most of all, kidnapping wealthy individuals for ransom. To them, it didn't matter whether their victims were Westerners or Middle Easterners. A rich target was a rich target. Goodman Hall's convoy was ambushed by Kurdish guerrillas on their way back. The armored Maybach in particular stood out. It was clearly the vehicle of an important figure. At this moment, Goodman Hall and his group were surrounded in an abandoned village. The mercenary leader had divided his men and the English soldiers into several groups, each guarding different entrances to the village. Although the Kurds outnumbered them, they were unable to break through immediately. However, time was not on their side, as they hadn't brought much ammunition. In fact, they had already used up half of it. Goodman Hall had just called Brigadier Clayton, requesting reinforcements. Meanwhile, attorney Dean Smith had also contacted David Scott, leading to the scene where Scott sought out Martin in the middle of the night. "Are you sure they're Kurds?" After finishing his call, Goodman Hall, looking grim, approached the mercenary leader, who was observing the enemy forces through binoculars. "Yes. Look at their clothing, 06. It's distinct from other Middle Eastern ethnic groups like Arabs or Persians. Kurds prefer these wide-legged trousers with broad belts around their waists." Taking the binoculars, Goodman Hall saw the enemy fighters' outfits flickering in the gunfire, confirming what the mercenary leader had said. "Why are these Kurds attacking us?" Goodman Hall was increasingly puzzled. "I've heard that the Kurds have been heavily oppressed in the region, especially in Turkey, where they're legally prohibited from speaking their own language, and their ethnic identity isn't even recognized. In Iraq, they also face serious discrimination," the mercenary leader explained. "Then shouldn't we be their allies?" Goodman Hall was even more perplexed. "We're fighting the Iraqis, and the Kurds don't like them either. Why are they targeting us?" "Because they don't like Americans either." "No, that's not right. They do like Americans." The mercenary leader's sudden shift in tone momentarily lifted Goodman Hall's spirits, but before he could ask if there was room for negotiation, the mercenary leader continued. "They love kidnapping Americans, because Americans are rich and value their lives." Goodman Hall was speechless. The mercenary leader turned to him and asked, "You just called Brigadier Clayton. What did he say?" At the mention of this, Goodman Hall's expression darkened with anger. "That bastard said his troops won't deploy at night. It's too dangerous. Damn it. I swear I'll report him when I get back." He had no hesitation when taking the money. "That's if we make it back alive." The mercenary leader seemed unsurprised, shrugging. "Clayton's response is normal. Ordinary American soldiers rarely conduct night operations. Their advanced weaponry has made them more reliant on tech, but also more afraid of death. Of course, special forces are a different story." Then he added, "Bad news. Our ammo is running low. We won't last until morning. We have to break out." Goodman Hall's face turned pale. As a member of Texas Hall family, he wasn't from a super-elite lineage, but he was still a well-off local magnate. He had never endured much hardship growing up. Though he kept in shape, gym muscles were useless in life-threatening situations. The earlier sprint for cover had nearly exhausted him. He had no intention of going through another desperate run for survival. He suspected he wouldn't make it halfway before dropping behind and either being captured or killed, neither of which was acceptable. "Can't we hold out in the village until sunrise? At least we have cover here," Goodman Hall asked. The mercenary leader shook his head. "That would be suicide. Once daylight breaks, visibility improves, and we'll have zero chance of breaking out. Even if Clayton's troops depart at dawn, they'd take at least 4 hours to get here. Do you think we can hold out that long?" "Mr. Hall, we have to fight our way out. It's our only chance." Goodman Hall hesitated. He didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to be gunned down while running. He was stuck between two bad choices. Just then, Dean Smith's phone rang. "Mr. Scott." "Yes, we're still trapped in the village. Ammunition is almost gone." "Wait, let me check." Covering the phone, Dean Smith asked the mercenary leader, "How long can we hold out with our remaining ammo?" "At this rate, an hour at most." Dean Smith's face paled slightly as he relayed, "Mr. Scott, we can hold out for 1 more hour, no more." His expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "What? Really? That's great. I understand. Thank you very much. We will hold out until you arrive." As he hung up, he noticed 2 pairs of gleaming eyes staring at him, making him jump. "Shit, you two look like starving dogs spotting a bone. Spit it out. Reinforcements. Is Campbell Oil sending mercenaries to rescue us?" Both Goodman Hall and the mercenary leader grabbed his arms, firing off questions. Dean Smith nodded. "Yes. Mr. Scott said reinforcements will arrive within an hour. We just need to hold on until then." "Really?" Goodman Hall's excitement was visible. "Yes. Mr. Scott told me personally. Just now, Mr. Myers himself said, every Campbell employee is a valuable asset. We must do everything possible to ensure their safety." Even in their dire situation, Dean Smith couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Goodman Hall, however, was torn between irritation and envy. He snorted inwardly before turning to the mercenary leader. "What do you think? Then we hold out for another hour. If no reinforcements arrive, we retreat." The mercenary leader considered for a moment before replying. Goodman Hall felt a small sense of relief and nodded. All right, 1 more hour. Silently, he prayed. Campbell's reinforcements better show up. The Kurdish guerrillas surrounding the village had no idea that reinforcements for their targets were on the way. They continued their attacks in their usual rhythm, launching waves of offensives. The mercenary leader relayed the news of incoming reinforcements, boosting the morale of the soldiers guarding the entrances. Half an hour later, however, Campbell's reinforcements had yet to arrive, while the Kurds had. Another group of about 30 fighters emerged from the darkness and joined the battle. The defenders were suddenly under immense pressure. Damn it, there are too many of them. At most, we can hold out for another 20 minutes. The mercenary leader anxiously told Attorney Dean Smith. Dean, call Scott. Ask how much longer we have to wait. Dean Smith, equally tense, immediately took out his phone to dial. Just then, the mercenary leader suddenly pressed down on his arm, tilting his head as if listening. Wait, listen. Both Dean Smith and Goodman Hall focused their ears. The sound of helicopter rotors. At almost the same moment, the Kurdish fighters also noticed the noise. They glanced around in confusion and uncertainty. Seconds later, 3 Black Hawk attack helicopters rose over the ridge, flying toward the battlefield in a triangular formation. They're ours. Boys, reinforcements have arrived. The mercenary leader shouted excitedly into his earpiece, followed by a chorus of cheers. Tat 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 tat. Streams of fire rained down from the Black Hawks, sweeping across the battlefield. Dust and debris exploded into the air. Screams filled the night. Retreat. Fall back. Damn it. Ilam's leg got blown off. I've been hit. Help me. My guts are spilling out. The heavy firepower from the 3 Black Hawks shredded the ground outside the village, turning it into a hellscape. The bullets, as powerful as small artillery shells, tore through the Kurdish fighters. The survivors fled in a panic. Amidst the roar of the rotor blades, one of the helicopters landed while the other 2 continued circling overhead, providing overwatch. A few figures stepped out of the landed helicopter, 2 fully armed soldiers and a young man in a casual suit. Dean Smith's eyes widened in shock. That's Martin, my boss's boss. My God, he actually came to save me. Goodman Hall blinked in disbelief, turning his gaze to the young man in the black casual suit. Who else could it be but Martin Myers? Dean Smith. Martin spotted his lawyer immediately. He stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Dean's shoulder, scanning him up and down. You're not hurt, are you? Thank you, Mr. Myers. I'm fine. I just never expected you to come. Of course. My employees are in danger. I had to come. Martin smiled. In truth, the real reason was that his hands were itching for action. Unlike true pacifists, such as the elves, demonkind, and especially succubi, harbored an innate thirst for destruction. While not as violent as other demon races, succubi were natural warmongers who thrived in chaos. Ironically, Martin had become one of America's most prominent pacifists. Yet deep inside, his demonic blood still craved battle. That was why, during the bank heist and the Hollywood Ripper cases, his methods had been so ruthless. Of course, succubi were also pragmatic creatures who prioritized benefits above all else. That explained why Martin opposed Bush's 2 wars, because he knew they would drag America into an economic quagmire, fueling public resentment toward war. But that wasn't the only reason he had come in person. He had also wanted to meet Goodman Hall, especially while he was emotionally vulnerable. You must be Goodman Hall? Yes, Mr. Myers. It's an honor to meet you, and I truly appreciate you saving my life. Though they were business rivals, Goodman Hall showed Martin no hostility, partly out of gratitude for saving him, and partly because of Martin's immense status. After all, Goodman Hall was just a corporate manager, not a board member of Texas Oil Group. There was no personal blood feud between them. Well, perhaps there was a little. His job was to prevent Martin from acquiring the West Kurna, one oil field, and secure it for Texas Oil Group instead. Martin shook hands with Goodman Hall and said, Before coming, I contacted Brigadier Clayton, hoping he'd send troops to assist you. But he refused. So, I rented 3 Black Hawks from the U.S. military and brought Campbell security personnel to rescue you. I'm just glad you're safe. Goodman Hall was visibly moved. He thanked Martin again, saying, Martin, I never imagined that the person who'd save me in the end would be you." Sensing Goodman Hall's emotional turmoil, Martin let out a hearty laugh and added, "We may be business rivals, but that doesn't mean I'd stand by and watch you and your men die. Besides, my own people were also at risk." Dean Smith's expression grew even more touched. Goodman Hall's emotions swelled. The corporation he had risked his life for didn't give a damn whether he lived or died. But Martin, his supposed enemy, had come to his rescue. What a world. As Goodman Hall's emotions reached their peak, Martin silently cast a spell. A subtle, almost imperceptible influence took root in Goodman Hall's mind. "All right, boys, let's go home." Martin's words sparked cheers among the survivors. Even the mercenaries employed by Texas Oil Group looked at him with newfound respect. One by one, the three Black Hawks took turns landing, evacuating everyone before disappearing into the night sky. An hour later, back in his quarters, a still-shaken Goodman Hall took a long, hot shower, then poured himself a glass of whiskey to steady his nerves. After a few sips, feeling calmer, he picked up his phone and dialed a specific number, a Texas Oil Group board member responsible for overseeing him. "Hello, Director Goldson. I have something important to report." Over the phone, Goodman Hall recounted the day's, or rather, yesterday's, events in detail. Then, from the other end of the line, he heard an exasperated voice. "Damn it, you idiot, you got played. Wait, hold on. How the hell is Martin in Iraq? Wasn't he supposed to be locked up at that villa in upstate New York by James Hendricks?" Goodman Hall frowned. Not only had Goldson completely ignored his ordeal, but the question itself baffled him. Martin had been in Iraq all along. He had been too rattled to even consider that until now. Just as he was about to ask more questions. Beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. A director from Texas Oil Group immediately called James Hendricks at the safe house in upstate New York. He started off with a furious rant. "Mother James Hendricks, you idiot. Didn't you say you had Martin under control? Why the hell is he in Iraq?" James Hendricks' lips curled up slightly, but his voice carried a tone of confusion. "What? That's impossible. Martin is still right here with me." "Oh yeah? Then why did my people see him in Iraq?" "Buddy, shouldn't you be asking your people that question? Either they're lying, or they mistook someone else for him." Director Goldson was momentarily stunned before responding. "That's impossible." James Hendricks shrugged. "That's the reality. Martin is currently a guest at my safe house, so the one in Iraq must be a fake. You guys are messing with my head. Are you absolutely sure Martin is still there?" "Of course I'm sure. I had breakfast with him this morning. If you don't believe me, send someone over to check." I will." Goldson hung up and immediately arranged for someone to verify whether Martin was still at the villa. 3.5 hours later, at 7:30 a.m., he received a call. "Sir, I've seen Martin. He's definitely in New York." "You're sure? You didn't mistake him for someone else?" "Sir, there's no way I'd get it wrong. Martin's face is way too recognizable. I even took a picture." "Send it to me." "Yes, sir." Moments later, a photo was sent to Goldson's phone. He opened it and saw Martin Myers sitting at the villa's dining table, drinking milk. Now he was convinced. But if Martin was still in New York, then who was the one in Iraq? Did Goodman Hall lie to me? Why would he do that? Or was he tricked too? Goldson couldn't figure it out. Baghdad, Iraq. Morning. Goodman Hall received a call from Director Goldson. "What the F***? That's impossible. I'm absolutely certain the person I saw was Martin. Damn it. Unless he has some kind of cloning ability, he can't be in two places at once. He's definitely in Iraq." Goldson frowned on the other end of the line. Goodman Hall's voice didn't carry any hesitation or deceit. That meant he was telling the truth. So Goldson was completely baffled. How the hell was Martin appearing in Iraq while simultaneously being in New York? Unable to make sense of it, Goldson decided to assume the worst, that Martin was indeed in Iraq and had already finalized a deal for the West Kurna, one oil field with the rebels. So he told Goodman Hall, "All right, regardless of whether Martin is in New York or Iraq, we need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The Bush administration has already persuaded 2 of the 5 permanent UN Security Council members, England and France, as well as most of the General Assembly members. Tomorrow, Iraq's new government will be officially established, and the UN will vote to recognize it. They'll also formally declare the Saddam government as an illegitimate regime. Once the UN vote passes, you need to immediately sign the West Kurna, one oil field transfer agreement with the new government. Still feeling gratitude toward Martin for saving his life, Goodman Hall hesitated for a moment and instinctively said, "If Martin has already signed a contract with the Saddam government, wouldn't we just be wasting our time?" After all, his contract would be signed before the new government was established and before the UN declares the Saddam government illegal. If this goes to court, we might not win. Goodman Hall, that's not your concern. Do you understand? Goldson's voice turned sharp. He felt that Goodman Hall was overstepping, acting like a decision-maker rather than just a company representative. Goldson sneered inwardly. Not win the lawsuit. Do you think we care about winning? What we want is controversy. What we want is a legal battle. Drag the case out for 10, 20 years, and by then, Campbell's oil extraction rights will have expired. Do you think Iraq's new government will renew their contract? Of course not. The ideal outcome would be Campbell getting crushed under massive international legal fees, forcing them to back out, and the oil field falls right into Texas Oil Group's hands. Then again, recalling Martin's monstrous ability to make money, Goldson felt that was unlikely. After hanging up, Goodman Hall felt a pang of guilt toward Martin. The man had just saved his life, yet now he was about to betray him. But that was the extent of his guilt. Westerners had always been good at separating business from personal matters. Sorry, Martin. I don't have a choice either. What Goodman Hall didn't realize was that this was exactly what Martin wanted. He had deliberately made himself known to Goodman Hall to disrupt Texas Oil Group's plans, to force them into rushing a deal with the new government. And when people rush, they make mistakes. Letting these guys play their little games for too long was pointless. Better to cut through the mess with a sharp blade. That day, countless people following the war in Iraq sat in front of their televisions, watching the live UN vote on the establishment of Iraq's new government. The outcome was as expected. The UN officially approved the formation of the new Iraqi government and recognized its legitimacy. From that moment on, Saddam's government was officially history. His administration was now nothing more than an armed insurgency. And just 2 hours after the UN vote, Goodman Hall sat across from a representative of the new government, each signing their names on the oil field transfer agreement. Afterward, Goodman Hall stood up, smiling as he shook hands with the Iraqi official. "Well then, here's to our cooperation. Indeed, a pleasure working together." Neither of them noticed that something was happening to the text on the contracts in front of them. The blue-black ink twisted, scrambled, and reformed. The words Texas Oil Group slowly transformed into Campbell Oil Company. Even the official seals stamped on the documents underwent a similar change. At the same time, invisible strands of magic seeped out from Goodman Hall's body, infiltrating the Iraqi official's mind. A subtle influence took hold, making him instinctively ignore the details of the contract. The magic continued to spread until the transformation was complete. After signing the contract, Goodman Hall stepped out of Baghdad's government building, feeling utterly refreshed. Even the scorching desert wind, carrying grains of sand, felt oddly pleasant to him. Fantastic. He had finally wrapped up this major deal. He was already fantasizing about the rewards he would receive: money, a promotion, or both. At the same time, the magical imprint in his mind slowly began to dissolve. Later, during a call with Director Goldson, Goodman Hall, as if under some mysterious compulsion, said, "Mr. Goldson, I've secured the contract. I have an idea. There's a saying in China, strike while the iron is hot. Why don't we immediately sue Martin's Campbell Oil Company and catch them off guard?" As he spoke, waves of magic vibrated through the electromagnetic signals of the call. Goldson hesitated for a brief moment before responding. "That's a great idea. I'm authorizing you to take full charge. Can you handle it?" Goodman Hall was overjoyed and quickly replied, "I can, Mr. Goldson." 7 days later, Director Goldson received a call from James Hendricks. "Mr. Goldson, I have to let Martin go. His legal team is putting enormous pressure on me." Fine. By this point, Goldson no longer cared whether Martin was still detained or not. Everything had already been set in motion. All that remained was for the lawsuit to begin. Meanwhile, on Martin's side, he was also eagerly awaiting the lawsuit. He was curious to see just how surprised Texas Oil Group's executives would be when they saw the names and stamps on the contract. That day, the United Nations International Court of Justice. Texas Oil Group officially filed a lawsuit against Campbell Oil Company. The news quickly spread to major media outlets across Europe and America, thanks in part to Texas Oil Group's efforts to fan the flames. The bigger the scandal, the greater the pressure on Campbell Oil. Moreover, if Texas Oil won the case, it would further cement the company's dominance in the industry. They even managed to persuade the International Court of Justice to allow the first hearing to be broadcast live. A highly anticipated trial commenced, with a massive screen set up behind the judge's bench, making it easier for journalists to see the case documents. Goldson himself was present, seated smugly in the courtroom, watching Martin Myers and David Scott at the defendant's table. At the White House, President Bush and his top advisors were also watching the trial live. Chavanton frowned. Martin didn't try to block the live broadcast. That's not normal. In his view, given Martin's influence, if he had strongly objected, the International Court of Justice would have given him some leeway. Texas Oil had achieved their objective far too easily. Bush, however, dismissed the concern with a smirk. Who does he think he is? The Myers family doesn't have as much international clout as Texas Oil, and besides, we aren't backing him. Chavanton still had a nagging feeling that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. With the judge announcing the start of the hearing, the plaintiff's side began presenting their case. After swearing on the Bible, Goodman Hall stated, "We accuse Campbell Oil Company of illegally seizing an Iraqi oil field that rightfully belongs to Texas Oil Group. Furthermore, we charge them with colluding with an illegitimate government for personal gain." Then, it was the defense's turn to respond. David Scott glanced at Martin and received an encouraging nod. Adjusting his suit, he stood up and confidently addressed the court. "The contract we signed with Iraq's former government predates the United Nations declaration of it as an illegitimate government. Furthermore, we submitted a copy of the contract to OPEC well in advance, as OPEC's records will confirm." What followed was a fierce exchange of legal arguments, with both sides submitting evidence. Campbell Oil's documents contained no issues. However, when Texas Oil Group submitted their evidence, and the judge opened the documents, displaying them on the courtroom's giant screen, everyone was stunned. The judge was stunned. Goodman Hall was stunned. Texas Oil's elite legal team was stunned. The journalists in the room erupted into a flurry of discussion. What the hell just happened? The judge rubbed his eyes, double-checked the contract's party names and seals, and then, bewildered, asked, "Plaintiff, are you sure this is the correct contract?" Goodman Hall stared at the screen, his mouth hanging open, completely speechless. "Wait, this is the contract I signed." His eyes scanned the giant screen over and over again. It kinda looks like my signature." Then he turned to his company's lead attorney. The veteran lawyer and his two courtroom assistants were also frozen in shock, their minds reeling. Before this trial, Texas Oil's entire 50-person legal team had meticulously reviewed every document. How had none of them noticed such a colossal blunder? The lead attorney was having an existential crisis. This mistake would not only destroy his own reputation, but also tarnish his law firm's standing in the industry. And what was this massive blunder? Well, the name, signature, and seal on Texas Oil Group's submitted contract did not belong to Texas Oil Group or any authorized representative. Instead, the contract's second party was Campbell Oil Company. By this logic, the contract for West Kurna 1's oil rights had actually been signed between Iraq's new government and Campbell Oil, not Texas Oil Group. At that moment, David Scott leaned over and whispered something to his attorney. The lawyer chuckled and addressed the judge. "Your Honor, I have something to say." After receiving permission to speak, the lawyer continued. "My client previously signed a separate oil transfer agreement with Iraq's new government. However, the original contract was stolen. Now, that stolen contract has conveniently appeared in the plaintiff's possession. So, am I to assume that the party responsible for stealing our contract is the plaintiff?" Meanwhile, the journalists in the courtroom were on fire, whispering and jotting down notes at a furious pace. This unexpected twist in the very first hearing had sent shockwaves through the room. At the White House, President Bush and his advisors exchanged bewildered glances. Shvanton muttered under his breath. What the F*** just happened? How the hell did Martin's team pull this off? He refused to believe this was a simple oversight. After all, so many legal professionals had scrutinized those documents. Someone must have switched the contract before it was presented in court. There's a mole. There has to be a mole. Bush muttered to himself. Like Shvanton, he was convinced that this wasn't just an oversight. Someone must have switched the documents. At the courtroom, Director Goldson's expression changed dramatically. Then, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes turned sharp and filled with suspicion as he looked toward Goodman Hall. Goodman Hall, sensing something, turned his head and met Goldson's gaze. His heart skipped a beat. Shit, is Goldson suspecting me? What for? At first, he was indignant. Then, a realization hit him. Oh damn, I actually am the most suspicious person here, aren't I? After all, from the moment of signing, to document review, to presenting the evidence in court, he was the only one who had continuous access to the contract. Your Honor, we now wish to file a countersuit against Texas Oil Group for stealing our confidential documents. Campbell Oil's lead attorney spoke smoothly, while his assistant, Dean Smith, handed one document after another to the judge. Among them were photographs of Martin shaking hands with Iraq's new Minister of Oil and pictures of them signing a contract. These photos were genuine. The catch? The contract in the images wasn't for the sale of West Kurna. 1. It was for a much smaller, insignificant oil field. Of course, thanks to Martin's magic, the Iraqi oil minister had completely forgotten this. In his memory, the only contract he had signed with Martin was the one selling West Kurna. 1. So, when this newly appointed minister was called as a witness in the international court, he testified with full confidence. Yes, I signed a contract with Mr. Myers Campbell Oil Company to transfer 32.7% of the shares of West Kurna. 1. Yes, it was with Campbell Oil, not Texas Oil Group. You're lying. Goodman Hall shouted in anger. I am not lying. I swear upon the Quran. The minister replied solemnly. The courtroom erupted into a buzz of whispers. The reporters present were seasoned business journalists, well acquainted with Texas Oil Group's overwhelming influence in the energy sector. Until now, Texas Oil had always been the one crushing its competitors. But today, they were the ones being played. Yes, played. To these journalists, Texas Oil Group had been outmaneuvered. How the hell did Campbell Oil pull this off? Ask Martin. This is one of the most fascinating business battles I've ever seen. I still can't wrap my head around how that contract ended up with Campbell Oil's name and seal on it. What I don't understand is, how did Texas Oil Group fail to secure Iraq's new Minister of Oil? Yeah, that part makes no sense. If this guy was already in Martin's pocket, why would Texas Oil even bother suing? There must have been some hidden power plays behind the scenes that we don't know about. This move by Martin should be taught in business schools as a case study. That is, if Campbell Oil is willing to reveal their methods. Seated in the front row, Director Goldson's face grew darker and darker. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he stood up abruptly. Before the trial could even conclude, he stormed out. A large group of Texas Oil executives and legal representatives followed him out of the courtroom. Goodman Hall slumped into his chair, his face ashen. He knew it was over. The case was over. And he was finished, too. As the most likely suspect for an internal leak, no one in the energy industry would ever trust him again. If not for his last name being Hall, he might have mysteriously ended up dead in a ditch somewhere. Total victory. Martin Myers Campbell Oil Company has defeated the corporate giant Texas Oil Group in an unbelievable turn of events. I originally thought this would be a Don Quixote-style charge against a windmill, but it turns out Texas Oil was the one playing Don Quixote. An impossible victory. A small oil company has taken down an energy empire and successfully secured one of the world's largest oil fields, West Kurna. 1. After this, no one in the industry will ever dare to underestimate Campbell Oil or Martin again. Reality is stranger than fiction. As the plaintiffs, Texas Oil Group fumbled at every turn, as if they had entered this lawsuit solely to boost Campbell Oil's reputation. From start to finish, this case was filled with inexplicable twists. Even Martin himself would struggle to write a novel as absurd as this. Across Europe and America, major financial and business news outlets covered the lawsuit, filled with headlines using words like unbelievable, incredible, and bizarre. Ordinary spectators also found the case endlessly fascinating. Online forums were flooded with theories. There has to be a mole. I bet it's Goodman Hall. He was the one who signed the contract and submitted the documents. He's the most likely suspect. No, no, no. It has to be the lawyers. They were the last ones to handle the documents. Anyone who's been in a lawsuit knows this. Which law firm handled Texas Oil's case? I seriously doubt their competence. The lawyers wouldn't risk their reputations like that. If they got caught, their careers would be over. Unless Campbell Oil paid them enough to retire early. Why is no one suspecting Iraq's oil minister? He outright confirmed that he signed the contract with Martin. No way. Even if he signed contracts with both companies, how did Texas Oil's contract get swapped so perfectly? I think the mole was inside Texas Oil's own legal team. Not possible. Major firms have teams of over 100 lawyers, and these key contracts are reviewed by at least 6 different people. Then what? Are you saying Martin somehow bought off the Iraqi oil minister, Goodman Hall, and the entire Texas Oil legal team? That's ridiculous. That level of coordination is impossible. Regardless of how the internet speculated or how the media screamed, unbelievable. One thing was clear. After this lawsuit, Campbell Oil had made a name for itself. It had become a major player in the global energy industry. Texas Oil did achieve its goal of showcasing corporate strength. Unfortunately, they did it for Campbell Oil. Goodman Hall lost his job, along with the support of his family. He didn't blame them. Not at all. The Hall family was, after all, just a lower-tier, mid-sized family from the American South. The fact that they had protected his life was already a blessing. Cutting ties with him was simply a matter of survival. Texas Oil Group's anger wasn't going to fade easily. As long as he remained tied to the family, the oil conglomerate would keep a close eye on them. So, he had no choice but to leave. Feeling disheartened, Goodman Hall had planned to try his luck in Europe. But then, out of nowhere, David Scott showed up. What? You want me to join Campbell Oil? That's right. Mr. Myers thinks highly of your abilities. How does a vice president position sound? Goodman Hall's eyes widened. A fierce internal struggle raged within him. Strangely enough, despite his downfall being largely orchestrated by Martin Myers, he couldn't bring himself to hate the man. Instead, every time he thought about him, the first thing that came to mind was that night, when Martin had saved him. He felt grateful. He was tempted by Campbell Oil's offer. But wouldn't accepting it be the same as admitting that he was the mole? Goodman Hall found himself torn. Then, David Scott added, "If you'd like, Mr. Myers can arrange a new identity for you. We can even relocate you to Iraq. If you're willing to undergo cosmetic surgery, that would make things even easier." Goodman Hall suddenly laughed. It was as if something in his mind had finally clicked. Shaking his head, he replied, "No need for a new identity or surgery. I'll take the job in Iraq. Tell Mr. Myers I appreciate the offer. I'll do my best." David Scott patted his shoulder and grinned. "Smart choice. Don't worry. Campbell Oil's security forces are well trained. We can guarantee your safety. I believe it. After all, I saw it firsthand that night." Goodman Hall winked at David, and the two shared a laugh. David was well aware of Goodman Hall's capabilities. With him on board, David could finally free himself from tedious administrative tasks and focus on broader management strategies. With the backing of both the old and new Iraqi governments, Campbell Oil now had full ownership of 32.7% of West Kurna 1. That alone propelled the company from a mid-tier energy enterprise to a major player in the industry. West Kurna 1's reserves alone rivaled the total reserves of all Texas Oil Group's fields combined. Even with just a 32.7% stake, Campbell Oil and Martin had secured a critical foothold in global energy. And with oil came petrochemicals, something no industrialized nation could ignore. China's State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, SASAC, even urged Martin to increase his investment in Project Songhai, promising to purchase more of the natural gas byproducts from his oil fields. It wasn't just about pleasing Martin. China was actively pushing to replace household coal gas with cleaner natural gas. Liquefying coal was too costly and heavily polluted. The environment. This was a win-win situation. Martin had verbally agreed to expand the petrochemical facilities under Project Songhai, especially the methanol and ethanol plants. Their annual capacity would double from 400,000 tons to 800,000 tons. Chinkongolism. With the biggest deal of the Myers family's history secured, Martin finally returned to Hollywood and immediately discovered that he had a new neighbor. Just 300 meters from his estate in Beverly Hills, Princess Haya was eagerly showing off her new home. "My house isn't as big as yours. It's got 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, and an outdoor pool. I'm planning to remodel it into an infinity pool like yours. Oh, and I want to turn this garden into a small horse stable." She led him through the house, room by room. "This is the kitchen. This is the guest room. And this is the master bedroom." Then, she pointed at the large bed. "Want to test it out?" "Well, why not?" An hour later, Martin left her house, feeling refreshed. He drove around aimlessly for a bit, making sure he wasn't being followed by paparazzi, before heading back to his own estate in Beverly Hills. At the poolside, 3 young women, Lindsay Lohan, Scarlett Johansson, and Miranda Kerr, were swimming. When they spotted Martin approaching, they leaned against the pool's edge. Scarlett even whistled playfully. Well, Martin. Are you joining us or what?" "You bet I am." Martin quickly stripped down and dove into the pool, wearing absolutely nothing. Screams and laughter echoed around the estate. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Bo and Heather were preparing dinner. Watching the scene unfold, they couldn't help but laugh. Heather elbowed her friend and smirked. "Hey, Bo, let's sneak into his room tonight." Bo raised an eyebrow. "There are already 3 girls in there. You sure Martin can handle all of us?" She nodded toward the pool. Heather scoffed. "How dare you question our master's stamina? I should tell him you said that. Maybe he'll punish you." Bo shrugged. "Go ahead. If anyone's getting punished, it'll be you." Heather suddenly turned serious. "Honestly, though, our dear master's endurance is insane. I've never once seen him falter." Of course, back in the demon mythos continent, Martin had once spent 3 entire days and nights with a woman from the Shura tribe, until she begged for mercy. Even now, despite not being at full power, handling humans was child's play. At sunset, the golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the estate's massive glass windows, casting warm reflections on the dining table. The entire scene was bathed in fiery orange, making it look straight out of a dream. Martin glanced at everyone around the table and smiled. "This scene is perfect. You wouldn't even need to color grade it in post-production. It's already cinematic." Lindsay Lohan, sitting across from him, was cutting into a lobster while reading the newspaper. She was completely engrossed in the latest reviews for Mean Girls. Scarlett Johansson, meanwhile, was chatting with Martin about Lost in Translation. "So, the film is releasing in August?" Martin raised an eyebrow. "I thought Sofia Coppola was a fast worker." "She is, but she's a perfectionist about post-production. We even had to reshoot a few scenes. This film might actually do well at the European festivals. Sophia's already planning on submitting it." That night, Martin stormed the battlefield 7 times, and the enemy crumbled, wailing in agony. In the end, Heather dragged Bo into the fray as well, and both were swiftly defeated. As the saying goes, a steel lance atop a mighty steed, leading the charge through 3 armies. Unrivaled before and after, a warrior beyond compare, a single rider breaking through 10,000, a hero worthy of 1,000 generations. The next morning, Martin and his captives sat down for breakfast, chatting as they ate. The television was on, playing a trailer for Star Wars, Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Scarlett mused, "I wonder if Natalie made the right choice continuing as Padme Amidala. Lucas's new Star Wars film is already getting trashed before it's even out." I know. Lindsay Lohan raised her hand like an eager student. "The critics who saw the test screening said the movie feels like an opera in space. Boring, with no surprises for the audience. They also said Natalie's Padme has lost the spark she had." As Matilda, Martin scoffed. "I've said it before, times have changed. Film critics don't have the power to sway box office numbers anymore. They can whine all they want. It won't matter. Star Wars fans will decide with their wallets. Remember when Spider-Man first came out? The critics tore it apart, but what happened? It broke The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring's opening weekend record. $412 million in North America, $935 million worldwide. Sure, Attack of the Clones has its flaws, but Star Wars has too massive a fan base. Even if George Lucas stumbles once or twice, it won't affect the box office that much." Besides, Lucas invited me to an early screening, and trust me, it's solid. You'll see. The critics won't be able to stop this film from smashing the box office. If anything, it'll just prove how out of touch they are. Scarlett poured Martin a cup of coffee, authentic Jamaican Blue Mountain. The rich aroma filled the air. Martin smiled and kissed her cheek before continuing. With the rise of the internet, information moves faster than ever. People no longer rely on traditional media. Print journalism is dying, and I have no doubt that, in the future, the internet will be the biggest promotional tool for films and even influence presidential elections. Lindsay frowned. What about Kevin Thomas? Kevin Thomas was a Los Angeles Times film critic, a rising star in the field, and a longtime fan and supporter of Martin. He also got along well with the girls in Martin's circle, especially Lindsay. Martin reassured her, "Don't worry about Kevin. Film critics might be fading, but they won't disappear anytime soon. They still hold sway over award season. I've already advised him to shift his focus to the internet. His blog has over 30,000 followers now, and advertisers are approaching him. As long as he keeps up with the times, he won't just survive, he'll thrive." Of course, the internet belongs to the comment armies. Right now, people haven't realized that there are professionals who manipulate public opinion online. They fall for it easily. Scarlett laughed. After swallowing a bite of her egg, she quipped, "Oh, I know. Myers Entertainment has a whole team for that." Martin grinned. "Damn right." Late May, Martin arrived on the set of Steven Spielberg's latest film. Ready Player One had officially started filming. When Spielberg saw Martin, he half-joked, "What a shame you didn't take a role in this movie. That's one less guarantee for the box office." Martin chuckled. "Steve, you are the box office guarantee. Besides, I think Toby fits the role just fine." That's right. Ready Player One's lead actor in this timeline was Tobey Maguire. Since Martin had taken Spider-Man from him, he figured he'd make it up to Tobey with this film. Whether it was a fair trade or not, well, that was debatable. "Hey, Martin, thanks for recommending me for this role." Tobey Maguire approached and greeted Martin warmly. Martin smiled, giving him a brief hug. "We're friends. No need for thanks." Tobey didn't say anything more. He just clapped Martin on the back. In truth, Martin hadn't recommended Tobey purely out of friendship. He genuinely believed Tobey was a great fit for the role. Sure, Ready Player One's protagonist, Wade Watts, was supposed to be 18, while Tobey was already 28. But Tobey had a baby face. Shave his beard and restyle his hair, and he could easily pass as a high school student. Side note, because of his youthful appearance, Tobey often kept stubble when he wasn't filming, just to look more mature. As for acting chops, Tobey was solid, far better than the original actor from the previous timeline. In fact, apart from Spider-Man, most of Tobey's filmography consisted of indie and art house films. He rarely did commercial blockbusters. After chatting with Tobey and Spielberg for a bit, Martin noticed that Spielberg seemed hesitant about something. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Steve, is there something on your mind?" Spielberg glanced at Tobey before hesitating. Realizing the cue, Tobey tactfully said, "I'm gonna go run some lines. You two talk." Once Tobey left, Spielberg turned back to Martin. "Martin, I heard Myers Entertainment is producing the Fast and Furious sequels?" Martin nodded. "I think so. I don't really keep track. Drew handles all that." "What?" Spielberg carefully worded his next sentence. "Well, I have a friend whose son was in the first Fast and Furious movie. He really believes in the franchise and wants a bigger role." "Oh," Martin asked. "Who is it?" Spielberg casually replied, "A small-time actor named Vin Diesel." Martin's eyes twitched. His gaze flicked to Spielberg, studying him. Something about this felt off. When Martin heard the name Vin Diesel, he immediately shot Spielberg a peculiar look. This future Hollywood action star had debuted in 1990. His first theatrical film, Awakenings, had him working alongside heavyweights like Robert De Niro and Robin Williams. His second film, the massive war epic Saving Private Ryan. Though his roles were small, his career start was undeniably god-tier. On the surface, this guy had no industry connections whatsoever. Most unknown actors grind their way up from B-movie extras. Even if you had a backdoor deal, at most, you'd get a couple of lines. Breaking into major studio films, let alone A-list productions, was nearly impossible without years of struggle. So the question was, why him? Vin Diesel's real name was Mark Sinclair Vincent. His mother was an astrologer and had allegedly worked as a housemaid. His biological father? A complete mystery. No one knew who he was. But Hollywood rumors suggested that Vin Diesel was actually Spielberg's illegitimate son. From what Martin recalled, this guy had a terrible reputation in Hollywood. After starring in the first Fast and Furious movie, he saw its potential and forced his way into the sequel's production, bringing in his own money and constantly cutting down Paul Walker's screen time to expand his own. As the franchise continued, Vin Diesel's role grew, from a minor character to a supporting lead, then to a co-lead, and eventually, the main lead. After Paul Walker's tragic death, he became the sole face of the franchise and even profited heavily from Walker's passing. Vin Diesel's reputation among fellow actors was abysmal. He used his investor status to bully actresses and suppress male co-stars. Most actors who worked with him had nothing good to say about him. Side note, even Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, known for his high emotional intelligence, couldn't stand Vin Diesel after working on 3 Fast and Furious films together. He straight up called him out in the media. Jason Statham also had strong negative feelings about him. Despite his lack of acting skills, he somehow got his hands on multiple blockbuster franchises: Fast and Furious, Riddick, XXX, all of which he was an investor in. Now think about it. With his background, where did he get the money? And how did he have such incredible script instincts? The answer was obvious. He had someone backing him. Vin Diesel's real identity wasn't exactly a secret in certain Hollywood circles. Most people gave him face, and Martin wasn't an exception. As long as he didn't try to cut Martin's slice of the pie, Martin had no reason to block him. Sure, Vin Diesel bullied small-time actors, but what did that have to do with Martin? If Fast and Furious was destined to make big money, giving him more screen time wasn't necessarily a bad idea. It would still put cash in Martin's pocket. But as for letting him buy his way into the franchise, Martin scoffed. Yeah, dream on. Right, there was another rumor. Apparently, Spielberg felt guilty about his illegitimate son and treated Vin Diesel extremely well. Vin Diesel actually started as a writer-director. His self-made film Multifacial received critical acclaim. And in 1997, his directorial debut Strays even made it into the Sundance Film Festival competition. But any industry veteran could tell, Strays was way too polished for a first-time director. It was overflowing with Spielberg's signature filmmaking techniques. It was like Spielberg was holding his hand the entire time. At some point, Spielberg must have realized that Vin Diesel simply didn't have real directorial talent. That's probably why he pushed him into acting instead. Otherwise, with Strays' level of polish, Vin Diesel could have gone straight into directing full-time. And in Hollywood, directors held far more power than actors. Martin's mind processed all this in an instant, but his expression remained neutral. Smiling, he said, "Steve, this is a small matter." "No problem." Spielberg visibly relaxed and patted Martin's arm. "Thanks, I owe you one." That night, Spielberg called his favorite son. "It's settled. You'll get more screen time. Make sure you do a good job." A slow, deliberate voice responded on the other end. "Just more screen time? What about investment? I really believe in this movie. It's gonna make money." "Of course, it'll make money. But forget about investing. This isn't just any production. It's a Myers Entertainment film. You understand what that means." Fine, I get it. Don't stir up trouble, got it?" Spielberg clearly knew his son's nature and gave a final warning. "I won't. Come on. You know me. I only mess with people I can mess with." That was true. Vin Diesel had a keen sense for power dynamics. While actors despised him, Hollywood's true power players found him tolerable. Side note, Vin Diesel had a speech impediment. If he spoke too fast, he would stutter or slur his words. Martin also received a call from Drew. "Martin, what's the deal with Vin Diesel? Why are we giving him more screen time? Steve asked me for a favor. It's nothing major, just throwing him a bone." "All right." Drew didn't seem too concerned. She had actually called for a different reason: gossip. "So that rumor is true, huh?" Martin chuckled. "Who knows? As long as neither of them admits it, it's just a rumor. By the way, I heard Diesel's a massive diva. Tell the production team, don't put up with his crap." "Haha, I'm producing this one myself, you know. I really believe in this franchise. Don't worry, I won't let him cause any problems." After hanging up, Martin smiled and shook his head. Drew had a great eye for the industry. No wonder she would become one of Hollywood's top 3 female producers in the future. By this time, Gordon had already driven Martin to the airport. A sleek Gulfstream jet sat quietly on the tarmac, Martin's newly purchased personal aircraft used for domestic flights. Martin was heading to the East Coast for Spider-Man 2 filming in New York. And, of course, to check in on his collectibles on the East Coast. Despite screwing over Sony Music, his partnership with Sony Pictures remained intact. Spider-Man was insanely profitable, especially the merchandise. It was a goldmine. Even with Sony Pictures, Marvel Studios, and Myers Entertainment splitting the revenue, each company still raked in huge sums. Sony's slice of the pie was the biggest, meaning they made the most money. At times, Martin felt like he was the one working for them. That was why, even after taking a big loss, Sony still didn't turn on him. Of course, even if they had, Martin wouldn't have been afraid. But before heading to the Spider-Man 2 set, Martin had another engagement. The premiere of The Matrix Reloaded. It was a franchise film. He didn't need to stress over it. Just show up, smile, and let the box office roll in. Manhattan's Fifth Avenue and Times Square. These iconic New York landmarks weren't just hubs for high fashion. They were also home to Michelin-starred restaurants, always teeming with the city's elite. At some of the most prestigious establishments, even celebrities and the ultra-wealthy had to book reservations months in advance just to secure a table. As Sex and the City's Carrie once said, the most powerful woman in New York is the hostess at Jean Georges who decides whether you get a table. Samantha added, the real test of a man's status in this city? Whether he needs a reservation at Jean Georges. And Martin? He was one of the very few who didn't need a reservation. He had a permanent table. Just by looking at Anne Hathaway's excitement, it was clear she believed every word of that Sex and the City quote. Surprisingly, as Martin took his seat, he spotted a familiar face at a nearby table. Wait, what are you doing here? Martin raised an eyebrow at Leonardo DiCaprio. Leo looked just as surprised before rolling his eyes. The hell do you mean? Why wouldn't I be here? I'm famous, okay? It's not that hard for me to get a table at Jean Georges. Martin chuckled. True celebrities don't need reservations. We have permanent tables. Like me. Anne Hathaway, meanwhile, greeted the blonde beauty sitting across from Leo. Hi, I'm Anne Hathaway. The woman smiled. Hi, I'm Bar Refaeli. I love The Princess Diaries. You were amazing. And instantly beamed. Thank you. So much. She then pointed to Martin and Leo, who were now bickering. Just ignore them. Men can be so childish sometimes. Martin always says, boys never really grow up. Bar Refaeli giggled in agreement. Eventually, the four decided to push their tables together and dine as a group. As they chatted, Martin learned that Bar Refaeli was a model who had met Leo at a party. She had the classic DiCaprio-approved look, blonde, blue-eyed, and legs for days. Unlike most models who came from modest backgrounds, Bar was from a wealthy family. She was born in a small Israeli village where her parents ran a horse ranch. By the time she was just 8 months old, she had already begun modeling in Israel. At 15, she signed with an agency and began working for magazine catalogs. Last year, in 2002, she had moved to New York to advance her career. Meanwhile, Leo and Martin began discussing The Aviator, which Leo was currently filming. Martin, are you sure you don't want to make a cameo? This film has 2 stunning leading ladies. I don't even need to mention Cate Blanchett. You probably know her better than I do. Leo smirked and shot Martin a knowing look before continuing. And then there's Kate Beckinsale, absolute knockout. Martin shook his head. Pass. My schedule's packed. Step Up is about to premiere, and I'm in the middle of shooting Spider-Man 2. I can maybe drop by for a set visit. Leo nodded. A set visit works. I'll have a few journalists cover it. It'll be free promo for the film. You cool with that? Martin shrugged. No big deal. He knew The Aviator was one of Leo's passion projects, his Oscar film. Leo had even invested in it. Personally, since The Aviator was a biopic about Howard Hughes, one of America's most legendary figures, it was Oscar bait to the max. Leo was visibly excited as he spoke about Hughes, the real-life inspiration for Marvel's Iron Man. Martin, honestly, sometimes I feel like you and Hughes are so alike. You're both freakishly talented. Did you know? At 11, Hughes was building his own radios and even set up Houston's first wireless station. At 12, he invented a motorized bicycle. At 13, he assembled a fully functional motorcycle. At 14, he learned to fly a plane. At 18, his parents both passed away, leaving him their business, Hughes Tool Company, and a fortune. By 19, he had already expanded the company into a major industrial empire. Then he stormed into Hollywood, produced movies, and, get this, his very first film, Swamp Angels, was so bad his uncle told him it would make him the laughingstock of Hollywood. So what did he do? He burned every single reel of the film, wasting $80,000 in the process. That was a fortune back then. What a madman. But after that, it was like he was on a winning streak. His comedy 2 Arabian Nights won the very first Academy Award for Best Director. His crime film The Racket was nominated for Best Picture at the first ever Oscars. Then, in Hell's Angels, he personally piloted a stunt plane, crashed it, nearly died. But the movie still became a smash hit, earning $8 million at the box office. Leo took a sip of his wine and leaned forward. You seriously remind me of him. You both make success look easy. While others struggle for years, you just waltz in and dominate. Martin chuckled. Nah, we're not the same. He was a bad student. I was top of my class. He made money but lost a lot too. I only make money. And he dated 164 actresses. Martin grinned. Okay, that part we might have in common. Side note, Howard Hughes' romantic history included legends like Ingrid Bergman, Hedy Lamarr, Elizabeth Taylor, and Katharine Hepburn. Anne Hathaway playfully smacked Martin's arm. Martin caught her hand, kissed it, and continued. Hughes became the world's richest man at 41. I'll hit that way sooner. Oh, and I definitely don't have his insane germophobia. Leo's eyes twinkled mischievously. Speaking of his germophobia, I have to share this story. So, after Hughes married Jean Peters, a total bombshell, guess what his nighttime routine was? Before anything happened, he forced her to take 3 showers. Then, get this, he made her plug herself up with a tiny stopper. Yeah, you know what I mean. And only then, after double wrapping himself with 2 condoms, would he even consider doing the deed. Leo burst out laughing. Total psychopath, right? Martin snorted. That's nothing. The real crazy part? Jean Peters put up with it for 14 years before finally divorcing him. After dinner, on the way back, Anne Hathaway asked curiously, was all of that really true? Did Howard Hughes actually have such severe OCD? Martin nodded. His obsessive-compulsive disorder was indeed extreme, especially in his later years. He even refused to breathe the same air as other people, so he isolated himself in a desert near Santiago, Chile, living completely cut off from the world. Besides that, his compulsions led to many bizarre habits that most people would find incomprehensible, like only cutting his hair and nails once a year, urinating in milk bottles, refusing to physically touch anyone, injecting himself with cocaine regularly, and obsessively taking notes. Because of his insomnia, he even bought several local TV stations so he could watch whatever he wanted at any time of night. He called his living space a sterile zone. To maintain his health, he hired the best doctors at sky-high salaries. Yet due to his aversion to human contact, he never actually let them examine him. In his final years, Hughes surrounded himself almost entirely with members of the Mormon faith, believing they were the only people he could trust. Even his maids were required to convert. There were rumors that Hughes had completely lost his sanity toward the end of his life, but at that time, medicine hadn't yet developed treatments for such mental illnesses, so his condition was left to deteriorate unchecked. After listening to Martin, Anne Hathaway shivered slightly and muttered, "Are all geniuses a little crazy?" Martin burst out laughing. "Relax, I'm not like that. Besides being a bit of a womanizer, I have no weird quirks." That night, Martin was very busy. After taking Anne Hathaway home and engaging in a passionate battle, he drove over to Jennifer Aniston's villa for round 2. Then, just as he was about to get some rest, Paris Hilton called, so he went to comfort the little vixen. Finally, he returned to his apartment, where Natalie and Scarlett had just arrived, and, well, round 4 commenced. Yet despite this intense schedule, the next morning, Martin arrived on the set of Spider-Man 2 looking refreshed and energetic, while Scarlett, in stark contrast, was yawning and bleary-eyed. She stared at him in disbelief. "Don't you ever get tired?" Martin smirked confidently. "No woman in this world can ever make me say I'm exhausted." The filming of Spider-Man 2 officially began. This time, They were shooting both the second and third films back-to-back to save time. Martin had actually suggested filming all 3 movies together when they worked on the first one, but Sony had been hesitant, unsure whether Spider-Man would be successful. After Spider-Man 1 became a massive hit, Sony regretted their decision and immediately pushed for a 2-film back-to-back shoot. The production went smoothly. Both Martin and Scarlett delivered performances far beyond the movie's baseline quality. Midway through filming, Martin took a quick trip to London to visit the set of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. While there, he also spent some quality time with Lady Diana's sister and went on a hunting trip with his 2 royal nephews. With a bow and arrow? You can't be serious. Prince Harry stared at the compound bow in Martin's hand with a dubious expression. Prince William, on the other hand, smirked. Idiot. Did you forget Martin once took down 2 cheetahs with a bow? Martin corrected him. 1. What? William blinked. I only shot one of the cheetahs with an arrow. The other one, I strangled it with my bowstring. Martin shrugged. But at the time, I didn't want to deal with backlash from animal rights groups, so we told the press both were killed by arrows. Whoa, how did I forget that? Harry smacked his forehead. Sherwood Forest. This vast woodland, stretching from South Yorkshire to Nottinghamshire, was once a royal hunting ground. Though most of it was now owned by the state, a small section still belonged to the royal family, reserved for exclusive hunting events with nobles. Also, fun fact, this was where the legend of Robin Hood took place. Martin, William, and Harry weren't the only ones on this particular hunting trip. They were joined by 3 young aristocrats and 1 rather striking young woman. Martin, I don't think you've met Kate yet, William said, introducing her. This is Kate Middleton, my classmate from both middle school and university. Martin froze for a second. Kate Middleton? Future Princess of Wales? So this was how they first met. However, he quickly composed himself and greeted her politely. Kate, in turn, was remarkably composed. Unlike most women, she didn't seem at all affected by Martin's overwhelming natural charm. She merely responded with a reserved but courteous nod. William seemed pleased by this reaction. Though he and Kate were just friends, deep down, he still had that male territorial instinct. He didn't like the idea of the women in his life being overly captivated by other men. Meanwhile, Martin was intrigued. This was the first time he had met a woman who was completely unaffected by his innate demonic allure. Of course, what he didn't know was that Kate had a very specific reason for her immunity. Her father was a huge fan of Princess Diana. Her mother? A fanatical devotee, the kind of person who worshipped Diana like a goddess. Because of this, Kate herself idolized Diana from a young age. Her dream? To become a princess. To marry Prince William and become Diana's daughter-in-law. To make that dream a reality, Kate painstakingly studied royal etiquette from her teenage years onward. After middle school, she begged her parents to send her to the same prestigious boarding school as Prince William. The problem? That school's tuition was insanely expensive, over $80,000 per year. Even though Kate's family was well off, with assets worth about £1 million, they couldn't afford that kind of annual cash expenditure. But here's the thing about obsessed fans, they don't think rationally. Her parents, looking at their 13-year-old daughter, who had plastered her room with Prince William posters and dreamed of becoming a princess, made a bold decision. They mortgaged their house. They took out bank loans to fund Kate's elite education, so she could pursue Prince William. Kate, in turn, worked tirelessly. She accidentally ran into William at school to build familiarity. She studied like crazy to ensure she could get into the same university as him. Eventually, she succeeded. Both she and William got into St. Andrews University, where she successfully became his friend. But only a friend. Because of his royal upbringing, William's ideal girlfriend was expected to be a noble woman. Martin knew that Kate's eventual rise to princess status would be far from easy. During their university years, William, much like his father, Charles, was incredibly flirtatious, bouncing between girlfriends like a playboy. Kate, despite her feelings, never let it show. She remained calm. She even helped William pursue other women, becoming his closest confidant. That was why he had brought her hunting today. She was the perfect friend, never jealous, never clingy, always there. For 10 years, she endured his breakups, his makeups, and his constant romantic escapades. Finally, when Queen Elizabeth herself stepped in and ordered the two to marry, William got cold feet. But this time, Kate stood her ground. After a decade of patience, she refused to be tossed aside. She fought for her place and won. Kate Middleton, after 10 years of strategic maneuvering, finally achieved her dream. She became the Princess of Wales. To be honest, after quickly skimming through his memory of Kate Middleton, Martin felt that this woman wasn't necessarily pursuing a relationship with William out of love. It was more about becoming Princess Kate. Or rather, it was an obsession. After all, what truly loving wife could remain so calm and composed in the face of her husband's repeated infidelities? But in a way, Kate might actually be the ideal wife in the eyes of many men. That kind of borderline inhuman tolerance was extremely rare. Martin shifted his gaze away from Kate without a hint of emotion. The group made their way to the stables to select their hunting horses. On the way, Harry leaned in close and whispered, "Martin, you know what? I find Kate kind of scary. I always feel like there's something off about her. The way she looks at William, it's like she's, stalking prey." Martin raised an eyebrow. This kid had surprisingly sharp instincts. Because in a way, William was Kate's prey. But Martin simply said, "You're overthinking it." His tone was the kind adults use when trying to reassure children, making Harry roll his eyes in exasperation. Martin picked out a beautiful white stallion. With one smooth, effortless motion, he leaped onto the saddle, his movements graceful and fluid. His skill instantly drew everyone's attention. Even Kate, who usually only had eyes for William, couldn't help but steal a glance. A young nobleman named Cadell Gray exclaimed in admiration, "That was incredible. The technique, the posture, so smooth. You must ride often, Martin." Martin casually hung his compound bow on the saddle's hook and smiled. "I own a ranch in Australia with a fine stable of horses. You guys should come visit sometime. Can we hunt there? If you enjoy hunting kangaroos. P.S. Due to their overwhelming population, kangaroo hunting is legal in Australia, but requires a hunting permit." Woof, woof, woof. A pack of hunting hounds flushed a massive red deer out of the forest. It was a magnificent stag, tall, muscular, its deep brown coat speckled with white, and atop its head, a set of 6-pointed antlers. Panicked by the dogs, the stag bolted toward the group at full speed. Its instincts told it that horses weren't a threat, but it failed to account for the humans riding them. Kate, being the least experienced rider, had fallen behind. William, staying close to keep an eye on her, was riding beside her. "The stag's a fine trophy," William noted, "but it's fast, won't be easy to hit." Bang! Before he even finished speaking, gunshots rang out. Prince Harry and a few other noblemen had fired, but missed. Red deer were once used as cavalry mounts in Europe. These creatures were nearly as tall as Mongolian warhorses and could outrun many breeds. But they were easily spooked, which was why they were eventually abandoned for use in battle. Now, after the gunshots, the already frightened stag panicked further, picking up even more speed. And it was charging directly at William and Kate. Shit! William's face drained of color. Due to the narrowing path, the terrified stag had no choice but to plow straight toward them, its massive antlers lowered in defense. William instinctively raised his gun, trying to aim, but it was too late. "Hold on tight," he shouted to Kate. Kate was already frozen in terror. If it weren't for years of rigid aristocratic etiquette training, she probably would have screamed. The monstrous deer was barreling toward them. Even their horses were panicking, snorting, pawing at the ground, moments away from rearing. And then, whip! A single arrow shot through the air like a meteor. It struck precisely at the stag's rear neck, the tip piercing straight through its eye socket. One-shot kill. The stag collapsed instantly, not even managing a death cry. It tumbled, kicking up dust as it rolled violently before coming to a dead stop. Silence. One of the noblemen gasped. Seeing such an impeccable display of archery in real life, compared to watching it on TV, was an entirely different experience. There was something about cold weapons, bows, swords, that made kills seem more primal, more visceral than guns. "Holy hell," Prince Harry muttered in awe. Kate, still pale, cast Martin a look of undisguised astonishment. Then, as if realizing something, she forcefully suppressed the feeling. "No, I'm destined to be a princess." Martin casually rode forward, glancing down at the massive stag's lifeless body. "So, do we just leave it here?" William, still in shock at Martin's marksmanship, inspected the perfectly placed arrow wound before replying. Yeah, the servants will collect it later. Got it. Martin nodded nonchalantly. The hunting expedition continued until dusk, and by the end, the group had plenty to show for it. Most of the kills? Taken down by arrows. At the start of the hunt, the nobleman had been curious about Martin. He was a rich man, a movie star. By the end, they were awestruck. Humans have always revered strength. That night's dinner featured the day's spoils. The finest cuts from the stag had been expertly prepared by the estate's chef, filling the room with mouth-watering aromas. Martin took a bite of the succulent venison and smirked. Huh, guess England does have decent chefs. Not all of them are making abominations. Prince Harry burst into laughter. No, Martin, you're mistaken. The chef here? He's French. Martin blinked. Then, with a grin, he shrugged. All right, scratch what I just said. After spending 5 days in England, Martin returned to New York. But instead of heading straight back to the set, he attended a very exclusive party, hosted by none other than Rupert Murdoch and his wife. His invitation? Handwritten by Murdoch himself, a rare gesture of sincerity. For years, Murdoch had made it a habit to personally handwrite invitations for his most important guests. Originally, this was just a sign of respect. But after he became a media mogul, his handwritten invitations became status symbols. People boasted about receiving one. You got a handwritten invite from Rupert? I got one too. Westerners were very direct about flaunting their status. Though, there was a distinction between how white and black people bragged. White people, they didn't boast about how much money they had. They bragged about how expensive their lifestyle was. Oh, Joey just got into private school. So expensive. We just renovated. Cost a fortune. You won't believe how much we spent in Hawaii. Black people, they bragged about the exact amount of money they spent. This Cadillac? 80 grand. My grandma's house? $500,000. This chain? $1 million. At Drew's insistent request, Martin brought her along to the Murdoch couple's party, something that really annoyed Anne Hathaway, and was the kind of girl who loved to show off. Being invited to a Murdoch-hosted event was exactly the kind of thing she'd brag about to her friends. But Drew Barrymore, that damn woman, just had to come up with an excuse about needing to expand her network. Please. It was obviously just for vanity. Sulking, and stayed behind at Martin's luxurious apartment, drinking alone. Martin? He didn't care one bit. A little jealous pout? Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix. Murdoch's New York estate was located in Long Island, a castle-like mansion, one of the grandest in the area. Built in 1919, it was once the second largest estate in America, spanning 443 acres and boasting 126 rooms. A European-style garden stretched in front of the mansion, and an 18-hole golf course lay beyond. Fun fact, the Great Gatsby mansion in the film was based on this estate, and Taylor Swift's Blank Space MV was filmed here. When Martin arrived, the Murdoch couple personally came out to greet him, showing immense enthusiasm. The other guests weren't surprised. After all, with his 32.7% stake in the West Kurna oil field, Martin was now richer than Murdoch himself. He might not have the same influence yet, but they were definitely equals. Murdoch clasped Martin's hand firmly, his other hand giving Martin's elbow a couple of friendly pats, a subtle Western gesture of warmth. Martin, I was old friends with your grandfather, Chuck. Damn, I envy him for having such an outstanding grandson. Oh, is that so, Mr. Murdoch? Well, thanks for the compliment. But I think it'd be even better if you said that to his face. Murdoch burst into laughter. Then, with a grin, he said, Call me Rupert. Gesturing to the Asian woman beside him, he introduced, And this is my wife, Wendy Deng. Wendy extended her hand, and Martin gave it a light shake. She was wearing a custom-tailored, loose-fitting gown, but even so, the slight bulge of her stomach was noticeable. In 2001, Wendy had used advanced reproductive technology to bring her and Murdoch's first test tube daughter, Grace, into the world. And now, less than 2 years later, their second child was on the way. Martin knew. This one would also be a girl. Her name? Chloe Murdoch. In 2013, after Wendy and Murdoch's divorce, both daughters secured their share of the Murdoch family trust, while Wendy herself got a traditional Chinese courtyard mansion right next to the Forbidden City. At the time, Murdoch offered her a large sum of money. But Wendy? She insisted on the Courtyard Mansion instead. Afterward, she often hosted exclusive parties there, where Beijing's socialites and celebrities desperately tried to get an invite. Honestly, for what exactly? Nobody really knew. Oh, and she also walked away with a 3-story penthouse on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue, a 743-square-meter luxury apartment valued at $90 million. From a woman who seduced her own adoptive father for a green card, to a billionaire's wife, to an international socialite. Wendy Deng? She was the ultimate gold digger blueprint. And the funniest part? Murdoch and Wendy didn't divorce because of anything Murdoch did. In fact, the old man was too old to even do anything. Nope. It was all because of Wendy. First, she had an affair with former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair. Blair, by the way, was the godfather of one of Murdoch and Wendy's daughters, so he had free access to their estate. Plenty of alone time. Plenty of opportunity. Blair? Denied everything. But Murdoch? He produced damning evidence. Statements from household staff who had seen it all. Wendy? She stayed silent. And the second reason for the divorce? Even more ridiculous. Wendy Deng was physically abusing Murdoch. Yes, you read that right. Wendy Deng, beating up Rupert Murdoch. After successfully securing her children's place in the Murdoch family trust, Wendy stopped pretending. She went from sweet and submissive to verbal and physical abuse. In 2011, she shoved the 80-year-old Murdoch to the ground, where he was unable to get up. It took the housekeepers to carry him to the hospital. That was the last straw. And when the story leaked, it became the final push for the divorce. Some conspiracy theorists believed it was all deliberate, that Wendy planned the abuse just to have a reason to leave. After all, back when she first arrived in the U.S., she had seduced her adoptive father Jack, leading to his divorce. At the time, poor Jack actually thought he had found true love in his old age. But Wendy? She had a clear goal. Marriage equals green card. And the moment she got her citizenship, she dumped him. Now, some journalists believed she had done it again. This time, she had everything she wanted from Murdoch. Her daughters in the family trust. Guaranteed alimony. And now, she just wanted out. Looking at the string of young men she paraded around after the divorce? Yeah, that theory wasn't too far-fetched. Of course, right now, Wendy and Murdoch were still in their lovey-dovey phase. And Martin? He had zero interest in exposing her true colors. After a polite handshake with Wendy, Murdoch signaled for her to take Drew to socialize, while he led Martin to a private meeting room on the second floor. Martin, Murdoch started, I want to buy The Voice USA for Fox. Martin raised an eyebrow. So that's what this was about. Business. And when it came to business, Martin wasn't about to hold back. Rupert, The Voice USA is a project I personally developed. I have no doubt it'll be as big as American Idol. So in terms of price, $70 million. Murdoch cut straight to the point. That was exactly what Fox had paid for American Idol's licensing. Martin? He shook his head. Calmly, he said, Rupert, inflation. He had leverage. Because The Voice USA was directly ripped from the future hit, The Voice Netherlands. When that show launched, it dominated Dutch ratings. Later, when China bought the format, it sparked a nationwide craze. Soon, multiple countries followed. France, Germany, South Korea, and in the US, NBC's The Voice became American Idol's biggest rival. In the original timeline, the British version debuted with 8.42 million viewers, far surpassing other talent shows like X Factor and Dancing with the Stars. This show? It was a goldmine. And in this timeline, it was Martin's original idea, his weapon to boost Myers Entertainment's brand. How much do you want? Murdoch wasn't surprised that Martin rejected his $70 million offer. He got straight to the point. Martin smiled at him. For a brief moment, Murdoch was stunned. Damn, this kid really is good-looking. Then he heard Martin say, I can give Fox the rights for free. Murdoch's guard shot up immediately. Free is always the most expensive. He had learned this lesson decades ago. After all, his entire Fox empire had been built on free-to-air broadcasting. Oh, he asked cautiously. And what's the catch? Martin's smile widened. I want half of the advertising revenue. What? That's impossible. Murdoch's eyes widened in shock. And honestly, that reaction was completely justified. Look at American Idol. The show raked in $1.8 billion in ad revenue per year. That was way more than the $70 million Fox had paid for the licensing rights. P.S. From 2002 to 2016, American Idol brought Fox over $23 billion, with ad revenue making up the majority. Murdoch took a deep breath. All right, Martin. I'll give you $100 million for the rights. That's already a very generous offer. Martin shook his head. No, Rupert, that's not generous enough. I know this show will surpass American Idol. $100 million is too little. Murdoch countered. That's just your opinion. It hasn't been proven. Sure, you've never failed before, but no. One wins forever, Martin. This is reality TV, not film, not songwriting, not novels. You've never proven yourself in this field. Despite being 70 years old, Murdoch still had the ferocity of a hyena, ruthlessly tearing into negotiations. That was why they used to call him the hyena of the media world. Martin nodded. Fair point. So how about a performance-based contract? A what? A ratings-based contract. If the show performs, I get a cut. Absolutely not. Murdoch rejected it before Martin even finished speaking. Martin frowned. Why? Murdoch chuckled. I don't like to gamble. T. Martin almost laughed out loud. This was the same man who bet his entire fortune on buying Fox. He had even changed his nationality for business. And now he was pretending he didn't like to gamble? What a joke. In reality, Murdoch was probably just scared, even if he wouldn't admit it. And honestly, he had good reason to be. Murdoch had jumped on Martin's show faster than anyone else, which meant he already believed it would succeed. Still, Martin pressed on. How about $120 million? Murdoch sighed. All right, Martin. I'll increase my offer by another $20 million. $120 million. Final offer. Martin smirked. Rupert, let's not kid ourselves. This show will be a goldmine. $120 million is still way too low. Murdoch narrowed his eyes. All right, kid. What do you want? Martin stood up. Since we're so far apart on price, let's table this discussion for now. Wait, hold on. Murdoch quickly stopped him. How about 10% of the ad revenue? 50%, 20%, 50%, 30%, 50%. Murdoch groaned. Martin, who the hell negotiates like this? 50%, 31%. Martin chuckled. Rupert, why are you personally handling this negotiation? Shouldn't you be delegating? No. Murdoch shook his head. We should settle this today. Martin blinked. That was surprisingly urgent. He had the sudden urge to use his magic to probe Murdoch's mind. But where was the fun in that? Instead, he said, Rupert, did you get word that someone else is interested in my show? Murdoch's expression stiffened. He realized he had just given too much away. Damn it. He wasn't as sharp as he used to be. But his sons were useless, so he couldn't retire yet. Taking a deep breath, Murdoch forced a smile. Martin, you really remind me of myself when I was younger. Fine. You win. 50% of ad revenue. Deal. Martin grinned. Deal. We can sign the contract tomorrow. By the way, who else was interested? NBC. Oh, them. Martin wasn't surprised. In the original timeline, NBC was the one that bought the rights to The Voice. As the largest broadcast network in the U.S., NBC had over 200 affiliate stations. And next year, it would merge with Universal's entertainment division, officially becoming NBC Universal. Side note, back in the 1960s, NBC had briefly invested in TVB, the Hong Kong-based broadcaster, but it was a minor stake. And they later pulled out. Murdoch watched Martin closely. He thought Martin was hesitating. He smirked. Martin, I told you this because I'm not afraid of NBC stealing your show. They won't outbid me. Plus, their executives are all corporate suits. They can't make snap decisions like I can. I guarantee you, just deciding whether to buy your show will take them 6 months. And negotiating contract details? That'll drag on forever. They won't be as decisive as I am. Oh, then why are you in such a hurry, Rupert? Murdoch sighed. Because I don't like taking chances. Martin had to give him credit. The old man still had guts. With the deal sealed, the party continued. Murdoch and Martin had just walked into the main hall when a crowd immediately swarmed them. Meanwhile, Drew was chatting with a blonde woman. Martin glanced over, recognized her instantly. Gwyneth Paltrow. Like Drew, she was one of Spielberg's goddaughters. They were on friendly terms. Whatever they were talking about, it must have been funny, because Gwyneth was laughing so hard she was waving her arms, and Drew was practically doubled over. Yes, yes, I never expected to marry Chris either, Gwyneth was saying. Love just happens when you least expect it. I really think he's the one. That was fast. Are you two planning a wedding? Drew asked with a smile. We'll see. True love doesn't need a ceremony. Then, Gwyneth gave Drew a knowing look. And you? You're still sharing Martin with all those other women. Drew burst out laughing. Like you said, true love doesn't need a ceremony. On the way back, Drew said to Martin, did you know Gwyneth got married? She didn't even tell us, her friends. Oh, to whom? Chris Martin. From Coldplay. Oh, the English singer? Yeah, that's him. They soon moved on to other topics. What did Mr. Murdoch talk to you about? The rights to American Singer. Oh, so you sold it? For how much? Drew's eyes lit up. This topic interested her far more than Gwyneth's wedding. For free. Huh? Oh, I see. Drew gasped but quickly caught on. You must have had other conditions, right? Smart girl. Martin kept one hand on the wheel and ruffled Drew's hair with the other. I took 50% of the ad revenue. Whoa. Drew was shocked. Wait, Murdoch actually agreed? If American Singer performs as well as American Idol, that's a profit in the billions. He agreed. Drew found it hard to believe. A deal worth billions, settled in one night? Well, that's because we're both decision makers. Martin suddenly found it odd. If Murdoch was willing to give him 50% of ad revenue, why didn't he just agree to a performance-based contract? That would have been a better deal for him, wouldn't it? Strange. Elsewhere, Murdoch was lightly tapping his forehead, frustrated. Damn it, I really am getting old. Made the decision too fast, missed a few details. Should I go back on it? The next day, Martin's team met. Murdoch's team at Myers Studios in Los Angeles. Murdoch ultimately didn't go back on his word. He was old. No point making enemies for his children and grandchildren over a little extra money. Besides, even if they had negotiated a performance-based contract, Martin would have fought for the full 50% cut anyway. From the way he talked about the show, he was fully confident it would be a hit. At this point, Murdoch could only hope American Singer broke all expectations. Not just to earn more ad revenue, but to avoid looking like an idiot. June arrived. Martin returned to Los Angeles because his new film, Step Up, was about to premiere. June 15th, Hollywood Boulevard, 6925, Grauman's Theater. The stars were out. Nicole, look here. Leonardo, who's that girl with you? New girlfriend. Lindsay Lohan. Are you and Martin together? Do you hate Nicole Kidman? Britney Spears. Why are you here for Martin's movie? Are you one of his many girlfriends too? Inside the banquet hall, Martin was chatting with Anne Fletcher, and Fletcher looked nervous. This was the first film she had ever directed. She was excited for it to succeed, but also terrified it might fail. Martin reassured her, relax, Anne. This movie is going to be a hit. I guarantee it. Remember, I'm the unstoppable Martin. And Fletcher laughed. Even as a middle-aged woman, her smile was still radiant, just like in her acting days in Bring It On. With your guarantee, I feel a lot better, she said.